Audiobook title release That Witch 01 to 1501 by Mu Part 03, 20 silver royals a month and an annual raise of 5. There is also no theater here, right? No. There, Ferlin hesitated. He had already guessed his wife's idea. Sure enough, the other side closed the book and laughingly said, "Then it's decided, I will also become a teacher, honey, just like you." TN. Release That Witch Fan Art Contest Voting Chapter 144, True Thoughts Chapter 144 True Thoughts Near the North Slope Mine, at the furnace backyard. Nightingale picked up the glass which laid on the table and raised it near her eyes to take a closer look. The translucent crystal glass sparkled in the light, and not even a little bit of discoloration could be seen. She knew that this cup was known as the Crystal Cup. The firing process and the formula had always been the royal alchemist's confidential information. The value of such cups like the one she held in her hands were measured in gold royals. Such crystal glassware was only used together with silver tableware. They served as an opportunity for powerful nobles or wealthy businessmen to show off their wealth. But now, these crystal containers were gathered from inside the whole palace and were about to be melted into their raw state. "Your Highness, you can't burn these cups, they are worth several gold royals," Nightingale exclaimed. "I have no time to study how to turn sand into a colorless glass, so this was the only way I could get it." Roland took another beautiful cup and threw it into the cauldron formed from Anna's black fire. Seeing this cup, Nightingale remembered that the prince had used it to drink ale out of it during their afternoon tea sessions before the start of the months of demons, and during the welcoming party for her sisters. Due to the stable high temperature, the glass inside the pot soon began to melt, turning into a sticky paste. "Do you get glass by burning sand?" Anna asked. "Are they made out of the same substances?" "Well, the main ingredients are similar, but in the sand there are a lot of impurities. The glass created by burning natural sand is partially brown or green most of the time, which doesn't meet the required standards. So with other words, crystal clear glass is created out of pure sand." Hearing this question, Roland had to smile. "You can think of it like that. I already put this knowledge in the book, so you will see it again later. Those small balls decide what matter looks like. Whatever, I don't understand it anyway." Nightingale thought uninterested. "The color of the glass doesn't affect the function of its container." Furthermore, you aren't even using them as drinking glasses, so why do you insist on using clear crystal cups?" Asking this herself, she went to Anna and took a look at the remolded glassware. Although they were still transparent and crystal clear, their new appearance and their former form of cups were completely different. Some looked like a tube, with a round bottom and a thin and long body. The other ones looked like bottles with the body of a kettle, but the bottleneck was only thumb-sized. The strangest thing was a tube that was bent like a horseshoe, but with no seals on either side of it. Not understanding their function, Nightingale asked, "What are you going to do with these crystal glasswares?" "I won't use them. They are for the alchemist who will later come to Border Town." Roland used a rod to stir within the melted glass. "They can use these vessels to extract acids and alkali chemicals. I need those chemicals to produce new weapons." "Acids, alkali chemicals?" Nightingale blinked confusedly with her eyes, completely unable to understand what he was talking about. This kind of feeling made her depressed, but if she asked one question after another, she would seem to be ignorant. And Nightingale really didn't want to expose this side of herself to Anna, so she tried to focus on their conversation. This was the only way she could understand what they were talking about. "How do you want to lure alchemists to Border Town? Even Longsong Stronghold has no alchemy workshop. You have to go to Redwater City to find some alchemist, and I also heard that their pay is even higher than that of ministers. It will be hard to recruit them with gold royals alone." "You actually know a lot," Roland replied with a smile. "That's right. I have already sent people on their way to Redwater City. I'm awaiting their answer in around 2 weeks. But I don't try to recruit them with the help of gold royals. Instead, I offered to reveal some secrets of alchemy to them. As for if I am able to recruit them or not, we will see, but at least I tried it." The praise in the first part of His Royal Highness explanation immediately dispelled Nightingale's depressed mood, so she happily went to the center of the yard and picked up one of the pastries placed on a round table and stuffed it into her mouth. Since Roland would now spent most of his time staying at the experimental site during the afternoon, The tea session had also moved from the castle backyard to the northern mountain slope. On the round table, there were the special snacks the chef had created under Roland's instructions. For example, this is called steamed stuffed bun. Its crust was made out of wheat flour, but she didn't know the kind of method they had used to make it so incomparably soft. It was wrapped around a meatball, and when she bit into it, her mouth was filled with juice. In that way, it wasn't like bacon, which was hard to swallow. As long as one bit into it, it was the perfect fusion of minced meat and meat stock. After happily eating it, Nightingale put one finger after another into her mouth and sucked them clean. While sitting on the couch with a full stomach and a worry-free heart, Nightingale was suddenly overcome with a tired feeling. Can it be that I have become more and more lazy as of late? Her body was sprinkled by the afternoon sun, surrounding her with warmth just like water. The rustling sound of leaves created by the spring breeze calmed her heart. She took off her shoes, rolled her legs under her body, and laid down sideways. This perspective allowed her to directly look at the back door of the calcining room, which had an extra curtain in front of the door. The curtain was most probably only for her, so that she couldn't secretly enter the room. Thinking of this, Nightingale felt it was quite funny. The wall separating it from the backyard was well and good, but in the end, it didn't matter. After all, she could just go through the ground. She had also once entered the mysterious room, even standing quietly beside him during the production process, but she still didn't take the finished gunpowder. However, the other side still thought that she didn't know anything about it, but in the end, he didn't know that it was he who was being kept in the dark. After moving her head, Nightingale was able to look at Anna. She was holding a recently melted down cup in her hands and spoke with a serious and focused expression to His Royal Highness. Towards this talented woman with a common family background, Nightingale's heart only had feelings of admiration. She and her sisters were able to escape from their fate of homelessness and were freed from the torture of the demonic bite, largely because of Anna. If she hadn't changed the view of how the prince looked at the witches, all these positive developments would have never happened. If His Highness were to ever actually take a witch as his wife, then Anna was almost the only person Nightingale could think of. Although there was also a trace of expectation in her own heart, Nightingale had chosen to deeply bury it in her heart. She decided that it would be enough for her to be happy as long as she was able to stay with His Highness for most of the time. But when she closed her eyes, she couldn't prevent the pictures from appearing in her head. Roland stood in the king's palace in front of the throne as the new king. He was wearing a golden crown and was holding a scepter in his hand. Then he began to move toward the castle terrace, where he showed himself to the crowd, accepting their admiration and cheers. The whole time was a woman walking and standing at his side. She was wearing a white satin skirt and had to be Anna. Just like the king, she also wore a golden crown, but her face was hidden behind a veil. She raised her hand and waved to the people with a smile. During the entire time, lightning was drawing circles above them, letting rose petals rain down on them. And from the king's clock tower in the distance, a melodious bell toll could be heard. On both sides, Nightingale could see her sisters standing, shouting their blessings and applauding. She could feel how her body was slowly overwhelmed by sleepiness, and her consciousness became hazier with each passing second. Roland finally turned into the direction of the woman beside him, lifted her veil, and slowly moved his face towards her lips. The final scene of her vision became very blurred. When the veil was taken away, Nightingale saw that the woman standing there with closed eyes as if in a trance was herself. She tilted her lips upwards and fell asleep. Chapter 145, Searching for Traces, Finding the Cause, Part 1. Chapter 145, Searching for Traces, Finding the Cause, Part 1. When Theo entered the tavern, his nose was immediately assaulted by a sultry and moist odor mixed together with the smell of the alcohol. Under the dim light, he could see a group of men with their sweaty and bare upper bodies left exposed. They sat around the table at the center, pouring one cup after another of the cheap beer into their mouths, all the while loudly laughing and talking with one another. Then there was maid dressed in revealing clothes, brought them all a new round of beer. After looking around the place for a while, he finally found the goal of his coming to this place. A young man was sitting in the corner, which also happened to be the most hidden place in the whole tavern. The only noticeable part of him was the withered wild rose, which he had put on the table in front of him. After discovering the man, Theo went to bar, first getting a cup of beer for himself. While slowly tasting the bitter flavor of the beer, he discreetly screened the room to see whether there were any other eyes that showed any interest to the little man. The result was very satisfactory. Although there would occasionally be some people that would look at the corner, most of them were unintentional movements. Only one man, sitting at the central table, was constantly keeping watch over the corner, trying to mask it by drinking his beer. One person as a contractor, one person as a lookout, the typical method used by shady street rats. This was also identical of Theo's knowledge. "Once more cup," he shouted to the bartender, "with ice." "Sir, for a beer on the rocks you have to pay double," the bartender reminded him. Hearing this, Theo threw a silver royal in his direction. The more ice, the better. Holding his cup with the white mist coming out of it, he went across to the little man, placed his beer on the table so that it swept over the wild rose. The cold beer flowed along the petals. Seeing this happen, the little man raised his head and looked impatiently at Theo. "Good beer is meant for drinking, not for the table. What madness has befallen you?" "An offer to the wild rose," Theo teasingly spoke as he took a seat across from the little men. "I've been looking for you for a long time now." "That only proves that you haven't been looking in the right places," he replied in a raspy voice. "That being the case, as a client, tell me now, what do you want from me? Are you asking for clues, scrounging, redeem lost goods, or do you want to get rid of some stolen good?" "No, I hope you can help me with spreading a rumor. That doesn't fall into the business area of the wild roses." He shook his head. "No, don't be so fast to jump to conclusions. As long you get paid with gold royals, you will be surely interested in this." Theo shook his finger. "I am not one of those laymen youngsters. Occasionally, so to ensure that the prey takes the bait, you first have to lay out the bait. And rumors are the best way to achieve this. There won't be any evidence left, and with this, there will be no way to catch you. This is much safer than stealing." "That sounds reasonable," acknowledged the little man, showing a smile. "Have you commissioned anyone else besides the wild rose?" "I completely trust that you can achieve it alone. After all, this is only a small place." Their name also doesn't sound as elegant, and they also don't seem to be as capable. The business area here is just too small, so it's hard to find the right business. The competition within Silver City is vicious." He picked up the rose, shook it, and when it was dry he put it into his pocket. "Tell me, what rumor do you want us to spread for you?" "Some news about the witches," Theo laughed. "An organization with the name of Witch Cooperation Association has found the Holy Mountain. They were also able to get rid of the pain during the demon's bite, gaining eternal peace." "Bro, this news is..." The little man smacked his lips, "really outdated. Although I will rarely step away from trying to scam someone, your gossip should at least be a little believable. Let me guess, in case you aren't trying to abduct a witch, then it sounds like you want to ensnare the church, which is the same as just waiting to be sent to the gallows by a group of judges, so I think it should be the first option." Showing a vulgar smile, "Unfortunately, as far as I know, most of the witch hunters who have wanted to catch a witch by now are all already dead. Even though they were all carrying a godstone of retaliation on them, those women, after all, aren't just some idiots." "Why shouldn't it be believable?" Theo asked curiously. "An organization formed by witches would be as flashy as the moon during the night. If it were true, the church would undoubtedly flock to it. So if I were a witch, I would naturally never go to such a place. In case the news was a fake, then there would be no reason for me to go. As for getting rid of the demon's bite, my man, are you serious? The witches are the devil's messenger. Even the witches themselves would snort disdainfully at hearing such a pack of lies." "Then come forth according to this statement," Theo disagreed. "In the end, the customer always has the final say." The young man just shrugged his shoulders. "It doesn't matter to me, just don't come to me afterward and say that I didn't warn you. This job will cost you 20 gold royals. One-time payment?" "Yes, the wild rose does not take deposits nor anything other than money." He spread his arms. "This business relies entirely on sincerity." Theo sighed, but then he took out a small money bag from his pocket, turning it around and letting 19 gold royals fall onto the table. He then took another money bag from his belt and put another 100 silver royals on the table and pushed everything in front of the young man. The latter just checked the authenticity of one of the gold royals and afterwards swept everything into his own bag. Will the news reach the witch's ear? At the moment he had received his money, the little man's face became a lot friendlier. The wild rose has accepted your commission. It's nearly impossible that we cannot get the accepted jobs done. Just like I had previously said, the competition within Silver City is cruel. In case we would ever try to deceive our customers, or if anything was to happen to them, our reputation would definitely fall. If you don't want to rush back towards the west and wait for someone else to take the bait, you can always stay here for the next few days. It won't be long before you will hear the news spread all over the place. Of course, only for as long as they are willing to speak about it. I'll keep it short and wish you success on your hunt, and if you ever manage have catch one, don't bring them to the church. You can make more money by selling them to the aristocrats, and if you cannot find the right person or you're too afraid of being found by the church, you can always come back to us. We will only take a small introduction fee. With this offer, the young man stood up, took the bag and left the tavern. It didn't take long before the person responsible for keeping the young man safe also stood up and left. In the next 15 minutes, Theo just waited and drank his cup of beer, then belched and also left the pub. With this, the task given by His Highness has finally come to an end, he thought. Fallen Dragon Ridge, Redwater City, Silver City, he had visited them all, always searching for the local street rats, letting them spread the news up to the last corner of the city. There were always such hidden organizations. Even the King's City was no exception to this. Such organizations were able to reach places and spread news he could never contact using the legal ways. How successful they were only depended on how much money the customer had already offered. The only difficulty in this job was to find the contractor. He had to say, as an outsider it was quite difficult to get their trust. Only if he used the right phrase would they try to talk him, but to receive the sentence, he had already had to pay at least 5 gold royals. Theo lamented within his heart, if I hadn't already had similar experiences in King's City, I am afraid I would never have been able to leave the Fallen Dragon Ridge. On the way back to his inn, he noticed that there was something not quite right. Someone is tracking me. Although the other party was very subtle, as a professional bodyguard, Theo immediately became aware of the other's existence. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and turned at the next corner, entering an unknown alley. Are they from the Wild Rose? He had purposely turned his money bag inside out when he had paid the 19 gold royals. This way he wanted to avoid the other side becoming greedy. In general, hundreds of silver royals weren't enough for them to go after an already accepted customer. He pressed his back against the wall, counting the ever-approaching footsteps. The moment the other person was about to pass by the ally, he fiercely rushed out from his hideout, instantly pressing his dagger against the unknown person's neck. "Don't move," Theo lowly hissed. But he would have never expected that the other one would just turn into fog, disappearing. "It's a witch." The moment he realized it and wanted to shout out was the moment he received a severe blow to the back of the neck, immediately becoming dizzy, then losing all of his strength and unable to keep himself from falling to the ground. Chapter 146, Searching for Traces, Finding the Cause, Part 2. Chapter 146, Searching for Traces, Finding the Cause, Part 2. When Theo regained his consciousness, he could still feel a stabbing pain from the back of his neck. Damn, that brute of a woman had hit him really hard. He opened his eyes and tried to move, only to discover that his hands were tied behind his back, and his legs were tied to the legs of the chair he was sitting on. He woke up. Suddenly, the voice of a woman could be heard. "What is your name?" One person stepped in front of him and raised his chin. "I suggest that you do not lie, or tomorrow you will already have become just another floating corpse in the moat." Theo had to blink to see clearer. The woman in front of him was wearing a veil, and her body was shrouded in a robe. Apparently, she didn't want him to be able to recognize her appearance. "Theo," he answered truthfully. At the same time, he secretly looked around. It was a narrow room, and his surrounding was covered in dust and pieces of plaster from a broken statue. Even though it was once complete, now merely one half of it was left. The accumulated dust and plaster had already begun to turn brown, as if it had already been abandoned for a long time. The room was without windows, so no sky could be seen, and he could only speculate on how late it was. The only light in the room came from an oil lamp hanging on the walls. "From the Fallen Dragon Ridge to Silver City, such a long way," continued the woman in a cold voice. Why are you looking for us? I am not looking for you, it's the Witch Cooperation Association who is looking for you. What is an association? It's a group of witches just like you. They had entrusted me with the task of spreading their news. Nonsense, the woman snapped. I do not know where you had heard their name, but they are located far to the east, in the Seawind region. Do you think that just by randomly throwing names into the room we would believe you? The woman drew a knife from her waist and Theo had to discover that it was the knife that he had previously used. I'll give you one last chance, don't challenge my patience. What I said was the truth. He stated in a loud voice. He wanted to continue to shout, but in the end he didn't dare, so he said with a suppressed voice. They had originally intended to go into the impassable mountain range, trying to find the holy mountain. Unable to find the holy mountain, they had to settle down in border town, only to discover that the symptoms of the demon's bite had disappeared. When they realized this, they naturally wanted to save other witches. I swear I did not lie. Then why would they send you? Cause I helped them when one of their members was chased by the church's army of judges. I helped her by distracting her pursuers. Their mentor is called Kara, and there are also Wendy and Scroll. They asked me to go. After listening to his explanation, the masked woman turned silent. She put the dagger back to her waist and stepped behind him. Soon, Theo could hear how the two women whispered behind his back. Fledglings, he commented in his heart. Even though the two of them act like criminals, it is still clear that they are entirely new to interrogating. During an interrogation, it is absolutely taboo to ask questions that had only one answer. In the case that they didn't get their answer, the questioner only had the choice to kill or not to kill. If they decide to kill, they will lose any further possibility of receiving any more information. If they didn't kill, it is equivalent to losing their threat of dying. This would severely damage the interrogator's position of power, and the effectiveness of the next threat would be substantially reduced. If he were the interrogator, he would start the torture with the fingers. For every lie, one finger would be cut off. So even if there were an error in judgment, it would become a big problem. Under this threatening atmosphere, the enemy's heart would quickly collapse, but without professional training, it would be very tough to carry out such a trial. As long as he would show a frightened look, the interrogator would become unsure, which is equally to exposing that they just cannot tell whether he was lying or telling the truth. Ankara, Holy Mountain, and the Witch Cooperation Association were reliable and genuine information, which would further strengthen the persuasiveness of his information. It didn't take long before the masked woman appeared once more in front of him. When was it that they entered the Western Territory? 2 or 3 months before the months of demons, and directly after the end of winter, they returned to the town, claiming that they had found the Holy Mountain. How many people are they? Up to 40. I'm not sure of it. In addition to Kara, there are almost no other witches who decided to show themselves. Theo decided to add another bit of information. Kara the Snake Witch, have you heard of her? She has the ability to summon magical snakes. One of them is called Nothingness. With her, she can quickly erase every toxin. I have seen it myself. It was very powerful. You actually do not fear the witches? The woman's voice seemed to be a bit puzzled. Why should I be afraid? The witches are very beautiful. They don't possess claws like demonic beasts, and furthermore, they don't hurt ordinary people. If I feared them, I would have never gone so far to spread the news. If someone went to border town, how could they contact them? Some of them can naturally see magic, so if there is a witch, they will find her. Shadow, what do you think? The masked women looked into the direction behind Theo. I'm not sure. The witch, known as Shadow, hesitated. Shouldn't we wait for our sister and then make a decision? She surely will know what to do. All right. She nodded and took a clean chair, sitting herself in front of Theo. Who is your older sister? The guide. The masked woman's attitude had softened a lot compared to before. Probably his statement that he didn't fear the witches changed her thoughts and feelings a lot. She will take us away from here. You will leave. Where will you go to? The spoken to just shook her head and didn't answer. You are not a witch from Silver City, right? Theo continued, your accent is not the same as the accent of the king. Silver City was near the capital, so the inhabitants here are proud of imitating the king's accent. She hesitated for a moment. I am from the south. Witches from all over the kingdom have gathered here, and soon they will be led away from here. Theo thought to himself, there is no doubt they are another witch organization. They are also attracting witches. just like the Witch Cooperation Association had done before. However, in the end, where do they want to go? At this moment, from outside, the sound of footsteps could be heard. "Sister came back," Shadow shouted cheerfully. With the creaking sound of the door opening, Theo began to hold his breath. Is he the one who has been using the underground channels to spread the news? The newcomer's voice was mature and steady. "What have you asked him?" "What he had said seems to be true," began the masked woman to explain how she saw the questioning. He could not have been so clear in his explanation if he had not been in contact with the Witch Cooperation Association. "Well, there's that." She went by Theo, stepping in front of him. There was a big difference between her and the masked woman. She didn't hide her face. Her long black hair nearly reached her waist, and she seemed to be around 25 years old. Taking her in whole, the most eye-catching part of her were her eyes. Theo discovered that she unexpectedly had golden irises, even standing in the dim light. Her eyes were still clearly visible, just like the stars during the night. Theo had often been at his highness' side, but the unknown woman's appearance could still be considered as belonging the top category. She had a visible scar over her left eye, beginning at her brow and going down to her cheek. This scar not only did not destroy her beauty, but instead added another harsh touch to it. From the first moment that he saw her, Theo felt that this woman was a full-fledged warrior. If the Witch Cooperation Association had indeed found the Holy Mountain, they would have never sent people to spread such news. She shook her head. This wouldn't only let the church getting wind of it and let them arrive. No, they would even have to leave Border Town as soon as possible. I'm afraid they would only bring a great calamity over themselves. Then, what should we do? Shadow asked. The ship will arrive today at midnight, and you aren't the only witches, so you will have to leave, she said without hesitation. I'll escort you to the ship. As for the why, the black-haired woman looked at Theo, who was still tied to the chair. Please help me to say hello to Tilly. Tell her I'll be late for a few days, and perhaps I'm even be able to bring some more witches with me. You want to go with him to Border Town? Shadow asked, surprised. But, in case this is a hoax, she smiled a little and said, full of confidence, if that were the case, it would be the same as killing oneself. Chapter 147, Missionary Mission. Chapter 147, Missionary Mission. Alicia had never thought that she would one day become a member of a missionary mission. After all, when the church sent people on such a mission, the group would always be formed from elite warriors who were also well-versed in letters and military tactics, since they would represent the face of the church the entire time they were away. She was very confident in her fighting skills and her etiquette. It could even be said that she looked like, the whole year I'm constantly moving along the defensive line, always holding and waving my double-edged greatsword. Can such a woman be good-looking when she has to go somewhere? Thinking of this, her whole body was covered in a feeling of unease. The priestess Mira had said that they had to go to the western border town of the Kingdom of Greycastle, investigating the case of the royal power housing and shielding some witches. In addition to the priestess who led the envoy, the group also consisted of 10 judges, one of them being the captain who had given her the cold pill during the defense of Hermes. But it seemed that even away from the battlefield, he was still constantly wearing his cold face, and just by standing beside him, Alicia could feel how the temperature drastically fell. The priestess instead was the completely opposite expression. She was already over the age of 40 and had a pair of wise and far-seeing eyes. Always telling and laughing about anecdotes of the church, she clearly had a lot of experience, full of passion for others' interest, but never losing her elegant demeanor as she went. Even in the presence of the archbishop, her aura wouldn't reduce. More than once, Alicia had heard that she was the likeliest candidate to be the next bishop, and to the warrioress' surprise, as a public official, Mira's writing skills were not much worse than the skills of the judges. For the past 2 days, she had spent most of her time in front of the troops, leading them ever further down the mountain trail, bypassing the forests, cities, and towns, so that she could always keep the horses going at the same speed and try to reduce the physical exertion. This technique was just like that of an experienced long-term rider. When they left the Hermes boundary and entered the Kingdom of Greycastle, one of the judges asked, "We aren't going further south?" "No, the distance between Border Town and where we are is too far. If we take the land route, my buttocks will start to bloom just like flowers." Mira waved her hand disapprovingly. "We will first go eastwards until we reach the Hidden Valley town. There is a river which flows to Redwater City, and from there, It won't be much further before we reach Longsong Stronghold. When was it that you first joined the church? Alicia asked curiously. Not only do you know all sorts of anecdotes about things that have happened in the holy city, but you also know a lot about the world at large. I joined the church 12 years ago when I was 30, Mira replied. That's quite late, Alicia exclaimed. As far as I know, the older one is, the more difficult it would become to comprehend the doctrines of God. It is even more shocking that it only took you 10 years to be promoted from the rank of a believer to that of a priestess. Yes, well, Mira smiled. This is one of the enchanting aspects of the church. I was originally the daughter of a merchant and traveled together with my father through the 4 kingdoms to sell goods. Goods that are common at some places at other locations are rare and because of this worth much more. For example, the price for green coral, when we bought it from local fishermen in the Seawind region, we could buy them for a price of only 20 to 30 silver royals. We put them into water tanks and transported them the whole way northward to Imperial Palace of the Kingdom of Endless Winter. If the transport was successful and the corals still had their natural color and were without any broken branches, we could sell them for 5 or more gold royals. I often thought it's obviously that they are the same item, so how can it be that there is such an enormous difference in their value? Because in some places they are rare, Alicia suggested. At the beginning I thought the same. Mira nodded in agreement, but then something happened that changed my view. One noble secretly harbored a witch who was able to control the temperature. After some tests, he finally came up with a way in which he could keep and raise the corals of the Seawind region in the Kingdom of Eternal Winter. He turned the basement of a house in his garden into a huge pond, setting some skylights into its ceiling. With this, he could harvest the corals once a year. His output was 10 times more than what my father was able to transport, and we were only able to make the journey once a year. So there were now much more green corals on the market than before. He not only sold them to the palace, but also to other powerful aristocratic families. If the price was only decided by its rarity, the expensive price of green corals should go down. But after 2 years, the palace refused to accept those low-priced green corals, saying that they were counterfeit goods. Not only had my father not cut down on the prices of the green corals, no, he had even doubled it. As for the noble with the witch, he became confined by the church, according to the crime of harboring and kidnapping, of which he was burned at stake. But I knew that the corals sold by him were no counterfeit products. There was no difference between them and my father's product. Thinking it's because of the reason that the items are rare isn't the wrong idea, but there are many other reasons which also determine the price of goods. Furthermore, this was only one of the simplest examples. Because the royal palace thought of the green corals as a symbol of luxury, they artificially set its value to be higher. When more green corals appeared on the market, it would also significantly impact the provisions of the royal family. Therefore, at the day of execution, the queen also celebrated. Don't you think that these goods are the same as us secular people? Alike. What? Alicia couldn't follow her thought process. Just like the children of royalty and commoners, Mira spoke without stop. When they are born, they all get a price attached to them, but this price doesn't reflect our real value. We are just like those green corals, yet sometimes they can be bought for a low price, but at other places the price becomes too high to even reach. Too high to be reached. You mean becoming nobility? Nobles are the corals of the royal's palace of the Kingdom of Eternal Winter. The priestess smiled. When they and we are born, there is no difference between us. We both have a pair of hands, a pair of feet, a pair of eyes, and a mouth. However, they were artificially classified as beings of the highest value. This inequality isn't based on their own ability, but on the rule of the royal power. Because of this, I joined the church. At least in the holy city, your origin does not limit your value. If we could put the whole continent under the rule of the holy church, establishing the so-called kingdom of God, it would be the case for everyone. You are right, that would truly be a good thing. Alicia wholeheartedly and thought excited. It would be like heaven on earth if we were able to establish a kingdom under the rule of God. Just like Mira had described it, there would be no difference between the people when they were born, nor would there exist any pariah or slaves. A kingdom of God. Well, do you want to turn all the people into cold-blooded monsters? The cold-faced captain of the army of judges shook the reins of his horse and joined up with them. Priestess, how much do you know about the gods' punishment army? Hey, you, Alicia was about to remind him to pay attention to courtesy, but she was already stopped halfway by Mira. The God Punishment Army is the gathering of the most powerful warriors of the church. They also possess the strongest faith, willing to sacrifice themselves. Only the brave and fearless members of the army of judges can be transformed. Them being the most powerful is a good point. That they need to be transformed to be able to join the army is also not bad. But they aren't the most converted of us soldiers. No, they are nothing more than a group of people without any feelings. Just like monsters. After coldly dropping this sentence, he went to his horse and rode it back to the front of his team. He is simply a rude one. Alicia bitterly said, when she had seen him at Hermes, even so they had to face danger. He was exactly like a general he had to be, both calm and brave. But now, what had happened to him that he had become such a kind of person? It's okay, he's just not in the mood right now. Mira shook her head. To build the kingdom of God, there will be setbacks and sacrifices, but at least we all joined voluntarily. It was already late when they arrived at the next town, and as missionaries on a mission of the church, they were allowed to rest in the town's church. After everyone had eaten, they all went back to their own room to sleep. Alicia was walking behind the captain, but when they reached an aisle, she suddenly called out to him. Mira is our leader. What was the meaning behind your outbreak during the ride? Did you forget all the rules and regulations of the church? After a moment of silence, he asked, Your name is Alicia, isn't it? Yes, and just like you, I'm now a captain in the army of Judge. At the fight during the month of demons, I had asked you for your name, but you didn't give me an answer. Are you now able to tell me your name? Abrams, he said with a blank expression, as to why I did that. Do you have any brothers or sisters? No. Alicia suddenly remembered that he had said that his brother was a member of the God's Punishment Army. I have. He and I grew up in the church. We were so close that we would always know what the other was thinking. Later, he accepted the invitation and transferred to the God's Punishment Army. Since that day, I have never seen him again. The presiding judge told me that his transformation was very successful and that he was now out on a special mission of the church. I was euphoric for him. He paused. Until one day I finally saw him again in the cathedral. I shouted his name, and when he came up to me, I wanted to embrace him. But can you guess what I saw? Asking this, Abraham's face showed for the first time some feelings, pain. He acted like a stranger. He didn't see me at all. He just walked straight past me, never turning his eyes in my direction, always staring to the front, ultimately acting unlike a human. Hearing his story, Alicia could feel a cold chill running down her back. She wanted to shout that he had lied, but when she opened her mouth, no such words could escape. The member of the God's Punishment Army are deprived of their human feelings. They are nothing more than a group of living dead. He pushed Alicia to the side and walked back to his room, not looking back as he left. Chapter 148, The Merchant from King's City, Part 1. Chapter 148, The Merchant from King's City, Part 1. Border Town welcomed the long-missed rainy weather from the dark clouds in the sky. The rains came splashing down onto the earth, hitting the windowsills and the windows, creating a loud crackling sound the whole time. It was reasonable to say that the spring was meant to be a rainy season, both warm and humid. But this year in Border Town, since the end of the months of demons, the number of rainy days they've had could be counted on one hand. Fortunately, the farmland was directly beside the river, which made the watering very convenient. Now, due to the heavy rain they received, the oppressive air had finally dispersed. So now, as Nightingale opened a window, the room was flooded by the rich fragrance of Mother Earth. From afar, you could see the sprouting crops on the other side of the Shishui River. The horizon was covered with endless amounts of green wheat seedlings. Now, washed by the rain, these crops sparkled dazzlingly in contrast to the grey water of the river. Roland stretched his body and put the pen back into its container. Seeing that he had finished, Nightingale finally asked, "Did the blueprint turn out well?" "Well, it is an entirely new weapon, with its fire rate increased by several times," Roland said, placing the blueprint on the stack together with more than a dozen of designs. "I'll call it the rotating rifles. What do you think?" "You don't need to show it to me," Nightingale said, showing an ironical smile. "I wouldn't understand it anyway. This is just the primary type. If the barrel gets shortened, it will become a revolver, which you can also carry around with you. However, even if it would come in handy to have it, I still first have to solve a missing key piece of technology. But when the time comes and I can give it to you, you no longer need to fear the army of judges coming from the church. You mean it will allow an ordinary woman to kill a heavily armed knight? Not only one, but several, Roland smirked. If you're lucky, then 5 powerful men also wouldn't be a problem. Nightingale exposed a look full of disbelieving the moment when he wanted to say something further. A knocking sound could suddenly be heard coming from outside the office. Your Royal Highness, Barov's apprentice who was sent to the capital, came just back. He brought a merchant with him who trades in saltpeter. At the moment, the merchant is waiting outside of the castle for you to receive them. What apprentice of Barov? When Roland thought about it, only one thing came to mind. Before the attack on the Longsong stronghold, Border Town's stock of gunpowder was running low, and he had sent some guards to the fallen Dragon Ridge and Redwater City, hoping to obtain a new source of saltpeter. Barov's apprentice was the last to be sent on his journey. His destination was King's City. After all, they should have all kinds of goods over there. Coupled with the approaching summer, this meant the production of saltpeter would certainly be significantly increased. He had never expected that the last person he had sent out would be the first to come back with good news. Bring them to the reception room and I'll join them soon. Roland looked out the window at the sky and let the kitchen prepare another portion of dessert. Turning back around, he saw that Nightingale had already disappeared, but he knew that she was as always at his side. Later, when Roland entered the reception room, the merchant was only just now brought into the room by the guards. She took off her wet cloak and straw hat, then bowed in front of the prince, showing her respect. I am Margaret Farman, a merchant from King's City. Today I'm here to salute you, your formidable Highness Wimbledon. Seeing that the merchant was actually a woman was completely unexpected to Roland. During this era, the traveling routes were much less safe than during the later times. Traveling around one may not only encounter bandits or refugees, but the towns also had many underground forces, not to forget there was still the dangerous wildlife to take into consideration. So seeing a woman working as a merchant was quite rare. Like lightning, she had bright blonde hair, but her hair was thicker and longer. She should be around 30 years old, and perhaps because of living a harder life than that of the ordinary people, she already had wrinkles around the eyes and on her forehead. Her skin color was also darker than the kingdom's people. At first glance, her appearance seemed a little rough, but it was clear that she didn't belong to the Sand People, but rather to the people of the fjord. Sit down, the prince said, motioning that she could take a seat. You aren't an original citizen of the Kingdom of Greycastle, are you? Why would you ask that? Margaret smiled. The color of your hair, it is a very rare sight to see from people of the mainland. As far as I know, most people coming from the other side of the vortex have such pretty blonde hair. I also know an explorer from the fjords. You are very knowledgeable. My hometown is indeed in the fjord, but I have already left the fjords and come to the mainland more than a decade ago. Today I'm living in the capital and can be considered as a half-citizen of the Kingdom of Greycastle. She paused. Since it wasn't so long ago that you've left the capital yourself, it is possible that we have already met somewhere before. To be able to live in the same city as your Highness, I feel very honored. Sure enough, a successful businessman is splendid at speaking. Even knowing that the other side was just flattering him, Roland still got a pleasant feeling. However, right at this moment, he could feel how his right side was suddenly pinched. This time you didn't need to determine if she was telling the truth or not. Nightingale, you're too enthusiastic about doing your duty. In the fjords, being an explorer isn't just a hollow title. Margaret continued earnestly. You may not understand, but the land where the people can survive is very scarce in the fjords, where the water rises and falls. Some islands will be swallowed at high tide, while other islands spew flames and smoke all day long, and they have such a high temperature that even the stone melts, converging all into a dark red river. Only those who open up new channels or find a new suitable place for people to live are eligible to get this title, so there aren't many people who proclaim themselves explorer. Ha ha. Not only does she call herself an explorer, she also claims her father to be the greatest explorer. Roland smiled and shook his head. Well, children, they like to imagine themselves as great people. In the fjord, even the child will not so easily claim that title. Margaret frowned up. Did she ever mention her father's name? Seeing the earnest look on her face, Roland also really said that had he misread the situation. Can it possibly be that for the seafolk take the title of explorer as something they believe in spiritually? Is it possible that it cannot be called so casually? Her father's name is Thunder. Roland had never expected that the moment he said the name, Marguerite's eyes became big and round. "You know Sir Thunder?" "No, I only know his daughter." "How is it possible that you've heard of the name?" "No one in the fjords hasn't heard the stories of him. Sir Thunder, the Twin Dragon Islands and the Shallow Water Island were discovered by him. With this, he expanded our living area by almost half. He also painted a detailed map of the East Coast and the Shadow Island. Now every child of the fjords knows of the deeds of Sir Thunder. He is one of the greatest explorers of the fjords." "But I heard that Thunder seemed to be buried in the sea because of a storm." "No, Your Royal Highness, a real explorer will never fall because of a storm. He has faced numerous dangers, but in the end he has always survived. At the moment, Sir Thunder must be somewhere gathering the crew for a new expedition, just like he has always done." Margaret leaned forward. "Your Highness, would you happen to know where his daughter could be right now?" Roland was still a little surprised. He had never thought that Lightning's father was actually so famous. Can it be that her tales, which sounded so much like fantasy, were all true? "She lives here in my castle. After the shipwreck, she has kept traveling westwards until she reached Border Town when I happened to meet her and I took her in." "In your castle?" Margaret was full of expectation. "Can I see his daughter?" "For now, most probably not," Roland said. "At the moment, Lightning should be flying over the concealing forest, looking for the site marked on the treasure map. She is currently practicing taking a jungle adventure. But if you plan to stay overnight, you can wait until she comes back." "Then I'll wait and I will talk with her later," Margaret nodded without hesitation. "Then we can now discuss business, right?" "Of course, Your Royal Highness," Margaret answered laughingly. "Do not hesitate to speak your mind." Chapter 149 Merchant from King City Part 2 Chapter 149 Merchant from King City Part 2 Are you King City's biggest saltpeter trader? Roland directly cut to root. "No, Your Highness." Margaret was no longer just showing her formal smile, her speech also became much more intimate. "I run all kind of different businesses, from gems to clothes, from inns to taverns. In fact, not even a month ago, I still had nothing to do with saltpeter trading. Only when the original owner of the nitrate field lost all of his reserves and went bankrupt during his visit in my casino, did I have the rights transferred to me as payment." Not only was she selling all kinds of goods, she even had a firm hold in the service industry. Being able to build such a large business empire, in the end, what background did she have? It was well known that if you wanted to open a casino in King City, with money alone it would be an impossible thing to achieve. Wanting to know if she was telling him the truth, Roland knocked on the table, but Nightingale pinched to the middle of his back left him unsatisfied, since a pinch like this indicated that Margaret was carrying a god's stone of retaliation, making it impossible for her to judge whether the other one was telling a lie or telling the truth. "Wait a moment. Since it's impossible for her to observe, why did she pinch me so hard previously?" Roland coughed twice, suppressing his curiosity. He had heard that some of the merchants from the fjords had settled down in the Four Kingdoms. Their businesses were so successful that they grew bigger and bigger until they accumulated so much wealth that it became hard to even imagine it. After finally securing some wealth, many merchants were easy marks and were effortlessly swindled out of their gains. Only a few were able to stabilize themselves and put down roots and reinvest their money successfully into local establishments, forming a relatively stable business union. Can it be that Margaret is one of those big dogs? This being the case, Roland decided to be direct and straightforward with his request. "I need a large amount of saltpeter, the more, the better. The western territory of the kingdom isn't a scorching place, especially near the impassable mountain range." "Your Royal Highness, do you really need so much saltpeter?" Margaret became curious. "In the eastern outskirts of the kingdom, I have 3 nitrate fields, enough to supply a middle-sized city of nobles with ice." Definitely a big shot. She even has 3 nitrate fields. Even though Roland became overjoyed, there was no visible change in his expression. "I'm going to build a cold store in the basement of the castle to store some perishable food. As long as you give me the right price, I'll take all the saltpeter you can bring." "Since you've explained it so clearly to me," she nodded, "I'm willing to transport all of my saltpeter to Border Town, and I will only charge you the typical market price of King's City, but what? I do not want to be paid with gold royals. I already have enough of them to fill up a whole warehouse. I heard that you were in possession of some foreign products. If you use these instead of the gold royals, I would be happy to conclude a deal with you." "Strange products?" Roland got rooted. It was the first time that he had heard someone say that he didn't want any gold royals. Yes, well, I heard something about a self-running black iron creation. Margaret leaned slightly forward. Your servant said that with this thing, you only need to ignite a fire and boil water for it to become amazingly powerful. In fact, only after I heard him speak about such a creation did I decide to visit Border Town. Otherwise, directly selling the saltpeter to the nobility around the capital would be much more in line with my interests. After all, the transportation distance is many times farther, so I have to bear a significant loss. This is really a pleasant surprise, Roland thought. Although I don't know how Barov's apprentice caught hold of this line, and in what way he had described the steam engine, but evidently this merchant from King's City was very interested in it. How incredible the profits and business potential of industrial products were was all very clear to Roland, especially since they could be only created by his own mechanical products. He had already worried about that after Border Town had sold all the ore and used up all the Duke's coins, that they would have no other business opportunities. But he would never have thought that today such an excellent opportunity such as this would be put right in front of him. So that was your reason, the prince said. What you had heard of is called a steam engine. It converts water by boiling it into steam, which can be used as source of power. The principle behind it is very simple, but only we here in Border Town are able to produce it. So there exists really such an amazing thing. Of course, Roland answered, but it is very complicated to manufacture, so the price will be quite high. If you are interested, you can go with me to see the machine. Extremely interested, she said with excitement. In the North Slope mine, Margaret saw a large, roaring steel monster which pulled several mine carts loaded with minerals out of the mine tunnel. Her eyes turned full and round, nearly falling out of their sockets. Your Royal Highness, this is incredible, Margaret whispered, feeling overwhelmed. Previously I had thought that your messenger had exaggerated, but even in my wildest dreams, I had never thought that he even understated it. I am afraid that even a dozen of people together don't possess a power such as this. Steam engine. Wanting to take a closer look, Margaret took a step toward the engine but was stopped by Roland. The running is very dangerous, don't get too close to it. Do you see the white gas spraying out of it? Even if you only get hit by a small part of it, it is still enough to burn your skin. Do you only use it to transport ore? As the noise was too large, she had to step near Roland and shout into his ear. In this mine, we're using two. One is used to help the miner transport the ore, while the second one is used for pumping out the water in the mine. Roland replied, in fact, until today, Border Town was only able to produce 3 steam engines. We use them there where they are needed the most. But they can be employed for a broad range of purposes, as you could perhaps imagine. They can replace windmills and water wheels to grind wheat. They aren't affected by rivers or winds, and they don't need any manpower or animal power. What might interest you even more is that they can even be fitted onto a sailing boat, moving the paddles, allowing the ship to move without any sails. He knew that their dependence on the wind and its direction was of great significance for the sea folk. Sure enough, hearing this, Margaret looked with wide-open eyes at Roland. Just name a price, I will take it with me. That's out of the question. The mine also relies on it to maintain the production. You can order a few new steam engines, and then when you deliver the saltpeter, you can take them with you. What would their price be? Roland led her away from the entrance of the mine. Being further away from the noise of the machine, it was now much easier to speak. 1 steam engine will cost 500 gold royals, Roland offered. Even so, the price was a bit exaggerated, being almost equivalent to a knight's territory annual income. The ore to produce 1 steam engine cost around 20 gold royals, plus melting costs, labor costs and installation costs. It would be another 50 gold royals. However, to get a good price, one always had to have some space for a bargain. Then I'll buy 10 steam engines. Roland became frozen. 10 steam engines were the same as 5,000 gold royals, almost the equal to the 5 or 6 years of the Duke Ryan's savings. Not even trying to bargain, was that the power of a big dog? He cleared his throat. You're sure of it? After all, it's not a small sum, and the machine is also not always available for usage. And even if you bought it, you still have to invest money into it. I know, it's just like a ship which has to visit the dock every year to clean up the keel of parasites and algae, replacing the sails, ropes and so on. Margaret did not mind it. What later needs to be added, I'll buy it from you. If it actually becomes impossible to manage by myself, you only have to name a price, and I will pay you for the craftsmen to maintain and operate the machine." Roland closed his mouth. There was only one thought left in his mind: being wealthy really must be nice. Chapter 150, Stone Tower. Chapter 150, Stone Tower. At this moment, lightning was flying somewhere across the concealing forest. In her eyes, it seemed that the world had become smaller. As far as her eyes could see, all the details had faded. Only a world made out of pure colors was left. Brown was the earth, gray were the mountains, green the forest, and blue the river. Yet it was this green which occupied an overwhelming majority of her field of view. And not the bright green of the grass fields in Border Town. Here the green was mixed with gray and black, turning it dark and condensed. Whether it was to the west or the north, everywhere she looked, she only saw a dark green, with no end to it in sight. Due to seeing it for such a long time, she slowly developed a feeling of falling. So from time to time, Lightning had to look up at the sky to disperse the ever-increasing feeling of discomfort. Behind her, the overcast black clouds were flowing past very low, enclosing the impassable mountain range and Border Town in rain and fog. She was now flying over the forest trying to find the remains from 450 years ago. For her, this was undoubtedly a great adventure. 2 weeks ago, when Roland had offered her this task, Lightning immediately accepted this mission. Furthermore, there was a big difference between Kara, who thought of the ancient book as infallible, and the prince. His Highness repeatedly explained to her that this drawing could only be used as a reference, and that the most important part of the search was her safety. It wouldn't matter if she could find the tower or not. This gave the young girl the impression that she would have a great time. She knew that His Royal Highness was right, even in case that it was Border Town's castle. Over the period of more than 400 years, the plants would have grown almost everywhere and gradually turned into a pile of dust. But she still wanted to find this place, to determine the location of the hexagonal star. It was the equal to determine the position of Takilla. Having heard the ins and outs of the matter, Lightning naturally understood what it meant for her to find Takilla, that she was helping the prince find the real cause of the outbreak of the war with the devils, which the church was trying to hide with all their might. If she compared this with her father's exciting explorations trying to find new sea routes, it was even more exciting. For her search, Lightning used the chart method. She had separated the map into many small squares, and with keeping a constant speed and counting the time that she flew, she would know how far she had flown. At the same time, she consistently drew out the inside of one of the squares. Every time one of the squares was filled, she also knew that the area had already been searched through. Now she had already filled half of these squares. The stormy clouds behind her seemed to be approaching faster than Lightning had previously imagined. The young girl could even faintly hear the thunder rolling in the clouds. To be safe, she lowered her height, dropping down towards the forest. At this moment, a gray shadow flashed past her vision, shocking Lightning, who immediately stopped her forward flight. Instead, she hovered in the air, looking back through the mass of green. But she could find nothing. Was it an illusion? Lightning thought, not believing it, she decided to search the area again. But this time, she flew at a much lower height. The forest was no longer one solid block of green, instead turning into a collection of mottled tree trunks, bifurcated branches, and all kinds of different leaves. In front of Lightning's eyes, the details of the world had emerged from a solid block of green. After several scores of breaths, Lightning suddenly detected a small white stone tower hidden behind the tree branches. The complete upper part of the tower had been cut off, leading to the problem that the trees had grown higher than the tower and had covered it with a layer of green, making it nearly impossible to be seen from up in the sky. If not for her wish to avoid the rain-laden clouds, she would most likely have missed it. Lightning's heart began to beat faster. Could it be that this was the location marked on the map? She slowly flew several rounds around the tower but didn't discover any unusual circumstances, so she decided to take a closer look to see what she could detect. After landing, the witch only found out that it wasn't right to call it a white stone tower. Its surface was covered with vines and moss. During the passing of time, the tower had now become a gray-green. The tower was slightly tilted to the side, giving the impression that it had been hit by a huge force, which had filled the surrounding with scattered stones. These stones were made from the same material and color as the stone tower, and must have been fragments from the tower's former top. The larger pieces were still clear to see, but the smaller ones had already been buried under soil and weeds. The former stone tower was certainly huge. Even now, the bottom area was still as large as Border Town's castle. Ruins like this would usually have a basement. Logically speaking, the right thing to do was to record the location of the remains and then immediately return to the border town. The various adventures she had heard also all reminded her that stepping into an already for hundreds of years sleeping ruin wasn't the right choice. For example, the stale air in the sealed basement could have become toxic and would quickly end her short life. Knowing all this, Lightning still didn't move one bit. Her own curiosity was constantly nagging her. Go in and take a look, it won't take long. Once more, she looked up at the sky, seeing that the formerly relatively blue sky had turned a gloomy dark. Apparently, a storm was coming. With this it's decided, she told herself, flying through the rain would be very uncomfortable, so I can't help it and have to hide in the tower, and if I'm already there, I can also take a quick look. In case I actually discover the basement, I absolutely won't go in by myself. After thinking about it, Lightning's obedience had been suppressed by her curiosity, so she went to the vines and began to search for the entrance. When she found it, she pulled out a knife from her waist and cleaned out a small hole. It was only big enough that she could crawl through it. The door, which was previously made out of wood, had already been eroded away long ago. Thus she could now successfully enter the tower. As the top was torn off, she wasn't in need of a torch to see clearly. After circling the bottom of the tower, Lightning had still not discovered anything that was exciting. Apparently, over time, all traces of items had been erased by nature. In addition to the remnants of the old walls, there was nothing else left on the ground. Behind a still-standing wall, she discovered a hole in the ground, which should be the place of the former stairs, but every trace of them had already been erased. The access to the basement seemed very conspicuous. It was built in the southwest direction of the floor, facing the entrance of the stone tower. Lightning suspected that if she moved along this path into the wild lands, she would discover the ancient tower city Takilla. At this time, the rain began to fall from the sky, hitting Lightning on the nose. To keep herself dry and no better option, she entered the hole and slowly walked into the channel that extended underground. When she turned around a corner, she was stopped by a wooden door. Although the door wasn't completely corroded, it still looked dilapidated. As long as it was only touched a little, the door would surely be torn apart. Soon, the outside rain turned into a downpour, and the crackling sound of the rain hitting the ground gradually became one, turning the chaos into an inseparable sound. Where she stood now, she was safe from the rain, but the water began to flow down into the hole. To avoid getting her shoes wet, Lightning lifted her feet from the ground and began to slowly float upwards. Suddenly, she could vaguely hear a cry. Mixed with the rain, it was almost indistinguishable. The sudden sound let all her hairs stand up, and the young girl began to look panicky around. But within the narrow passage, she couldn't detect anything besides the scattered stones. With the help of the faint light coming from outside, she opened her bag and took out a torch and flint from inside, wanting to use some fire to take a better look. At this point, the cries sounded again, but this time it actually seemed like it had come from behind the door. Lightning couldn't help it. She flinched and quickly turned around, losing her hold on her torch, dropping it to the ground, where it with a loud splash entered the water. This time the sound had been much clearer. She could faintly distinguish that it was a woman's voice. Was someone in the basement? Thinking of this idea, she began to sweat. How can this be? The stone tower has already been left here for over 400 years. Furthermore, it is also deeply hidden in the forest. In addition to myself, who else can have arrived here? Help me. When the sound could be heard for the third time, she was sure that the sound actually came from behind the wooden door. Also, it sounded like someone was in distress. Lightning swallowed her saliva and carefully placed her hand on the door, gently pushing against it. The wet and creamy wooden door immediately fell backward, smashing with a muffled bang onto the ground, exposing a tall figure directly in front of her. Lightning felt her blood freeze in her veins. The silhouette looked exactly like the devils in Soraya's painting. In the dim light, the devil seems to be watching her, its massive body slightly bent forward, holding a huge axe within its hand which only had 3 fingers. In the reflecting light, she could clearly see the blood stains on the axe body. For a moment, the bloody images of these horrible monsters killing her sisters came to her mind. Ah! Her scream echoed through the basement. She threw the flint she was still in her hand into the direction of the devil before she turned around and flew with her fastest speed out of the channel, directly into the rain, fleeing into the direction of Border Town. Lightning did not notice that when the piece of flint smashed in the devil's chest, it created the sound of a crisp crash. The area where it had hit began to crack, quickly spreading until they covered the whole body. The devil's body, covered by cracks, broke into many fragments, turning into white dust, which then disappeared in the wind. Chapter 151, Negotiations, Part 1. Chapter 151, Negotiations, Part 1. After taking a look at the steam engine, Roland and Margaret returned to the office in the cast to continue their discussion and clear up all the details concerning the business contract. In case that such negotiation included haggling over the price, it was usual that the fight between both sides would need around 1 or 2 days to reach a conclusion. Furthermore, it was generally the finance minister who was responsible for negotiating the contract. The Lord would only get to see the final numbers when he placed his signature, only that the opposite side had already accepted the price. With this agreement, Roland also ended up saving a lot of effort. I expect the first batch of saltpeter will come in a month. It will be the amount of 3 sailboats full, and I will also follow them to Border Town. After giving the amount, Margaret quickly wrote some numbers on a parchment. Calculated in gold royals at the actual market price, the value of the saltpeter will be around 315 gold royals. Until then, Border Town will be able to produce 2 steam engines. Roland deliberately lowered the quantity. They will have a total worth of 1,000 gold royals. You can decide for yourself whether you want to make up the difference with gold royals, or you can also pay us using other resources. What kind of goods do you need? Iron, copper, lead, green vitriol, Roland said. Those are all common minerals, but the first 3 goods I don't need them as raw ore, but as already processed ingots. In addition, I need 10 sets of crystal clear glassware. Since they don't need to have any carving on them, it won't matter if they are in the form of a canteen or a wine cup. But they must be the best quality products of King's City Alchemy Workshop. If the price exceeds the difference, I can fill it with gold royals, or it can be deducted from the price of the 2 steam engines delivered the months afterward. It seems you want to treat me as your dedicated trader, Margaret said. Though I do not have a mine, I know a few peers who specialize in the ore trade, but I would have never expected, with so few nobles living here, you would still consume such an enormous amount of saltpeter. Furthermore, Border Town was established next to the North Slope mine, yet you still have to buy so many ores. This simply isn't in line with my business sense. Your Highness, your territory is simply too inconceivable. A major trait to industrialize production is its great hunger for raw materials, in exchange for the fast output of finished products. So, Roland continued, later on, Border Town will be in even greater need for more goods, so I think it is for the best if we can reach a long-term trade agreement from now on. At this moment, Margaret suddenly became startled and was looking with a face full of surprise behind Roland. When he saw her unusual behavior, he subconsciously turned his head and discovered Lightning, who, soaked through to the skin by rainwater, was pressing herself against the window while still floating in the air. Her face was pale from fear, and she frantically pushed against the glass, trying to come in. Her hair stuck as strands to her forehead, and the water from the rain was continuously flowing over her face. In general, she looked as if she had just stepped out of the river. Roland quickly stood up to open the window. As soon as it was possible, Lightning flew into the room, directly into Roland's arms, and her face that was filled with panic soon relaxed, confusing the warm body she felt with memories from her past. Nightingale, quickly go and call Nana, Roland ordered anxiously. Yes, came immediately the response out of the empty room besides him. What happened to her? In the air, she shouldn't have encountered any demonic beasts, or any of the devils. Or could it be, do they also have the ability to fly? Roland roughly checked Lightning's condition, and after he didn't find any obvious signs of trauma, he finally felt a little relief. Your Royal Highness, is she the one you have called Lightning? Margaret spoke with a muzzled voice, slowly coming closer to the prince, taking a carefully look at this little girl in his arms. Hearing her question, Roland's heart began to beat faster. Damn, how could I have forgotten about her? He ended up loudly shouting, Sean, The guard immediately walked into the office. "Excuse me, Miss Margaret, there is no other way. You will now have to stay here for a while." The prince turned to her while still holding Lightning. "She is a merchant from King's City, so bring her to an empty room on the first floor and take good care of her. Without my command, no one is to let her out of the room. As you command." "What?" "No, Your Highness. Please wait." Margaret suddenly realized what was happening. "I have no ill will towards witches, not to mention that she even is the daughter of Sir Thunder. I would never tell the church about this." "It is just a safety measure," Roland interrupted. "Later on, I'll come to see you to verify if you're telling the truth." "Your Highness, she's woken up," Nightingale said, after opening the door to his office. Roland nodded and followed Nightingale into Lightning's bedroom. There was still steam rising from the bucket beside the big bed, and her drenched clothes hung over the edge of the bucket. The bedside was surrounded by a group of witches, while Wendy was sitting on the bed gently combing the little girl's hair, which until now was still not completely dry. But her previously pale face now had got some of its red color back. Her head laid against two pillows, while her quilt was pulled so high that only everything above her mouth wasn't covered, and her eyes were staring at Roland since the moment he had entered the room. "What is the situation?" "She hadn't received any injury. Her coma was caused by exhausting too much of her magic," Nightingale replied. "Wendy helped her to clean her body, and when she got into the bed, she didn't wake up for a long time after." Roland went to bed and looked at the girl with a gentle smile. "What happened to you that you would fly back through the torrential rains in so much panic?" "I found the ruins," Lightning lowly muttered, "but the devil was already there." Hearing this, all the expression of the surrounding people immediately changed. "Did you enter it?" Scroll asked. "No," Lightning shook her head and continued to tell the story. "The devil stood in the doorway of the basement, and I could hear people crying for help, but I was too scared. I could do nothing besides escape. I didn't even try to save her." Her voice shrunk to a whisper. "Am I not qualified to do the work of an explorer?" "No, you handled it well enough," Roland encouraged her. "Good explorers know how to read the situation and do not take unnecessary risks. When you couldn't save her, escaping was definitely the right choice." "She had to be a witch," Wendy thought aloud. "Nobody else could reach the depths of the concealing forest except for another witch." "No, even a witch wouldn't be able to go there." Scroll shook her head in disagreement. "That is a ruin from 450 years ago. Without a map, which indicates the direction one has to travel, the task of finding the location of the stone tower in such a vast sea of trees would be extremely difficult unless—" "Unless what?" Roland asked. "Unless someone had already been living there," Scroll said slowly. "You mean that they didn't come from the kingdom and found the tower, but instead they are already living there from 450 years ago, one generation after another, living a life in seclusion." Within his heart, the prince had already rejected this speculation. Living for the whole time in the concealing forest shouldn't be possible. Besides a variety of terrible insects and poisonous plants, there was no stable source of food. Only in case you were Bear Grylls, it would be possible to live for such a long term in the forest. Not to mention, in that part of the world, they would have several months of snow every year. Also, with the constant threat of the demonic beasts and devils about, living in the concealing forest was simply suicidal. He once again turned in the Lightning's direction. Were there any signs of smoke in the vicinity of the ruins? No, the little girl shook her head. "Maybe there exist more than one map," Soria offered. "Maybe there are other people like us who are also looking for the whereabouts of the tower." "No matter what it is, we cannot help them," Leaves concluded in disappointment. "Nobody can so quickly reach the stone tower except for Lightning." "I'm afraid we still need to know the real situation." Roland touched his chin. "In short, we have to find a way to ensure that we can come back safe and sound. For today the teaching will be stopped. We are all in need of a good rest. When the time is right, the riddle will naturally solve itself." Leaving Lightning's bedroom, he turned to Nightingale and said, "There is still another problem that we have to solve." "Next, just let her take off the god's stone of retaliation." Nightingale laughed. "Then everything will be made clear to me." Chapter 152 Negotiations, Part 2. Chapter 152 Negotiations, Part 2. At this time, the rain outside the window had basically already stopped, the clouds were dispersing, and the sun was already on its way down, tinting the sky red. Roland opened the door to the guest room on the first floor, seeing Margaret walking in circles in front of the fireplace, seeming quite restless. When Sean, who had been standing at the side of the room, saw that the prince had just entered the room, he raised his hand to his chest and bowed. Margaret, who had also seen the prince enter, stopped her walking and stepped in front of him, anxiously asking, "Your Highness, how is Lightning?" Roland became startled. There were several kinds of outcomes he had imagined, from being calm to angry and possibly acting cold, but he had never expected that her first sentence would be this. "She's all right. Just a little tired. Is that so?" "That's good." Margaret looked relieved. "You seem to care about her a lot. She looks exactly like her father, especially her narrow eyes and pointed nose. I could immediately see that she was the daughter of Thunder." Then, with a sigh, she unbuttoned her neckline, lowered her head, and took off a string of gold ornament hanging around her neck. "Only to verify it, previously you said that you have the ability to judge if I am lying. Did you speak about the ability of a witch? If this was what you previous meant, and if you wanted to have me prove my sincerity, then could you please let her join in this conversation? I do not like the feeling of being secretly spied on." Set into the gold ornament, connected to the gold chain, was a hexahedral light blue piece of jewelry, which had to be a high-quality god stone of retaliation. Roland had been thinking about what he should say to reduce the other's resentment and doubts, not thinking that it was actually Margaret who took up the initiative to do so. To be honest, he felt some admiration for the seafolk woman. Despite being in such an incredibly unfavorable situation, she was still trying to grasp and hold the leading position in their dialogue. Whether it was her negotiation skills or acting style, everything was consistent with the identity of a successful merchant. He received the offered god stone of retaliation and put it on a hanger beside the fireplace. Calculating it by the quality of the stone, the estimated suppressive range at which no magic could be used was around 1 meter. Looking at it from Nightingale's eyes, it would look like a black hole around 1 meter big. To avoid the effective range of the god's stone of retaliation, she had to always keep it away from her. "Let's go to the reception room," Roland offered. Since the other side showed their sincerity, he shouldn't act so stingy himself. When the two of them entered the reception room, Nightingale had already stepped out from her fog and was sitting on the side on a couch, with her chin placed on both her hands and deliberately showing a bored expression as if she had already been waiting there for a long time. When they had seated themselves, Roland first introduced Nightingale. "The name of the woman at my side is Nightingale. She is able to judge the authenticity of your words." "Hello, Miss Nightingale," said Margaret, nodding her head and receiving a greeting in return. "You previously said you don't harbor negative feelings for witches. Why?" Roland immediately started with his first question, which he most wanted to know. "As far as I am aware, the fjords also belongs under the influence of the church. But their influence is far weaker than the belief of the three gods. Regarding this, the sea folk and the sand people are quite similar. They both worship the sky, the sea, and the earth. As for me," she paused, "I had a very important and good friend. In the middle of a fishing trip with my friend, it happened that we were unexpectedly hit by a storm. Fighting for our lives, our sailboat was unfortunately hit by a wave, breaking it into many pieces. During this disaster, she became a witch, getting the ability to breathe like a fish. She found me when I had already lost consciousness and was floating on the water, so it was she who dragged me to the shore. What happened later? Nightingale curiosity was piqued. Soon after I had woken up, she left. Perhaps bigger than the wish to be with me, she was more eager to be back in the sea," said Margaret regretfully. "Since then I have never seen her again. People often say that she would appear during foggy days, raising her body out of the water and guiding the fishing boats with her singing, guiding them successfully around the rocks. No matter what, my friend could never be evil, nor the devil Esminian." Roland nodded. Witches who had awakened to their power were previously only ordinary people, and in cases where the people already knew the witches before their awakening and had deep contact with and understanding of them, their impression would be hard to change only by the unilateral rhetoric of the church. "You seem to know a lot about the power of witches. Only with one sentence, you were able to guess that I had more than one witch." "Honestly, because of the relationship with my childhood friend and partner, I became interested in witches. I had even thought myself about the possibility to host those strange women." Margaret smiled. Unfortunately, King's City is completely differently than Border Town. In the end, I had to give up on that idea because the risk was too big. Seeing that lightning had directly moved into your arms, it seems that she is very close to you, plus she's a witch. So I thought that you could be the same as me, someone who doesn't hate the witches. As a lord, hiding a few witches shouldn't be a difficult task for you, especially here in the borderland. But you still have to be very careful. If you are found by the church, it would be hard for you to save them. Speaking of it, until now Nightingale still did not find any sign that the other had lied. With this, she had already rejected the possibility of Margaret informing the church. Roland also finally came to a conclusion in his heart, so with a slightly apologetic tone he said, "It seems that I was indeed a bit oversensitive. I hope you don't mind." "No, Your Highness, after all, it was also for Lightning and the safety of the other women." Margaret waved dismissively with her hand. "Au contraire, if you didn't care, then you would truly be an irresponsible person." "Are you familiar with thunder?" Roland asked. "Your love for lightning is much greater than the concern of ordinary people for the heroic children." In the face of such a question, Marjorie hesitated for a moment. Roland had said if she didn't want to answer a question, she should just act as he had never asked, but she eventually slowly started to speak. "To tell you the truth, later when I left the fishing village, I joined one of the expeditions of Sir Thunder. Together with them, I explored the sea for a long time. As a young and new team member, Sir Thunder and his wife took extra care of me. On the day that Lightning was born, I was also there. She was born on board, yes, during a storm. Outside of the cabin, the thunder rolled and lightning continually lit up the sky. However, shortly after her birth, Sir Thunder's wife died because of a sepsis infection, and I acted as her half-mother, but I couldn't give her any breast milk. I used to chew wheat porridge and mixed it together with fish eggs and flour, slowly feeding it to her. Margaret's voice has become very gentle. Although Sir Thunder was incomparable sad, he still had to command the flotilla. Without him as the backbone, the crew would quickly collapse after only a few months. During that time, I just stayed in the cabin, watching over how lightning slowly grew, until Sir Thunder found the Shadow Islands. After the discovery, we returned to the Crescent Moon Bay, and the expedition was over. Not much later, I left the fjord and settled down in the Kingdom of Greycastle. So that was what it was. Roland lamented in his heart. No wonder that when she heard the name of Thunder, her reaction would be so strong. As for why Margaret had decided not to continue to follow Thunder on his adventures, he could roughly guess 1 or 2 reasons. Even so, it seemed to be the beginning of a love story. It didn't mean that the ending would be one had hoped for. Such a coincidence, to meet again after crossing many rivers and walking along windy mountain roads. Now that they had already such a close relationship, wasn't it possible to get an even bigger discount for buying and selling? He coughed twice. MS. Margaret, since we can be counted as acquaintances, about that deal. Your Highness, that just won't do, Margaret laughed. A deal is a deal. This is the businessman's eternal principle. Chapter 153, Alchemy, Part 1. Chapter 153, Alchemy, Part 1. Kyle Sitchai walked into the alchemy workshop. Head instructor, when the apprentices saw him enter, they immediately bowed. He waved his hand. You may carry on. The apprentice squatted down again, once again busying themselves with their work. The outermost part of the workshop was the cleaning and sorting room. It was here that all of the gathered materials from all over the Kingdom of Greycastle was cleaned, sorted, filtered, and ground down. The design of the cleaning and sorting room was very ingenious. Laid within the stone floor were 2 rills with water flowing in them, which were also parallel to each other. The area in the middle was the path, while the outermost sides of the room were used as cleansing area and were accessible by wooden bridges. At first glance, the long and narrow washroom was divided by the 2 streams into 3 sections. The light would fall into the room through windows on both sides, shining on the stone floor and streams, sending strips of lights through the long room. The overlap between light and dark resembled the strip of a snake. Nearly 100 apprentices leaned against the walls, dealing with the materials assigned to them. If the impurities could be easily cleaned and were lighter than the water, It could be directly thrown into the stream. If it was heavier than water, they would be put into a basket, to be brought out of the washing room and then discarded. The effect of cleaning with running water was several times more effective than cleaning in a cask of stagnant water. The apprentice had to study here for 3 to 5 years. Only when their proficiency in the sorting and cleaning of all kinds of materials were good enough and the corresponding knowledge was known by them did they get the opportunity to be selected as a disciple under an instructor, and in so doing moving on to the next room. Kyle marched through the washing room, stepping into the core area of the alchemy workshop, the refining room. When he opened the door, his line of sight suddenly opened to a wide panorama, 12 giant wooden pillars, all of which came out of the concealing forest and were delivered by ship, propping up this extremely spacious room. Within the surrounding stone walls, there were many windows, and even the roof was included in the construction and had many windows connected to the patio, making the room very bright. In the center of the refining room, there were arranged 6 wide wooden tables. The tables were filled with all kinds of alchemical utensils: round-bottomed flasks, glasses, scales, mortars, furnaces, crucibles. Each instructor was responsible for the management and use of one table, and Kyle, as Redwater City's head instructor, naturally had the longest and widest table to himself, with most of the utensils placed on it. The room was always full of clutter and in disorder, just like the alchemy process in general. Mixing all kinds of raw materials together, then heating, carbonizing, watering, or burning them. The results were ever-changing and simply fascinating. In case you were able to find a clear path to follow within all these changes and disorders, it would become written down, turning it into one of the extremely rare alchemy formulas. As long as you were able to create a unique formula, you could be called an alchemist. So far, Kyle had written down more than a dozen alchemy formulas, and he believed that each of them had been directly sent to him by God, and that alchemy could be developing to such a level that it would even be possible to separate the origin, making it possible to transmute everything. "Chavez, how far are you with your snow powder imitation?" he asked. Hearing his name, a 20-year-old young man came over, shaking his head. These wretched alchemists of King's City definitely still add other raw materials into it. Until now, the powder is too fine that it can't even be extracted and used for anything useful. He was Redwater's alchemy workshop's youngest alchemist, and now he wanted to recreate the alchemy recipe for snow powder, but it seemed to be impossible without a long accumulation of knowledge, many attempts, and sometimes a bit of luck. Many people, for their whole lifetime, only managed to become disciplines. Even until their death, they were unable to get past the last step. Chavez, however, had a remarkable talent for alchemy. 2 years ago, he summarized the recipe of dry distillation of green vitriol to receive an acidic liquid, winning the recognition of 5 alchemists, owning from now on his own long table. "Do not worry, it will come slowly." Kyle smiled and patted the young man's shoulder, offering him some comfort. After 8 years as chief instructor, Kyle naturally understood the difficulty of finding the right path through all the disorder and chaos. "However, I ended up making something good yesterday evening. The moment those haughty animals examine it, they will lose all their color. Come with me." He went to his desk, to where he had 2 disciplines deliver a storage box of about half a person's height and made completely out of iron, making it nearly impossible to be stolen nor easy to be destroyed. He pulled out the key and opened the first layer of lattice. Within the middle of the lattice, there laid a small piece of transparent crystal. "Did you cut off a piece of a crystal?" Chavez, who stood at the side, took the crystal carefully into his hand to examine it, holding it in front of the window. "No, this is crystal glass. God, you did it." "Yes," Kyle smiled proudly. "I already can't wait to see their expression when those guys discover that their proudest alchemy discovery had been successfully imitated by me. They will end up showing such a wonderful expression." Chavez, who hadn't been able to suppress his exclamation, had gathered the attention of all the others' alchemists. They all put down their work and came over to take a look for themselves. "This is the product you've worked on until late last night. It really is great. It's so beautiful it looks just like a crystal. Congratulations, this will let the place of our alchemy workshop within the Duke's heart greatly increase. How did you do it, can you tell me?" Kyle nodded. We all know that the glass made out of the river sand comes extremely close to it, but in the end when burned, the glass will still contain different colors. This is because the sand still contains some impurities. Now there are two possibilities. First, to think of ways to remove the impurities. Second, to try to get sand which is purer from the beginning. We all tried both methods. I also did the same. The success of the alchemical process largely depends on chances and luck. I selected fine white sand from Willow Town and sandstone from the fallen Dragon Ridge. Everyone around him was quietly listening. No one spoke a word until he had finished his explanation. They even tried to suppress their breath. So that's how it's done. That was very thoughtful of you. Crystals were very rare and expensive gems, and the colorless and transparent crystal are even rarer. So only the clearest of translucent glass had the right to be known as crystal glass. The haughtiness of the alchemy workshop in the king's city was mostly based on their method for producing crystal glass, always dominating the Redwater City's alchemy workshop. Furthermore, the yearly income of gold royals let the Duke of Redwater City develop a deep feeling of envy. But after today, this situation would soon change. If Chavez could also figure out the composition of snow powder, coupled with the double stone method to create acid, we will be able to completely overthrow the domineering position of King's City's alchemy workshop. By then, those who are always used to looking down on other people, I am afraid they will have no choice other than to lower their cookie heads. After picturing this, Kyle Kimmel's mood became even better. As he was preparing himself to screen the raw materials for the second batch of crystal glass, a frantic discipline run to his side. Chief Instructor, a messenger from Border Town from the western border want to see you. He brought a letter from Roland Wimbledon with him, the fourth prince. Fourth prince, Kyle began to frown. It seemed that there really was such a person in the royal family. He knew nearly nothing about nobility. In his impression, they were all uneducated and ignorant, always fighting for more power and wealth. What is he looking for? I do not know. The messenger said that as soon as you read the letter, you will naturally understand the meaning of His Royal Highness. The chief instructor exposed an extremely impatient look. In all likelihood, the content of the letter will be recruitment offer for only a small sum. If that's the case, I should show him that alchemy isn't a cheap trick. However, since the other person is a prince, I still have to maintain a basic state of etiquette. Take me to see him so that I can get the letter and send him on his way. Chapter 154, Alchemy, Part 2. Chapter 154, Alchemy, Part 2. When Kyle Sitchai returned home, it was already completely dark outside. After dinner with his family, he returned to his study and recorded the recipe for crystal glass together with its required raw materials and his experience of producing it in his own book, The Door to Alchemy. In it, he had recorded his journey from the day he had started as an apprentice to his days as chief instructor. At the same time, he had also included all of the newly discovered alchemic recipes of the Redwater Alchemy Workshop. Kyle believed that with the help of this book, he would earn his place in all kinds of history books. Even thousands of years later, alchemists would still have his name deeply engraved in their minds. Only after the candle was nearly burnt out did Kyle finally put down his pen and made himself ready to sleep. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had the letter from the prince, and until now, he hadn't read a word of it. Glancing at the candle, he saw that only a fingernail's worth of candle was left, so he decided to use the last bit of time to read this letter so that he could give a verbal reply to the messenger on the next day. The small remaining bit of candle would only be enough for him to write a few dozens of words, but it would still be enough to read a worthless letter. After opening the envelope, he saw that it contained 3 sheets of paper, of which the first page was the common courtesy and introduction of their titles and their territory. Kyle didn't even bother himself to take a look at it. He directly moved on to the second page. The second page didn't contain the expected recruiting offer or lash out, making Kyle feel a little surprised. Instead, all that was written were 5 strange formulas. After taking a careful look, he noticed that each formula was made up out of 3 compositions. Oh, that's a little mean, he smiled in the end. Regardless of which purpose the prince had, at least he was somewhat tricky in the end. He swept his gaze over the first line. Dry distillation of saltpeter produces nitric acid, saltpeter, dry distillation, nitric acid, these were all terms used in alchemy. Kyle was totally surprised. Isn't this the double stone acid method? The acidic liquid produced by dry distillation of saltpeter has to be gathered inside a special container. It looks exactly like ordinary water, so it will be hard to recognize. However, it is very corrosive. Not only does it have the ability to burn away skin, but it can even dissolve some metals. This is actually an alchemic formula. Is it possible that Border Town also has an alchemy instructor? He quickly moved his gaze to the next line. If the first sentence was already enough to surprise him, then the second sentence was simply incredible. It consisted of a bunch of inexplicable symbols standing side by side, forming an equation. Kyle frowned. He had never seen such strange symbols in his whole life. Looking further down, it seemed that the third sentence was the interpretation of the second sentence, including the names and meanings of the symbols. To be honest, he was still unable to understand the symbols even with the explanation. The hard-to-pronounce words were apparently all newly coined words. In order to link the words with the symbols, he had to read them again and again. But even after all this, the sentence meaning was still a much too complex puzzle for him. At this moment, the flame of the candle shook twice and went out. Hell! Kyle cursed loudly within his heart, and without any hesitation, he took a new candle from the drawer and began reading once more. When the second candle had already burned halfway, the chief instructor's hands that were holding the pages were shaking heavily. What seemed to be a letter, with nearly nothing on, it had taken many times longer than the usual time spent reading a neatly written page. On top of the second page of the letter, there were only 5 formulas. Unexpectedly, they were all alchemy formulas. If it was only given like this, then they would still be an outstanding master alchemist. But it was still not an impossible accomplishment to sum up 5 alchemy recipes by oneself. However, these 5 formulas, in addition to the first method for producing acid, were all correlated well with each other. Certain neologisms appeared repeatedly, giving the appearance that it was a maintained cycle. Nitric acid reacts with silver to produce silver nitrate. Mixed together with water, it becomes nitric oxide. Silver nitrate reacts with iron to form ferrous nitrate and silver. Silver nitrate reacts with copper to form copper nitrate and silver. Copper nitrate reacts with iron to form ferrous nitrate and copper. Previously, Kyle had already put a silver bar into the acidic liquid. It hadn't taken long before the silver was dissolved. Dissolving something or letting it become invisible were the characteristic of acid. It corroded anything. But now, this unknown alchemist had stated that the silver nitrate had been dissolved in the water, and on the surface it seemed to have gone away. But in fact, the silver had only morphed into another kind of existence, instead of being annihilated as previously thought. How can this be? No, Kyle shook his head. Apparently, the other side had already guessed my way of thinking, so that meant these formulas correlating with each other isn't something accidental, he realized. This person wrote these formulas exactly so that I could confirm them. Whether it is silver, iron, or copper, these are all common minerals. According to the following alchemy recipes, the silver can reappear again, proving that it wasn't annihilated and still exists within the acid. Seeing these formulas so neatly arranged on the paper again and again, it became increasingly more difficult for him to breathe. If these alchemy formulas could be proven to be true, their years of accumulated experience, the effort that all of his colleagues had put in, and even the writing in his own book, The Door to Alchemy, would be nothing more than a joke. You can go to sleep early on with the child. I have to go to the alchemy workshop again. To the surprise of his wife, he wouldn't attend to her tonight. Instead, Kyle put on his coat and left straight into the night. Arriving at the alchemy square, he immediately called for the 3 disciples who were still busy on their duties, telling them that he now had to conduct an alchemy test, and they had to light all the torches and candles. The more they lit, the better. His order was quickly executed, and soon after his wide table became illuminated by flames. Afterward, his disciples began to shuffling between the materials room and the refining room, preparing all the test materials for the chief instructor. They had already produced several acid liquids out of dry distilled saltpeter, so he could immediately start verifying the second alchemy recipe. He took some of the acid liquid and poured it into a glass. He then put a silver bar into it. Soon after, the reaction started, and the bar gradually corroded, creating many small bubbles. To shorten the anxiety-filled waiting process, He turned his attention to the third page of the letter, but on it were only one short sentence. This was only a small part of my work. If you want to know more answers, you have to come to Border Town. Damn it. Writing this sentence is equivalent to writing nothing. If I'm able to verify the formulas, I have no other option other than to go and visit this unknown master. Otherwise, there will only be sleepless nights left to me for the rest of my life. After waiting until no more bubbles emerged, he removed the incomplete dissolved silver bar and put a small piece of copper into the cup instead. Immediately, an incredible thing started to happen on the surface of the copper. A thin white film began to appear, looking like a beetle's shell. The white layer became larger and larger, slowly covering the whole surface of the copper, while the colorless acid slowly turned blue. It is exactly the same as described in the letter. The white precipitate is silver, and the newly produced copper nitrate and silver nitrate can both easily dissolve in water, copper nitrate, and then there is silver nitrate, but its solution is blue. Looking into the cup, Kyle Sitchai saw that it had turned blue, just as stated. Early the next day, when Chavez came to the alchemic workshop, he was greeted by the chief instructor, who looked completely haggard with deep black circles under his eyes, shocking him greatly. "Didn't you get any sleep last night?" Chavez asked, surprised. "Had you worked the night through to create a second batch of crystal glass?" Kyle just shook his head and signaled that he should follow him to his table. There he tiredly asked, "You are the disciple of which I'm the proudest, so I would like to ask, what do you think alchemy is?" Just what you have taught me." Looking at the table, Chavez noticed that it was fully loaded with a number of glasses, including a few cups which were filled with solutions of different colors. For example, one of them was sky blue and very eye-catching. Could this be the reason that the chief instructor did not sleep last night? Although Chavez was full of confusion, he still replied honestly, "I think the same. The essence of alchemy is to find the truth of the world in all the disorder and chaos." No, Chavez, I was wrong," Kyle interrupted. "Everyone was wronged. That isn't alchemy, or was it?" Chavez felt that the other side acted strangely. First, he worked the whole night through in the alchemy workshop, and now he asks such baffling questions. Not able to wait for Chavez's next question, the head instructor began to explain. "Unlike what you, I, and everyone else thought, alchemy is ordered. It can even be said that it is following the principle of 1 + 1 = 2. No matter what you do, material will never increase nor will it disappear. It will never increase or disappear." "What are you talking about? Isn't that what alchemists usually do? To create new things, we just put some commonly seen raw materials and combine them after filtering and separation." Chavez answered in bewilderment. "Yes, I also thought like so, but now after I have read the letter sent by the Lord of Border Town." Kyle patted his shoulder, opened his mouth and said some surprising words to Chavez. "I will soon leave this city and go to Border Town to find some answers. Do you want to come with me?" Chapter 155, Visitor Chapter 155, Visitor Roland received the first purchase order for the steam engine, and the transaction's amount was the largest so far. Each naked engine, for the price of 500 gold royals, with the first delivery planned for in 2 months, followed by an increase of 1 engine per month until it reached a total of 10 engines together. For future technical support, like replacing broken parts or improving equipment, a payment of additional gold royals would then be required. Since the natives had never heard of a free warranty service, it meant more money for Roland. Barov was the one who was most excited about the deal. In his view, every increase in the town hall's revenue, no matter whether it was by looting or by trade, was worthy of praise. But there were naturally also some who were against it. For example, Carter, Scroll, and Nightingale expressed all their opinion. They felt that it was still too early for them to sell these powerful machines to outsiders. Even more so, considering in hindsight that Border Town didn't even have enough machines for themselves. Roland didn't explain his reason to them because he didn't look at it only from the view of a lord. No, he also looked at it from the perspective of a way in which he could promote the speed of the Industrial Revolution. It was almost impossible to achieve the task of advancing the process of industrialization alone, even with the knowledge of later generations. After all, the amount Bordertown could handle was extremely limited. Even if he produced a lot of industrial products now, there would still be no one there to buy them from him. So there was only one solution available to him: he must allow more people to join in on the revolution. Only by doing this could new power applications sweep across the kingdom like a wave. What would he get by selling the steam engine? A sufficient amount of money, a huge number of new jobs, as well as a group of skilled workers, with the latter being the most important part. This was also the reason for Roland's low production rate. With Anna's new ability, her former and new production efficiency shouldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. As long as she had enough raw materials, she could now cut out a dozen of steam engines a day. Such products could also easily be sold, but that would only be simply the selling of a machine. But if he wanted to develop the industry, he had to set up a special team responsible for production, assembly, and the maintenance of the steam engine. In Roland's plan, he would build a factory with all the needed tools, such as a boring machine, planing machine, milling machine, and so forth. The complete steam engine production would only be done by the hands of ordinary workers. In the beginning, it should be expected that the factory's efficiency would still be low, and the quality of the first products would also be too horrible to look at, but slowly, everything would surely come on to the right track. In addition, with the experience Anna had gathered by creating them step by step on her own, as long as the workers became familiar with the process, it would be guaranteed that the output would start to increase. The next step would be to use the profits from the sale of machinery to expand the production scale and also to train more workers, while at the same time the already experienced older workers would gain the ability to manufacture products of higher quality, such as steam trains, steamships, and so forth. For Roland, there was no doubt that this would become a virtuous cycle. Those to whom he had sold the steam engine would also indirectly create benefits for Border Town. For example, if they used them for mining, they could reduce the ore prices. If they used them for shipping, it would also promote trade. When used for spinning and weaving, they could make up for their own deficiency. Roland was already eager to see how the new steam power would spread over the whole nation, and all these machines would come from Border Town. And once he was able to unify the entire kingdom of Grey Castle, he could then save a lot of time and work. He also considered the possibility that buyers could try to imitate the steam engine, but for the new steam engine, he would use new circular cylinder, which could only be drilled out by using his boring machine. He had also considered deliberately designed some complex components, which would be hard to reproduce by relying on the current level of technology. Roland didn't believe that they would be able to produce a qualitatively good steam engine, even if they could count on a witch that was able to provide high temperature. After being able to negotiate such a big order, and after finding a way to sell his industrial products, Roland should have felt elated, but he couldn't find any trace of happiness within himself at all. Everything has cleared up itself, so why are you still showing such a bitter face? Nightingale lifted her legs and sat by the side of the table, holding a plate of dried fish. Are you still troubled with the news of the church? When Scroll wasn't around, Nightingale's behavior always became a lot more casual. Sitting on the corner of his desk or laying down on the couch were all her usual places. For other lords, actions such as these would be seen as offensive, but Roland became aware of the fact that he didn't mind it as much as he thought he would, and Nightingale was also clearly aware of it. I always wondered why the church would support Garcia and me for the fight to the throne, but now, I think I'm starting to understand it. If my guess is right, I'm afraid that Timothy also got an invitation from the church. Roland knit his brow. In addition to the business deal, Margaret also brought him a lot of new intelligence that she had gathered from the Four Kingdoms. One of the things that Roland was the most surprised about was that the church had attacked and taken over the kingdom of Endless Winter. If the merchant was right, they would now also be busy preparing the last steps before they launched an attack on the Wolfshart Kingdom. This news had hit Roland like a thunderbolt out of the blue, and ever since then he had turned all of this information in his head over and over, slowly forming a picture filled with bad omens. Why should they support all three of you at the same time with the fight for the throne? It's not called supporting, it's called consuming. Roland shook his head. The church doesn't care if the war spreads throughout the whole country. They'll be happy as long as they see a lot of infighting inside the kingdom of Grey Castle. As for the possibility that the church's believers might get involved in the war, this didn't actually matter to them. The kingdom of Grey Castle isn't as weak as the kingdom of Eternal Winter was. With its vast territory and also a large number of population, if they wanted to take it over by force, they would have lost a lot of their military power. But by helping us to kill each other, they only have to pay a small price to take over the kingdom. It doesn't matter how many believers they would have left. After all, the church wanted to build its own kingdom. Those pills were nothing more than a well-prepared trap. When Wimbledon Roman III issued the order for the Battle of the Throne, it was the same as giving the church the right to dictate the situation. After the Kingdom of Grey Castle, the Wolf-Shark Kingdom and the Kingdom of Endless Winter have been taken over by them. The Kingdom of Dawn won't be able to stay standing, will be soon to fall. The real purpose of the church is probably the reunification of the four kingdoms, taking into account how slow information travels during this era, and the people's indifference to politics. It is quite possible that they will only then be able to see the truth and hear the warnings after it's already too late. This was why he was feeling so anxious. At the moment, there was no basis for them to establish a united front, and hoping that the nobility of the Kingdom of Grey Castle will rush to their rescue if they were to hear his fantastic tale, it was more likely that they would rush to the church and act as their last line of defense. Thus, if Roland wanted to stop them, he had to rely almost entirely on the troops of the Western Territory. But you also have those new weapons, and the army of judges isn't much stronger than ordinary knights. I don't believe that they could win against you. Roland could still clearly remember the time when the church was a horrible monster for Nightingale, a source of endless fear. But that she now had so much confidence in herself came as a small surprise. He still managed to show her a reassuring smile, but inwardly he could only sigh. It wouldn't be difficult for Anna to make revolvers, but there was still a big difference between producing a prototype and launching a mass production of something. Whether it was the reset of the trigger or the automatically turning of the cylinder, both showed good performance. But as long as he couldn't solve the problem of how to fire the bullets, there wouldn't be any real value in these new weapons. In the absence of mercury or mercuric nitrate, he will have to use some alternative materials as a primer. Hopefully, the guard I sent to the city of Redwater will bring back good news, Roland thought. Just at this moment, when he had recovered the enthusiasm of the former day, Lightning, who should have been busy carrying out her daily training, came into the office and brought an unexpected message. The flag flowing at the eastern side of Border Town, near the woods, was replaced by a blue flag. According to Roland's secret information system, the blue flag represented that there was a new witch that had entered Border Town. Chapter 156, Putting the Picture Together. Chapter 156, Putting the Picture Together. Theo ascended a small hill. From here, he could vaguely see the edge of Border Town and also the outline of the Lord's castle. Finally, I'm back, he thought. Previously, in order to reach Silver City, he had needed half a month. But the way back, they only needed 7 days, the longest time of which was spent on the road between Silver City and Redwater City. Although it seemed that Ashes didn't care for it herself, Theo still chose scarcely used trails to reduce the possibility of being caught by the church. Ashes was the name he had gotten from his witch companion, but even after all this time, Theo didn't know if that name was her real one or not. During their travel, she was always dressed in a black robe, and a great sword was wrapped in clothes on her back. Her long black hair was tied into a simple tail, dangling down to her waist. Whether it was during the ride or their travel on a boat, she rarely put her focus on Theo. She always walked alone at the front, taking in the surrounding scenery. Probably for her, this trip to Border Town was just a relaxed and comfortable stroll, sort of like a sightseeing tour. Sometimes Theo would doubt his own judgment. Was she really a soldier? She could easily stumble over the robe she wore. To keep such long hair was equivalent to showing plenty of holes in her defenses. Furthermore, from the beginning of their journey, Ashes never seemed to be afraid of presenting her back to him. The part of her body that he saw from her the most was always her back. He didn't believe that a witch would be able to trust other people so quickly, only letting him guess that she might be confident enough in her own abilities that even a god's stone of retaliation wouldn't be a threat to her. Theo circled the hillside, soon finding his goal, a flagpole with a red flag hanging on it. He went to the flagpole and dug a bundle out from the mud. Folded within it was a blue flag, which was used as a replacement for the red flag. Afterward, he sat down on the ground and clasped his hands. "That's all you have to do?" asked Ashes. At least that was what they had said. Theo wiped away the sweat that had appeared on his forehead. "Go to the foot of the hill on the northeast side of the town. There you have to follow the stone trail until you reach a flagpole. When you arrived at the pole, you only need to replace the flying flag with the blue one buried beside the pole. We will see the flag and soon arrive at your location, so from then on you will only need to wait and we will come." Ashes nodded and then began to look for a relatively clean place to sit. She then reached out her hand in Theo's direction. "Eat." Wait a moment." Theo unlocked his backpack and took a piece of dried meat from inside it. He first tore it in half and threw one piece of it into his own mouth, while throwing the rest of the meat to Ashes. Theo sighed when he saw the witch put the meat into her small mouth and began to chew. Who could have thought that in addition to her great sword, she did not even have one copper royal on her whole body. Even though she was totally penniless, she still dared to swagger so much during their rush back to Border Town. During the whole way, all the accommodation and meals had been paid for by himself. The rooms in the inns had to be single bedrooms of the finest quality, and when they ate, it could only be meat, dry food and things like portable foods. Furthermore, always had to eat the first half of it by himself before she would eat her part. Probably with the exception of the time she was on the field, she was a very cautious person. However, wouldn't the most prudent approach to safety be to prepare her own food? "You always wanted to know where we are going. It is to the opposite part of the channel." After swallowing the meat, Ashes suddenly said, "I am not sure if you've ever heard the rumors about the fjords, but there are countless islands there. Some of them have a very dangerous environment, so those are always scarcely populated. We are going to settle on one of those islands and build homes on it that only belong to witches." Theo was stunned. No matter how he had tried to inquire from her before, she had always been silent, so why had she suddenly taken the initiative by herself to bring up this matter? "Are you surprised? Are you asking yourself why I didn't bring up this subject before?" Ashes began to explain seriously. "There was the possibility that you were a liar who would pretend to sleep, but at night would instead run to the church. But now the girls should have already reached halfway to their goal. They should already have entered the merchant ferry to the fjord. So even if you tell them now, the church will be unable to stop them. Also, I came here to take the other witches of the Witch Cooperation Association with me. So sooner or later, the news will have already reached your ear. Thus continuing to hide it has already become meaningless. Even though I've already brought you to Border Town, you still cannot rule out the possibility that I'm a liar." "Yes, that's true," said Ashes, stressing every word, "but in the end, if we are unable to meet another witch, you will die here, together with everyone else who is trying to harm us witches." "All right," Theo took a deep breath. "Can I ask you some other questions?" Ashes thought for a moment. "Sure, but I can't guarantee that I will answer. Do you come from the kingdom of Grey Castle? I have never seen such eyes as yours before." He decided to start to ask her about her origin first. This shouldn't be any kind of sensitive information, and at the same time, it should reduce the wariness in her heart. "I was born in the kingdom of endless winter, but this has nothing to do with the color of my eyes. The moment I became a witch, my eyes turned into this pair of eyes you see now. Kingdom of endless winter. That's a long way between your kingdom and the kingdom of Grey Castle. There are even 2 other kingdoms between them, so how did you come to Silver City?" "When I was young, I was sold the church, and then..." She paused. "I've been wandering from the monastery in the old holy city all the way to the kingdom of Grey Castle, until I meet her, finally ending my wandering life." "She?" Theo asked curiously. "Tilly Wimbledon," Ashes answered, suddenly showing a warm expression on her face. "She took me in." The guard's heart beat faster. When he had previously heard her saying the name Tilly, he had never thought that it was any sort of famous person. But now, with the Wimbledon family name attached to it, the meaning became entirely different. Tilly Wimbledon was Roland Wimbledon's sister, the 5th princess of the kingdom of Grey Castle. So when he asked her his next question, his voice quivered. Is she your leader?" "Leader?" Ashes nodded. "To me, she is so much more. She is the most important person to me. Someone that no one else could ever replace. When the night fell, the two lit up a bonfire. Ashes took off her sword, raising it a little bit out of its cover, showing that the edge of the weapon was close to the width of her waist, and also that it was covered with many marks of previous clashes. The greyish sword didn't have any edge that was usually seen on a blade, and its weight alone was enough to squash any one person. For most people, lifting this sword would already be an impossible task, but in her hands, it seemed to only be as heavy as a light blade. How many blacksmiths had she robbed in order to get enough material to forge a sword like that? Theo thought. If the prince and his witches delay for much longer, it is entirely possible that I will become the next victim of that sword. I heard that the Lord of Border Town is also a Wimbledon. He decided to find something to talk about. Otherwise, the waiting times seemed to be especially hard for him to bear. Roland Wimbledon, she muttered. I have seen him before. What? Theo opened his mouth. I was sheltered by Tilly and began to work as her guard in the palace, so there naturally was the opportunity to meet several of her brothers and sisters. Ashes seemed to already have a good understanding of the fourth prince, incompetent, arrogant, without any learning or skills. It was hard to believe that he was Tilly's brother. Also, in some areas his courage wasn't so small. To the end of her sentence, her tone had become colder. Theo could not keep himself from shuddering. He had heard a lot of rumors of the prince's previous behavior. For example, he would always brag, was also fond of using cunning plots and things like molesting someone else's maid. Although he had never used violence or threatened the other side, it was still hard to avoid someone in his position. Surely he wouldn't. At this moment, Ashes suddenly stood up, staring into the direction of the road. Someone has come, and they are more than one. Theo followed her gaze, and he could also slowly see the outline of figures gradually appearing from the night's darkness. The one who took the lead was the witch personally responsible for His Royal Highness' security, Nightingale. Chapter 157 Ashes, Part 1. Chapter 157 Ashes, Part 1. When Ashes saw the people appear, she immediately knew that they were witches. She could feel the magic on their bodies, showing that Theo had not lied. But that wasn't all. She could also roughly determine their strength, especially from the witch leading them. Her magic felt like a sharp knife just by focusing on her. She could already feel a faint stabbing pain. My name is Ashes. I'm so glad to meet you, sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association. Ashes put her sword aside and approached the four witches to embrace one after another. No, she thought, there are 5 of them. Ashes raised her head, looking at the black spots circling above them in the sky. Doesn't she want to come down? She acts as our lookout, the witch in the lead answered laughingly. I am Nightingale. Then she pointed at the other 3 witches, their Scroll, Leaves, and Echo. Then she pointed upwards, and the little girl in the sky is Lightning. When Ashes looked at Scroll, she was startled. The feeling of magic she got from her body was feeble. It seems like her body was constantly hidden behind clouds. Getting such feeling gave her a big surprise, an extraordinary. Hearing her question, Nightingale became curious. Are you able to see the magic? No, not seeing but feeling, Ashes explained. Since their body got changed by magic, Extraordinary can detect the form and flow of magic. I think this sister must feel it the same way as I do. Scroll nodded and said with a smile, Indeed, it allowed me to find a lot of companions in the vast sea of people. Do you know how rare such extraordinaries are? Nightingale said, hearing that the other's concern was about the frequency of extraordinaries, rather than what are extraordinaries. Ashes thought to herself, how could it be that the Witch Cooperation Association had already heard about an extraordinary? This term is strictly banned by the church. After all, their abilities are directly affecting their own body, and with this aren't suppressed by the God's stone of retaliation. Any person who got into contact with an extraordinary was the #1 enemy for the church. There will be one extraordinary witch for every 1,000 other witches. Ashes was still thinking about the previous issue, but her face was still unreadable like always. So far, with the addition of Scroll, I have seen only 3 people. After pausing for a moment, Ashes asked, By the way, I remember that the name of the leader of the Witch Cooperation Association was Kara. How is she? She is dead. Nightingale shook her head. She died during the search for the Holy Mountain. That's a real pity. Ashes expressed her condolences in a small voice. But what she really was concerned about at the moment was that the other side hadn't shown much sadness when Nightingale had answered her question. Who is your new leader right now? Let us go back to town first, Nightingale just smiled. You will see him soon. They walked into the town like any ordinary civilian, giving Ashes the feeling that there was something wrong. How could it be that the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association are able to just walk along the streets while holding torches? And what was even more unexpected was that the town wasn't dead after nightfall. Behind the paper windows of many residences, she could see the outline of weak fires, like candles burning. Listening carefully, she could even hear many children reading aloud. Candles, although this kind of item can't be called expensive, shouldn't be easily affordable with civilians' limited savings. They wouldn't be able to buy many of them, so they couldn't easily be used. Seeing that the town actually had this many residents lighting up candles at night was such an incredible scene to look at. Also, judging by the constant word-for-word reading, are they all trying to teach their children how to read? However, since the others didn't mention this strange behavior with a single word, Ashes was too lazy to ask herself. Anyway, here isn't the place where we will live in the future. The only thing I have to do is to take you away from here as soon as possible. After many turns along the way, the group was getting closer to the castle area, allowing Ashes to see the walls and the patrolling guards even in the dark night. Where are we going? She couldn't stop herself from asking. But to her shock, the answer she got from Nightingale was, to Bordertown's castle, it is right in front of us. Wait, she slowed down. That is the place where the Lord lives. Well, it is also the home of us witches. Were you able to reach an agreement with the Lord? Ashes frowned. Even if the local forces were vigorous and coordinated, it was still difficult to face the church with their God's stone of retaliation. So the only possibility for cooperation between a local lord and the witches was when the witches had their own way out, assuring them that they would survive. Unfortunately, when having to deal with such a vulnerable group of witches, most lords were reluctant to sit down and talk fairly about the conditions of the contract. It was more often that they endlessly squeezed them dry and demanded more, so the road to reaching an agreement with local lords was usually blocked. I suppose you could call it that, Nightingale said in a voice without any trace of depression. Rather, it was full of warmth. Every one of us has signed a contract with His Royal Highness. Ashes wasn't able to feel happiness for them. Those contracts written with paper and pen were not binding at all. As soon as the Lord became tired of paying them or wanted to terminate their relationship of equality, he only had to knead the contract into a bowl and throw it into the fireplace. There would be no one who would fight for the injustice the witches would have to face. Their status was like a small boat alone in a storm, always afraid of getting overturned. Fortunately, now I'm here, she thought. With me, they can leave from here and go to the other side of the sea. There, us witches have built our own homes and live far away from the church and any other secular threats. Sure enough, when they stepped through the castle's gates, the guards just nodded and said hello when they saw the appearance of the witches. Compared to the king's palace, the lord's castle in Border Town was undoubtedly much smaller and darker. There were so few solitary torches burning on the walls of the corridor that their swaying lights weren't able to cover the entire stone floor. Walking along the dark corridors, Ashes got a depressing feeling. However, this feeling only lasted until they reached the entrance to the living room. There, the room was suddenly brightly lit up by fires. Entering the hall, Ashes could see some more witches. It seemed they had all been waiting for her, and the moment she stepped into the room, they began to applaud and welcome her. Nightingale, who wanted to give a brief introduction, took 2 steps forward. But suddenly, one of the witches who had previously waited in the room rushed over. Wendy, somebody cried. Everything that happened was registered by Ashes, but she still decided not to take any countermeasures. After all, she only had the feeling of joy and surprise from the approaching witch. There was no trace of hostility at all. So after a few seconds, she was embraced by a warm body. "You survived," said an unknown voice excitedly. "Thank you for saving me." Ashes became confused. "You are. My name is Wendy," the voice said, releasing her hands. She took a deep look into Ash's eyes. "The little girl in the choir, do you remember me?" On the second floor in one of the bedrooms, only 2 people were left, Ashes and Wendy. Ashes had never expected to meet a partner from the monastery here, so calling her partner was a very far stretch. With the exception of that night, Ashes had never had any interaction with Wendy. In fact, she hadn't even paid any attention to the other girls enclosed with her in that underground room. She had not even realized that there were others who had to go through the same horrible acts of people forcing themselves on them. Even more, she had never thought that one of them would also become a witch. I was able to flee from the monastery and settle down in the Seawind region. Wendy began to talk. After a long time of silence, she continued. Then someday I got the news that the monastery was set on fire later that day, and that all the children were missing. Did you do that, or the fire? Ashes shook her head. It was the church's doing. They did it to cover up the whole scandal. I killed some of the managers and the army of judges who tried to stop me until members of the church's God punishment army arrived. That scar over my eye was left by one of them. If hadn't chosen to escape by myself and had instead waited until the follow-up if I had to face more members of the God's punishment army, I am afraid I would have died that day. Chapter 158, Ashes Part 2. Chapter 158, Ashes Part 2. They are the most excellent warriors of the church and are used as the top secret weapon against us witches, Ashes explained. They have the same amount of strength as I, and neither are they any slower than I am also. She hesitated. It seems they don't have their own conscience. When I was fighting against them, I was able to cut off the right hand of one of the soldiers from the God's punishment army, but he didn't hesitate for even 1 second to use his left hand to slash at my eye. Even when I turned and fled, his movements weren't affected in any way by the wound I'd given him. This doesn't have anything to do with having a strong fighting will. Even if they were able to keep fighting after losing one arm, they would still be affected in the end. For example, something like losing their balance. It is simply impossible to adapt to that in such a short period of time. I've only heard of the church's army of judges, Wendy whispered. Since they have such powerful warriors, why did they never appear during the previous fights against witches? That I do not know, Ashes slowly revealed. Even I only heard the name God's Punishment's Army after I later returned to the old holy city and inquired about it from some of the city's inhabitants. You went back, Wendy asked, surprised. How could I let those dregs off so easily? She stood up and went to the window. Later on, I attacked several small churches and camps of the army of judges. During one of the raids, I caught one of their presiding judges. Previously, I had actually thought that they weren't afraid of death, but having to face torture and death, his performance wasn't much better than that of any ordinary person. He soon showed a look of fear and began to plead with me for mercy. It was from his mouth that I heard the name of the God's punishment army for the first time. Before their ceremony, they were all members of the army of judges. Only the best of the warriors will get this honor, and their acceptance must be voluntary. It seems there is a strong relationship between the success rate and their willingness. The big difference between the soldiers of the God's punishment army and us are that they do not get their power naturally or because of their natural talents. No, instead they become transformed artificially. Hearing this news, Wendy was quite shocked. She became utterly speechless. I suppose the reason why they cannot openly use them during wars, like they do with the army of judges, is perhaps because of the side effects of their transformation. When they lose their self, then there is no difference between them and the monsters. Ashes sighed. During the time I was carrying out my revenge, I would often hide myself within a deep well or sewers during the day, only coming out in the evening to start my attack against the believers. But when the church began a complete citywide search, I decided that I had to flee from the old holy city. On the day of my retreat, the blood on me was tightly sticking to my clothes and my skin, giving me a very grim appearance. Probably, looking at me out of the eyes of an outsider, I wouldn't have looked any differently than a mindless beast. She only stopped her speech when she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. Now, that time doesn't matter any longer. Here you can live the good life of an ordinary person. Under the prince, the life of me and my sisters has become very good. After gaining the experience of fighting together during the months of demons, and later, after repelling the Longsong Stronghold's attack, the largest part of the townspeople have already accepted the existence of us witches. This town has turned out to be the holy mountain we have always been searching for. Ashes leaned against the window and took a deep look at the woman in front of her. She couldn't detect any sign of the thin women with dull eyes. that she remembered from her life in the monastery. Looking at Wendy, it was quite hard for her to imagine that she had ever looked like she did during her childhood. Both in body and appearance, when they were compared with the child of that time, it was completely different. Moreover, the gentle and natural tone of her voice made others feel a peaceful serenity. However, there were still some words which had to be said. "I won't be staying here, nor was that the reason that I've come to Border Town." She paused. "I came to this town to take all of you with me away from here, taking you to a place which is really safe, unlike Border Town, which isn't such a place. You do not want to stay here." Wendy froze for a moment. "Why, as long as we live on this continent, we will always be threatened by the church." Because of this, Tilly had gathered the majority of the witches living in the kingdom of Greycastle and has taken them with her to the fjords. That is where she intends to build her own country. Doesn't the fjord also have churches? Because of the special topography of the archipelago and its separation into many islands, their influence can only be maintained on some of the bigger islands, and also, Ashes twisted her mouth, there aren't any soldiers of the gods' punishment army on these islands either. And if they found themselves there, they would soon have to face the wrath of the witches. Going from one island to another, the church's forces would be uprooted, just like when they had hunted us witches. "You and your sisters must also leave, Wendy." She continued to try persuading her. "It was a mistake to spread those rumors. You should get rid of them as soon as possible." When I could hear them, the church definitely has also heard of them, and they will never allow the witches to organize themselves. I don't think that it will be long before the church's army of judges destroys the kingdom of Greycastle. When you have to face the gods' punishment army, do you really believe that the fourth prince will protect you? No secular lord will ever be willing to spend his own life to save a witches. Right at this moment, he may still be good to you, but in times of distress, he won't hesitate for even a second before abandoning you. After Ash's speech, Wendy kept silent for a long time, before opening her mouth and declaring, "I do not know what the thoughts of my other sisters are, but I won't leave Border Town." At the moment, you're standing at the edge of an overhanging cliff, Ashes frowned, and with every day you wait it will become even more dangerous. If you want to avoid the impending danger, leaving the town, leaving His Highness, what difference woe uld there be between your approach and when he would leave us? I do not want to be such a person, and she took a deep breath. Furthermore, in the case that His Highness ever had to face against the pressure of the church, I do not believe that he would ever act as you've predicted. Nightingale has already asked him the same question, and His Highnesses then answered, "I will make this town a place where every witch can live a life of an ordinary person, even if I have to become the enemy of the church." Ashes was unable to respond. She didn't know what to say. She had already heard too many promises such as this, and even if the other party really was willing to protect the witches, in the end, what would that even change? In the face of such an overwhelming power, it would only end up increasing the number of sacrifices. Until now, she still had to grasp the situation regarding the Witch Cooperation Association, more accurately the death of the snake witch Kara. It seemed that the surviving members of her former group have all been fully integrated into Border Town by the Lord. Spreading the news of a safe heaven up to Silver City wasn't done by one of the surviving witches, but rather by one of the Lord's own guards. Although she did not know what cunning plans he had, and how he had managed to make the witches trust him, but under the threat of her greatsword, his carefully constructed camouflage would all soon fall apart, most likely. "I want to talk to your Lord Roland Wimbledon," Ashes finally said. Her appointment to see the prince was scheduled for the next morning. By that time, Ashes was brought into the office by Nightingale, now having to face this disgusting man once again. Although she didn't want to admit it, it was clearly visible to her that Tilly and the prince both shared the same blood. They both had the same long grey hair with a simple beam in the back of their head that during the sunlight of dawn would have a small touch of silver to it, the symbol of the royal family of the kingdom of Greycastle. His forehead and nose were also somewhat similar to Tilly's, and the more similarities Ashes found, the more she disliked him. Comparing his previous appearance at the courts with the normal appearance he showed now, she had to say that his dress today was unusually clean. Furthermore, in addition to well-fitting clothes, she could detect almost no signs of wealth, such as jewelry, earrings, necklaces, rings, and bracelets. Even though he was just simply sitting on his chair, Ashes still had the feeling that he was looking down on her. The aura of a leader. She couldn't stop this thought from appearing. Well, if only taking his outwards appearance into consideration, he really seems to have taken a step in the right direction. Ashes thought coldly in her heart. But it won't be much longer that you will be able to maintain such a posture. Welcome, I heard your name is Ashes. The other side took the initiative to start the conversation. You are a messenger sent by my sister, aren't you? It was my own decision to come to Border Town. But you can still be called her messenger, right? Ashes frowned. Why was he so emphasizing on her role as a messenger? She did not want to be entangled in such insignificant banter. I could. Well, Ashbringer, he said, revealing an unrecognizable smile, I hear you want to take my witches away. TN. Anyone here who detects the pun at the end of the chapter? Chapter 159, The Most Powerful Persuasion. Chapter 159, The Most Powerful Persuasion. Before Roland had agreed to the meeting, he had already heard every part of the talk between Wendy and Ashes. He didn't expect that the long-lost Tilly Wimbledon would suddenly become the leader of another witch organization. Not only that, but she had set all of this up right in front of all of them. No, she had even gathered most of the witches in the whole kingdom. What was even more intolerable was that she was now actually wanted to put her claws into his own territory. According to the information gathered by Nightingale, the witch in front of him was an extraordinary, and her ability most likely belonged to the combat type. Any witch who belonged to the kind of extraordinary had to be treated with the utmost care. So when Roland was meeting with Ashes in his office, not only was Nightingale hiding in her fog, no, even Anna was standing by his side. She had placed several tiny black fires around his desk, all of which were completely invisible to the naked eye, cutting off the area between the two side walls. As long Ashes dared to rush towards him, she would definitely end up cutting herself into many thin pieces. Even so, Ashes was an extraordinary witch. She still wasn't wearing the god's stone of retaliation, but once she put on one of those stones, she would then turn into an unrestricted destructive power. Fortunately, the god's stone of retaliation was hated by the majority of witches, and she was most probably also taking this aspect into account. So Ashes didn't carry such a stone when she was trying to win over the witches in Border Town. You're witches. Don't be so arrogant. They are all living people. They aren't your personal belongings. Ashes declared coldly. Roland got shocked by her unexpected words. This was the first time that he had to feel the feeling of defeat during a battle of words. He had already become used to calling them my people, my subjects, and the like, but now he had unexpectedly faced democratic criticism, letting him feel extremely embarrassed. Although his words were in accordance with the usual practice of this era, the people or items in the Lord's territory, after all, belonged to the Lord, so calling them his wouldn't bring any problems. But if he was to now stress this point in front of Nightingale and Anna, it would only show that his EQ was low, and he'd just be jumping into an already prepared pit. So he coughed twice and tried to get the flow of the conversation into a positive direction for himself. I never thought of them like that. They only stay in the town because they want it. But I have to point out that I myself believe that this place is still the best place for them to live on freely. As for living in the fjords as you have offered, not to mention that the trip itself would already be very dangerous. Crossing over the whole kingdom, no, the fjord's climate is also unpredictable, always having to fear tsunamis or perennial storms. That is simply not a suitable place for people to live in. But there at least, the power of the church would be at a minimal. Furthermore, the witches can rely on their powers to transform their homes, making them safe against any natural disasters. But there is no way in which you could shield them against the strength of the god's stone of retaliation, not to mention the god's punishment army. Ashes mercilessly countered, "Do you know how foolish it was for you to do what you have done? Spreading the news of your witches will only lead to a visit from the church. With respect, you have no way to win against the god's punishment army. Now, the right choice for you would be to let your witches leave your territory so that you can all avoid the tragedy that your actions is leading you towards." Roland had already heard her telling Wendy about the god's punishment army, so he knew that using force to persuade her would be many times more effective than him using words. Of course, he could also simply ignore Ashes, but in that way, he would already be giving up the fight for the witches that are under Tilly Wimbledon's influence. So, despite only having just a small hope of achieving his goal, he still wanted to give it a shot. "Are you able to fight against several soldiers of the god's punishment army at the same time?" Roland asked. Ash's facial complexion became clearly puzzled, but in the end she still stretched out 3 fingers. "3 soldiers I'm able to defeat." Then let's have a fight, Roland said, sitting straight and becoming seriously. Let the test tell you if I'm able to win against the gods' punishment army or not. What do you mean? Ashes became stunned for a moment. Her cold face finally showed a different expression than her usually cold face. A fair test, a fight one-on-one, Roland said, stressing word for word. If I'm able to beat you, you have to accept that I have the ability to resist the church. You and I. Or do you want one of your witches to take your place? Of course it won't be me, but it won't be a witch either. The soldiers of the gods' punishment army will all be wearing a god's stone of retaliation. Roland smiled. Your opponent will be an ordinary knight. Although he regretted it a bit that he would not personally be taking part in it, the other side was a witch with a military strength completely off the charts. From the description he had heard from Wendy, she alone was powerful enough to make her way through a whole monastery, and in the end, was even able to escape from the pursuit of the gods' punishment army. Even fighting empty-handed or with only a wooden sword, she would still be extraordinarily lethal. The actual effectiveness of a revolver was still unknown, and for the sake of safety, he had decided to give this great task to Carter. If he had been able to lay his hands on an AK-47, then Roland would have tried to take her on by himself. Ordinary knight, Ash's face once more turned back to her original expression of indifference. If I win, you will let the witches follow me. Of course not, after all, you cannot offer the same. In the case I would win, you surely wouldn't go back to Tilly and bring all of her witches to Border Town, right? In that case, what would be the significance of your suggested duel? I already said it previously, it's not a duel, it's a test. Roland corrected her. The significance lies in the fact that you will know that in the face of the church's power, I'm not without any possibilities to resist. Furthermore, when you later go back to the fjords, you will remember that outside of the fjords, there is also the Western Territories, and more precisely Border Town, that can provide a place for witches to live. Of course, if you win, it could be that Wendy will start to persuade the others, which would be many times more efficient than you doing it by yourself. I will never lose, Ashes declared. Now call your knight. Not now, Roland waved his hand. We will hold the test in a week. I have to make the necessary preparations first. Until then, you can freely live in the castle, experiencing with the other witches how it feels to live in Border Town. And as a witch with a feeling for the town life, perhaps you will even change your opinion without us having to have a fight. Ashes looked at the prince coldly for a long time, but then she finally nodded. You are right, maybe I won't have to wait for 7 days. They will change their view even earlier, freely leaving Border Town together with me. Roland just shrugged his shoulders in answer. When the other was already at the door, he suddenly called to her once more. Hold on. Can it be that I already have seen you from somewhere? Although he was certain that he had never seen her face before, her stature as he looked at her from behind, he got a strange feeling of familiarity. Roland could also slightly recall something, a sense of familiarity that seemed to be coming from the time he had been living in the king's palace. Didn't your guard already tell you? Ashes didn't even look back at him. If it were not for Tilly who stopped me at that time, I'm afraid you'd now only have one hand left. The moment the door was closed, Nightingale appeared in front of him and asked with a frosty voice, You touched her ass? What? Roland became startled. I can't remember to have ever seen such a person in the palace, and what do you mean with touched? Nightingale showed a dissatisfied look. There was naturally tire to hell with it. Although I really have touched the maid's ass, if I answer this question, I'm afraid I would be showing some flaws. Furthermore, what is wrong with feeling something up with your hands? After all, I also don't care about your peeping habits. Keek, Anna interrupted their conversation. Are you sure that Carter will be able to beat her? If he fails, it may affect the others, which is confidence in you. Fortunately, it seemed that Anna was still calm, Roland discovered in relief. Even though an enhanced witch is not affected by the god's stone of retaliation, she still has to fight with their own body. Comparing this with the quick fire of hot weapons, the limitations of the body will always be too big in comparison. I think the odds that we win is at least around 70%. But for that, I will have to finish the development of the ammunition by next week, Roland thought. Chapter 160, Confrontation. Chapter 160, Confrontation. Roland had already corrected designs for the revolver's bullet a long time ago. After all, circular lead bullets and loose gunpowder were an arrangement that was simply too archaic. Taking Anna's processing capacity into account, it should be feasible for her to directly manufacture the shell for the ammunition. The problem was that there didn't exist a reliable primer, which could light the cartridge of the bullet that was filled with black powder. The outer shell of the ammunition was generally made out of mercury fulminate, which was very sensitive to impacts. When the firing pin was pulled and it hit the base of the bullet, the mercury fulminate would ignite, which would ignite the black powder, ejecting the bullet from the chamber. It was such a pity that even after breaking his head over it, he still couldn't recall the necessary raw materials he needed for the mercury fulminate. From a literal point of view, he would definitely need nitric acid and mercury. However, if he looked at the result of the chemical equation he had written down, it became apparent that these two substances would only produce nitric acid together. In addition, knowing the raw materials wasn't equally to having a smooth production of usable products. Roland would still have to discover the right concentration and temperature for the reactive process, and whether he still needed to add another catalyst or not add one was also a crucial point he had to figure out before finishing the product. Moreover, because of the sensitive properties of mercury, manufacturing it was considered a very dangerous process, and if it exploded one could easily lose some fingers, so Roland was afraid of trying it out personally. So Roland had to settle for the second best option, using a metal ammunition case, but keeping the old flintlock ignition, which would require that the spark could enter the interior of the ammunition case to ignite the gunpowder. Therefore, he had to leave a hole at the bottom of the ammunition case, but he still had to find a method which would prevent leakage of black powder. Obviously, these 2 points were contradictory to each other. The greater the opening, the faster the leakage of gunpowder. Yet if the opening is too small, it would become too difficult for the spark to ignite the gunpowder. He needed something that would allow the spark to ignite the powder, while at the same time blocking the hole to prevent the leakage of gunpowder. Roland first thought was carboxylene, which was also known as nitrocellulose. It was also one of the few chemicals which he still remembered and could also be used for weapons because it had such a simple production method. The cotton had just to be soaked in 2 strong kinds of acids. The 2 acids it used were the commonly available sulfuric acid and nitric acid, and there would be no danger involved in producing them. Even though he still had wanted to wait for the hopefully soon arriving alchemist, but now, where he had the deadline of 7 days, he decided to roll up his sleeves and get to work. Taking the quill, Roland began to write down the idea he had already in his head for a long time. The first ingredient he needed was cotton, and the best cotton yarn were the ones which weren't weaved or dyed, and it was exactly this kind that he had brought back with him from his visit to the Duke's castle, and was now also piling up within his castle's warehouses. Cotton yarn needed to be skimmed, otherwise the grease attached to its surface would prevent the nitrification. He was already familiar with the stuff required for removing the oil. It was sodium hydroxide, which was also commonly known as caustic soda. At the same time, it was also one of the raw materials needed for making soap. For producing soap, one had to add fat to caustic soda and then stir it until it became solid. Afterward, it could be used as washing soap. But Roland has been too busy developing the industrial and agricultural technology, and with defending Border Town against foreign enemies, that he hadn't found any time to invent any such commodities. As for how he was meant to produce caustic soda, the simplest method would probably be the electrolysis of salt water. So the prince discovered that in order to create the new types of bullets, he first had to develop a DC generator. Ashes was walking along the Shishui River, feeling somewhat depressed. Since the other witches knew that she had come to Border Town to bring the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association away, their attitude towards her had cooled down a lot, and there was no longer any signs left of the warm welcome she had received last night. Moreover, she had also noted that most of the witches were practicing their ability in the castle backyard, which showed that Roland had also found a way to avoid the suffering from the demonic bite. Originally, Ashes had wanted to use this vital piece of intelligence to show her goodwill to the other witches, but her plan was unexpectedly shattered right from the beginning. So, in addition to telling them the disadvantages and advantages of leaving Border Town, she had nearly nothing else left for persuading them to move. What surprised Ashes the most was, even though Roland Wimbledon's appearance had changed very little since the time she last saw him, every gesture from him now contained an indescribable temperament, completely out of tune with the image he previously held of being a dandy. How could this be? He had previously definitely belonged to the incompetent class. During business appointments, he would always think first about finding a way to escape, never standing up for others, and even if the problem was clearly caused by him, he was also too afraid to take on any responsibility. That time when he had thought about harassing her, she only needed to throw him a hateful look to make him fall to the ground in panic. But she had later heard from Tilly that he had claimed that he had fallen by accidentally and that the fifth princess was at fault for it. After all, why would she even find such an ugly woman as a guard? From that time on, Ash's view of the fourth prince had fallen to the lowest possibility ranking. Previously, she had believed that such a type of person would be easy for her to handle, but during today's negotiation, she had failed utterly to gain the upper hand. Especially when the other side suggested a one-on-one competition, she had discovered that her threat of using military force didn't work any longer, since the other side hadn't thought about escaping. Instead, it might even have had the complete opposite effect. If she had threatened him at that time personally, in addition to reducing the witch's positive impression of her, it would not have had any other results. Ash's side, if she just could be as smart as Tilly, every problem that appeared before her could have been all smoothly solved. The moment she encountered a situation such as this, she would surely have been able to come up with a solution to this, right? If she hadn't wanted to help Tilly as much as possible, Ashes really would have taken the next ship heading to Silver City and also leave the kingdom of Grey Castle as soon as possible. Unconsciously, she had already left the area of the town. She was no longer be able to see those green wheat fields on the other side of the river, but instead she was looking at the unclaimed woodland. When Ashes was already ready to turn back, she suddenly felt the fluctuation of magic behind her, subconsciously turning her head. She could barely see a knife heading towards her cheek, taking advantage of her horizontal movement. The magic fluctuation had transformed into a surging billow, and Ashes suddenly felt a piercing pain coming from her cheek. The other person's systematic and logical moves were clearly nothing like one would expect to come from an ordinary person. Ashes no longer hesitated, completely dumping her passive attitude to concentrate on avoiding the dagger coming to her from the front. She put all her strength on one foot and catapulted out of the way. However, the other side just disappeared into thin air, and within a blink of an eye, she had already appeared behind herself, leaving Ashes totally unable to follow her opponent's movement. She drew her sword and rotated in a circle, turning so fast that she created a dull whistling sound with the sword, causing a large amount of dust to raise up from the ground. This attack from her had no dead areas and was able to scoop up any kind of threat, but in front of this unknown enemy she was facing, even this tricky attack of hers ended in a complete failure. When her sword swept through the attacker's previous position, there was nothing to be touched. That's bad, she thought to herself, straining all of the muscle in her body, ready to react to the next round of attacks from the other side. But the shadow just disappeared from in front of her. The dust settled down slowly, while the person again appeared near Ashes, playing with the dagger she was holding in her hand. It was Nightingale's. Should I see this as a warning? Ashes frowned. Of course not, Nightingale said, putting her dagger back to her waist. I just wanted to see the strength of an extraordinary. Are you sure? It was more like, do you think I would force you into leaving Border Town quickly, or otherwise I would not stay polite with you? Nightingale interrupted her. If that was the case, what would be the difference between Kara and me? Kara. Why would she mention the former leader of the Witch Cooperation Association? Ashes asked herself in confusion. You can rest assured that I won't hinder you from approaching any of my sisters, and if someone is willing to leave with you, I don't think His Royal Highness will stop you. I certainly would not. Nightingale paused, but if you threaten to hurt His Highness, I guarantee you that next time I won't just be stabbing at your side anymore. Here she grinned and then disappeared into thin air. Enjoy your time in Border Town. Sure enough, you still warned me off. Ashes shook her head. Chapter 161, Alchemy and Chemistry. Chapter 161, Alchemy and Chemistry. The principle behind a DC generator and its structure was very simple. During his childhood, Roland had once taken apart more than a dozen four-wheel drive motors. From the ordinary stock motors to the legendary Golden Panther, and also the build-it-yourself type hand rotators made out of copper wire. These motors were all considered to be regular DC motors. There was no difference in the structure of DC generators and DC motors. At their essence, they were all the same thing. Their function was interchangeable, as long as there was another machine to help the rotator of the DC motor rotate, and causing the wire to continuously cut through the magnetic induction line. It could continue to generate and induce an electrical current without end. With the help of Anna and Mystery Moon, Roland needed only half a day to finish assembling a simple DC motor. All the parts of the stator were made out of wood, and then given to Mystery Moon for her to magnetism them. The rotor was made of a wooden log, with commodators embedded at the tip of both ends. The rotor would be connected by a shaft to the steam engine through a hole in the center. This structure was very convenient to produce, but at the same time, it also ensured that the commutators would be isolated from each other. As for the new steam engine, Roland and Mystery Moon just stood to the side and looked on as Anna performed her incredible processing techniques. If they needed to make larger parts, she would spread out her black fire, wrap it like a cover around a bunch of ingots, and let them melt within the cover. She would then mold the iron into the required sizes. Afterward, she only needed to cut out the right form. On the next day, when Roland was ready to go to the calcining room in his backyard to test out the generator's effectivity, the guards also brought him some very pleasant news. The chief instructor of Silver City's alchemy workshop had come to Border Town, and also there was more than one other person that had come with him. Kyle Sitchai acted in a very decisive manner. In the afternoon, on that very same day, he took his family and more than a dozen disciples with him and boarded on the next merchant ship heading towards Border Town. Unfortunately, Chavez had ended up hesitating for a long time, but in the end, decided to reject Kyle's invitation. Kyle hadn't disclosed the contents of the letter to any of the other alchemists, since the more people who knew about it, the later the departing time would have to be scheduled. Kyle worried that it wouldn't take very long before the news about his success in reproducing crystal glass would reach the Duke's ear. And if by then he still wanted to go out, now, after becoming known to have the ability to create high-profit luxury products, the Duke certainly want to keep him firmly under his control. He had written down the formula for crystal glass and its firing method on paper, then stored it in the formula cupboard of the refining room. This would in turn also give the Duke the opportunity to heavily invest in the production of crystal glass, and in so doing also invest in the alchemy workshop indirectly. But comparing it with learning about the truth of alchemy, whether it was the recipe of crystal glass or the alchemy workshop in general, they both wouldn't even be worth mentioning. 5 days later, Kyle finally had the opportunity to see the author of the letter, Roland Wimbledon. Right now, they were in the castle's reception hall, and Kyle had just finished giving his greeting. But even before he had placed his butt on the chair, he couldn't stop himself any longer from speaking out. "Your Highness, I would like to have a friendly conversation with your alchemist." "My alchemist?" Hearing his question, the prince just grinned. "Before you came to Border Town, we had no alchemist here, but from now on you are my alchemist." "You mean, those alchemical formulas were written by you?" Kyle suddenly thought of another possibility. "My counterpart is a prince, who has received all his knowledge from private teachers and other mentors. So, if he knows about these formulas, doesn't this mean that King's City Alchemy Workshop had already known about the essence of alchemy for a long time? And we, in our delusion, thought we were finally getting ahead of them. Now that seems to be just utterly ridiculous." "Not exactly," Roland said. "These formulas came from an ancient book which were written more than 400 years ago and were recently discovered by me. It seems that hundreds of years ago they called alchemy chemistry." "What?" When Kyle heard that the formulas didn't come from King's City's alchemy workshop, his heart suddenly felt a lot better. But the prince's answer still surprised him. An alchemy book that was more than 400 years old. One had to know that even the King's City's alchemic workshop only had a history of less than 200 years. Could it be that the later generation will also look at our inventions? Yes, in the book, those scholars had formulated a hypothesis which they called the theory of the immortality of matter. It states that matter, which is the source of all things in the world, will neither disappear nor will it increase. It will only transfer from one form to another. But in the end, they are all a piece of the same cake. Roland pointed to a cake placed on a nearby table. If you eat that, it will enter your stomach. From there, some of the parts of which it's formed will be absorbed by you, becoming a part of your body, while the rest of it will be excreted. So, if you now would take the integrated parts and the expelled parts and compare them with the former cake, the quality of the matter should still be the same. Hold on. Your Royal Highness, Kyle expressed his thoughts. If I take a piece of wood, cut it and burn it to ashes, no matter how much it previously weighed, the weight of the ashes after the fire will be lighter than that of the former piece of wood. If the matter didn't disappear, then where did it go? These problems are also explained in the books, Roland said laughingly. The missing matter was turned into gas and water, and the water was heated up so much that it turned into gas as well and evaporated. So in the end, you can only see the residue from what was left behind. Gas, Kyle got an unexplainable feeling in his heart. Do you want to say that the air also has a weight? Of course, the air also has mass. The prince nodded in confirmation. It is also very easy to verify this point. Just put a pile of sawdust into a bottle, then cover the bottle and place it on a scale. Afterward, you set the sawdust in the bottle on fire and weights it again. You will eventually discover that the weight of the bottle hasn't changed. This is because the gas had no way out and still remains inside the bottle. Was this also written in the ancient books? Kyle eagerly asked, could you let me see that book? You can, if you accept a few of my conditions first. Roland gave him a piece of paper. You only have to name them. First of, if you want to work for me, your salary will be calculated according to the regular payment of Silver City's alchemy workshop. Secondly, once you accept this job, you must comply with the confidentiality regulations. That means everything you learn has to remain a secret to other alchemists. Thirdly, if you agree to the terms, you have to sign this contract. The deal lasts for a period of 5 years, and when the 5 years are over, you are free to go on to choose your own fate. Furthermore, your alchemy discoveries won't be placed under the confidentiality restrictions any longer. You will be free to show your discoveries to your colleagues at the alchemy workshop. If you accept these 3 conditions, according to the contract, Border Town will provide you with free housing and a chemical laboratory. And lastly, I will lend you the book titled Elementary Chemistry to study, and if there is something that you don't understand, you can always come and ask me. These doesn't seem to be very harsh conditions, Kyle thought, although those words such as confidential regulations, chemical laboratory, and so on are really hard to pronounce. I think I was able to grasp the general meaning. Also, a 5-year contract also isn't that long. Kyle had previously thought that the price would make it a requirement that he would have to stay in Border Town forever. And even if he had demanded harsher conditions, Kyle would still have wanted to see the book with his own eyes. The book on which was recorded the essence of alchemy. After he had thought it through, Kyle got up from his seat and bent his waist. I'm willing to serve you, your Royal Highness. Excellent, now we have a deal. The prince did not seem to care about the etiquette. Your workplace will be directly beside the Kishui River. After signing the contract, I will take you with me and have you familiarize yourself with the laboratory. I will introducing you to the usage of the glassware and informing you about the workplace's rules. Hearing all this, Kyle felt that there was something wrong with this situation. How can it be that the prince is so skilled in alchemy, making people think that he is always keeping another card up in his sleeve? Shouldn't he be just some ordinary noble that found an ancient book and simply brushed up against alchemy? However, these were all only minor details. He suppressed his doubts and asked, "Does your highness need me to refine something for you?" "I do. I need a highly concentrated acid. The higher the concentration, the better," the prince replied. Chapter 162, Firearm Practice. Chapter 162, Firearm Practice. Liar. When Roland had finished his appointment with the alchemist, he returned to his office. Nightingale asked, "What kind of 450-year-old ancient elementary chemistry book are you talking about? Isn't it just one of the books that contains some of your memories? Sooner or later, everything in it will be taught to the citizens anyway, right?" It was only a white lie. During Margaret's visit, she had presented a package of black tea to Roland. He could now finally do away with drinking water or ale every day. How could a prince who has lived his whole life in the palace know alchemy so well, while having only had access to the teachings of the king's alchemist? But if I were to rather give him a book so that he could study it himself, it would be more likely that he would accept the knowledge compared to if I were the one who was teaching him. After all, the one thing that humans trust the most will always be themselves. Oh, Nightingale became curious. She leaned her upper body closer to Roland and stopped herself directly in front of his face. Then who was the one who taught you? Ooh. Roland opened his mouth, but Nightingale laid her finger on it. If you do not want to give me an answer, just don't say anything. I don't want to hear a lie come from you. When Roland blinked with his eyes, Nightingale had taken back her hand. We have to make use of the fact that the duel is still 5 days away. Roland took this opportunity to change the subject. We have to get Carter and allow him to get familiar with the new weapon. But a short while ago, didn't you complain that the ammunition problem still wasn't resolved yet? The problem only affects the actual use of colixylin. If we only want to take care of the competition, it should still be possible for us to fire the gun. After all, during the duel we won't have to consider the transportation or the reloading, since 10 rounds of ammunition should be enough to draw a result. Roland explained. Of course, the lack of celloidin would lead to a decrease in the rate of fire, which could also play an important part in the duel. But in the end, it would all end up in the hands of Carter and his god-like face. Asterisk to the west of the city wall. After accepting his new assignment given to him by Roland, Carter arrived at the explosives testing area once more. I'm supposed to be fighting against a witch. Carter had been startled when he heard about the duel. Can I wear a god stone of retaliation? Certainly, Roland smiled. But unfortunately, you will be facing off against a unique type of witch who won't be affected by it. Her method of fighting is also similar to that of a knight. She will even be using a greatsword. You mean to tell me she's a witch that is a master at melee fighting? Carter glanced at Nightingale, who was standing beside Roland. More or less, but because her ability is of the self-strengthening type, regardless of whether it is her strength or her speed, they will all be far beyond that of an ordinary human. Roland continued. You have to be mentally prepared. Her control over her body and her power is several times greater than that of that death row criminal after he took those pills. Several times greater. Your Royal Highness, do you know what this means? Carter was shocked. I will most probably be unable to keep up with her reaction speed, even if I'm carefully observing her movements. If she is as powerful as you say she is, I am afraid I won't be able to beat her. Theoretically speaking, your chance of winning is actually 0, the prince confirmed, but he then handed him a strange firearm. But by using this weapon, your chances of winning should increase dramatically. This is the new gun. Carter grabbed the weapon with both hands. Because the trigger and the barrel parts were very similar to that of a flintlock, the knight was also able to determine that it should belong to the same type of weapon. Even though its size wasn't as big as the former, after he held it in his hand, it was still heavier than the former flintlock. Particularly noteworthy to him was that, with the exception of the handle, which was made out of wood, all the rest of the weapon was made out of metal. With its smooth lines and its sharp corners, as well as its light white metallic luster, the weapon was a thing of unspeakable beauty. It was the first time he saw such a weapon, and he immediately fell in love with it. It is called a revolver. Roland pulled out another weapon with the same shape and let the beehive-like wheel pop out to its left. Now let me instruct you on how to use it. Carter soon found out that its operation was simpler than that of the flintlock gun. The projectile and gunpowder had already been integrated into one unit, and as long as the cylinder was loaded, it would be ready to fire. There were 5 holes in the cylinder, which meant that each cylinder could be filled with up to 5 rounds of ammunition. This was probably also the reason why it was classed as a revolver. There was a hole where the revolver's hammer met the cylinder. If the hammer hit the hole, a spark would be created, and a loud friction sound would then be heard. Maybe there is flint hidden inside it, he thought. But this bullet's design really is much too incredible. This light yellow shell is made out of a thin copper plate, and the body appears to be perfectly round, but also totally smooth at the same time. I can't even see any cracks or gaps in the outer shell. The bullet's front is slender, while its rear is as thick as my index finger. It fits very accurately into the holes in the cylinder. How were they able to produce this? The ammunition still isn't finished yet, so you have to always pay attention to the opening at the bottom of the bullet. Roland performed a shooting motion. Like me, you have to always keep pointing the muzzle downwards. Don't let the powder leak out from the openings. After each shot, you have to clean up the revolver's bullet nest, or else the scattered gunpowder will start to accumulate inside the hole. Unfinished goods. Yeah, the prince shrugged. There is an important part that still needs to be resolved, but if everything goes well, we can finish it before the start of the duel. The hole at the bottom will then be sealed so that you will no longer need to worry about losing gunpowder. When the bottom becomes sealed, how will the gunpowder inside the bullet be ignited? Carter thought this, but soon decided not to think any further about this seemingly impossible problem. After all, he was not as knowledgeable as His Royal Highness, who knew so much. That's right, he is erudite and multi-talented. At present, Carter already admired the fourth prince and prostrated himself in admiration. No matter if it were a master alchemist or an astrologer who held a high position at court, none of them had invented as many strange things in addition. All of Roland's products had a great value. His inventions were unlike snow powder, which was the kind of invention that could only be used as a toy for the nobility. The steam engine invented by His Royal Highness was currently being used for mining and pumping operations, and his guns and cannons helped repel the demonic beast and also the Duke's coalition. Now Carter was already convinced that as long as he had enough time, the throne of the Kingdom of Greycastle would definitely end up in the hands of Roland Wimbledon, the great lord of Border Town. The distance to the target was 10 meters, but apart from the issue with the distance, there was also the problem that the human mark was only the size of one's hand. Carter took on a shooting stance in accordance with the teachings of His Highness. He then held the gun in both hands, leaned his body slightly forwards, aligned the barrel in line with the center of the target, and then pulled the trigger. Sparks and gas were ejected from both sides of the wheel, and a loud noise hurt his ears. It felt like someone had shoved him backward, and his arms were also unconsciously pushed upwards. When the smoke finally cleared, the target still seemed to be intact. "Go on," said Roland. Carter took a deep breath and then fired the remaining 4 bullets. However, the result was still the same. No bullet had hit the target. Carter was shaken, but when he looked to His Royal Highness, he discovered that the latter didn't seem to care. With its shorter barrel, the pistol's accuracy and range aren't as good as the rifle's, so it's entirely reasonable for you to miss. Plus, the bullet's diameter is close to 12 millimeters. With the diameter to be nearly 12 millimeters, the recoil also has to be much larger than from the flintlock. The prince began to explain, but Carter couldn't understand what he wanted to say to him. All in all, you only have to follow my instructions and keep on practice a lot. If one day, before the duel, you are able to hit the target with all the 5 bullets, you will really a chance to win. Oh, and that's right. Don't forget to collect the bullet casings. They can be reloaded and used more than once. Chapter 163, Maggie the Witch. Chapter 163, Maggie the Witch. Ashes sat at the top of the castle, waiting for the arrival of the day of the competition. During the past few days, her attempts at persuading the other witches had not shown any progress. The stubbornness of the witches had greatly exceeded her expectations, whether it was the older women like Scrolls or the minors such as like Lily. They all refused her invitation. The only difference between them was their manner and reason in rejecting her. Some chose to stay because of Roland, while others didn't want to leave the Witch Cooperation Association. But in the end, the 10 witches had all gathered together turned into one unbreakable piece of iron. As for Anna and Nana, both of whom had originally come from Border Town, Ashes wasn't in the mood to even try to lure them away. In particular, when Ashes stood in front of the Anna, the magic she could feel coming from her was completely different to anything else she had ever felt before. Her magic felt like it was as hard as steel, but at the same time, it also had a smooth and dense feeling to it. It felt as if she was separated from Ashes by a wall of iron. Among the many witches that Tilly had been able to gather, none of them had ever given her that feeling. After inquiring the other witches on this topic, she learned that Anna's way of controlling her flame was actually quite unique. However, how could it be that even though her flame was invisible, it still felt as if there was a real barrier present? Ashes simply couldn't understand this. As for Border Town, in comparison to the other towns and villages that Ashes had seen before, it was quite different. If she were to put it into words, Ashes would have to say that felt as if the town was full of vitality, and that the people here all seemed to be holding on to a purpose for each and every day. From her position high up on top of the castle, she had a perfect panoramic view over the whole town. It seemed that at this moment, the most intense flow of people was in the area for the new houses. They had separated a square site as the new district, and within that area, every house looked similar to the next. There was an endless stream of carriages, continually bringing in new batches of bricks from the north of the town, while the masons were starting to dig out the foundations for a dozen new, similarly shaped houses. Soon after, they could start to raise the walls, which was all done surprisingly quickly. Within a day, the walls had already reached around the height of a child. Looking into the northeastern direction, she could see smoke constantly rising up into the sky. The smoke wasn't caused by a mountain fire, but rather was the workings of the brick kilns. In particularly, there were several thick brick towers that had been erected, all of which at first glance like a forest of colossal red tree trunks from the distance. Looking in the direction of the river, she could see some of the several sailboats that were arriving at Border Town every day since she had been here. Most of these sailboats came from Long Song Stronghold and were all loaded with so many items that the unloaded goods would almost fill up the entire shipyard. A group of guards were always patrolling around the yard while keeping those strange wooden pikes in their hands. Unlike the guards from some of the other cities' garrisons, they weren't walking around languidly for a short time before disappearing to find a place to hide and take a nap. No, they always marched in a straight line, moving between the terminal and the yard, and sometimes would even take the initiative to come forward and help to unload the ships, all of which Ashes had no memory of ever witnessing such a scene ever before. What kind of spell had Roland Wimbledon used that had given these people so much enthusiasm for constructing this new town in such a barren and desolated land? Just at that moment, from overhead, Ashes heard a burst of goo-goo sounds from a flock of birds. She raised her head and saw how a large fat pigeon dropped down from the sky and landed on her shoulder. "Finally, I have found you," said the dove beside her cheek. "Has Tilly sent you?" Ashes pulled some wheat corns from her pocket and threw them on the roof. The pigeon began to flap her wings in anger, which was probably supposed to mean something like, "I'm not a bird, grr. After you turn back into a human, we can speak again." "So okay." Goo, when the voice faded, the pigeon's feathers suddenly expanded and released a white light from the gaps between its feathers. Its head moved up, followed by the rapid expansion of its body. Simultaneously, its feathers began to shrink and were turned into a bundle of long white hair. No matter how many times she saw this happen, Ashes would always be amazed. Maggie's ability as a witch, which allowed her to change into a variety of birds, besides the problem that she was quite fat in her bird form, was wonderful and charming ability. She would even sometimes long to have Maggie's ability, rather than being an extraordinary who didn't have to be afraid of the power of God's stone of retaliation. She was much more eager to have the ability to travel from one place to another. With this ability, as long as she wanted to see Tilly, she could immediately go to her, no matter where Tilly was at the time. Even with the trace I could follow, it still wasn't that easy to locate your position. Maggie's entire body trembled as if she was drying her feathers. The distance was so far that my magical stone statue couldn't even sense the magical fluctuation coming from your mark. Fortunately, Shadow could still tell me your approximate whereabouts. When I flew over the fallen dragon ridge, the magical stone finally showed some reaction. In addition to her bunch of amazing white hair, the most eye-catching part of her was her short stature. She was obviously an adult, but until you reached her waist, she still had the exact same appearance as a young girl. If she untied her white hair, it could almost cover her entire body. Has Tilly safely arrived in the fjords? Ashes sat down and patted at the tiles beside her. The other side, just like a bird, obediently came over. She took the Empress of the Sea and had a safe travel, but during the second trip, a strong north wind came up and pushed the ship against the shore. Fortunately, no witch was killed. The third and fourth ships are still at sea. The moment I heard of your travel, I came over to find you. That's good. Ashes could finally feel some relief, although she felt disgusted when she saw the prince's face. One thing he had said wasn't wrong. He was right that the voyage from the Kingdom of Grey Castle to the fjords would be filled with danger. The weather on the sea could change far more rapidly than here on land, and at the same time, it could also be much more violent than on land. What was an entirely blue sky of pleasant winds just moments before could turn into a storm within the blink of an eye. Fighting against the overwhelming waves, her extraordinary power appeared to be negligible. You both say the same thing, Maggie continued. Shadow stated that you did not come back together with them because you wanted to recruit some new witches from Border Town. Rather than asking for more details, Lady Tilly just said that's good. She paused and took a look at her surroundings. The new companions, where are they? They do not want to leave. Ashes sighed in regret and began to repeat her story. Compared to me, they seem to believe in the Lord of Border Town, who is Tilly's brother. Lady Tilly was willing to accept us, and now even her brother is also prepared to take us in. To me this doesn't seem to be bad, Gur. She leaned over. That being the case, shouldn't you already be on your way on the road to the fjords? Without your help, Lady Tilly cannot start the cleansing program. Ashes shook her head. I still have to wait. I will leave immediately after the duel has finished. But you just said even if you win, the other side still wouldn't take the initiative to accept your offer. Maggie muttered, so why do you have to complete this test? If there is a chance, I still want to try. Ash's answer came quietly. The cleansing program has no immediate effect, but if I'm able to bring a witch with me, Tilly's strength will definitely increase. Well, Maggie nodded, in that case, I will be staying here and wait for you so that we can both go back together. But there is still one thing you have to take note of. When I flew over the fallen dragon ridge, I saw a group of riders flying the banner of the church. They were about 10 strong. That isn't a very large number. If they are raising their flag, that must mean they belong to the army of judges. Ashes said in a cold voice, except for Border Town, I don't think there is any other place near here that the church would want to send their envoys. Their noses are as sensitive as a dog's. All is well and good. We will keep this information to ourselves until I finish neatly defeating their knight. Afterward, I will tell him the news that the church is approaching. Roland Wimbledon should finally realize what a terrible mistake he had made. How awesome would that be? Chapter 164, Highly Concentrated Acid. Chapter 164, Highly Concentrated Acid. Kyle Sitchai had hardly gotten any sleep these past few days. He had soon discovered that coming to Border Town had been the wisest choice in his life. He had spent 2 full days and 1 night reading the complete book on primary chemistry, and now that he had started to read it once more, even though he had only slept for 2 or 3 hours, it was more than enough for him to be full of energy. Now, as he returned back to the first page, he started to read the ancient book carefully once more. Matter is made up of tiny particles. The changes of matter are from the decomposition and the recombination of those aforementioned particles. During the entire reaction process, the total amount of matter will always remain constant the entire time. For goodness sake, what kind of person could write such a book? Unexpectedly, there are some people who could see the world in such details that they could narrate it so clearly. More than once did he suspect that the contents of the book were actually all a fabrication. But after he did some alchemy tests according to the example given, the results were all fully in line with what was written in the book. Moreover, not only did this work during the experiments, no, he had also frequently seen some example of this working in reality, all of which showed that what was written in the book was correct. There were things such as oxygen, which was described in Chapter 1. This gas is one of the main components of air. People were not breathing air to live, but rather the oxygen that came with it. A flame also required oxygen to be able to burn. The combustion was essentially a kind of oxidation reaction. The more oxygen the fire was supplied with, the more intense the combustion would be. These words reminded him of the kilns they used in Silver City to burn glass. 2 people had to constantly work on the blister bag in order to allow the furnace temperature to reach the level at which the gravel would start to melt. Since it was all made out of matter, this was also possible through alchemy. No, it was simply a chemical reaction drawn out from pure oxygen. If it were possible to supply the furnace with pure oxygen, couldn't the blast equipment also be left out? And the most surprising part he had read in the book was that water was actually composed of 2 hydrogen particles and 1 oxygen particle, which was probably also the reason why all creatures had to drink water. However, hydrogen seemed to be a gas, but when combined with oxygen, which was also another type of gas, it became a liquid. How could this be possible? Kyle discovered that he still had many questions left unanswered and also many things to consider. But there was no doubt that with this new knowledge, he had already left the other alchemist far behind. While they were still searching for formulas in their world filled with chaos and a fog of obscurity, He instead had a flat and straight road directly before his eyes. Whatever, I can leave this for later. Now it is time to do some proper business. He finally closed the book, filled with reluctance. Looking out of the window, he saw that at this point the horizon had already begun to turn white, which meant that it was time for him to go to work. Kyle blew out the candle, and when he approached the bedroom, he saw that both his wife and daughter were still busy sleeping. Afterward, he stepped out of the house and closed the door quietly behind him. The house His Royal Highness had assigned to him laid in a district west of the castle. Comparing the new house with his former house in Silver City, there were a lot of differences. The walls were now made out of brick, instead of the quickly molding wood he had seen in Silver City. Furthermore, the house was also many times more comfortable, and the kitchen utensils and furniture were all stocked with everything that they needed. Although he hadn't spoken about it out loud, deep down he was much more satisfied with this new life. His disciples lived in another district, 2 blocks away from him. Their house was much smaller, and they didn't have a room for themselves. Their house was a bit like an inn, where a bedroom had to be shared with 4 people. When he came to his laboratory at the Shishui River, he saw that his disciples have already been busy. They had all been carefully selected by Kyle. They had worked in the alchemy workshop almost from their childhood onwards, learning how to clean and sort the materials. By now, all of them had already reached an age between 20 and 30 years old. Seeing that all the laboratory utensils and shiny glass containers were clean, Kyle nodded in satisfaction. "Good morning, Chief Instructor." Seeing him enter, all the disciplines bowed and greeted him. "Let's start." Kyle took a pair of gloves from one of the cupboards, full of enthusiasm. These gloves were extremely slim and elastic. They were most probably made out of animal intestines. When he had worked in the alchemy workshop before this, they never had any provisions such as these. But the prince had repeatedly stressed how dangerous it was to work and experiment with the chemicals. So all the operating rules had to be strictly followed, such as when working with corrosive materials, they had to wear gloves the whole time and keep all of the windows open. Another difference between his previous work in the workshop and now was that he now had a clear task assigned to him. He had to make acid for His Royal Highness. The double stone acid method had already been used by his disciplines many times before, so Kyle only had to visit them from time to time and no longer needed to guide them through each and every step of the way. The 2 acids that they had to produce were described in detail in the book Primary Chemistry. One was called sulfuric acid, and the other was called nitric acid. During his time in the alchemy workshop, they had used different names for them. The former had been known as green vitriol acid, and the latter as niter acid. Even though they had used different names for it, the preparation method was basically still the same. Through the dry distillation of green vitriol and saltpeter, they could get acid vapor, and then by condensing them together, they were able to collect the needed acid liquid. Green vitriol was usually mined together with sulfur, while there were special nitrate fields to satisfy the great demand of the big cities, so they were both a commonly found raw material. But His Highness stressed the point that the 2 acid concentrations had to be as high as possible, so he had deliberately decided to explain the purification method to Kyle. For example, the collected sulfuric acid could be heated up again, so that the remaining water evaporated until finally a concentration of up to 98% concentrated sulfuric acid could be reached. However, nitric acid was a lot of more trouble. According to His Royal Highness, nitric acid itself wasn't stable, it was actually pretty volatile. Because of this, using the usual method they could achieve a high concentration only to a certain extent, and if it then came in contact with light, it would quickly break down again. So they had to dilute the nitric acid with the concentrated sulfuric acid. Only then could it be heated. The concentrated sulfuric acid would absorb water, while the nitric acid would evaporate. Regarding the problem with the light, the nitric acid had to be stored in a brown glass bottle. To make all of this possible, His Royal Highness had already specially prepared a thermometer for him. When Kyle saw it for the first time, he thought that it was very intricate. It was a hollow glass pipe filled with mercury. Both ends of the tube were sealed so that they didn't have to worry about any mercury leakage while using it. Around the tube, there were several lines drawn one above the other. When the temperature rose or fell, the mercury would follow until it reached a constant position and the temperature could then be read. Today, the laboratory had produced 3 bottles of concentrated sulfuric acid, and a bottle of concentrated nitric acid. At this concentration, he found that sulfuric acid wasn't flowing as smooth as water anymore. Rather, it was flowing like a sticky oil, and the nitric acid was no longer colorless and transparent with its high concentration. It had now turned into a light yellow liquid, and when the glass cap was opened, it would emit bursts of white smoke. Head instructor, will we have to produce these two acids every day? One of his disciples, a man named Ammon, asked. We have to do it until His Highness gives us a new task. For a moment, Kyle paused. Why, are you worried that you won't have any time to discover your own alchemic formula? Ammon nodded. Seeing him so earnest, Kyle had to laugh. I forgot to tell you that later the title of alchemist instructor will soon become unnecessary, so you don't have to search for a new formula to become an alchemist. No, Ammon was totally stunned, don't need it. The other disciplines had overheard his words and were now slowing down with the work at hand, and instead closely following along with their teacher's words. That's right, the future alchemist doesn't have to fumble with new formulas. Instead, they will need to have good memory and the ability of deduction. Kyle clapped with his hands, which was the sign for the others to gather to his side. His Highness has given me a book titled Primary Chemistry. This is also the reason why I've come to Border Town. If you thoroughly study through it, most of the world's formulas can be inferred by using the book's contents. Can be inferred, the disciples issued weak shouts. Yes, after I have read through it in detail, I will start to teach it to you, Kyle announced. As for the way of promotion, His Highness has already explained this to me. In the future, you will have to pass a test that he had personally prepared to get the title of chemist. Believe me, it won't take long before the honorary title of chemist will be considered of a much higher rank than that of an alchemist. And using the knowledge you have learned, even the alchemist of the King's City's alchemy workshop wouldn't be able to catch up to you. Chapter 165, Chase Chapter 165, Chase Lightning traveled back and forth between Border Town and the southern hills, while the parchments in her hands were slowly becoming all the more complete. This was her newly received task. Together with Soraya, she had to draw a map of the western border. Flying together with Soraya, her flying height was significantly reduced, making it awfully difficult to fly over the forest. So she would first paint a rough outline of the topography, and later with Soraya, they would draw a more exact picture. By using her magic pen, the map would look like a view from up in the air, every detail seemingly totally lifelike. After a parchment was filled, Lightning would then turn around and fly back to Border Town. Today, after a few months of training, her flying speed had only become faster and faster. According to the calculation method taught by Prince Roland, her full-speed flight had almost reached close to 120 kilometers per hour. At this speed, the incoming strong wind made it nearly impossible for her to open her eyes. Because of this problem, Lightning thought that she had already reached her limit, but the day before yesterday, His Royal Highness had given her a gift. A headband made out of leather, with 2 copper rings wrapped into it. Embedded inside those copper rings was a pure and transparent glass, allowing her, for as long as she wore the headband, to be immune to the incoming wind. His Royal Highness had said that this headband is called windproof glasses, and that it was actually quite easy to manufacture by melting some glassware. He had also said that with her wearing the headband she would look even more like a small Ezreal. Lightning didn't know who this Ezreal person was, but she realized that even though the headband was only made out of cowhide, copper rings, and glass lenses, it had still needed a lot of effort to put something like this together. The complete piece of leather had a double-layered structure to it so that it could wrap itself tightly around the inset copper rings. And also, to keep her from worrying that the leather band would scratch her skin, the headband had something similar to the buckle of a belt on it, with which she could adjust its size. Looking at it, it didn't give her the impression of something that had been just casually made. She immediately fell in love with this gift, almost to the extent that she wanted to wear it even when she was sleeping. Now she only had to pull down the glasses, and she could keep on flying faster and faster, no longer needing to take into account the impact from the whistling wind. It wouldn't take very long before Lightning would reach the town. She had planned to immediately head back to the castle and hand over the new map to Soraya. But at that very moment, a pale figure suddenly swept past the corner of her eye. Looking sideways, Lightning saw a pigeon with its wings extended gliding in the direction of Longsong Stronghold. Pigeons weren't very rare birds, but this one was quite different. It was really too big to be like normal pigeon. Just the wings alone would be enough to satisfy her stomach for the length of a whole day. Lightning had to swallow down her saliva. She remembered the time when she had still lived on the island and caught some flying fish by hand, later roasting them over the fire. Now living under the roof of His Highness. Although the food was very rich, having to eat bread with butter and mushroom soup for months on end, the food had started to become somewhat tasteless to her, so if she could catch a pigeon for roasting, reaching out to the pack of salt and pepper fastened to her waist, her decision was made. Turning around, Lightning flew straight toward the pigeon, and the pigeon quickly noticed the approach of the uninvited guest. It immediately folded its wings, diving downward and seemingly wanting to drill into the woods to rid itself of this menacing hunter. Seeing this scene unfolding in front of her, Lightning was shocked. She would never have thought a pigeon could be this smart. A few seconds later, a broad grin spread across her face, and with a sudden turn, she followed the pigeon as it dove downwards. Since the months of demons had already ended, the little girl had become confident that nothing could escape from beneath her gaze. For a moment, the pigeon still skimmed over the treetops, but a moment later it lowered its altitude even further, entering the forest and flying extremely close to the ground. But the distance between itself and its hunter only became shorter and short. No matter how fast it beat its wings, it couldn't throw off Lightning's pursuit. The dense forest receded, and the sun would occasionally shine through the branches, becoming alternatives patches of light and shade, until they finally flew through an open area, and their surroundings suddenly became open and bright. Grabbing hold of this opportunity, Lightning brought her speed up to maximum, instantly hugging the pigeon from behind and tumbling to the ground. The pigeon struggled heavily, trying to break free from its shackles. Lightning had already pulled out the knife from her waist, ready to finish off the game, but at this last moment the dove opened its beak. "Don't goo. Help me goo." The little girl's shock was so heavy that she almost tossed her knife away. But she quickly regained her rationality and asked, Are you a witch?" As an answer, the pigeon nodded. "And I thought I could finally taste another type of flavor." Lightning sighed in regret, putting her knife away. "My name is Lightning. What is your name?" The other expanded into a ball and then turned into its human form. "Maggie, you actually wanted to eat a bird," the woman complained. "I have already eaten a lot of them from before." Lightning just shrugged her shoulder in response instead. She reached out her hand to pull Maggie up. All of a sudden, a bead rolled out from within Maggie's bosom, bouncing onto the ground twice, only to fall into a small pit. When Lightning quickly went over to pick up the bead, wanting to hand it back to Maggie, but found that the glass-like red bead with some strange letters engraved on it, seeming very familiar to her. After frowning for a moment, she grasped a string around her neck and slowly pulled a dark red pendant from her chest. Placing both of it into her hands to compare them, she discovered that the pattern on them was exactly the same. "What?" Shocking Maggie, who was looking over her shoulder from the back. "Why do you have a trace?" A trace? What's that? You don't know what it is." "This thing can respond to a magic stone, allowing the holder of the stone to locate your position." Maggie suddenly stopped. "No, why should I even tell this to you? Just now you wanted to eat me. Do you have such a magic stone?" "There are," Maggie nodded her head. "So can you find my position?" Lightning asked curiously. "No, it must match the magic stone to be able to locate the corresponding mark." She replied very agilely this time, "And only us witches can use this. If you don't know this already, how were you even able to get one?" "It was my dad who gave it to me." Lightning returned the bead to Maggie. "What about you?" "I won't tell you," Maggie answered grudgingly, but then she stared curiously at the other girl. "You belong to the Witch Cooperation Association, and Ashes said that you do not want to leave Border Town." "You belong to her side." Lightning curled up her lips in disdain. "And I thought you were a new witch who was attracted by the rumor. Us witches here have a good life, why should we leave?" "Because of the danger, the church may come here at any time, bringing their army over with them. An explorer will never shrink away from something because it is too dangerous." When Lightning spoke out aloud, her face turned slightly red. "Well, the stone tower doesn't count. It is only a matter of time before I visit the ruin again, and by then, I must be the first to enter the basement. Furthermore, His Highness Roland Wimbledon has a lot of incredible invention. As long as you have seen them once, you will immediately become attracted to them. One can turn a fist-sized ball into a weapon, and when someone is hit by it, they are torn into pieces." Really? Can you take me to see them? Maggie exclaimed in admiration. That won't do unless you join the Witch Alliance and become one of us. But I have to go back with ashes. Maggie hesitated. Then you can come back later. Lightning continued her coaxing. Here you can have a lot of fun. We have machines which move on their own using heated water. There are also weapons which are able to attack over a distance of 1,000 meters. Are you asking yourself how far 1,000 meters is? All in all, it is very far. If you look at people from 1 kilometer away, they will seem to be about the size of a tree branch. Making many gestures with her hands and feet, and there are even many more possibilities to go play within the concealing forest. Things like poking honeycombs, gathering so many mushrooms that you couldn't even count all of it, and hunting birds and the wild boars are also very interesting. Peeling off their fur and roasting them over the campfire. You only have to sprinkle a little salt and pepper on them, and you can relish and eat as much tasty meat as you would ever want. Really? Maggie couldn't help but start licking her lips. Why should I lie to you? Lightning hooked her arm around Maggie's shoulder. On the other hand, we might even go hunt a bird and roast it right now. I changed Izawa Real into Ezreal. Also, I really loved this chapter. Slightly smiling face, chapter 166. On the eve of the decisive battle, chapter 166. On the eve of the decisive battle, on the 5th day after their agreement, Roland had finally readied all the raw material he needed for the production of the celloidin. He had made some serious mistakes in the beginning with the electrolysis of the salt water. He wanted to take advantage of the leftover copper strips from Anna's bullet production and use them as electrodes. But the final result was that the electrodes had dissolved in the water, giving birth to the possibility of forming chlorine during the electrolysis. With this, the whole basin of salt water was wasted. The electrolyte was generally saturated salt water, but the problem was that the salt in this era was not as cheap as the price of cabbage. Therefore, when the water was drained and Roland detected that the copper ions had mixed into the brine, turning it also into waste, Roland felt as if he was throwing away gold royals instead of just salt. In the end, he was able to solve this problem by replacing the electrodes with carbon. By adding caustic soda to the boiling water to dislodge the oil, he obtained an absorbent cotton gauze. He then later brought over the leftover caustic soda back to the chemistry lab. The esterification of the celloidin was the most important step in the production process, but he didn't exactly know how he could achieve this. Roland only knew that he would have to soak the gauze in the mixed acid, and when the nitrification process was complete, he could then take it out. Whether it was the solution ratio or the duration of the reaction, he didn't know anything about this. So with this in mind, Roland ordered Kyle to form groups and run some experiments. Using hourglasses to observe the time, the pieces of cotton gauze were repeatedly dipped into the mixed acid and rinsed with water. At the last step, they were soaked in a sodium hydroxide solution to remove the excess liquid acid. Afterward, the still wet products were then shipped back to the castle, where they got air-dried by Wendy. The result was that the best esterification process would be achieved by using the highly concentrated fuming acid, and with it, most of the trial product could also be quickly ignited. In the end, to achieve the best effect with the gun cotton would be to use the technique of first soaking it in sulfuric acid, and after that in the nitric acid. When the rough formula was finally calculated, the laboratory would then start with the mass production, and immediately after the soaking and washing process was completed would it be brought away by the First Army. In the end, even the chief instructor did not know what exactly it was that they had actually produced. The dry gauze was cut into tiny fingernail-sized pieces by the maidservants and afterward were stored in separate boxes. They were then sent to the North Slope Mountain. There in the backyard, they would complete the final loading phase. In the absence of machines, the process could only be done by using basic manpower. A bunch of guards would have to sit down, dip the gun cotton in the adhesive, and gently push it into the bottom of each cartridge, this way sealing the ignition hole. They then carefully poured in the gunpowder with a funnel, compacting it as far as possible and making sure that each cartridge received an equal share of the propellant. The final step was to place the warhead on top of the cartridge. The warheads and cartridges were made by Anna, who had to ensure that they would fit together so perfectly that only a few gentle taps with a hammer were required to seal them. The efficiency of production was very low, In one day, they weren't even able to produce more than 100 bullets. Then on the 6th day, Carter could finally start using the new weapon. Since the Chief Knight's body fulfilled every qualification that was required to be an excellent marksman, his hit rate had been greatly improved after repeated practice over the last few days. Compared to the performance he had shown right after Roland introducing the weapon to him, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. After fixing the problems with the ammunition, Carter no longer had to use his previous strange shooting posture, with him always having to point the gun downwards. Now, as long as the ceiling collodion didn't break, the gun chamber could easily be kept clean. And since it was several times more flammable than the black powder, the fast firing rate was also guaranteed. Taking advantage of the last day of time they had left, Roland allowed Carter to train his rapid gun drawing and even dual pistol shooting skills. The recoil of the 12mm pistols was so strong that it quickly became difficult to guarantee that the second shot would score while holding the gun only with one hand. But in Roland's plan, Carter would first hold back, letting Ashes draw in close and then start with his surprise attack. Taking into account that Carter would carry 2 guns during the duel, if the fight ever turned to close combat, with 10 bullets his success should be guaranteed. If the opponent closed in too quickly, Carter could quickly pull out his second gun. And taking into account that Ash's weapon offered a certain degree of defense, Roland deliberately chose the not easily deformed steel bullets, increasing its penetration ability instead of using bullets with a high lethality. With the limits of the current era's smelting technology, Ash's great sword was in all likelihood made out of pig iron to exaggerate its form, without bringing any actual quality improvements. On the contrary, such bulky iron weapons were not actually fully forged, which lead to the problem that the internal stress distribution would become uneven, and with this, they could only be called a good shield. From Roland's point of view, her weapon could be classified at best to be of common quality. So as long as their luck wasn't awful tomorrow, the possibility of being hit by ricocheting bullets was very low. If Ashes wanted to beat Carter, she would first have to close the distance, which was a cold weapon's inherent disadvantage against hot weapons. As long as her eyesight wasn't exaggerated to such a large degree that she could even track the ballistic curves, allowing her to instantly dodge the bullets, the starting distance should actually be an insurmountable gap. Maggie flew back to Ash's room only after the sky had already started to turn dark. "Why are you coming back so late these past few days?" Ashes asked after closing the window. "Lightning took me with her to catch some birds." When Maggie had changed back to her human form, she took a roasted bird leg out of her pocket, immediately filling the room with an overflowing aroma. "I deliberately left a piece for you." "As I've eaten," Ashes shook her head. "Is Lightning one of the witches in the Witch Cooperation Association?" "Guo," Maggie nodded frantically. "Her ability is similar to mine. Like me, she can also soar in the skies, but her ability is much more easier to use than mine." After pausing for a moment, she then asked, "Sister Ashes, do you insist on beating them?" "I feel that they aren't actually ever going to go with you, and they live here quite well." Ashes was startled by this unexpected question and didn't answer. "Because even I want to stay here now, Gu." Maggie sat down on the bed and self-servingly said, "The bed is soft, and the food we get is also sumptuous." I noted that when it was time for lunch, the Lord specifically placed the table in the backyard so that he could dine together with the witches after their practice. Everyone was talking and laughing, and he occasionally also gives a few words. He looks completely different than those aristocrats that hate us. This afternoon Lightning had taken me with her to play Gwent. It is a game playable for 2, and they even gave me 2 decks. Ash's sister, "Do you want to play together with me? I will teach you." "No." Ashes shook her head and took a deep breath. She was aware of the changes taking place during the past few days, but right now, she suddenly realized that her thoughts seemed to have been caught up in a misunderstanding. These days, the majority of witches were living in fear, living without any purpose. Their only pursuit was to live a comfortable and stable life. The same could be said about Maggie before she had been accepted by Tilly. She had lived within the reeds of a thatched house in the slums of King City, just like a real bird. She had spent her nights within the slits of the roof beams. Even after Tilly had decided to cross the seas eastwards, Maggie was still running around, contacting those other witches living in hiding, without even stopping once in the last 6 months. Most probably, she was experiencing a life of peace and quiet for the first time ever. Wasn't it exactly the same for me? After I have met Tilly, I suddenly lived a life I had never dared to dream of. But now, after being accustomed to a relatively quiet life in the palace, I ignored the attraction of what it means to finally call a place my home again, in the eyes of those others witches. This is something they have never had before. It is only logical that they want to keep on staying here, wanting to protect their territory and all the feelings it contains. For me, it is probably also the reason that I want to protect Tilly in the first place. If Roland Wimbledon really does what he has said he would, with him being able to resist the gods' punishment army, there is no doubt that living in Border Town will be a better choice than traveling to the fjords and establishing a kingdom of witches in that strange land. It seems to be just the place that our hearts are yearning for, but in the end, how much they will have to suffer no one can really predict. However, if he is unable to resist the church, will the other witches leave? Ash's mood suddenly cooled down, changing the perspective of her thoughts. If Tilly is unable to gain a foothold in the fjords, I am afraid I will choose to stand beside her, guarding her until the last moment. As the person who I decided to be leading me towards my destiny, I won't leave her in before reaching it. Living here, you will always be under the threat of the church, and if they are unable to stop the gods' punishment army, it is only a matter of time before Border Town will be destroyed. Indeed, the test was no longer necessary, but Ashes still decided to go through with it, in order to wake them up and prove her point. And if they can stop them, Maggie muttered, I hope so too, so I will help them to verify this point. Ash's voice became gradually smaller. Finally closing her eyes, she was now ready to go all out. Chapter 167, Victory. Chapter 167, Victory. They chose to hold the competition at the foot of the western city wall. As for the spectators, in addition to Roland, there were also Iron Axe, Sir Pine, Brian, and all the members of the Witch Alliance, plus a fat pigeon who was squatting on the floor and looking upwards. In order to avoid an incident where other people were accidentally hit by bullets, everyone who wanted to follow the test had to board and sit on the wall. Furthermore, the two fighters, the Chief Knight Carter Landys and the extraordinary Witch Ashes, would both be fighting close to the wall. Carter's attire was no longer like the heavy knight armor he wore in the past. Rather, he now wore leather clothes which were easy to move in. He even had a custom-made holsters at his waist, giving him the opportunity to insert a revolver on both the left and right sides separately. In addition, there was also a knife fitted horizontal on his back, which could be used in the case of an emergency. But Roland knew, if Carter had to fall back to using the knife during the fight with an extraordinary, it would be better to just throw in the towel. Ashes was still wearing the same dress as usual. A black robe covered her whole body while her black hair was tied into a ponytail, which was falling naturally down behind her, seemingly completely ignoring that this would create an extra weakness for herself. The only difference with now was that the clothes wrapped around her great sword had been uncovered, showing her dark brown blade, which reflected almost no light. It was exactly like Roland had expected. The sword surface was totally uneven, completely unlike a well-forged weapon's. And because of the lack of maintenance she had provided to her weapon, the weapon had already begun to rust at the places where pieces had been cut out of it. When the two stepped onto the stage, Carter constantly adjusted their position until they had a distance of around 15 meters between each other. At this distance, during his training, he would have a more than 80% firing accuracy. Taking the two pistols out of his holsters, Carter checked for the last time whether there were any issues with the bullets or the barrel. Roland had echo mimic and amplify his voice. The rules of the duel are very simple. You are not allowed to move before the starting signal. You can always throw in the towel. As long as one of you do not receive an instant kill, Nana's healing ability will be able to soon restore you to your original state. Are there any questions left? After waiting for a moment and seeing that neither of them had anything to say, Roland went on and said, "When the bell rings, the duel will begin." Ashes silently sized up her opponent. As an extraordinary, most of the time, she just listened to her instincts when fighting. Furthermore, Tilly had also made it possible for her to take lessons from the best fencing masters in the palace, but she had always felt that these skills had only helped her in a minimal way. Her opponent this time was the prince's chief knight, but contrary to his rank, He didn't bear the common sword and shield or spear equipment. He wasn't even dressed in his usual armor. The weapons in his hands looked very strange, but according to its shape, it obviously couldn't be regarded as a dagger or any other weapon related to the close fighting category. That meant that there was only one possibility left. It had to be similar to hand crossbows, which was a long-range striking weapon. Against an extraordinary, crossbows were no threat at all. At least this was what she had learned on her own during a lot of fights. As long as it was a hand crossbows, she could even catch the flying arrows empty-handed. But when she looked at the prince's confident expression, she knew that the weapons in her opponent's hands were more than likely not as simple a thing as an ordinary crossbow. Her instincts told her that she should close into the knight as soon as possible, rather than waiting for the other side to release his external attack. Because of this plan, before the duel even started, Ashes thrust her sword into the ground, taking a pose that gave off no threat. But this was actually the most effective way for her to deal with an opponent using a crossbow. At this moment, the crisp sound of a bell ringing could be heard coming from the direction of the wall. Almost at the same time, Ashes firmly grasped the sword handle, putting all of her power into moving it forward, throwing soil, grass, and even gravel into the sky with the wide side of her blade, letting it splash in the direction of the knight and forming a wall of sand between them. The chief knight's reaction was also very fast, releasing a burst of flame from the arms in his hands, accompanied by a huge roar. But Ashes didn't see any arrows flying out of them, which means that he had either forgotten to install them or that they were coming too fast for her to see. Compared with the first option that would be considered an idiot mistake, Ashes thought that the latter option was much more likely. Under the cover of the sand screen, Ashes started her sprint. Within the blink of an eye, the distance between the two of them was narrowed to half, while the sand screen had still not yet completely landed on the ground. Most people would subconsciously try to avoid being covered by the flying dirt. So as long as she could interrupt the other side from continuing to shoot, Ashes has most likely already won. But Carter did not move from his position. He completely disregarded the sand hitting his face, squinting his eyes together while constantly following the movement of the extraordinary with his weapons, once again pulling the triggers of his weapons and sending out another burst of flames and a roar. On a conditional reflex, Ashes stepped to the side, but until now she had still not seen any arrows or any other projectiles coming at her, while the knight also didn't show any movement of pulling any strings or having to prepare the next arrow. This new weapon could probably be launched continuously, but since the first two consecutive shots have missed, the outcome has already been decided. Closing the last 10 steps in the blink of an eye, she had already appeared in front of the knight, holding her sword vertical, pressing her feet against the ground, preparing to directly smash into the knight. Normally being hit by such an impact, her opponent would not die instantly, but it should still be enough to cause him to faint. Even if he were able to hold on with his strong battle will, the crushed bones in his chest would still make him completely lose the ability to fight. In last breath before the moment of impact, Ashes could hear, for the third time, the bursting sound coming from the other side. Then a moment later, she felt as her sword was hit, followed by a crisp breaking sound and her right abdomen then suddenly becoming numb. It felt as if it had been severely grabbed by someone. Almost at the same time, her whole body smashed into Carter's chest, directly sending him into the air, making him draw an arc and then sliding over the ground. Until now, she had such a strong battle will that she was able to totally disregard her waist injury. But just then, as if she had gotten a hit to her head, a strong sense of dizziness suddenly came over her mind. She staggered 2 steps forward, nearly falling to the ground, as if her extraordinary magic had directly poured out of her body like water from a broken flask, causing her limbs to become unbearable heavy. Ashes had to use her sword to hold up her body, and the previous numb wound then started to turn into a searing pain. It felt as if a part of her waist was now missing. Looking down, she could even see her own viscera spilling out. Biting her tongue, she kept herself from falling. In Roland's eyes, the whole process of the duel didn't last much longer than 4 or 5 seconds. He saw how the extraordinary witch threw dirt towards Carter, while he started to launch his own assault. During the middle, Ashes once changed her direction, but by then she had already severely collided with the knight's body. But within this short moment of time, Carter was still able to shot 3 rounds of bullets, which was beyond what Roland had thought would be possible. Having to face the unusual fast approaching ashes, I'm afraid even if I only had to follow the opponent's movements closely, it would already have been awfully difficult for me to achieve. But he could not only follow her and aim, but he was even able to shoot at her 3 times, fully proving that the title of Chief Knight wasn't for show. The fact that the first 2 rounds had missed was totally normal. In fact, if Ashes had continued to use her speed and changed her direction, I'm afraid Carter's shots would have never hit her. The key part was in the 3rd round, in the final 5 or 6 meters. During that part, Ashes was holding her great sword in front of her chest as a shield and had gone in a straight line for the impact. If it was a crossbow or even heavy crossbow, even if they hit against her sword, they wouldn't have caused any impact to an extraordinary. But the 12mm caliber ammunition together with the steel warheads at that distance would show an unparalleled power. Roland then saw black fragments splattering into the air, soon followed by blood and gore. When Ashes finally stood firmly again, the prince discovered that a large part of her waist was now gone, giving the impression as if there was a beast that had chewed out a large chunk of meat out of her. Her guts had also fallen out of her wound and were hanging down the side of her body. Looking at her sword, he saw that the lower part of the great sword now had a bowl-shaped gap in it, probably caused by when the bullet had gone through her sword, the unstable warhead and the broken-out pieces of her sword had hit into her waist, causing her such an immense wound. Even while seriously injured, she had still not fainted. Only by purely relying on her extraordinary power could she still stand upright on the battlefield, showing off her terrible physical power. If it were the lead bowls from before or only the bullet, I am afraid she could have just ignored them. Maggie was the first one who arrived at Ash's side. With a face full of anxiety, she tried to hold her friend up, but unfortunately her figure was so short that she could only grab Ashes around her legs. Nana was also already rushing in the direction of Carter to treat him, while Roland instead quickly moved in front of Ashes. Seeing him appear, it seems she had only waited for this moment. I won. Finishing what she wanted to say, she didn't even wait for Roland's reaction. She instead fell straight against his shoulders. Chapter 168, Recall. Chapter 168, Recall. Scram. Dirty beggar. Someone pushed hard against her, but she did not move a bit. Instead, it was the assaulter who was the one to stagger 2 steps back. The man's arrogant expression disappeared from his face, and instead instantly turned into one of shock. A moment later, he abruptly turned around and left with his tail between his legs. During this whole time, she remained unaffected and kept on moving through the crowd. When they saw the worn-out woman, most of the people stepped out of her way while frowning. In this way, she was able to slowly move further in the direction of Grey Castle's inner city gate. Although there were traditionally no walls separating the inner city, the people had erected a symbolic gate made out of wood and garlands to better control the sea of people. On both sides of the gate stood 2 neatly arranged rows of armor-wearing warriors, all of whom had an exquisite armor that was dazzlingly reflecting the shimmering sunlight. With their spread-out eagle wings on their shoulders, it gave off the impression that they desired to fly off into the sky. The iris flower decoration hanging over their chests together with their heroic and handsome faces had gathered their own group of rich housewives that were shouting and quarreling over them. The warriors were all wearing red capes that fell down to the ground. They seemed to be a red wall if you were to look at them from behind. It was these handsome and mighty warriors who were responsible for dividing the crowd, forming a wide and vacant road which was only usable by the more influential families. Many banners were flying in the wind alongside the road, and a lot of the strip-shaped golden-colored flags were hanging from the flagpoles, giving off a quite solemn and respectful presence. The banners were embroidered with many different designs, but most of them were covered by the tower and the pike. She knew that this pattern represented the royal family of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, who was also the organizer of today's ceremony. Today they held the royal ceremony to celebrate the day of adulthood of the 5th princess, Tilly Wimbledon. Since it was made public 1 week ago, this matter had already created a great public buzz, so much that everyone in the city already knew about it. In addition to the local aristocracy of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, the envoys from the other kingdoms had also come. They were all carrying plenty of gifts and marriage proposals in the hope of earning the favor of fifth princess. Even the church had sent an archbishop to preside over the ceremony. The ceremony would be held at the city center of the Square of Dawn. At that time, the royal family would start to give away meat porridge and thick soup, which was also the reason why the event had attracted so many people. However, she hadn't come for the food. Her goal was the archbishop. If she was able to kill an archbishop under the watchful eyes of the king, it would make it impossible for the church to cover up the incident, ending up in a great loss of face for them. Tasting such a sweet flavor of revenge made her feel endlessly excited. Touching her chest, she reassured herself that the snatched knife was still there. Although the knife was of poor quality, it would be enough to kill immortals. At this moment, the crowd suddenly released a burst of overwhelming cheers, interrupting her from her thoughts. Looking in the direction of the inner city, she discovered that the rows of the knights from the kingdom of Greycastle had begun to slowly march forward. The knight in the front was dressed in the shiniest armor. Like a flickering flame, his gold-embroidered red cloak fluttered behind him as he walked. The knights were followed by a carriage, which was being dragged by 4 fine horses that moved side by side. The royal family's emblem was carved into the wall of the carriage, and its wheels and frames were plated in gold. On the roof of the carriage, there floated a scarlet burgee, while a gold-embroidered silken fabric was hanging over each corner of the carriage. At first glance, the whole carriage looked like a flowing golden ocean. Mixing herself in with the crowd of people who were following along the carriage, she was also able to set foot on the Plaza of Dawn. The inner area of the plaza was isolated by a row of guards, only allowing the aristocracy to get a close look at the ceremony taking place. She estimated that she would have to stop here for now, but as soon as the archbishop stepped into the plaza, she would immediately dart over, needing only a few breaths of time to reach him, leaving it impossible for him to escape from her grasp. One young person after another jumped out of the royal carriage and slowly moved onto the central stage. They were most probably Wimbledon Roman 3-5 children. Within these people, she also detected the 5th Princess Tilly Wimbledon. There was no doubt that the 5th princess was the protagonist of the day. Her eyes were full of intelligence and clear like 2 gems. Her light makeup together with her long braided gray hair gave her a refreshing and simple impression. Standing within that group of brothers and sisters, she looked outstanding. The pattern embroidered on her dress wasn't complicated at all, and it was perfectly matched together with her temperament. But what was most incredible was that she had actually looked all over the rows of people, even directly into her eyes, smiling and nodding slightly, as if the princess was greeting her personally. This definitely hadn't been an illusion. In that short moment, an incomparable feeling of closeness was born inside of her, like they were friends who had known each other for years, warm and sweet. It wasn't born from any blood relation or by being of similar social status, but rather it came from the resonance of their magic. She unconsciously released the strong grip on the handle of her knife, and instead began to quietly watch as the woman that was walking on the stage. Not long after the ceremony, she was found by 2 guards who had been tasked with escorting her to the palace. As long as she herself didn't want to follow them, the guards would have never been able to stop her. But she did not ask anything from them. She just simply began to follow the 2 further into the inner city, until they finally reached the magnificent palace that stood at the end of the road. Within a secret room of the palace, she met with the 5th princess for the first time. So it was like this. It's an unfortunate story, and afterward you've eventually come to live within the kingdom of Greycastle. Do not worry. In the future, you will not have to wander around any longer. From now on, you'll be staying with me. I will give you a good makeup and make sure that they will not be able to recognize your face. I have heard that the monastery was destroyed by a fire and that all the children have gone missing. Only ruins and ashes are left of the buildings. Do you have a name from before that time? In that case, from now on your name will be Ashes. When Ashes opened her eyes, the first thing that caught her eye was Maggie's face. The other side blinked a few times, and then she came up and embraced Ashes. You finally woke up, Goo. Ashes tried to move her lower fingers, only to discover that she wasn't hit by the weakness or numbness that she had expected. Furthermore, she also felt that there was no pain coming from her waist. How long have I been asleep? One afternoon, Maggie said, Nana said that your medical treatment was already completed and you could wake up at any time. But when you wake up, your body will feel very tired and you will first have to rest for a while. However, when you wake up for the second time, you should feel much better and all of your energy should already have recovered. Ashes began to pat Maggie's head and slowly sat up on the bed and opened her clothes to examine herself, only to discover that her abdomen was now completely intact. The huge wound was gone as if it only had been a nightmare, and now after she had woken up, it had disappeared into nothingness. As she is, how did she heal me? So I think that you would prefer not to know about it, Maggie begun, but when she saw the determination in Ash's eyes, she decided to continue. They put the scattered goo parts of your body back into their places and then filled the stomach wound back up. When everything was back in its place, Nana began to release her magic, restoring your stomach back to its original state. The more parts they collected, the faster she could heal you, and if something was completely absent, she would be unable to grow it back again. Ashes felt goosebumps all over her body. All of the dirt and grass my body parts was stained with were they also. When Nana was healing you, all the dirt was discharged out of your body. It seems that her ability can distinguish between what is useful and what is harmful. Hearing this, she felt relieved and tried to stand up from her bed, testing how much power her body had recovered by now. The result was that it was completely opposite to what Nana had previously said. After waking up, she couldn't feel any traces of weakness from her body. Instead, it felt as if she now possessed even more power than she'd had in the past. After putting on her black robe, Ashes took a look at the sky outside of the window and then started walking toward the door. "Where are you going?" Maggie asked, confused. "I'm going to see His Royal Highness," Ashes answered without looking back. Chapter 169, Farewell. Chapter 169, Farewell. Entering his office, she met once again with Roland Wimbledon. At this moment, he was still busy writing, probably dealing with government affairs. The sun was already going down behind the western mountains, infecting the sky with a touch of gold. The last of the sun's light was still shining through the windows, throwing long shadows across the table. Waiting until the prince put down his quill, Ashes declared, "I won." "Indeed, you won." The other simply acknowledged it with a nod. That Roland would yield in such a frank and straightforward manner came for her unexpected. She had thought that he would still try to quibble about it, never believing that he would recognize the result so easily. "But I admit that you have the power to fight against the God's punishment army," Ashes continued. "The God's punishment army isn't impervious to sword and spear. Their body strength is similar to mine, but they have lost their consciousness and ability to think, which is also the reason why I can simultaneously cope with 3 of them at once. If during the previous test, the knight's opponent had been a member of the God's punishment army, I think that they would have just simply rushed forward. Because of this, the God's punishment army cannot be sent out like the army of judges can. If my guess isn't wrong, the church has to always send someone who will lead them during the fight." "Thank you," Roland smiled. "This information is very important. What was the new weapon your knight was using?" "As a firearm," Roland explained. "In the future, all of my soldiers will be equipped with this kind of weapon. Even an untrained farmer, as long as they have a gun, will be able to defeat even a well-trained judge." For a moment, Ashes hesitated, but then she still asked, "Can you give one of those firearms to me?" "Unless you join the Witch Alliance, that will be impossible," Roland said, determined. "After all, at present this weapon is still very rare." Having already expected his refusal, she let go of her anger. "I have to meet up with Tilly as soon as possible, so early tomorrow morning I will be leaving Border Town. If you aren't able to push the church back, you can always move to the fjord, asking for asylum." Roland nodded. "You too, do not forget to tell my dear sister the news, that at the western border of the Kingdom of Greycastle there is a place which shelters witches." Only for a moment Ashes fell silent. "I will consider it." As she prepared to leave the office, but the prince stopped her unexpected. "Wait, I have a gift for you. It is behind the door." "A gift?" She stared blankly into the air. But when she came back to herself, she turned around and saw that there was huge sword placed beside the door. And because it had been previously blocked by the open door, she hadn't noticed it when she had entered the office. "Your sword cannot be used any longer, so I let Anna create a new one for you. This sword, however, isn't made out of poor quality pig iron. No, this is made out of pure steel." Indeed, its whole body surface was evenly smoothed. In the light of the sunset, it held an orange-red metallic luster. Stepping forward, she gently stroked the sword, discovering that the blade's thickness was very uniform, showing traces that it had gone through a tempering process. There was no doubt that this was a weapon of excellent quality. The only thing which still puzzled Ashes was its strange shape. Compared with the usual double-edged sword blade system, it only had one blade, while the other edge was about as wide as her little finger. Furthermore, it didn't possess a tip, instead its end was trapezoidal. But the most peculiar part of the sword was that, within the first quarter of the sword, strange runes had been carved into it. In addition, there was also a half-moon painted at the blunt edge of the sword. The moon was painted in gold and was thus very eye-catching. Although she didn't want to show how much she loved it, she still could not stop herself from impulsively reaching out and picking it up. Why does it look so strange? Because it's not a normal weapon, Roland laughed. It's called Ashbringer, and it's of the legendary rank compared to your previous greatsword of the white rank. Ashes decided that she didn't really need to know what those inexplicable words which had come out of his mouth were supposed to mean. In that case, I will accept the gift from you, and in return, I will also give you something back. So, what would that be? The prince's curiosity was piqued. But Ashes, however, didn't answer. Instead, she straight went out of the room. On next morning, when Roland opened the door to his office, he once more saw Nightingale sitting at his desk and nibbling on a dry fish. They're gone. Have both of them left? Yes, Nightingale answered lazily. They left the moment it was bright enough for them to see the road. Wendy was also there to send them off on their journey. Roland couldn't stop himself from being deeply moved. After all, Wendy was concerned for every sister, not to mention the witches who had helped her escape from the monastery. Because of this, he had thought Wendy would follow Ashes when she left, never imagining that she would be the first to refuse the other party's invitation. With this, the Witch Alliance still had all 12 of their members, which left Roland with the feeling as if his whole body was filled with energy. Do you think they're going to spread the news about another safe haven to the other witches on the other side of the sea? Maybe, maybe not, Nightingale said ominously while leaning back in his chair. But when they meet a problem they cannot solve themselves, they will definitely think of Border Town. Closing his eyes, Roland went through the memories of the former fourth prince in his mind. Tilly and he had never been very close. Or it could be better said that she had always maintained a certain distance from everyone. Even her father, Wimbledon Roman III, was no exception to this. In addition to her good looks, she had also shown an outstanding sense of wisdom through her childhood. Roland's mind did not have any more information about her. When had the fifth princess started to secretly harbor witches? Or when had she begun to develop her plans regarding the trip to the fjords? Roland didn't know anything about this. But this also didn't matter as much. For now, she could be regarded as a natural ally in the fight against the church. After all, with both of them resisting the church, they also shared a common goal for now. As for dispatching Theo and letting him spread the news about the safe haven for witches, this also can't really be called a futile endeavor either. In the end, the awakening to a witch is still a random event, so it is impossible that Tilly will be able to take in all of the witches. Especially now, after her organization is also busy withdrawing, the other new witches will be all the more urgent to find another shelter. Now that I have gotten the news about the existence of the God's Punishment Army, the next task I will have at hand is to expand the production scales of those two acids. More efficient gunpowders or explosives cannot be done without using nitric acid and sulfuric acid. When all the members of the First Army have replaced their old weapon with a runner rifle, by using the rifled barrel and also the new bullet, there will be a large improvement in the firing accuracy. Therefore, training was of utmost importance. In a time without fire curtains, an experienced veteran with exquisite shooting skills was worth 10 rookies randomly spraying bullets around. But during this time, the bullet consumption will also increase by a staggering amount. Furthermore, there was still the problem of the black powder which remained in the barrel after firing a bullet, causing the rifle to clog, and also reducing the barrel's expected lifetime. Only by using smokeless gunpowder can this problem be solved. In fact, earlier versions of smokeless gunpowder were in fact made out of nitrocellulose, while the later stages of it was made out of a mixture of nitrocellulose and something else. The at present used the sealing method of nitric acid-soaked gun cotton was quite inadequate, not to mention the amount of gun cotton he would end up needing. After all, the laboratory production will only be enough for small-scale production. If I want to meet the needs of a whole army, an industrial-scale laboratory will also be needed. Unfortunately, the chemical industry is a complete stranger to me, so, for now, I'm unable to think of any usable solutions. In addition, the education progress cannot be slowed down. It isn't just important to spread elementary cultural knowledge. No, the ideological transformation also has to be implemented as soon as possible. The original citizens of Border Town have already experienced the ordeal of the months of demons. With the propaganda spread by the First Army, they accept the witches to a much higher degree now. But within the outsiders coming in, the indoctrination of the church will still be present. And right now, the foreign population is busy rapidly rising, especially the serfs. They are all still living in their wooden sheds near the Shishui River, claiming it to be the town's outer city. But once they are promoted to free people, they will gradually move into the city. And if I only then start to correct their beliefs, it will already be too late. So I have to come up with a method with which I can silently start to transform their beliefs, but also something which will be broadly accepted by them. After being lost in thought for a long while, he opened his eyes, only to discover that Nightingale was busy observing him very closely. Their four eyes met for a short moment, but then she subconsciously turned her head away. "Ah, yes, there was something I forgot to tell you," Nightingale began while looking out of the window, as if nothing had happened. "Wendy told me to pass something on to you." "What was it?" asked Roland. "She said thank you." Chapter 170, The Gift of Revenge, Part 1. Chapter 170, The Gift of Revenge, Part 1. The sun slowly fell behind the mountains, allowing the night to descend over the Western Territory. Not far from the road, the emissary group had discovered a piece of open land where they had decided to set up their tents. Not a very long time later, a bonfire was burning in the center of their camp, finally allowing the warriors to take off their armor and stretch out their tired bodies. Sitting leisurely around the fire, they waited for the porridge to start to boil. Carrying a pot of hot water, Alicia stepped into one of the tents. "Priestess, I brought some hot water with me. Please use this to wash your face." "Thank you." Mira smiled and nodded in thanks, then dipped her towel into the water. "Tomorrow we will finally reach Border Town. We can then put an end to this exhausting journey." The journey was nothing when compared to a fight against a demonic beast," Alicia replied. "Contrary to what I had expected, it was your horsemanship that made me have a whole new level of respect for you. I had never thought that a priestess would be so well accustomed to traveling. That's only normal. After all, I wasn't born as a priestess. Before my life in the church, I was a peddler, so riding quickly is a common thing for me." Mira answered while she wiped her face clean from the day's dust and sweat. When she was done, she handed the pot back to the warrioress. "Here, you should also wash your face. Maybe it will help you feel better." "What?" Alicia became startled by the priestess' unexpected words. "This is still about the matter of the gods' punishment army." "Ah," the priestess shook her head while still smiling. "Your mood is clearly visible on your face and is still clearly affected by Abraham's words." Even though she took the pot, she didn't give her an answer. During your lifetime you will encounter many difficulties and challenges. If you aren't able to get past these thresholds, not only the church, but the whole world suffer as a result. In order to hold back those terrible enemies, sometimes sacrifice is also necessary." Mira began to lecture. "It's a difficult choice, but never forget the church's motto. Choose the lesser of two evils," Alicia whispered. Above all, joining the gods' punishment army was entirely voluntary. And when Abraham's brother had decided to become a member of the gods' punishment army, he was well informed about what this would mean for him. Being prepared to sacrifice oneself for the church, this was one of the most noble of ideals. And for this sacrifice, his name would be forever engraved on the monument of glory, being spread together with the glory of the church. "Thank you for your guidance," Alicia said as she raised her right hand up to her heart. "I feel much better now." What the priestess had said was right. In order to spread its glory, they devoted all of their energy to God. Regardless of the outcome, the members of the gods' punishment army were at least following in their own beliefs. Coming to this conclusion, Alicia felt how a weight had been lifted from her chest. "We should go out and get something to eat." Until now, they should have had enough time to get it done. Mira laughingly said. Really, we have eaten so much porridge lately that our tongues can't even taste its flavor anymore. Fortunately, today will be the last day. Alice couldn't stop herself from starting to laugh. Tomorrow, we should be able to enjoy the Lord's personal hospitality and also receive a sumptuous meal. After eating their tasteless dinner, the presiding judge elected to be tonight's night watch, and the lucky warriors who weren't elected immediately entered their tents, trying to get an early sleep. Alicia was no exception to this. Together with the priestess, she also returned to their tent, putting out the lamp, then covering themselves with their blankets. She didn't know for how long she had been sleeping, but within a dizzy moment, she suddenly heard a slightly muffled sound. It was as if a big object had been thrown onto the ground. Not much later, the sound could be heard again. This time, she had heard something clashing against an armor. It wasn't obvious, but by no means was it just an illusion she might be having. She abruptly opened her eyes wide. Standing up, Alicia quickly grabbed her two-handed sword which laid beside her, slowly going to the side of the tent, preparing to sit in a corner and wait and see. But at this exact moment, the roar of the presiding judge could be heard. "We're under attack." With this roar, which instantly broke the quiet of the night, the camp immediately started to boil. Then the sound of another loud clash could be heard, and with it, the loud voice of the presiding judge also came to an abrupt end. No longer hesitating, Alicia rolled out of the tent, seeing how the presiding judge's sword was split in half. No, it wasn't only his sword. Even the judge himself had been split in half, sending all of his blood into the sky. Within the shine of the campfire, Alicia could see his body powerlessly fall to his knees, slowly splitting into two and falling to the foot of a woman. It looked like this woman, who was holding a strange sword in her hands, was the attacker. She had shrouded her body in a black robe, and her face had also been covered by a hood. Within the shadows of her hood, the only thing Alicia could make out were her two sparkling golden eyes. Two other judges rushed forward in an attempt to stop this woman, but in front of her terrifying weapon, any thought of resistance was considered futile. The enemy was not only able to easily behead one warrior, she even split his sword into two as well. She could first hear the loud sound of two swords clashing, and then sparks and debris began to scatter everywhere, soon followed with the sound of a sword cutting into the flesh, and it then crushing bones. Hearing this cacophony of nightmare-like sounds, her blood almost solidified, which someone exclaimed. The enemy was only one person. Alone on her own, she dared to attack the camp of the army of judges. With the exception of the power of a fallen one, no one else would have been able to do this. Take the priestess and flee. Alicia suddenly heard a steady voice coming from behind her. Turning around, she saw that the speaker was actually Abrams. "You actually want me to flee and leave my companions behind?" Alicia couldn't believe what she had just heard. "Or else the death of the others will have been meaningless. It seems you simply don't understand this." Abrams growled. "The other side isn't affected by our God's stone of retaliation, and that is only the case if they are an extraordinary. So I will try to stop her, while it is your task to bring the priestess back in the direction of Longsong Stronghold. Remember to always use the road, so that in case you met a caravan you can immediately call for help." Then, grasping his sword, he rushed towards the enemy. An extraordinary, sucking in a mouthful of cold air. According to legends, only the members of the God's punishment army are strong enough to fight against them. Everyone who encounters an extraordinary which has to immediately seek help from the local church. Alicia knew that Abram was right. Staying here would only turn their sacrifices into a vain act. Seeing that they had already lost 5 members, the remaining judges changed their strategy. They used the tents and the terrain to start a catching game, trying to win as much time as they possibly could. But Alicia knew that the strength and speed of the witch were much better than that of her companions, so it was only a matter of time before they all died. Biting the bullet, she rushed into the tent, immediately grasping the priestess, who was still trying to get into her shoes, and began to pull her in the direction of the horses. "What happened?" Maggie asked in confusion. "The camp was attacked by an extraordinary. I must bring you away," she shouted back. "Please hurry." However, with no possibility of seeing the road clearly enough during the night, it became quite a difficult task. If they ran too fast, they could easily trip into a roadside bump, injuring their legs in the process. But if they were too slow, it would be way too easy for the witch to catch up with them. Alicia decided to let the horses run down the road, while the priestess and herself would enter into the woods, which grew along the road, making it quite hard for the enemy to find them without the help of fire. Leaving the sound of the colliding weapons behind her, she pulled the priestess by hand, only relying on the dim moonlight to identify the surrounding environment, always moving away from the road and further in the direction of the center of the woods, increasing the possibility for them to meet with wild animals like vipers. But this would still be better than confronting the witch directly. When the two stumbled across the foot of the impassable mountain range, Alicia finally felt a little relieved. It seemed the witch had given up on her pursuit. With the exception of some bird cries, the surroundings were now completely silent. "What are we going to do now?" Mira asked. Even knowing what could happen, it seemed that she wasn't very scared. Seeing how calm the priestess was, Alicia's heart was full of admiration. "Priestess, we should look for a place to rest and stay there to rest for the night. At dawn, we will then return back to Longsong Stronghold and seek support from there. Shouldn't we go into the direction of Border Town? From here, we will at most need a day and a night to reach the stronghold." "No," said Alicia, shaking her head. "Meeting an extraordinary here is too coincidental. I suspect that the Lord has already associated himself with the witches, and with this, it is too dangerous for us to go to the town." "What you say makes sense." But then the priestess' eyes became large, and she looked straight behind Alicia. Seeing her reaction, Alicia's heart sank. And indeed, when she turned around, she saw the witch dressed in her black robe slowly stepping out of the dark shadows. Her eyes were sparkling like stars, and an owl was hovering over her shoulders. Chapter 171, The Gift of Revenge, Part 2. Chapter 171, The Gift of Revenge, Part 2, Demon. Alicia drew her two-hand sword and stepped protectively in front of Mira. "Demon," her voice was cold, didn't bear any emotion. "That's the way you call those orphans and abandoned babies who are sent to the monastery to get raised, from whom you chose your own witches." "What are you talking about?" The warrioress snapped back. "The church shelters them because of God's kindness. Without the church's mercy, how many of them would be able to survive until their day of adulthood? But the pervasive devil will always corrupt the weakest of them, leading a very small number of girls astray. But as soon as it is discovered that one of them degenerated into a witch, the church will immediately treat the fallen ones. You are totally turning the cause and effect upside down." Hearing the word treat, the golden pupil of the witch dimmed by a lot. Raising her large sword with one hand, she declared, "I'm not too interested in persuading a dead person anyway. So be it." Even before her voice had faded away, the owl spread her wings and flew into the sky, and the witch's figure rushed forward. Alicia could still clearly remember how her comrades had tragically tried to defend themselves and had instead been split in two, so she decided, "I will never retreat. I have to advance forward." Facing the right-handed extraordinary, she threw herself to the lower right sight, just like she had trained in her fencing lesson. Her instructor had mentioned it more than once. If the enemy is heavily relying on their right hand, the bottom right will be the most difficult position for them to reach. After all, their sword grip is limiting their movement. So if they wanted to change the direction of the blade, they would first need to spend an additional half a breath to change their grip. Closely avoiding the beheading strike with her leopard-like dive, she immediately grasped her own two-handed sword and slashed at her the moment she passed the enemy's body. But the extraordinary reaction was too fast. With a small jump, she easily avoided Alicia's counter-swept, and also simultaneously changed the direction of her greatsword. Until now, Alicia hasn't even landed yet. Within a flash, the sword cut through half of her calf, with it sending blood into the sky, sending a tearing pain throughout her whole lower body, almost making her lose her consciousness. Instinctively gritting her teeth, she was luckily strong enough not shout out on the spot from the pain. The gap is too great. She now understood. How hard had Abram's task been to give them so much time to escape? After all, he was able to exchange 10 or so moves with the extraordinary. Alicia struggled to turn around. She was just in time to see how Mira removed a hidden hand crossbow from her back, and see her raise her hand and aim it at the body of the unaware extraordinary witch. "This is my last chance," she realized, perhaps if I'm able to grab her attention. But before she could even think about what she could say, a great sword swept over with the force of a whirlwind. She then only felt her throat became tight, and then her world had turned upside down. "No, perhaps it's I who am flying." And then, she saw how her own body was unable to support itself any longer and fell onto its knees. At the same time, she saw the owl flew over in the direction of Mira, turning into a girl in midair and severely hitting the official. Afterward, Alicia's line of sight quickly began to blur, as she finally hit the ground, falling into a boundless darkness. That damned stone. Maggie touched her head while complaining out loud. You were too careless. If it wasn't for my help just then, you would have been hit by that crossbow's arrow. Rest assured, I had already noticed. I was just intending to end this quickly. Using her sword, Ashes quickly dug out a shallow pit, and after plundering their bodies, she then immediately threw them into the pit and covered it once more with mud. By putting the plundered god's stone of retaliation and gold royals into her own bag, she now had enough money on her to pay for her way to the port of Clearwater. On the body of the woman who had worn the robe, she had also found a letter, roughly skimming over it. She had discovered that the contest of the letter only became relevant if Roland Wimbledon, Lord of the Western Territory, was not collaborating with the witches. In this case, they had offered to buy baby girls and orphans from him, exactly as they had done previously with Duke Ryan. As long as the women were still minors, they would buy all of them and also pay the regular market price. Furthermore, they could also help him if he wanted to be paid with pills. Reading the letter, Ashes began to sneer in disgust, placing it over the torch to lit it up, burning it one and all. Come on, we have still some other bodies left to bury. Goo! Maggie changed into an owl, then guided Ashes back to the site of their first attack. Digging, carrying, burying the men's. Unable to help with this physically strenuous tasks, Maggie wasn't too busy. In addition, seeing the disabled limbs, the cut-off arms and smelling the air that was reeking of blood made her all feel a little dizzy. So she was now sitting on a branch, watching how as Ashes kept herself busy. For what reason was it so important for you yourself to do this? Wouldn't it be bad if the church finds out they are dead? By the time they discover that their messenger group has disappeared, it will already be 2 or 3 months later, Ashes explained, still using her sword as shovel, when they usually send out an envoy to investigate a witch incident. In the event that the Lord is cooperating with them, the investigation will still last much longer than 1 month, in addition to the time they will need to return. It would usually take them almost 2 or 3 months long. But His Royal Highness wouldn't have cooperated with THM. As long as you allow the messenger into the town, the Witch Cooperation Association will be exposed. They don't need to ask the prince himself. They can just randomly grab hold of some people from the street, and after torturing them, they will soon know the answer. So Roland is only left with 2 options, either selling off the witches and saying that he has nothing to do with them, or kill the envoys by himself. But if the other side was to plan for something like that in advance, as long as even one of them was able to escape, Hermes would soon receive a message about it. After all, they are also carrying messenger pigeons with them. Pigeons can't see the road at night, so I was able to catch all of them, Maggie said, patting her bulging pockets. Just wait until tomorrow, we can go roast and eat them. Ashes was secretly shaking her head. Previously she had never seen Maggie eat a bird, but now, after the first few days in Border Town, she had actually developed a strong interest in them. The moment the church decides to dispatch their army, he will only have 1 month left. But for now, as long as his luck is not too bad, he will be able to last for 3 more months. So this is the gift I promised him. At the same time, I also got my revenge on the church. So that was the reason, really worthy of you, Sister Ashes, Maggie praised. There was still something Ashes still didn't say. With her killing them, Ashes had made the decision for the prince. And when the church finds out that they had lost contact with the envoys, they would certainly blame Roland Wimbledon for it. With this, he wouldn't even get a chance to sell off the witches. When everything had finally been properly put in order, the horizon had already begun to turn white. With this, it's now time for us to part, Ashes said. Maggie didn't understand what she meant. What? Ashes stepped in front of Maggie, squatted down and touched her small head. You want to live in Border Town, don't you? Here you have Lightning and Wendy, so you will certainly be very happy. But, Maggie lowered her head, a look of hesitation written on her face. I also like you and Lady Tilly. It's not the case that you will have to be here all the time. Ashes laughed. Roland Wimbledon, unlike Tilly, is an ordinary aristocrat, so it's hard to be sure that he will always be on the side of us witches. So your mission will be to fly back once a month, telling us everything that has happened in Border Town. Furthermore, you can also bring our messages to the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association. This way our two sides can establish regular contact. If the town is ever in any danger, you can also help them escape from the kingdom and Grey Castle and move to the fjords. It's like that, is it? Maggie blinked, unsure of what to say. Yes, it is, Ashes nodded. I'm convinced that you can accomplish this. Seeing Maggie turning into a pigeon and gradually disappearing with the first rays of the morning sun, Ashes turned around, mounted a horse, and advanced in the direction of the port of Clearwater. Chapter 172, New Drama. Chapter 172, New Drama. That's all for today, class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher, the little girls said in unison. Irene closed the textbooks and watched how the children all walked away from the classroom. The building the class was held in had previously belonged to a former aristocratic residence, but after the months of demons, it had been seized by the prince, and it has now been converted into this college. Fourth, the walls separating the small rooms upstairs and downstairs had been removed, changing the layout of the building into several larger rooms, which were able to accommodate 4 to 6 batches of students at the same time. According to the teaching material, these batches were called classes. During the day, classes were held for children, and at night they would be teaching the adults. She had at first thought that it would take the city hall a very long time before they would give an answer to her application for becoming a teacher, never really expecting that the day after Ferlin had submitted her application, she would already have obtained her permit. She had only needed to go to the city hall to register her position, receive the teaching materials, and obtain a list of her assigned students. She was responsible for teaching elementary knowledge to the children of the townspeople. She had spent a lot of effort on making sure that this group of little devils would listen to her lecture. Within the teaching materials, there was also a whole chapter dedicated on how to maintain the discipline in the classroom. The tricks that were described were totally eye-opening to her. In addition to the traditional oral criticism and using rattan for corporal punishment, there were also other excellent options that were discussed. For example, dividing them into small groups to establishment a class leader and monitor, who would be responsible for controlling them, and so on. The person who wrote the textbook must certainly be a senior who has spent many years studying on how to teach, in order for him to take such care when describing of all of these problems, right. Leaving the college, Irene saw her own personal knight Ferlin was waiting for her. He was no longer dressed in his shiny armor, together with its lion crest embroidered shield and sword, but even without it, he was still a very handsome man. His simple leather clothes brought out his tall and straight figure, coupled with the clear lines of his facial features. Even with his empty hands, he was still the morning light that she remembered. After giving him a hug, Irene noted that Ferlin seemed a little worried. So she asked, "What's happened?" For a moment Ferlin hesitated. His Royal Highness the Prince invited us this afternoon to enjoy some refreshments in the palace. Irene was rooted in place from the shock. Us. She could immediately guess what her husband was worried about. She patted his back, then shook her head. His Royal Highness has never seen me before. How could he be the same as the Duke? Besides, won't you also be there? That's right, Ferlin firmly nodded. This time I'll protect you. That afternoon, Irene, who was now dressed and deliberately wearing a decent dress, with her husband went together to the Lord's castle. They didn't have to wait for long after a guard led them into the reception hall, and a grey-haired man then appeared at the entrance. There was no doubt that he was the Lord of the Western Territories, Lord Roland Wimbledon. He was accompanied by a lady who seemed to be around 30 years or just slightly older, who carried a calm and capable attitude, but was still full of charm. From her facial features, it was clear that she must have been an outstanding beauty back when she was still younger. Seeing the prince enter, Irene and Ferlin quickly stood up, bending into a bow. "Welcome, Mr. and Madam Eltek." Roland sat at the seat of the Lord. "On the table there are only the finest culinary foods of the palace. Do not hesitate to enjoy yourself. There is no need for you to be uncomfortable. Thank you for your invitation to come here to enjoy the refreshments. It will be our pleasure," Ferlin replied in accordance with the noble's etiquette. "The name of the lady at my side is Scroll. She is also the head of the Ministry of Education in the City Hall. I believe you should already have met with her previously." "Indeed," he nodded, and then he turned towards Scrolls and nodded thankfully. "Until now I haven't thanked you. Without your permission, Irene would never have become a teacher so quickly." So it was all because of her help, Irene thought, casting a grateful smile to her. After leisurely chatting for a while, Ferlin tentatively asked, I wonder why His Royal Highness has called us to be here today. May I perhaps know the reason for it? This is related to education. Roland paused, looking to Eileen. I heard you used to work in the theater of Longsong Stronghold. Were you a theater actor? Irene never expected that the prince would direct the question directly at herself. Officially, I have only performed once. In that case, I am going to have a play at the town square every weekend, the prince said directly. As for the script, the screenwriting, and the conductor, I have already arranged for all of them. I'm only in need of performers. And since you don't have so many classes and have already played in a drama, I want you to become the star of the performance. Of course, there will be an additional salary for all of your work. I wonder if you would care to join. Irene looked at the prince with big round eyes, unable to believe what she had just heard. Without even bothering to ask whether he was making fun of her, she nodded excitedly. Your Honored Highness, I would really like that. Standing on the stage has always been her dream, but after leaving the theater in Longsong Stronghold, she knew that she might never again get the chance to play in a theater. But in front of Ferlin, she had never expressed this regret. Instead, she had buried her desire deep within her heart. But on this day, she unexpectedly got the chance to return to the stage. What more could she hope for? These plays will be performed for the masses to see, so my request from the actors won't be high. It will be enough as long as they can deliver the story clearly. Maybe you have some friends in the theater of Longsong Stronghold who would also fulfill the conditions, who would want to go on stage, but never had the chance. If you could write a letter to them telling them that we will have a performance each weekend and that the payment will be the same as for the Stronghold's theater. I know a lot of them, Irene said happy. I'll write to them the moment I go back home. I think they'll be happy to get the chance to come and perform in Border Town. All right, Roland handed 3 books to her. These are the scripts, they each have a number on their cover. Your performance will start with the first story. The content of it has been revised by Scrolls, and it should be very in line with the life of normal people. You can take these books back with you and read through them carefully. If there is something you do not understand, you can come to Scroll and ask. Yes, Your Highness, thank you. Irene bowed. Was that all right? Scrolls later asked. Do you think that all of those stories should really appear? What is your concern? Do you believe that in their eyes the prince could never write such vulgar stuff? Roland stretched his body, and without your last modified polishing, the script could never have been completed in such a short period of time. I do not think the story is too vulgar, Scrolls shook her head. Although I do not know why you know so clearly about this, these are topics that concern the people. They are quite touching and thought-provoking, so the show will definitely be very popular. Of course, they will be popular, Roland thought. The first 2 scripts were modified versions of Cinderella and The Rooster Crows at Midnight, and had already been well tested by the audience. The former describes a touching love story between a civilian and a member of the royal family, while the latter was about people of the lowest rank and their struggles against the unscrupulous landlord. Of course, he had adapted them to the local conditions, such as changing the good fairy in Cinderella into a witch, and the landlord in The Rooster Crows at Midnight also become a fierce little aristocrat. Roland intended to achieve a far-reaching and long-lasting impact with his first 2 plays before he could release his 3rd work, The Diary of a Witch, which his true purpose. This script had been completely written by him. It told the story of 3 children who all became witches, but each of their lives went in completely different directions. Instead of directly referring to the church, he focused his attention on the fateful journey of these 3 girls. One girl had been abandoned by her parents, another girl had become a tool for others, and the last one was lucky and had parents who still loved her and then gave their own life to protect their daughter. Eventually, the 3 women would meet with each other by chance, help each other to prevail over those who want to sentence them to death, and would try to blend in with the ordinary people to find their own happiness. Roland intended to make The Diary of a Witch into a series, and with the help of the 3 views, he would reshape how the outside world would look at witches, with the twists and turns of the touching drama, imparting in them the thought that any of their relatives could become a witch, and it had nothing at all to do with the devil. TN, Cinderella, The Rooster Crows at Midnight Chapter 173, Irene's Wish Chapter 173, Irene's Wish. When the 2 of them had returned home, Ferlin shook his head and reluctantly asked, "Couldn't you have told His Highness that you would need a few days to consider the offer and before you could give an answer?" On the way home, It had seemed that she was dancing rather than just merely walking. I'm afraid to say that the last time I've seen her so happy was on the day of our wedding. That just wouldn't do. Irene stuck out her tongue. Doing that would make it impossible for me to fall asleep at night. That was the way she was. Her love for the theater was so strong that she could often be seen practicing her lines at the Strongholds Theater, even during midnight. If it hadn't been for the Duke, she could have already turned from the flower of the theater, not only in name, but also in reality, into star of the show. Theater. Thinking about this, he hugged his wife from behind and whispered into her ear, "I'm sorry, dear." Irene patted his head comfortingly. "It wasn't your fault. He transferred you to other cities. There was no way you could have stopped him." Softly, laughingly, she continued, "If you want to waste your time apologizing, you should go into the kitchen and cook something. I would like to take a look at the scripts before anything else." "That's all right, I'll do it." Ferlin gently kissed her earlobe. "I'm going to make meat porridge, fried eggs, and a sausage to celebrate." In many ways, the new home had been furnished differently compared to their old home. For example, the cooking stoves in Longsong Stronghold, whether it were the aristocrats or the civilians, would all have an open stove in their main living room, while in their new home, they had a separate room for the oven. The stove was surrounded by walls on 3 sides, with the backside of the stove directly connecting to the chimney. The intersection was even provided with a baffle plate which could be shifted horizontally, and when it was not needed, anymore could then be closed, preventing the smoke from the other tenants from coming out of their stove. Ferlin could easily think of several advantages with the new design. For example, after closing the door, the living room also wouldn't be affected by the cooking fume or scent. And during the summer, the stove also wouldn't increase the indoor temperature any further. After filling it with firewood and wood chips, the flames soon started to rise, and he could now fully start concentrating on making tonight's dishes. After having dinner, Irene continued delving into the scripts, and she was only able to put the 3rd book aside after the candle had reached its end. "How are they?" Ferlin couldn't help himself. He had to know how good the scripts were. After all, she had spent so much of her time reading them. Previous, when she had still worked in the theater, she would read 10 books just as thick as these in just half a day. "Honestly, it is hard to describe," Irene exclaimed in admiration. "All of the books are full of new ideas. I have never read these kinds of stories before. For example, in Cinderella, the prince isn't in love with another princess, but instead he falls in love with a beautiful peasant girl. Yet this is not the most surprising part. What is surprising is that he insisted even until the very end to take the peasant girl as his wife. I even got to the point where I started to think, maybe the prince has never read this story himself. If that is not so, shouldn't the incredible odd content of the improbable couple be giving birth to dissatisfaction in his heart? Despite that, the whole story was completely exciting. I could not help wanting to applaud when the prince finally found Cinderella again, and then slipped the crystal shoe onto her feet. The rooster crows at midnight was also fascinating, but when compared to Cinderella, I have to say it is a lot simpler. I think 2 or 3 scenes will be enough to show the story clearly. Furthermore, reading the paragraph where the serfs found the courage to resist the nobility was marvelous. After a long time of cowering, the serfs' frame of mind had changed completely from where it was before, where they had to bear with it at all costs, to the point of it becoming more than they could carry, was all perfectly depicted in the story. The feeling that breaks out after they finally decide to resist and let their passion burst out seems to be coming directly out of the observer's heart. Serfs fighting against the nobility. Ferlin frowned. This was clearly something that the aristocracy would never tolerate. If the serfs of the Eltek manor were to ever dare to raise their hoes and shovels against the housekeeper, I'm afraid my father would be showcase their heads in front of the manor's door on the very next day. Does His Royal Highness really want you to perform a drama like that? You are only asking that because you haven't read the script. Irene threw him a cold look. After reading it, you will feel the same as I do, that they were meant to stand up and resist, and not allow themselves to be oppressed any longer. The small lordling's bullying has become intolerable, so he now had to face the importance of human life. In the end, they still only put the noble into a bag and beat him up ruthlessly. If you ask me, they were still too restrained. Later on, in the story, when the nobles want to kill all the serfs, they were then saved by a witch that happened to be passing by. She then became a well-known local image for the aristocracy, reminding them of what would happen to evil people. Later on, in a debate that was taking place, a foreign lord made a wise and benevolent decision. He bought all the serfs and then promoted them to free people. I bet the whole crowd will erupt into cheers when we get to that point. But the aristocracy will certainly protest, Ferlin thought disapprovingly, and with that, the theatre will then be placed under pressure from the nobility, which will finally lead to the dissolution of the crew. Hang on, he suddenly realized that there lived no other noble in Border Town besides Sir Pine and His Royal Highness, while the latter was even the one who formed the crew. In other words, does His Royal Highness actually intend to only show the dramas to the civilian population? It will be impossible to even earn a few copper royals from their hand. But the actor's payment will also be the same as it was in the Long Song Stronghold. From the start, it was given that this business would turn over a loss. Does His Royal Highness plan to show the dramas just for the entertainment? But dear, Irene said, not noticing the changes in Ferlin's expression. Although the first two stories were already totally exciting, compared with the third one, The Diary of a Witch, those two are nothing. I dare bet that even in Redwater City, King's City, or any other of those big cities, if they read this, the theaters would start immediately recruiting a crew for it, even with special rehearsal and advance advertising. I have to say, Scrolls really is a genius writer. The book The Diary of a Witch, no matter if it is in the story's content or its style of narrating, they are all far more advanced than any of today's dramas. Are you sure? When Ferlin saw her solemn expression, he had to fight hard not to laugh. In Long Song Stronghold, even I could often hear Mr. Cadden Faso famous name. His Delicate Rose and Prince Seeking for Love are works which were praised by all, even outside of our kingdom's borders. I've even heard that other kingdoms have sent their own troops to observe and learn from him. Do you think that this drama could be better than any of these classic plays? Of course, I'm sure. Or do you doubt my vision, dear? She began to roughly tell him the story, not to mention the plot. Even its narrative technique is something you have never seen before. Compared to the dramas of the past, where you listen to the story in the third party, this story focuses firmly on the perspective of the three witches for the whole time. Even though the decisions of the three of them all have a far-reaching impact on each other, they have no knowledge about this. But near the middle of the story, their seemingly unrelated strings finally gather together in the same place. And from then on, the three witches form one inseparable whole. I have to say, this new narrative style of developing several storylines at the same time will certainly cause a sensation without a doubt. Of course, this won't only be restricted to Border Town. I even wonder how many people can understand what level it had reached. She excitedly got a pen and paper to immerse herself into writing the letters. That's out of the question. I have to quickly call my theater's partner to come over. I really want to see the surprised looks on their faces. Ferlin, however, stepped forward to grasp her hand. Hold on, Irene, don't you feel that the story is too contrary to common sense? After listening to his wife's repetition, he also felt that the whole story was very exciting, showing both the good and the evil side in humanity's nature, that the good and evil were both overlapping each other. But its description of the witches and the church's interpretation were fully opposed with each other. Moreover, its content was also too delicate. For example, the third witch, due to the concern and care of her family, could release and develop her ability freely, ultimately discover that the story of the demonic bite was nothing more than a lie. Now, with the exception of their ability to control magic, there was no longer any difference between the witches and the ordinary people. They also only want to laugh, cry, meet their loved ones and grieve brokenheartedly when their loved ones pass away. Is His Highness, Lord Roland, not afraid that news of this will spread? Is he not afraid that the church will come? Violate common sense? No. Ferlin, before they become a witch, they are ordinary girls, right? Well, that's right. Then what if it was me? Irene looked with wide open eyes at Ferlin. If I became a witch, would you think that I am evil? No, of course not, Ferlin quickly answered. You'll always be the good girl, I know. Then, if we give birth to a daughter and she became a witch, of course that would be even more impossible. He quickly closed his mouth, suddenly understanding in his heart what his wife wanted to say to him. Evaluating an unknown witch and one relative with whom one has lived together from morning to the night as evil were completely different. Yes, Irene nodded with satisfaction. If we really got a witch. He knelt down on one knee, taking the position used when swearing allegiance, and said, "In that case, I would be just like the father of the third, which within the story, like him, I would do my best to take good care of her." "That's a qualified answer." She put the quill down and laughingly said, "I think we can try it now." "As you bid, my dear." He whispered softly into her ear, only to then pick her up and walk directly into the bedroom. Chapter 174, Industrial Park. Chapter 174, Industrial Park. 2 days after Ashes departed. Beyond all expectation, Maggie returned to Border Town, once more appearing in front of everyone. After understanding the reason, her return then turned into a warm welcome for a new member of the Witch Alliance. She was greatly moved by the banquet, which was a celebration in her honor, and was also being held in the castle's back garden. The top of a long iron shelf had been covered with all kind of meat, which was free for anyone to take and barbecue. The range of seasoning was also very rich. There were salt, oil, chilies, peppers, as well as Roland personally created barbecue sauce, which was made from cooking a stew made out of all kinds of different mushrooms from the concealing forest, together with a whole chicken. He also added a mixture out of salt, sugar, and wheat flour, which let him forget the non-existent monosodium glutamate, MSG. Maggie almost ate to the point of bursting her stomach before she stopped. On the afternoon of the same day, Roland also tested her ability. According to Nightingale's judgment, her magical capacity when compared with all the other witches could be described as among the medium level. Furthermore, her ability to freely change any kind of bird was only possible on the premise that she had seen it before. Changing her form used up a comparatively large amount of magic, and during one day she could change her form around 4 to 5 times, while maintaining her shape only consumed very small amount of magic. Her ability could be classified as belonging to the summon type, and was also suppressed by the god's stone of retaliation. Her favorite bird to change into was the pigeon, but Roland noted that she would always be a lot bigger than the regular bird, no matter in what kind of bird she changed into. For example, if she turned into a sparrow in Roland's view, her size would equivalent to a common pigeon, while if she was to change into a pigeon, she had almost at the same size as a sea eagle. This point left Roland feeling quite sad that Maggie was incapable of changing into any of the fantasy creatures he had painted for her, such as a phoenix, griffin, or a kunpeng. In addition to Ash's original intention, there was still something else he had to pay attention to. That was the question of, what kind of abilities did the witches gathered by Tilly possess? In case she had many auxiliary witches who could significantly increase the efficiency of farming, he didn't mind to exchange for them with his technology. For this reason, Roland decided to write a long letter addressed to Tilly. He started with showing her that they were in a natural alliance, and then warned her about the church's intention to unify the continent. And lastly, he handed her an olive branch, expressing his desire that they could help each other, and in so doing that they could progress together. Now he only had to wait until Maggie went to the fjords next month and permit her to deliver the letter without having to go through an extra effort. The next day, the prince was welcomed by another piece of good news. The factory for the production of the steam engines has finally been completed. It was located on the opposite shore of the Redwater River, on the western side, next to Leave's experimental field. The entire site was surrounded by a wooden fence. There was also had a smooth and simple road leading to the pontoon bridge. In Roland's plan, this area would in the future be turned into an industrial park. As a result of his wish to expand the building space to far out as was possible, the factory was built using a comparatively easy-to-use wood material, covering an area of about 1,000 square meters. Anna's self-built machines had also already been shipped in. There were 2 steam-driven boring machines, 2 manual milling machines, a manual grinding machine, as well as a manual lathe. Although the machines were quite simple, at least in theory, its workmanship was nonetheless of the best quality. Apart from the pedals and the other similar parts which were made out of wood, all the other parts were made out of wrought iron or cut out of steel. It could be said that it had been processed from the best materials currently in existence and with the highest possible precision. Roland feared that he currently would only have 10 workers that could come to work in the factory. They were the former town blacksmiths and their apprentices who had now been recruited by Roland with a fixed monthly salary of 50 silver royals, so that they could learn how to operate the high-end machines. The blacksmiths, together with their forging tools, would all move into the brick house that stood outside the factory. Yet with the exception of some unimportant parts, the steam engine would soon be produced by using only these machines. To celebrate the opening of the factory and to strengthen morale, Roland decided to gather all the city hall officials and held a ribbon-cutting ceremony and together with a short speech in front of the factory building. With Echo's simulation of a gun salute, Greycastle Industrial Company had formally announced its establishment. During the next few days, as the company's executive Roland came to visit the factory several times, demonstrating the uses of the machines in person, as well as an overall of the steam manufacturing process in general. The best way Roland could think of to let the illiterate blacksmith grasp the processing and assembling of a steam engine was to map the whole process out. Following the usual process of creating a simple manual, he labeled every part with a name, number, and size. Afterward, he used a diagram to show the installation order and the connection pattern. With this task, Soraya had also helped him tremendously in making sure that he could finish this task quickly. The first few days of production went exactly as he had expected. Almost no part that they had made had met the requirements, not even to speak of trying to piece together a whole steam engine. However, Roland didn't care about the scrapping rate. In the hands of Anna, in just the blink of an eye, these formerly defective products were soon remade into a new plate. And he believed that with repeated practice, it was only a matter of time before these blacksmiths mastered the production methods to be used in the new era. In addition to the industrial factory, the prince also changed the backyard at the North Slope mine into his own military factory and was now mainly using it for the production of revolver rifles and bullets. Since by now, Carl's recommended furnace expert, Lesia, had also arrived at Border Town, a new batch of airbags had been installed, substantially increasing the temperature of the furnaces, even making it possible to independently calcining cement powder, making the former calcination room obsolete. But limited by the current crafting ability, the revolver rifles and bullets production was still completely in Anna's hands. At this moment, Roland was still busy designing a bullet stamping sheet for a stamping press. Although its cutting efficiency wouldn't be as good as Anna's direct forming, it could at least reduce her burden. And also, to thank Anna for nearly half a month of rushed work, he had decided to send her a gift. A gift. Anna put down the recently cut part that was still in her hand and stroked a strand of hair that had slipped in front of her forehead back behind her ear, revealing a brilliant smile. Well, don't you want to know what kind of present it is? Roland teased her. And she earnestly reflected on it, and after a moment before she said, I like all the presents that you've given me. After 6 months of being nursed back to health, there was now no longer any traces to discover of her time spent in the dungeon. Where she had previously been thin and weak, she was now slim, her blue eyes brimming with spirit. Dressed in a white dress, she seemed to be fresh and cool. Her whole body seemed to be filled with vitality. This is what an 18-year-old girl should look like. When he saw Anna, Roland was unable to stop the corner of his mouth from raising. Every time he saw her, his mood would always become a lot better. The so-called gift was covered in a layer of linen and placed in the castle courtyard to ensure Anna's surprise. He had gotten this idea when he had seen how Ashbringer had covered her sword. Since he was the prince, the gift of course also had to be something special. Presenting something like jewelry or other similar finished products showed off much less sincerity. So he had to think for a long time before he came up with an idea. When Roland pulled away the linen, a basket weaved with rattan appeared before them, to which the end of many ropes had been tied with the other sides and connected by a vast canvas. This is what? Anna walked closer and began to circle around it full of curiosity. A hot air balloon, Roland replied with a smile. It can take you up into the sky, overlooking the earth like a bird in the sky. Flying up to the heaven. She turned around, her eyes flashing with excitement. Can it really do that? Soaring into the sky has been the dream of mankind since ancient times, from a hang glider to a hot air balloon. From the airship to the aircraft, for the exploration and challenge of this, humanity has already paid a huge price, but mankind has never given up on its pursuit. Even though witches have always existed in this world, flying was still only a right for the minority. The scenery from up high was bound to leave a deep impression in someone. Of course, you just have to fill the airbag at the end of the ropes with hot air. Roland had arranged for Nightingale, Lightning, and Maggie to work as emergency personnel. In the case of an accident, with the help of Lightning together and Maggie in her large sea eagle form, the two of them would be able to land safely. As for the other witches, he decided to temporarily not inform them of this, especially Wendy and Scrolls. They would certainly have opposed any of his adventures. In their eyes, he should absolutely never come even close to even the slightest mishap. TN, does anyone know of a better term to use than revolver rifle? Shishui River finally got changed into Redwater River Kunpeng. Chapter 175, Hot Air Balloon Tour. Chapter 175, Hot air balloon tour. The principle of a hot air balloon was very simple. To produce it, one only had to make their way through a few difficulties. The first part was the burning device, and the second was the airbag. The first point, in the absence of pressure vessels that could provide gas fuel, he had to rely on firewood or charcoal to heat the air. However, the efficiency of this was too low, and he had to come to accept that he wouldn't be able to fly with it very far with it. This also meant that the principle of hot air balloon travel had been discovered much earlier than in Roland's original world. But nevertheless, there was a reason why they had only been able to use it in real combat after the development of hydrogen balloons came along. Roland, however, could abandon the burning device altogether and instead let Anna take over for the heating. The second problem was to make the airbags airtight, but regarding this issue, it was something that Roland could at least use the experience of his predecessors for, and easily solve the problem by using a sandwiched fabric. The outer layer of the balloon was made out of a wear-resistant canvas, the center layer was made out of the intestinal epithelium of cows, and the inner layer was made out of a light gauze. With this, he was able to prevent leakage, while it also meant that he would not have to be afraid of it being pecked at by birds. Roland propped up the opening at the bottom of the air sac, allowing Anna to raise the inside temperature with the help of her common flame. It started to slowly begin to bulge up, seemingly to be like a melted wax gourd. By taking into account that the hot air balloon would have to carry 2 people, the maximum diameter of the balloon needed to be at least at 5 meters, using up the intestinal epithelium of 12 cows, and its sewing lasted almost for a whole week. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the lord of the town, it would never have been possible for him to make such a big toy. Does it fly by using the buoyancy provided from hot air? Anna asked. I remember that hot air will always rise up. Yes, hot air rises, while cold air sinks. This is a common natural phenomenon. Using the particle theory to explain it, due to the air being hot, the particle's movement will be intensified, increasing its diffusion into the surrounding, and with the expansion of the volume, its density will become smaller. While the density of the surrounding air doesn't change, the air in the balloon becomes lighter in comparison, causing it to rise. When Roland finished explaining the principle, he discovered that with the exception of Anna, who showed a "so that's the reason" expression, the other 3 witches were at a loss. Seeing this, he couldn't stop himself from secretly lamenting about the importance of innate talent. When the balloon was completely inflated, it began to float up and slowly straighten the drag lines. Roland took the lead and entered the basket first. Afterward, he helped Anna to climb into it. I'm still a bit worried about this, said Nightingale. Maybe it would be better if you let me try it out first. Trust me, nothing will happen, Roland smiled soothingly. And even if we run into something unexpected, there is still Lightning. You can rest assured I will catch them. Lightning patted her chest confidently. There's also me, Goo, Maggie vouched while imitating Lightning's appearance. With a shake, the balloon's basket took off from the ground, gradually climbing up. Before long, they had crossed the top of the castle, and the whole town started to spread out in front of them. To Roland, seeing such a scene wasn't something new. After all, he had looked out of a skyscraper. But in Anna's view, it was a new experience. It was a perspective that she had never seen before. She leaned over the edge of the gondola and looked out of it, grabbing at Roland's arm with one of her hands, seeming totally excited while also being nervous at the same time. This was the first time that Roland had seen her showing such an expression. It's probably because her 2 feet have never been far away off of the ground before. So, flying in the sky for the first time, I presume it is naturally that she will have a slight fear of heights. Soon, the basket, which was tied to a hemp rope, had also reached its limit, finally stopping its rise. The hemp rope was about 50 meters long. In other words, It was around the height of a 15 to 16-story building. Roland let Anna reduce the fire so that the hot air balloon could begin to hover within the air. Lightning, who had stayed close the basket for the whole time, but now where she saw the balloon was safely flying in the air, she felt assured, and thus she started a game of catch with Maggie around the hot air balloon. When looking down from this height, they could clearly see the castle roof, the constructions taking place all across town, the Redwater River flowing from west to east, and the green farmland on the other side of the river. "How do you feel?" Roland asked with a smile as Anna retracted her hand. "Thank you for your gift," she said excitedly. "It turns out that even I could fly so high." "You can even fly higher." Roland sat down next to the sidewall of the rattan basket. "If the following hemp rope was longer, we could fly even 10 times higher, but up there the airflow is much more chaotic, and it would become harder for us to still stay safe. Furthermore, this is only the first aircraft. Just wait until I invent a piston machine, then even ordinary people can fly faster and higher than even the birds, and then..." He looked up at the blue sky full of hope in his heart. "Humanity will one day fly out of this world and into the boundless space." Anna held her breath. Her eyes were shining and full of expectation for what was to come. "I cannot guarantee that we will be able to fly out of the world." Roland became amused by seeing her appearance, but creating a piston machine so that even ordinary people can fly around like the birds, the rest of my life should still be enough time to achieve that. In fact, with Anna's capabilities, I won't have to face any sort of bottlenecks during the processing, but the currently existing materials are so short of the needed quality. Low-quality pig iron is good enough to create steam engines, while wrought iron is sufficiently good to produce guns with. And together with Anna's black fire to create steel-producing revolver rifles is also no problem. But to build an internal combustion engine, I am afraid I need high-quality iron, steel, or aluminum for that. That border town was able to achieve its current appearance. This is all because of your contribution, Miss Anna." After hearing these words, Anna stared blankly into the distance. After a while, she sat down and softly said, "My mother died in a fire while I wasn't buried inside of the thick smoke and the raging inferno, and contrary to my expectation, I instead became a witch. For a long time, I thought it was my awakening that had led to the fire, ending in the situation that I became extremely disgusted with myself for being a witch. Then, when I was imprisoned for being a witch, I thought that this was the way in which I could die in relief. But you saved me and took me out of prison, teaching me how I could use my ability. I would never have expected that, in addition to destroying and bringing pain, my flame could also bring so much usefulness." Anna paused. "That I was able to meet you, I should already feel very satisfied, but now I have discovered that my way of thinking has already changed. Sometimes my heart feels oppressed, and I feel unwell, hoping for even more." She held onto Roland's shoulder. "Even if it is like this, do you still want to hire me?" Her lake-like blue eyes sparkled in the sunlight and blowing her breath directly into his face, giving him a somewhat itchy feeling. Through their thin clothing, he could feel her soft body and her racing heartbeat. Despite all of this, she did not avoid his view. She was looking straight into his eyes. In the absence of Nightingale, she was full of enthusiasm and now even took on the initiative. Out there, even before Roland was able to finish, Anna had already sealed his lips. When they separated, he gasped, "I want to hire you all the way, Miss Anna." "Okay." This time, he took the initiative, lowering his head and closing the distance. Hey, Maggie, who had already been chasing lightning for a while now, suddenly felt an emergency and stopped in the sky, looking at the empty basket. "They've disappeared." "Goo." After a short glance back, Lightning said, "They just sat down. Don't they want to see the outside scenery? They can always take in the landscape later, but they don't get many opportunities like this one." "Opportunities?" Maggie shook her wings and landed on Lightning's shoulder. "I don't understand, Goo. Should we go and take a look, Goo?" "That won't do," Lightning said, hugging the pigeon. "It is a sacred ritual that cannot be interrupted. Goo. In short, I can only tell you that you will understand it in the future. Until then, it's better for you not to see it. At least that was what my father, the greatest explorer ever, told me." Lightning tossed Maggie into the air. "Now it's your turn to run and my turn to chase you." Chapter 176, The Answer at the Bottom of One's Heart. Chapter 176, The Answer at the Bottom of One's Heart. The hot air balloon stayed in the air for around half an hour. Afterward, it slowly came to land in the castle courtyard. When the basket of the balloon landed, it attracted the attention of all the other witches who had surrounded the waiting nightingale, one after another. And by now nearly all of the members of the Witch Alliance had gathered together in this place. Scrolls, who had recently returned from the city hall, had even run the whole way back. When she had arrived after taking a worried look up at the sky, as if she was afraid that a huge balloon would drop from it, she immediately requested to be informed about the situation. The moment the prince had climbed out of the basket, Scroll and Wendy immediately went over, bursting into a lecture, advising him again to not put his own life into so much risk. The prince, however, defended his behavior, using the novelty of the toy as an excuse and flipping the topic around at them. Nightingale, who felt that the situation was actually quite funny and was on her way up to meet them, suddenly felt how her heart turned stiff, stopping instantly in her place. She'd seen the overflowing joy within Anna's eyes when Roland had helped her out of the basket, staining her cheeks with a slight blush. Her flax-colored bangs was skewed to one side, with the aid of a small hairpin which reflected the silvery within the sun. Nightingale recalled how he had polished a piece of silver during the time when he was at the factory, guiding the blacksmith on how to operate those heavy machines. Had His Highness personally made this hairpin? Soon the other witches began clamoring that they also wanted to take a tour on the balloon. And like that, the balloon began to rise again, this time with Anna and Nana standing on board. Nightingale, however, stood outside of the crowd, staring at the hot air balloon, seeing it become smaller and smaller. In her mind, there was only one thought: Anna's face, brimming with a gentle smile. Usually, Anna's face would always show a calm and neutral expression, rarely exposing any other type of expression. During her journey to the Witch Cooperation Association, within those large cities, Nightingale had met many people displaying a similar smile. So she knew what it meant. It was clear that His Royal Highness and Anna had not only simply taken in the scenery up in the sky, even though Maggie and Lightning had still been around, making it impossible for them to take it to the last step. But as long as the idea came up even once, it would become difficult for them to suppress it again. She suddenly felt like a piece of her heart had become empty. Although she had thought that she had made her decision long ago, having to see it turn into reality, Nightingale discovered that she was far less prepared for it than she had ever imagined. Wanting to be alone, she went to a corner and leaned herself against the wall to sit back down, watching everyone with a disturbed look, while her head was a complete blank. When the hot air balloon had landed once more and Nana had stepped off of the basket, Leaves immediately seized the opportunity and climbed into the basket. When Nightingale came back to herself, she discovered that Roland was no longer in the courtyard. He had most probably returned back to the castle, busying himself with his work, maybe lecturing over one of his books. She also had to go back to the office. She needed to always stay at the prince's side, just as she had done in the past. But when Nightingale stood up, she found that she was unable to take the next step. She really didn't know how she should face Roland right now, even in the case that she entered her own space so that he couldn't see her. She still knew, seeing now his face full of happiness would only make her feel all the more uncomfortable. Wendy came over after the hot air balloon had gone up and down several times. "Why don't you go over and try it for yourself? It's a great experience to see the town from up in the sky." If right now there was anyone else that she could not face even less than His Highness, it would be Anna. So hearing this suggestion caused Nightingale to jump up in panic and exclaim, "No, I really have to go back to the office." The moment she finished speaking, she entered her fog. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly came to ask herself, "Why am I using my ability in the yard?" Turning around, looking back, she was just in time to see how Wendy looked all over the place with an expression of wonder on her face, gnashing her teeth. She took the next step. After dinner, she immediately returned back to her bedroom. While looking upwards, she fell backward onto the bed. Today, even until the very end, she had never shown her figure in the office. The times when His Royal Highness had tentatively shouted her name, she had only tapped his back twice with her hand, showing him that she was still there. And even when Roland placed the salty fishes she usually loved so much on top of the table, she still wasn't in the mood to compromise, having none of them. "What's going on? What happened to you today?" Wendy also came back to the bedroom and closed the door behind her. While I've seen everyone else riding on the hot air balloon, I only saw you sitting alone at the side. It's nothing, Nightingale said, turning herself away. It's obviously that there is something going on. Wendy sat down at the bedside, turning Nightingale's body around. After staring at her for a moment, she continued, I thought you understood that you can tell me anything. The latter closed her eyes. Only after a long while did she quietly murmur, It's because of Anna. Anna? Nightingale did not want to speak about these kinds of disturbing things. After all, this would only make feel even more petty, since the first witch His Highness had met had been Anna and not her. But on the other side, if she didn't speak about it, the pain in her heart it would only become stronger, and even harder for her to bear. Furthermore, Wendy had always given her a lot of help when she had needed it. Whenever she was confused, the first person she always thought of who could help her would be Wendy. She had never let her down. Thinking of this, she gently held on to Wendy's hand and began to talk about her issues. After listening to Nightingale's story, Wendy sighed. I knew that Anna didn't understand the importance of that matter, but you also don't get it. The last time I had already reminded you that he cannot be together with a witch. As the king, Roland Wimbledon will need to have children to inherit his kingdom. Because of this aspect, he can never choose a witch to be his wife. He will a what? Wendy was startled. Lord Roland will marry a witch, Nightingale said, opening her eyes one after another. He had said so himself. She had wanted to keep this message deeply hidden at the bottom of her heart, but now she could no longer bear the feeling of it not being taken seriously. Wendy seemed to be frightened by the news. After a while she asked with a frown, Are you sure of this? Yes, Nightingale confirmed it once more, and to make it clear as she repeated Scroll's question on that day. When it came to the question of Are you likely to marry a witch, he only replied with Why not? You know my ability, you know that I can tell whether a person is telling the truth or if he is lying, and when he had given his answer, he had not been lying. Wendy suddenly grabbed Nightingale's arm forcefully. You're only allowed to remember this. Never speak about it again, not even to any of the other sisters of our witch alliance. Why? Because he is destined to become the king of Greycastle, and what does a king without any descendants mean? Even without the church, it would already become difficult to get the local aristocracy to support such a king. Therefore, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. You absolutely cannot talk with anyone about it. For now, all you have to do is to protect his safety. Do not forget, if he can become the king of Greycastle or not, will also decides the fate of us sisters. Nightingale nodded her head, showing that she had understood. As for the matter that is bothering you, Wendy thought for a moment. Do you want to take the seat of the Queen, or do you just want to stay by his side? Of course, I want to stay with him, Nightingale said without hesitation. Then aren't you already staying at his side? Wendy smiled. There will indeed only be one queen, but even if he ascends the throne, he will still need your protection. Do you understand what I mean by this? Nightingale just blinked with her eyes, but she didn't reply. So, staying together isn't difficult. What's difficult for you is to accept the choice that you have to make, Wendy said. If you cannot do it, you have to give up your position, or you have to take on the next step. As for this question, what would be the right choice? Only you know the answer. On the next morning, when Roland yawningly entered his office and opened the drawer, he discovered that the fishes had disappeared without leaving a trace. Chapter 177, The Will of the Church. Chapter 177, The Will of the Church within the Cathedral at Hermes. The Pope's position remained vacant. The three archbishops sat side by side, and it was once more Archbishop Maine who opened the discussion. I heard that some unrest has broken out within the Kingdom of Eternal Winter. Under the leadership of High Priest Carburn, the judges stationed there are already dealing with that matter, replied Tayfun. In the end, what was the reason for the unrest? If it hadn't been for those dregs that had been taken into the church, Heather whistled. After the Queen has been beheaded, most of the nobles have joined the church and were integrated into the upper echelons of the church because of your plan to compromise Maine. They turned a blind eye to the plundering taking place under the guise of arresting witches by the city guards. But the common people cannot accept this procedure, which also naturally birthed resentment. Heather, that had not been my plan, Maine responded in annoyance. This was a decree ushered in by the Supreme Pontiff. This way we can take over and control the kingdom within the shortest amount of time. rather than having to continue fighting against the nobility. Furthermore, there are also some outstanding talents amongst them. Winning them over should be a great help to us. As for those vermin, since their descendants can't inherit their privileges in any case, they should be all eliminated within the next generation. All right, since you are only following the decree of the Supreme Pontiff, I won't say anything about this any longer. Heather shrugged. But those violators who have corrupted the reputation of the church must be handed over to me. Maine looked at Archbishop Taefun, who was muttering to himself hesitantly. I propose that for the time being we do not try to deal with them. When the turmoil has come to an end, it will still be possible for us to place the aristocracy under house arrest, but doing so now, so soon after they have joined the church, it will only create an unease within their rank. No. Heather pounded on the table. We can't permit them to go against the fundamental rules of the church. Any looting taking place in the name of the church is a felony, and it is me who is the one in control of the rules and arbitration. This time, for the purpose of the overall situation, what I'm saying is in accordance with the big picture. Heather directly interrupted the words that were about to come from Taefun. Do not forget that we have relied on our established image of being both fair and just to conquer the kingdom of endless winter. If at this time we don't strike a severe blow against those scum, the people of the kingdom of endless winter will lose all of confidence in us. This is the foundation that the church is relying on, and not those group of damned aristocrats. If you do not agree with me on this, I will directly go to the Pope and ask for his ruling. The Pope has no time to worry over such matters, nor is the foundation of the church in the hands of the ordinary people, but rather it's decided by how powerful we are. Maine sighed and decided to reach out to her so that she wouldn't get too excited about this matter. Then will we ask the High Priest Carbon to escort them back to New Holy City so that they can face trial. That won't be necessary, I will personally head out, Heather said. Recently, I've been rushing my matters here to get them finished. Furthermore, I should also be able to come back within 2 or 3 months. It is naturally that the more people who see a trial the better it will be, and King's City of the Kingdom of Endless Winter would be the best place to hold it. Are you sure about that? Maine frowned. Right now, we have no free conductor who can protect you during your stay in the Kingdom of Endless Winter. If you are to encounter an extraordinary witch, you will be in great danger. Where should so many extraordinary witches be coming from? Heather didn't accept Maine's opinion as being worth considering. Just give me a team of warriors from the army of Judge, that should be enough. If you insist. Maine did not want to quarrel over this subject any longer. There are still some other bad news I have to tell you. The church's army had been unexpected repelled in the Wolfshark Kingdom near to Broken Castle. We have already lost more than 20 members of the God's Punishment Army and more than 100 warriors of the Army of Judges. Even with all of these losses, we still weren't able to conquer Broken Castle. 20 members of the God's Punishment Army? Taefun couldn't believe what he was hearing. Who was the conductor? Belle, and she's already confirmed dead. The conductor was killed. It seems that they actually met with an unexpectedly tough challenge. Heather's interest was piqued. The loss of so many members of the God's Punishment Army must really have given Lord O'Brien an intense headache. We cannot blame this on him after all. The Broken Castle is placed in special terrain. Their gate entrance is high up in the middle of the mountain. The distance between the road and the gate is around 10 meters. Furthermore, they had also destroyed the wooden bridge using some unknown alchemist solution. Maine explained, according to the reports, they put up wooden ladders, and every time the God's Punishment Army tries to crawl up them, they would suffer under a strange flame attack. The defender would spout a white solution out of pipes installed above the gate. Soon after they sent it out, it began to vaporize and catch fire, changing into a blazing flame which would cling to a person's body. No matter what they tried to do, they still couldn't take it off. It only ended after they were completely burned through. Our troops are now trying to get into contact with our believers of the church that are within the city. They're trying to see if they can start an attack from inside and outside at the same time. I dare say the church in the city has already become a bloodbath. Heather twitched her mouth. If we want that our attacks to get through, the right move can only be to send out more people. The alchemist will never be able to produce their solution en masse. Sooner or later, they will eventually run out of supply. You are talking about our God's Punishment Army. Taefun became so enraged that his beard started to tremble. Do you know how difficult it is to convert someone into a member of the God's Punishment Army? Right now, we don't even possess 1,000 of them. And if we have to use force to unify the country, we will lose more than half of them. What should we then use to resist the demonic beast attack during the months of demons? Not even to mention our fight against the devils afterward. Do not fight, Main said. I will tell you this one piece of news, so it will be unnecessary for you to argue over the method of attack. At this moment, the church needs as many members of the God's punishment army as possible. And now that the kingdom of endless winter is under our control, some things can be done that will be a bit more justifiable. In the past, those seeds had been delivered twice each year. But now, I have requested an additional delivery. With the months of demons even influencing the spring, its length is no longer as consistent. So from summer onwards, every season a new batch of seeds will be sent to the new holy city, and the transformation ceremony can also be held correspondingly. The task to handle this matter will be handed over to you, Taefun. But there aren't enough orphans and babies to provide the required number. The old archbishop stroked his beard. After all, not everyone will choose to abandon their child and send it to the church. In that case, you had to find another way to provide enough. The kingdom of endless winter is the kingdom in which we have operated for the longest time. Because of this, most of the population are already part of our believers. In case that even within this land, you're still unable to provide enough manpower, swallowing the other 3 kingdoms will take even longer. Don't forget, if there is ever be any unrest during the reunification process of the continent, we have to rely on the army of judges and the God's punishment army to suppress them. It isn't the case that there aren't enough people, Heather explained with a smile. There are as many children wandering the streets as there are stray cats and wild dogs. I have even heard that there were black street rats who especially went to hire those children. They are then trained into pickpockets, contractors, smugglers, or scapegoats. Previously, the nobility hadn't gotten rid of them and instead offered them some places to hide. But now, thanks to Main's gift, they've all become a part of the church. As long as we cover the sewers, where can those mice go to hide? The only task left will be to send out the army of judges and try to clear up the underground. That way we can catch everything in one net. Doing it like this means you can harvest a lot of children, while the removal of those dregs will still gain us a good impression from the civilians at the same time. If we can also deter those who are beginning to stir up the nobles, we can succeed in 3 objectives in one go, can't we? This is indeed a good solution, Main thought. No matter how extreme her temperament was, whenever she was faced with had to face a problem, she would be the fastest person to come up with a countermeasure. So if for this ability he only had to ignore a few words coming from her, he would consider it a small price to pay. Just carry on with this method. In short, before the fall, it is important that we conquer the territory of Wolfshart Kingdom, so that with the exception of the troops we need to maintain order, we can transfer all other warriors of the army of judges back to Hermes. During this year's months of demons, the enemy will only become even more powerful. Taefun, although reluctantly but he still nodded his head, also, the Kingdom of Dawn has already noticed the development in their neighboring kingdoms. The aristocracy within many cities are pointing their spearhead at the church. There were already situations where they have plundered the churches, then burned them down. I suggest we think about organizing a temporary evacuation of our believers. It really isn't necessary to waste them in such a conflict. No, that won't do, they have to resist, Main said. The more sacrifices we have to make, the more reasons we will have later to retaliate. This is not a waste but the seed of fire. They already don't have much faith in the church. If we retreat out of the kingdom now, the church will only appear to be even weaker. Well, I just wanted to mention it, nothing more. Taefun gave up. Lastly, there is the kingdom of Grey Castle. It is better if you see it yourself. Saying this, he took out a scroll from his sleeve and threw it in front of Main. Main unfolded it and swept his gaze over the letters with his 2 eyes. The letter had unexpectedly come from the Queen of Clearwater, Garcia Wimbledon. It didn't take long, and his eyebrows wrinkled up. Did she even hang her priest? Not only him, she even fed all of our believers to the fishes, Taefun added, and the church was then completely broken down even to the last stone. Plus, she should have already discovered the side effects of the pills. Heather smacked her lips. I had already told you that it was only a matter of time. Even if they supplement their soldier unceasingly with those toys, with each new pill taken the effect would become smaller, until they die in the end because of weakness. Taking those pills and using them to destroy their armies was a good idea, but when its effect came to the surface, they will immediately discover what kind of game we are playing. The true problem is, if I remember correctly, that our spies had reported that only a small group of her soldiers have taken the pills, right? Instead, it were the barbarians from the south who have eaten a lot of them, not more than 1,000, and she said that we will have to pay for them. Maine put the letter down. It's ridiculous without the support of the church. How could she have ever become the Queen of Clearwater? Where is Timothy Wimbledon right now? He also received our pills, so why is he still delaying his attack on the south? He is currently plundering the north. He had set out to handle the attempted rebellion from the protector of the northern border. He has to first stop this rebellion to prevent any instability later. He probably wants to first take down several dukes, and only then he will go face Garcia. Tayfun replied, I just don't know if the new king, after capturing the north, will really make a beeline to the south, or if he first goes to the western border, trying and take it back. Chapter 178, The Mistress Secret Temple. Chapter 178, The Mistress Secret Temple. Ha ha ha. Heather laughed out loudly. It must not be expected that a chess piece will stay completely obedient the whole time, and as long as it is consistent with our final goal, everything will be all right. It doesn't matter where he strikes, as long as the soldiers continue to consume the pills. Anyway, the Kingdom of Grey Castle is the last one on our list, so there is still enough time left for them to fight it out. Furthermore, Roland Wimbledon didn't reject our pills last time, right? Maybe when Timothy puts some pressure on the Western Territory, he will be prepared to accept them. That being said, the matter concerning the Queen of Clearwater still caused some displeasure to Archbishop Maine. After all, she was a piece he had personally selected. In case that Timothy, after conquering the rest of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, still didn't fight a decisive battle with Garcia, and they instead stationed their troops between them to maintain the confrontation, the battle for the throne wouldn't achieve desired outcome. Apparently it is time to adopt some different methods. There still isn't any news from the envoy we've sent to the western border, so we will meet again after we hear from them. Maine decided. Let's end it here for today. Will the two excellencies act accordingly to the plan? I still have some other matters I have to attend to on Hermes. Oh, that's right, isn't it? Heather seemed to suddenly have remembered something. Wasn't today the day of conversion? How many people have decided to participate in the conversion ceremony? That is confidential information. With this, Maine stood up and went straight out of the chamber, not turning around even once. After walking on a seemingly endless stairway that was hanging in mid-air leading to the bottom, the Archbishop crossed a mirror-like white millstone and went towards the depths of the church's core. Different from its usual quiet, the core was quite lively today. A group of judges were standing outside of the temple, waiting to be laid in. For most of them, it was their first time entering this place, so they were all busy looking around, still full of curiosity. The moment they saw Maine, their hands went straight to their chest, and they gave him a salute. Your Excellency. He smiled and nodded in their direction. These judges were the elite warriors of the church, and they were fully devoted to God, sacrificing their life for the chance to be part of the God's punishment army conversion ceremony without having any guarantee of success. This was a point that they had to understand clearly before they could apply, but even so, they were still willing to give up their life for this great honor. The eyes of the warriors were full of reverence as they looked at him. In this way, he passed the third checkpoint and came to the gate of the central secret temple. The Pope's personal guards were already here waiting for him. They bowed to greet him, then pushed open the metal gate behind them. Maine followed the guards and stepped in behind them, through the gate. From this point onwards, he has entered the heart of Hermes. It was here that all of the church's inventions and research took place. There were no torches within the central secret area. Because of this, his visions suddenly darkened, and only after a moment for him to adapt did he see a narrow passage appear in front of his eyes. The channel's roof and walls have been fully covered with cast iron, and both sides of it were inlaid with fluorescent stones. These strange stones were a type of the god's stone of retaliation, and after soaking in demonic beast blood, they began to emit a green fluorescence. Reaching the end of the channel, a cage appeared in front of him. After entering the cage, the guards activated the mechanism and it started to go downwards. The chain above their heads issued a crunching sound, which seemed to be especially ear-piercing within the narrow channel. Accompanied by this cacophony of sounds, the cage slowly sank into a hole in the ground, Then suddenly Main's eyes were flooded with light. An extremely spacious underground area suddenly appeared before his eyes. No matter how often he had seen this scene, he would always be shocked by it anew, giving birth to a feeling of insignificance from his heart. In accordance with common sense, buried so deeply underground, the cave should have been dark, pitch dark. But here, the entire cave was illuminated by the light coming from the god's stone of retaliation. The god's stone of retaliation was spread over the whole cave, rising from the ground and forming several stalagmites like crystal flowers. Even the smallest stalagmites were so thick that it was nearly impossible for as many as 10 grown men to encircle it, while the highest stalagmite almost reached the apex of the cave, even higher than the Hermes Cathedral's tower. Their colors were also all differently, having almost nothing in common with each other. The densest stalagmites of God's stone of retaliation were lavender, while the ones at the edge had changed from a dark blue to a light green. The smaller ones were even white, while the seemingly only recently emerged stalagmites had a near-transparent body. The lavender-colored god's stone of retaliation were the stones shining the brightest, especially the stalagmite which surpassed even the cathedral's tower. Its brightness came close to that of the full moon, making it possible to see the end of the cave without the help of a torch, but also allowing one to just faintly be able to see the ground. Under the influence of such a large concentration of the god's stone of retaliation, the inside of the mountains could be regarded as being a magic-free area. The god's stone of retaliation that were sold by the church had all been mined from this place. The space within the cave was large enough to accommodate 5 or 6 of Hermes' basilicas, and down here they had indeed built an exact replica of the cathedral that was above ground, called the Pantheon. But the temple looked much older than the one that was on the top of the mountain. From high up in the air, Mayan could see a black iron gate in the mountain wall behind the temple. It led to the entrance standing at the foot of Hermes, connecting it with the old holy city. So in a sense, this ancient building could be called the actual core of the church. It has already existed long before the new holy city had been established. The cage took a quarter hour to reach the ground. When Main could finally walk out of the cage, he straightened his robes and followed the messenger to the temple. The conversion ceremony would be held in a hall of the temple. Stepping into the hall, the light surrounding the archbishop was no longer a cold blue lavender, but was instead an orange that was created by thousands of burning candles. Overhead there hung a 3-tiered tower like chandelier, and candle holders had been placed all around the hall. Looking at them through devout eyes, they seemed like countless shaking stars. Thanks to all of the flames, the chilliness had been completely dispersed from the cave. The man standing in the middle of the 2 conversion tables was the supreme pontiff of the church, Pope O'Brien. He wore an eye-catching red-gold robe with gold-colored gemstones on his head, and at the moment was carefully checking the conversion equipment and finishing the last bit of preparations for the ceremony. "Your Holiness," standing before O'Brien, Main immediately kneeled down in worship and kissing the Pope's fingers. "Get up, son," the Pope slowly responded with a hoarse voice. "Besides the guards, no one else is here. There is no need for elaborate rituals." "Right," Main stood up, but still couldn't stop himself from becoming shocked. Compared with last time, the Supreme Pontiff now appeared to be much older. He had gotten deep wrinkles all over his face, and his skin now seemed to be an unhealthy shade of white, both loose and dull. Lastly, a lot of dense and eye-catching brown spots had appeared all over his body. Seeing the Pope in such condition, the Archbishop's eyes immediately became hot. "You're suffering? This is a trace of time," O'Brien muttered. "No one can fight against time. My life is running low. I'm afraid that I will never see the day when humans can defeat the devil. But in this way, I also don't have to face the pain of the unknown anymore. Be that as it might, you have to keep on fighting until you finally defeat the enemy or you've been defeated by them. If we fail again, we will ultimately perish," Main nodded. "I will do my duty until even the very last minute." "Very well," the old man smiled in satisfaction. "You've been doing very well lately. You've even increased the army of judges by more than 1,000 soldiers. Today we have 62 applications for the conversion, which can be regarded as the biggest number within recent years. Can you tell me how many members of the God's punishment army we will need to overthrow the devils?" Main asked, and after hesitating for a moment, he continued, "All the information I know about the devils comes from the holy book, but the record in the book aren't complete. Within them, there isn't any information about their origin, quantity, or combat style recorded. I know that to know these secret I will have to wait until I become the next pope, but you are too anxious, you have to show more patience," O'Brien reminded him, "and it won't be long before you can take over the title of Supreme Pontiff, becoming the next pope. You will find all the answers to your questions in a secret library at the top of the Pantheon. For now, I can only tell you this, the more there are, the better it will be." He sighed. "Also, I'm not really looking forward to you presiding over the conversion ceremony, but since you're already here, this session of the conversion, you will try to host it while I will be looking at it from the side. For later, this way you can also accumulate some experience." Chapter 179, Conversion Ritual. Chapter 179, Conversion Ritual. To become the next pope, it was necessary to grasp all knowledge about the God's Punishment Army's conversion ceremony. A year ago, after O'Brien had declared that Maine would be the one to become his successor, he had given him books about the ceremony to read. Only when he had obtained all the knowledge within would he have the qualifications to succeed him. Because of this, the contents of the book have long since already been memorized. To create a new soldier for the God's Punishment Army, it was necessary to sacrifice a witch's life. A mixture was made out of her blood and out of the God's punishment stones, which was then injected into a warrior of the army of judges. During the centuries, the pattern of the ceremony had been improved many times, but the essence of it has never changed, while the number of witches decided the upper limit of the possible number of new member for the God's punishment army. It was the devotion and will of the judges which decided its rate of success. After reading this book, he finally came to understand why the church would accommodate so many young women every year. There was no outward sign to indicate that they would turn into a witch. Before the moment they started to gather their magic, they were completely the same as any other human. But once they began to converge into their magic power, their body, organs, and blood would all be changed. So, in addition to expanding the scale of the breeding, there was no other way they could raise the number of witches. This was also the reason why he had approved of Heather's way of speaking. Everything they had ever done was totally evil. The hands of the people within the higher ranks of the church were all soaked in blood. They had killed more witches than any executioner, but in order to defeat the devil, to avoid the destruction of humanity, they had no choice but to do so. Only the victorious would be qualified to obtain God's favor. There were two judges placed on the conversion table, and Maine knew both of them. Namely, it was Dylan from the 1st Battalion and also Tucker Thor, a Holy City Guard, who was still a presiding judge. Even though both of them were smiling and trying to display their faith, but because of their tensed muscles and clenched fist, the Archbishop could still see just how nervous they truly were. So he tried to calm them by stepping up to them and patting their shoulders. "Relax, I believe both of you will succeed. Your Excellency, as long as we endure the pain, will we make it?" Dylan couldn't prevent himself from asking. "That's right, you only have to hold on," Maine laughed. "Your name is Dylan, right? You remembered my name." He became totally excited. "Of course, you are a member of the 1st Battalion, which had participated in the war to defend Hermes last year. The captain of your unit is Alicia, am I right?" "Yes," Dylan nodded over and over. "During the battle, our unit suffered heavy casualties. Half of my comrades died under the claws of the demonic beasts. I thought that if I could get the ability to kill those mixed species like I'd seen the God's Punishment Army do, Your Excellency, I would also want to become a member of the God's Punishment Army." "That's a firm belief," Maine encouraged, and then turned around to look at the other judge. "So what's about you, Tucker Thor? What is your reason for becoming a member of the God's Punishment Army?" "I want to defend the new holy city," said the presiding judge. "Furthermore, it seems that each passing year the demonic beasts only keep on growing stronger. They already broke through the wall of the holy city last year. And if it weren't for the God's Punishment Army, it would have been entirely possible that the cathedral would have had fallen on that day. So now I also want to become a powerful shield against the demonic beasts and pierce them with my pike." "Excellent, you are both the pride of the church." Maine, just as it was described in the ancient records, tried to resolve their tension and fear through using encouraging words. When he saw that their faith was as strong as possible, He waved his hand to signal that the ceremony could now continue. A group of guards came up to blindfold their eyes and used iron rings to fix their ankles and hands to the top of the table, making it impossible for them to struggle free during the course of the conversion ceremony. Then the witch was also brought in and placed on the table between the two. As a witch that belonged to the church, she had spent most of her life in a monastery within the old holy city, but after her awakening, she was then sent over to the core area, waiting until it was time for her to become the material needed for the conversion. One day before she was to be turned into a sacrifice, she was forced to drink a lot of dream water. The dream water was an herbal medicine made from boiling sleeping ferns and winter flowers. It ensured that regardless of what happened, she would not wake up during the ceremony. Number age 118, one of the guards replied. This was just a routine inquiry. Only the blood of an adult, which was strong enough to meet their requirements of conversion of judges into a member of the God's punishment army. After Maine confirmed that the witch did indeed belong to the right roster, he announced that the ceremony would now begin. On his signal, a fine silver syringe was inserted into the witch's arm, and soon after her reddish-brown blood began to flow through the tube which was wrapped around the needle and gather into a crystal basin. The bottom of the basin was covered by a layer of pale blue god stone of retaliation, gradually becoming covered by the blood until it finally filled the whole basin. The god stone of retaliation soon gave birth to some changes. Through the side of the crystal basin, they could see how the blue stones were being absorbed the witch's blood, and about half an hour later the stones started to melt gradually until they had completely disappeared. The turbid blood now became clear, turning from a reddish-brown into sky-blue. Even though this operation seemed to be quite simple, but only after tens of thousands of tests were they finally able to come up with such a reliable procedure. For example, what was the best age, evaluating how much blood the witch contained, the right method for the needle and skin tubes production, from which part the blood should be taken and into which part should it be inserted, as well as what quality god stone of retaliation would work for the best and what would be the right amount to use. In addition to using the ancient records, they also wrote down all of their own failed experiment and their thoughts on how they could make it better. But at the same time, they were also explaining the general principle behind the conversion process. After a witch's body was changed by their magic, their blood got the ability to strengthen the organs and tendons. But if the blood was used directly, it would only lead to the recipient dying instantly. Because of this, it was necessary to immerse a god stone of retaliation within the witch's blood and dissolving the mysterious power that was still within. After this, it could now be injected into the aspirants, but even with this, the blood would still damage receptionists' consciousness, causing them to gradually lose their emotions and intelligence, ultimately turning them into beings which could only survive by using their instincts and a strong will. If they outlived the ceremony, the god stone of retaliation would give them the additional effect that even without wearing a god stone of retaliation, they would still be able to ban all magic around them. He had to say this was really a fascinating combination. The blood of a witch which would usually cause humans to die, and the god stone of retaliation which, when swallowed, would also put the people to death. When combined, their adverse effects would instead be reduced to a minimum. When the blue liquid slowly flowed over their skin and was absorbed by the two judges, the veins in their arms and necks suddenly rose up, and their expression turned grim, as if they had to endure an enormous pain. Dylan was the first to shout out loudly. He struggled wildly on the table, clenching and opening his hands repeatedly, but he couldn't move his hands or his feet, even though his body soon began to emit a layer of thin sweat. Tucker, however, wasn't in a much better condition either. He began growling, and foam and blood could be seen at the edge of his mouth as his body twitched. The fluid inside the crystal basin dropped little by little, and soon the bottom became visible. By now Dylan's voice had already turned into a sobbing, interrupted by shouts of words carrying an unknown meaning. His skin began dissolving, emitting a white smoke from his head to his toes. According to the judgment of the ancient records, this signs indicated that his conversion was on the brink of failure. Maine hesitated, unsure over whether he should continue observing further, but at this moment the Pope stepped in behind him and placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "That's enough, let him go." With these words, one of the Pope's personal guards came forward, drew a dagger and stabbed it smoothly and cleanly into Dylan's neck, quickly turning the handle and ending Dylan's suffering. After a painfully long wait, Tucker Thor's convulsions finally subsided, and his breathing gradually became smoother, and his former rosy skin turned a shade of light blue. Seeing this, Mayne knew that he had survived the conversion ceremony. One man succeeded while another man had failed. Seeing this result, Mayne sighed. Within a quarter of an hour, the church has lost a devoted judge and also wasted half of the witch's blood. But there were still 60 other judges waiting for their chance at conversion, so he had to let the ceremony go on. By the time the ceremony finally came to an end, Mayne was almost unable to stand. He staggered along the table, nearly throwing off the instruments that were lying on it. Finally, he sat on the ground, with his back to the wall. The Pope slowly came over until he was standing in front of him. To tell you the truth, I'm surprised by your performance. The first time I presided over the ceremony, I did it much worse than you. At that year, I was still 45 years old, but the strong smell of the blood made me throw up directly on the conversion table, almost wasting a whole pot of blood. The former Pope even gave me a ruthless beating, but the moment he was finished, he had ordered me to go back on stage and continue to preside over the ceremony. Hearing his tale, Mayne opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't really know what to say. So, if you do not want anything else, you may go back and have a good rest for today. Yes, by your will. The Archbishop took a deep breath, then went down on his knees and gave his salute. But he suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit today. Hold on, today the reason you called me to the mysterious central temple was because… Oh, look at my memory. O'Brien shook his head self-mockingly. I was looking for you to give you a new poison, which was recently created within the core area. Poison? The core had devoted their energy into studying the gods and one of retaliation, creating such things as cold pills, fluorescent stones, wild chemical drug, and so on. Afterwards, all of their creation would be then sent to the Archbishop. But until now, he had never heard that they had involved themselves in the production of poison. In Mayne opinion, that sort of thing should be done by the alchemists who were good at it. According to them, its invention was entirely due to luck. The Pope said unhurriedly, it only becomes effective after it is sprinkled on rotten corpses and will have an effect on the surrounding population for a long time. Compared to ordinary poisons, it isn't necessary for the target to ingest it orally. And without the special antidote, it is completely impossible for it to be cured. For the specific circumstances, you can inquire with Master Crow's eye. But I thought that it might come in handy in the battle with the Four Kingdoms. Hearing its description, Mayne immediately thought of the broken castle in the Wolfshark Kingdom and the unpleasant stalemate situation in the Kingdom of Grey Castle. He suppressed his joy and saluted again. If the poison is as effective as Master Crow's eye says it is, this should help me a lot. Chapter 180, Population Statistics. Chapter 180, Population Statistics. Recently, Roland would always find himself in a cheerful mood. Even while he was sitting alone in the office, he would occasionally be humming a ditty or two, immersed in the memories of his fantastic time inside the hot air balloon. When Anna closed her eyes to kiss him, her appearance was just too cute. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't stop himself from smiling. Furthermore, the most important point had been the meaning behind her words, and how she showed them afterward with her passion and affection. The only thing he could do was to respond even more passionately to her, so strongly that when they landed, Roland felt like there was a dull pain from his lips. Probably I had been kissing her too long, so that she became short of breath and used her teeth in panic. In any case, I haven't experienced this kind of feelings in a long time. When he came already near the end of his first quarter of life, those skills he'd learned from television dramas and manhwa finally came in handy, and the best part was that the object of his affection was the beautiful and moving Miss Anna. Roland finally felt that he had taken his first step to becoming a winner in life. He opened the drawer and grasped blindly around it, wanting to chew some snacks to calm his joy. Yet the result was that he only felt empty air. I clearly put the beef jerky in yesterday. Roland looked back at Nightingale, who stood by the window, seeing that the latter was blowing the whistle, and pretended to only be casually watching the scenery outside. He had deliberately replaced the dried fish, trying to prevent Nightingale from stealing, but who could have thought that this also wouldn't stop her from taking the dried beef? At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard coming from outside the door. "Your Highness, Lord Barov requests to see you." "Let him in." Nightingale did not fade this time as she had always done before. She only pulled up her hood and took a place on the couch by the wall. When the assistant minister opened the door and saw another person was also in the office, he slightly raised his brow, but soon resumed his normal appearance. "Your Highness, this month's demographic statistic has been completed." Saying this, he handed over a parchment to Roland. "So fast, with the citizen registration file, it has become much more convenient to count them," the assistant minister explained laughingly. "Your previous decision to implement them was really wise." "Oh, now you've turned into a bootlicker." Roland spread the scroll out in front of him. On it, Roland could see how many people inside of Border Town were engaged in which professions. They were sorted in categories, so that one glance was enough to know all the relevant information. Compared with his previous reports, which hadn't even been separated into paragraphs, Barov's ability has progressed by a significant margin. The first line contained the group with the largest population, the serfs. Currently, they included a total of 3,628 people, including their family members. The line underneath it read, "Remarks, 1,500 serfs are now engaged in farming. Your Royal Highness, don't you think that the number of farmers are too small?" Barov pointed to first line and said, "According to Sirius Dali, from the Ministry of Agriculture, if we want to achieve a state where Border Town doesn't need to import food any longer, he fears that we will have to double the amount of the recently added farmland and manpower. Only in this way will we be able to satisfy the amount of grain that Border Town needs." Hearing this name, Roland recalled the impression he had of Sirius. He should be a former knight who belonged to the Wolf family. The 1,500 men who were now engaged in farming were the first serfs who were sent to Border Town. All the subsequent batches Roland had transferred to the mine or to Carl's construction team, but they also got the same assurance that as long as they worked hard enough, they would also be promoted to free people. "I did not intend to produce enough grain to become self-sufficient by this year, and also, we currently have so much wheat stored in the castle warehouses that it is enough to supply us for 2 or 3 months at least. And this year's harvest of the new species of wheat won't be the same as before." "Not the same." Barov got shocked by the unexpected revelation. "When the moment comes, you will understand." Roland smiled. After all, they had planted leaves golden ones. The yield of each plant was at least 3 times higher than that of the old wheat plants. When it came time to harvest, it would surely serve as a shock. This was the reason why he didn't want to put too many people into the area of agriculture. With the crops being changed by leaves magic, in the future, they would only need a small number of farmers to feed most of Border Town's population. So with this in mind, as to save valuable human resources, he had placed a lot of the serfs into the industrial development and the urban construction fields. Roland continued to look further down the list. The second paragraph on the parchment was concerning the construction department. The following notes were divided into several groups, such like masons, bricklayer, mud craftsmen, carpenters, handymen, and so forth. The total number that was engaged in this area was more than 1,100 people, of which the vast majority were serfs who worked as handymen. It was precisely because of these newly added people that he was able to quickly build a batch of residential areas and factories, changing it to template buildings. Mass production and routine process were all the important part needed to speed up the construction process. In Roland's eyes, this degree of improvement was still not enough, but for the locals, it was already a completely different world. The third paragraph was about the mining staff. Similar to the construction industry above, the amount of Border Town's local inhabitants were reduced to 25 people. They were mainly operating the steam engine, or were there to handle the registration of the ore and supervise the work. The remaining 1,600 people were outsiders. It included mercenaries captured during the battle against Longsong Stronghold and all of the serfs sent in the rear. Recently, there have been a few brawls in the mine, Barov said, mainly between the mercenaries and serfs. This is a concealed source of danger, Your Royal Highness. They are too many. Once they start to make trouble, the 25 managers won't be able to control them. I suggest that the First Army becomes responsible for guarding them. Well, Roland thought about it for a moment. All right, do it. For now, we don't have enough manpower to set up a police force. I will speak with Iron Axe soon. 50 men from the firearms team should be sufficient. What is a police? You can think of it as a kind of patroller, but the scope of their area is much larger. Basically, all the internal security will be done by them. During this era, there was no separation between the inner and external force. Because of this, they would permit the army to administer law and order. Furthermore, it was unlikely that it would turn into their own dark history. He had no intention of diverting his manpower to form a secondary force, considering he had his own huge enemy, the church, to look out for. The fourth paragraph contained information about Border Town's First Army. After the end of the war against Longsong Stronghold, the achievements of the First Army sounded through the whole of the Western Territories, making them famous. 300 people, while only paying a minuscule price, had overcome the 1,500-man strong force of the Duke, completely destroying any thought of resistance within the nobility of Longsong Stronghold. After evaluating their merits and bestowing them with their rewards, Roland had doubled the size of the First Army, increasing it to the size of 600 people. Soon after the recruitment order was made public, the whole town's square became packed with enthusiastically people who wanted to sign up. Roland still followed his old concept to select the member of the First Army. He chose the 300 indigenous people who had the best physical condition and did not have a criminal record, and let them join the First Army. The rest was a summary of all kinds of technical personnel. For example, the smelting and firing industry had substantially increased in the past month. From the initial no more than 20 people, they had risen to about 400 people. Thanks to the furnaces granted by the furnace expert, Lesia, the North Slope Furnace Group could not only produce red brick, but they could also fire cement and glass. At the same time, they had also erected 3 shaft furnaces. They were used to smelt the ore, which had already piled up in the yard. The produced ingots could afterward also be transported to the required areas. As for education, chemistry, industry, animal husbandry, the people engaged within amounted to less than 50. So from a demographic point of view, Border Town still had a long way to go. But the fact that the original population of hunters and miners in Border Town could be changed into this within merely half a year could be regarded as earth-shaking. Today, the occupation of hunters had basically disappeared. From hunting for surviving, it was now changed into a hobby. Excluding those people who became members of the First Army or joined the smelting industry, the current Border Town still had nearly 1,000 individuals who were unemployed. While waiting for the literacy phase of the universal education finished, Roland decided to pull all of these people into the factory and open up the prelude to the industrial era. Chapter 181, Soria's Paintings. Chapter 181, Soria's Paintings. After Barov left, Roland went to the drawer and put the statistics into it. Looking back at Nightingale, he wanted to ask her what had happened with her, but after hesitating for a moment, he ultimately wasn't able to. He already had a vague answer within his heart, but saying something like that was too embarrassing, and even if he guessed wrong, it might even be even more embarrassing. So in the end, Roland swallowed his question and said instead, "Now with this done, let's go to the North Slope mine. Do you want to go and see what changes Soria's new ability could make?" Although Nightingale's behavior has become somewhat strange, her attitude was still the same as before. With a smile, she took off her hood and said, "Let's go." Perhaps I'm just thinking too much into this, Roland thought, as he looked at the witch who quickly came to his side. The ride on the hot air balloon on the other day had influenced far more than only 1 or 2 people. He never imagined that Soria would become the second witch who gave birth to a fundamental change of her ability. In fact, even she wasn't aware of the change. Roland had only been present by chance when her talent appeared. Since the hot air balloon was a gift for Anna, it had been placed in the castle courtyard. Whenever someone wanted to see the landscape from high up, they had to call for Anna and lightning. But the day before, when it began to rain, Roland suddenly remembered that the out-of-rattan-weaved basket would become soft when immersed in water, and even if it later got dried, it would still lose its toughness. Thinking of this, he wanted to take it back into the castle. He had intended to let the servants do it, but he then had second thoughts about doing so. Whatever the outcome, the hot air balloon was his present to Anna, and the ropes and airbag were parts that could also be easily damaged, so he decided to personally bring it back to the castle. After he had called Hummingbird over and came to the vestibule, he got surprised by what he saw. The whole basket had a pattern painted on it. It was covered by a bird's-eye view of the scenery of Border Town. But unlike her previous photo-like paintings, her paintings unexpectedly looked like they would immediately stand up and come to life. And it also seems that the raindrops here couldn't fall on Roland either. When he took a closer look, he discovered that her paintings had for the first time gotten a thickness to it. It wasn't strange that a picture had thickness. Theoretically, every real picture should have had a thickness because the pigment itself had a thickness. In paintings, this thickness could even be put to use. By using brushes, strokes, or scrapers, it was possible to create rough textures. And through a variation of layers, the realism itself could be increased, enhancing the expressive power of the painting. But Soraya's paintings were different. Her paintings weren't drawn with a brush and paint, but directly by using her magic. Therefore, that she was able to create this thickness by shaping her magic was especially surprising. He remembered that when he had softly touched those sticking out woods with his hands, it had really felt like he was scratching over branches and green leaves. It wasn't the case that they were hard and solid, but rather soft like gum. And when he touched the ground, the tactile sensation was very robust, as if he had actually touched a stone. Simply amazing, as well as that those raindrops flowing down along the drawn landscape were unable to soak the slightest bit into the rattan. Back in the castle, he immediately called for Soraya to come over, and then Nightingale also confirmed this point. When she observed Soraya from within her fog, the magic in Soraya's body also wasn't the same as before. Previously, it was a golden whirlpool, but now it had condensed into a rotating ribbon. When they stepped into the military factoring compound, Anna approached and welcomed them laughingly, while giving Roland a big hug. Since they had deepened their relationship, the intimacy she showed him had become significantly more. Roland rubbed her head in a good mood, and the silver clip stuck to her hair flashed within the sunlight. But in the corner of the eye, initially Soraya had also intended to come over to greet him. But now she stood at her original place, not knowing what to do. In the end, she began to blush and turned away, putting on an "I see nothing" appearance. Cough, Nightingale took Soraya's hand and pulled her to the table and asked deliberately, "Did you draw this?" Roland smiled and shook his head, letting go of Anna, and went over with her. Only seeing that the whole table was covered with the demanded pictures. The paintings were exactly what you could see in the yard. The only difference between the paintings were the thickness. Some of them were only about a millimeter higher than the paper, while some came close to 3 centimeters. This was exactly the training concept Roland had arranged for her this morning, testing how far it was possible for her to thicken her magic paint. "Is this the thickest one?" Roland touched with his fingers a nearly 3 centimeters thick picture. The enchanted blue sky, that part of the picture was soft as if it has no texture in general, but when he slid his finger down to the yard's wall, he immediately felt a sand-like friction. It seemed to be exactly as he had expected. After the evolution of her magic pen, the pictures drawn by her were not only in line with the shape and color of the original, even the tactile sensation came close to the original object. It can also become thicker, but increasing the thickness even more, the magical consumption becomes very large. Soraya pointed at a brown protrusion on the table. "I wanted to draw the tree trunk outside of the wall, but I had barely drawn the basics of the tree trunk before I had already spent half of my magic power." "This is your painting." Roland reached with his hand for a 10 centimeters thick painting. "I thought it was really a bark." That being said, however, its connection to the table was exceptional firm. The prince used his hand to grab the tree bark and tried to pick it up until his 2 feet had left the ground, but even with this he was unable to separate the bark from the tree. Seeing this, Nightingale drew a knife, yet even after a long time she was still only able to cut a small hole at the bottom. This thing seems to have been embedded into the table. In the end, it could only be cut by Anna. She changed her black fire into a thin thread and swept it over the table. Afterward, the pigments began to emit white smoke, and then it dropped off. The cut was smooth but not glossy. Instead, it had several black scorched marks on it. Roland picked the fallen pigments up, and when he held it in his hand, he discovered that it was far lighter than he had imagined. "Why did you suddenly want to change your style?" "No, I mean, how do you decide to add thickness to your painting?" Roland asked. "I think it was probably because I had seen this kind of scenery for the first time. Soraya stated her memories. When I was high up in the air and looking down on the earth, I felt that the paintings I had made before, which you had said to be almost comparable to the real scene and had called a photo, was in fact not accurate, especially when I used the basket to portray the scenery, and also when I had come down I thought even more in this way. She paused, then continued slowly. The tops of the trees are pointed, and the wind always blows through them carefreely. The mountains are high and low, resembling the ups and downs of a chest, and the river is embedded in the earth. The ships on top of it are pushing their way through. This was the scenery I had seen, and not the extremely thin painting. So I had wanted that my picture would become more like reality. I wanted it to stand up, just like this magnificent scenery. But even after several tries, I failed to succeed. During a moment of frustration, I suddenly remembered what you had said about those balls. Balls? Roland raised his eyebrows questionably. Well, she nodded shyly, that was at least what you had taught us. I thought that everything was made out of those small balls. Then shouldn't the pattern I drew also be the same? I made a few more attempts, and imagined that the pattern illustrated by my magic pen were made out of colorful balls, all stacked to each other, and together formed a whole block of color. Then, the screen suddenly wriggled up, the green woods grew upwards, the dark blue river sunk, finally turning into the pattern you normally see. At that time, these changes shocked both Anna and me. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would never have realized that my magic had evolved. So, it was like this. But compared to Anna's black fire, with the exception that after the evolution my painting seems to be more vivid, it seems it doesn't have any other useful effect. Soraya spat out. To know why, Roland shook his head. In my eyes, they are not just simple paintings. It would be a waste if she only used this ability for painting. He remembered the scene where the rain had slid over the surface of the basket, but was still unable to immerse into one of the scenes. Rather than a painting, it was a kind of coding. Magic. Chapter 182, Shaft Furnaces. Chapter 182, Shaft Furnaces. As long as the object's surface was covered and formed a definite contiguous skin, it could be called a coating. The coating itself could be gaseous, liquid, or solid, with all sorts of different applications to them, from the initial beautiful decoration and later enforcing the durability of the object. All of these things could be considered as coatings. Afterward, Roland launched a series of tests at the substances. He became extremely pleased by the test results. Its concept could be roughly summarized with the phrase, "The more energy her paintings consumed and the longer she drew, the better they would become." Her previous pictures were already hard to completely erase, as long as their medium wasn't also destroyed, and now, after her ability had evolved, this characteristic would become even stronger in the future. Firstly, there was the high adhesive force and the light mass of these pigments. While on top they showed some of the physical characteristics of the object, it could also change its flexibility according to the depicted object. Things such as painted clouds or skies would be as soft as cotton candy, while still having a high resistance towards stretching and cutting. But when replaced with something made out of iron ingot, glass, or material of a similar nature, it then became hard and brittle and could be directly smashed with a hammer. In other words, due to its limited mass, its performance regarding flexibility was far superior to its display of rigidity, which was consistent with Soraya's understanding of how the pigments worked. Secondly, regardless of which characteristics were shown, its chemical properties remained very stable. Not only didn't it react with dilute of sulfuric acid or dilute of nitric acid, but it also repelled water and oil. When Roland filled a coated paper box with water, the thin bottom of the box didn't show any marks of any water seepage. After pouring water into it, the clear liquid beads rolled in the box like dew on a lotus leaf. And when he touched the bottom with his finger, he confirmed that even then it still remained dry. For the high temperature resistance test, Anna went to the paper box and dropped some molten iron into it. The paper as supporter caught fire immediately. The coating itself, however, except for stretching a bit, didn't change much. Only when Anna used her black flame to directly burn the coating did it begin to deform and melt, emitting a white smoke until it finally turned into a mass of black jelly. The fact that the coating also had an insulating effect totally excited Roland. After all, coated copper wires could be used the same way as enameled wire, which he had already proven by building a simple DC motor in the yard. At this point, Roland had completely understood the capacity of Soraya's new ability. Unlike Anna's black flame, which entirely different from her previous green fire, Soraya's new ability was more like an evolution of her previous painting skill. She could now draw a realistic oil painting, or she can also just draw her photo like the pictures from before. Her abilities could also be used in parallel. It only depended on what she had in mind to make. Also, when she drew a picture, and if the thickness of the coating was kept under 1 centimeter, Soraya could draw several hours without needing to stop. But when she drew with a thickness of at least 3 centimeters, her magic consumption would also rapidly increase. And at a depth of 10 centimeters, she hit a threshold, almost immediately exhausting her magic with only 1 or 2 strokes. Of course, from another perspective, this was also the most efficient way in which to counter the demonic bite. Also, after the evolution, her magic still belonged to the category of summoning, and as long as it came within the suppressive range of a god's stone of retaliation, her magical pen would also suddenly disappear, making it impossible for Soraya to draw a new pattern. However, the already drawn coding wasn't affected by a god's stone of retaliation. Under Nightingale's observation, they had discovered that when Soraya's paintings were drawn, they no longer contained any trace of magic to them. In other words, the material created by her magic pen became a real existence. As for how to use the coding, there were too many possibilities. Soraya herself had never imagined how much of a change her new ability would bring to the town. For Roland, her new ability meant that he could quickly get some coated water pipes which were totally rust-proof, and large bundles of enameled wire. Even bricks would become usable at high temperature. He suddenly saw the light for his original seemingly 3 out-of-reach engineering projects: tap water system, electricity, and access to roads. At the same time, this also reminded him of the point made that personal experience was far more profound than reading axioms from books. If he could get the witches to see the world in its subatomic state and get them to accept the particle theory, would it lead to a new round of evolutions, such as letting them even observe microorganism under a microscope? Roland felt that it was necessary to try it, at least try it. Asterisk North Slope, the furnace area. Blow! Let the fire burn even hotter, Lesia shouted. Although it was impossible to directly see the scene inside of the shaft furnace, with the 3 carts full of charcoal, the stones should already have turned red from the heat by now. When he was invited to the town by a letter from Van Bate, he thought that the town was only a desolate and barren land, and if it hadn't been written that he could start a new life here as a mason, he would never have run to the kingdom's border to resume his old trade. By temporarily leaving his family behind and taking only his own luggage, he had already prepared himself for a life lived inside of tents while only have porridge to eat. Having nobody in charge and also not getting any payment were problems often encountered within the construction business. Lesia hadn't intended to stay for a very long time inside border town, as long as he could see Carl, his longtime friend, and see how he was faring with his life here in exile. He would be satisfied. But reality was always different than you expected. When he had reached border town by boat, he saw Carl was already waiting for him at the dock. Previously, Van Bate had been a distinguished mason in King's City and was even a powerful contender for becoming the next leader of the guild. When he compared him with his former appearance, Lesia saw that his temples had turned white and his face had a few more wrinkles to it, but his body wasn't thin. Instead, he was very sturdy, his face even burned full of spirit. After they had exchanged their greeting, Carl didn't take him to a noisy and messy site, but unexpectedly led him to an apparently new residential building, where he handed him his keys with the words, "This house is yours. Put your luggage away first, and then we can go to the pub and have a drink." And then in the pub, out of Carl's mouth, Lesia heard a series of incredible stories. Carl, with his status as a civilian, was recruited by Lord into working at the city hall, not only becoming an official with a fixed monthly salary, but also the construction sector executive. If you stay, you will also receive the possibility of entering the city hall, provided with free housing. After 10 years of work, you also get a retirement allowance. Are you asking yourself what the benefit of a retirement allowance is? It means that you will get money without even having to work. Lesia had thought that Carl was just drunk and speaking nonsense, so the results afterwards weren't as he had expected. Carl was speaking the truth. Open the slag discharge port, clear the slag. After the work was done, none of the problems envisioned by Lesia had appeared. On top of that, not only did they immediately get their money from the Lord, but the Lord also reacted exceptionally fast. Whenever they had a request, they would always get their answer on the following day. Plus, this was also the place they produced an alchemical product called cement. With it, he could easily bond bricks, allowing the construction process to advance by leaps and bounds. Here he could experience a kind of unprecedented carefree feeling, like never before. Just within a month, Lesia had already built 5 blast furnaces and 3 additional shaft furnaces for iron smelting. The shaft furnace was the result of his hard thinking during the years after the disbandment of the Mason Guild. It was the product made using all of his gathered experience. He had already thought that he could only pass it on as a blueprint. Never would he have dared to believe that he would one day see it erected before his very eyes. The modified shaft furnace was nearly 2 meters high and had an internal diameter of about 75 cm. The lower parts of the furnace's body was provided with a number of air nozzles, which could be used for drawing in air by using bellows and ventilation, leaving the bottom for the slag discharging port and the leaving port for the molten iron. Next to the shaft furnace, they had erected a ramp made out of sand and gravel, making it convenient for them to feed and also to observe the situation within the furnace. Today was the first day where the shaft furnace would be put into use. According to the usual practice, before it was officially opened, it had to undergo a smelting test. During the trial, they had intermittently opened the slag discharging port more than 10 times, and had also added new charcoal 2 times. Coming to the conclusion that the furnace had passed its inspection, the molten iron was now flowing into its sink. The slag mouth opened smoothly, and the temperature had met the high temperature needed for smelting iron, so there was no need to continue wasting charcoal. After all, to reduce loss, during the furnace test, they had used the waste ore they had collected in the corner of the yard. After opening the iron discharging port and letting the molten flow out, Lesia announced the furnace shutdown. 2 days later, when the furnace chamber was cleaned up by townsfolk, they also excavated several pieces of dark stone. Under the high-temperature baking, the other wastes had been discharged several times. Only these pieces of ore were left. After they were thrown in, they almost hadn't changed at all. Only their surface had become more bright, just like black ink. Lesia could also not determine what this black ore was. He only knew that it was a waste product of the mining process. Yet its shape and appearance were really pleasing to the eye, not resembling anything useless. But if it was useful and they were unable to melt it, how should they create artifacts from it? Unable to come to a conclusion of his own, he straightforward picked out a block of the most preserved ore, covered it with a cloth, and sent a man to the castle to give it to Roland Wimbledon, the Lord of Border Town. Perhaps the well-taught lord will know the answer. Chapter 183, The Township Construction Plan. Chapter 183, The Township Construction Plan. What is this? Nightingale asked while looking at the black, shiny stone on the table. Obsidian. Roland didn't even raise his head a bit, entirely busy concentrating on drawing the blueprint. Zabe. What kind of stone? No, I was just speaking nonsense. He sighed, slightly looking upwards at the shape and color of the stone. Only the ghosts will know what this is. After all, he wasn't a geological engineer. Even if he had a pure metal right in front of him, it still wasn't guaranteed that he could distinguish it, even less by what the ore looked like. The knowledge he had in his head only told him that most of the ores were a complex composition of compounds. Different impurities gave them different colors. For example, iron ore could be composed out of hematite, pyrite, and siderite, which when looking only at by using their outer appearance, seemed to be thousands of miles apart. Especially pyrite, which would sometimes show a light yellow metallic luster, leading to the situation where it is often identified as gold, giving it the nickname fool's gold. As for their heat resistant, the compounds themselves didn't have a fixed melting point. This was related to its impurities and its ingredients, so by using temperature alone, it still wasn't possible to distinguish between all the different varieties. Furthermore, even if the metal elements existed in their ion state, as long as he didn't know its purification method, the smelting would be useless. There actually exists something you do not know about. Nightingale asked in astonishment. There are a lot of such things. Roland put down his quill and made himself a cup of black tea. Do you want to drink something? No, she waved her hand to decline. Zard. That's right, beef jerky isn't as delicious as salted fish. It would be better if you put some salted fish into the drawer later. For a moment, Roland was silent, then he decided it would be for the best if he pretended not to have heard her. Regarding the stone, he intended to give it to Kyle Sitchai and let him deal with it. After all, minerals were radioactive to some extent, so placing them in his office just so they could serve as decoration wasn't a very good choice. Recently, after Soraya's ability had evolved, he had suddenly discovered that there were a lot of new things he could now create. The first of which would be a tap water system, which would greatly enhance the standard of living for the residents. Just thinking about what it would be like if he was one of the residents who came home covered in sweat after a busy day. But when they wanted to clean their sticky bodies, and they happened to discover that the water tank was empty, which meant they would have to go to the next well to fetch some water, this kind of feeling had to be bad. Moreover, Roland was very tired of the process of always having to get a jar of water when he wanted to wash his face or wash his hands. In addition, he always got the feeling that there would be some parasites growing within the water after a few days spent inside the tank. Not to mention that water tank was rarely ever cleaned, even once each month. And when he took a closer look, over the sediment at the bottom of the water tank, he could also see some caterpillars-like creatures flowing. In case they used a water tower for their water supply, there would be no additional technical difficulties. They could just use a steam engine to pump the water from Redwater River directly into the water tower. And from there, they could rely on the siphon principle to let the water flow through the pipelines and into each house. With this, they would have formed an infrastructure for an automatic water supply system. The reason why Roland hadn't put it into practice until now was because of the missing materials. If they used water supply pipes made out of iron or copper, which didn't have any anti-rust treatment, the pipes would be turned into scrap iron within a few years. Brass pipes were perfect for water supply pipes, they were corrosion resistant, and their internal walls wouldn't also become encrusted, they were non-toxic. And with their copper ions, they would also be sterile. But from which area should he take the money to produce these pipes? The output of the North Slope mine was far from being sufficient to be used for luxury products. Even within later generations, high-grade copper water pipes were still considered as products only used within high-end residential areas. At present, Border Town was not only unable to export ore, they were even reliant on external sources to satisfy their demand. So, whether it were iron pipes or copper pipes, Roland was very reluctant to use them for something which didn't give much benefit, but was purely for his own enjoyment from getting a water supply system. But now it was different. With Soraya's coding magic, he could make the piping out of thin air. With her magic, they could easily manufacture water pipes. For example, by taking an iron pipe as a mold, wrapping it in paper, and then have Soraya cover it in her coding. Afterwards, they only had to take out the mold, and they would get their pipe. Even if these kind of water pipes didn't turn out to be pressure-resistant, it would be sufficient as long as the water pipes were placed in a covered ditch. Second would be the creation of a power supply system. He was afraid that there was no way to spread it over the whole town within a short time, but to let the castle shine in full light had always been something that Roland had wanted to achieve. Having to read books using the weak lighting of a candle wasn't only too painful for the eyes, it also caused them great harm. Furthermore, the summer was coming up soon with its hot temperatures even during the nights. If they then also had to put on candles and torches, what kind of atmosphere would it then be? Nowadays, with generators and wires, the road wasn't too far before the castle could enter the electrical age ahead of its time. As for the filaments for the lamps, Roland vaguely remembered that the usage of tungsten wire carbonized bamboo filaments were commonly used to produce incandescent. And bamboo wasn't a rarity. In the forest south of the Redwater River, there were a lot to be found. However, what Border Town currently needed most were smelting facilities. The quantity of their iron production was directly related to the scale of their mechanical production and weapons manufacturing, which were both needed for the survival of the town. "Are you painting a tower?" Nightingale sat at the table and asked curiously. "Almost," Roland nodded, "but it is inside is empty and it can be filled with fuel and ore. It has the same function as a shaft furnace, and can be used to smelt iron ore into pig iron. This was upgraded version of the ancient blast furnace, a vertical shaft furnace. To learn about Lesia's plan for a shaft furnace, Roland had visited the construction site and had taken a look. To tell the truth, with the exception that its capacity was too small and the temperature it could reach was too low, its structure had been very close to a blast furnace. And if Soraya hadn't evolved her magic, giving the town the possibility to produce fire bricks, Roland had intended to build a dozen of such shaft furnaces. But now, where they had refractory brick, they naturally should consider a furnace which could reach a higher temperature and had a higher output than the blast furnace. The height of the new shaft furnace was nearly 8 meters, enough to have as much as 4 times the capacity than the old shaft furnace. The furnace was tower-shaped, and its largest part was 3 meters wide. In order to prevent the tower from collapsing, he had installed some brackets at the bottom. The furnace walls were relatively thin, with a thickness of 0.5 meter, and the innermost layer would be made out of Soraya's heat-resistant fire bricks. At the same time, it also had a ventilation hole, through which a steam engine would continually provide fresh air. In order to make full use of the power of the steam engine, Roland had also designed a set of automatic feeding equipment for the blast furnace, which included a climbing rail and a movable door at the bottom of a unique material cart. With the help of a steam engine, the cart would climb to the top of the furnace. There, the buckle at the bottom of the car would insert itself into a hook, pulling open the pouring mouth and dumping the fuel or ore into the furnace. For this era, this system could be regarded as the best possible method. Unlike the old shaft furnaces with their large openings and low heat, his new furnace, once it started production, wouldn't stop for a long time. Though they would have to continuously feed it with fuel and ore, its output would be much higher than that of Lesia's shaft furnace. As long as they construction 5 or 6 of these furnaces, the town's pig iron production would be multiplied. When Roland finished drawing all the blueprints, he rubbed his sore wrists and then took a box out of one of the table's drawers and pushed it to in front of Nightingale. The startled Nightingale didn't know what to expect. "This is art. I had intended to give it to you at an early time, but engraving the pattern took some time. After all, I'm also not extremely skilled with the machines in the factory." Roland smiled. "You should open it and take a look." On his words, she stretched out her hand to open the box and was unable to suppress a gasp of surprise. Looking inside, she saw 2 revolvers, which were completely different from the prototypes used by Carter. The 2 pistols were made out of shiny silver and polished so much that she could see her own reflection within. Furthermore, its body and grip were engraved with delicate patterns. On top of the barrels, he had even engraved Nightingale's name, dedicated to Veronica. This idea had already been in Roland's mind for a long time. Compared to carrying around those inconvenience flintlocks from before, the newly developed revolver was quite perfect for her. Whether it was their security or their firing rate, it was all of a high level. And now, after giving such powerful weapons to the hands of an agility type like Nightingale, Roland was already looking forward to the results. "Thank you." With a big smile on her face, she picked up the 2 pistols, jumped off the table, and directly stepped into the shooting position. "Will you teach me how to use them?" "Of course." Roland nodded, seeing Nightingale in her white assassin outfit coupled with a gorgeous and dazzling smile made him instantly understand what it meant to be handsome to the point of having no friends. "Using them isn't difficult. As long as you are able to sneak at the target side, you only have to pull the trigger. Training with them this afternoon should already be sufficient." Chapter 184 Self Chapter 184 Self Scroll stood in front of the door, outside of the bedroom, unsure of whether she should enter. However, she decided to push the door open and step into the room. Within the room, she saw Wendy sitting at the table looking miserable while holding a book in her hands. Scroll didn't even need to take a look. She could already guess that it was certainly the basic theory of natural science. Scroll couldn't stop herself from chuckling out loud. She had rarely seen Wendy ever display such an expression. Even when they were trapped in the impassable mountain range with the Witch Cooperation Association and the shortage of goods had already reached a critical level, she had still always shown a smile, trying to cheer up every sister, seemingly never worrying about the hardships they had to endure. "I had never expected it would be a book that would trouble her so much. I'm unable to understand it at all, is what you think, right?" Scroll said. "It was the same for me when I read the book for the first time. I thought you were Nightingale, Wendy, who had heard her chuckled and turned her head. And now, it's still impossible for me to understand it. Fortunately, you and I are alike. Wendy sighed. Anna would never say that. And I would never have expected that it would be Soraya who would be the second to connect everything and evolve her ability. I feel that if I'm not working hard enough, I will soon be surpassed by the younger generation. I do not understand how His Royal Highness knows so much, and that what he says about the invisible world is actually the truth. In fact, there are numerous things he isn't aware of. Scroll shrugged. I'm referring to certain aspects, such as, it's the matter with Nightingale, Scroll said, taking a stool for herself and then sitting next to Wendy. Don't you also find that her current behavior is very different from how she acted in the past? Previously, she had always concealed her body when she was protecting His Highness. Even if she merely went out, she would still put on her hood, but she is now even listening earnestly during the evening lectures. You who are living with her in the same room should be even more aware of this than I am. Maybe you can tell me what had happened to her in the end. Nothing, Wendy shook her head. She had just finally made her choice. Seeing Wendy's disregarding attitude surprised Scroll. Her choice. Well, it is just as you have guessed. Wendy closed the book and bluntly said, without a doubt she had developed feelings towards His Highness Roland Wimbledon, which can clearly be seen without having to guess. If they shelter one of us, it is only a matter of time before they win the heart of the witch. During the journey with the Witch Cooperation Association, it wasn't uncommon to hear rumors about things like this. Those were just stories made up by others. Most of the sisters did not fare well in those circumstances. His Highness is not the same as the people in the stories. Scroll got startled. She did not expect to hear this coming from Wendy, who had held the same view as herself until recently. You know, us witches are unable to have children, the prince cannot. The prince will take a witch for his wife. Wendy didn't even let her finish speaking. He even told you so personally. How can it be that she knows about it? Was Nightingale present at that time? Then she suddenly understood what the other wanted to say her. Wendy, do you blame me for not telling this to you? I just didn't want to let this matter leak out. This could bring unnecessary problems on His Highness' road to the throne. Wendy remained silent for a while and then said, I know, and I'm not blaming you because it is exactly the same thing I previously said to Nightingale. Before I knew His Highness' answer, I thought it would end well if it were to happen to one of our sisters. But since the prince does not mind it, do we really have to try to change their minds? Previously, when Nightingale suppressed her feelings, she always seemed to be depressed. I prefer how she looks now, no matter what the outcome will be. At least she followed the feeling of her heart. So that's the reason, Scroll thought. Although she agreed to not abandon the practice of not letting the news spread, she still doesn't want to stop the development of the feelings of her sisters. Unexpectedly, there is a difference between Kara, who never allowed someone to do something on their own, wanting to be the only one who decided how to deal with their problems, where Wendy instead is always looking at it from the perspective of her sisters, even trying to cheer them up during their times of hardship. But is His Highness aware of this point? Scroll suddenly thought of a serious problem. What if his decision is based on not knowing about the witch's inability to give birth? Oh, Wendy's voice also turned depressed. How about you go and ask him? West of the town, outside the city walls. Closer to summer now, the sun shone brightly on the grassland. In the near distance, flocks of cattle and sheep leisurely eating grass could be seen. It was hard to imagine that only 3 months ago, the whole landscape had been covered in snow and that there had been nothing outside except for terrorizing demonic beasts. The shooting training had already lasted for most of the afternoon. Nightingale was able to master the shooting skill even faster than Roland had expected. Much faster. Everyone's talent is probably just differently, he thought. Some people are just born to fight. By now, her loading, aiming and firing positions has become completely unlike that of a novice. If she had been born in a knighthood, she would be one of the top stars of the knights in the Kingdom of Greycastle. Carter couldn't help but praise her, just like me. Luckily she wasn't. I do not want her arms to be as thick as yours. Roland glanced at him. How was the feeling being able to achieve a draw with an extraordinary witch? When I got hit, I thought that I had been hit by siege hammer. My whole chest got shattered, Carter said honestly. To tell the truth, it felt terrible. Luckily there should not be a next time, Roland laughed. Waiting until another round of still-standing shooting was finished, the prince applauded Nightingale and called her over. So far you're performed splendidly. Because of that, let now do a simulation training. After putting her pistols into the belt, Nightingale walked towards the prince, and a sweat droplet on the tip of her nose sparkled in the bright sunshine. "Do you see those targets?" Roland pointed to the 5 targets not far away, standing at bust height. "They are hanging above some god's punishment stones, so you should be able to see their position very clearly from within your fog. Within the test, you should combine your skills and your guns, knocking down those enemies, all while exposing yourself only for the shortest time possible." Within the fog, the objects in space were changing constantly, making it difficult to ensure that the bullets would fly towards their target. Previously, when she had tried shooting directly from inside the fog, the results were that out of 10 rounds of bullets, 9 changed their line of flight after leaving the fog. They changed their trajectory so much that Roland, who was standing behind Nightingale, was nearly hit. Therefore, whenever she shot, Nightingale had to step out of the fog, and the shorter amount of time she exposed herself, the more difficult it would become for the enemy to counterattack. "Understood," she smiled, raised her cloak with one hand, and disappeared into thin air before the two of them. When the first shot of the revolver could be heard, Roland only saw a white figure quietly emerge, and then with an eruption of a flame and gas the target got hit and broke apart. Even before the broken wooden parts had completely landed, Nightingale had already arrived behind the second target, pulling the trigger from a distance of 3 to 4 meters from it. And then the third, the fourth. For every shot, she had never completely stepped out of the fog. In addition to her silver pistol and a spark of fire, Roland couldn't make out any other details. It was already difficult just to catch her position with his eyes. When Nightingale moved forward within her fog, it was just like those scenes he had seen in movies in the past. Within the blink of an eye, all 5 targets had been destroyed, and after another blink, Nightingale once more stood at his side. "How was it?" Nightingale laughingly asked. "Ooh," Roland looked at the stunned Carter and asked, "What do you think?" "I'm afraid no one can catch Miss Nightingale." Chief Knight took a deep breath. Even if they put on a god's stone of retaliation, they still wouldn't be safe. "So, did I graduate?" She wiped the sweat from her nose and rubbed it onto Roland's body. "Of course." Chapter 185, The Star of the Theatre, Part 1. Chapter 185, The Star of the Theatre, Part 1. The swan followed the Redwater River on its course westwards. May was standing on its bow, her eyes looking straight ahead. She wasn't standing here to enjoy the scenery. She just wanted to finally be able to see Border Town's pier. "How much longer will it take us to reach our destination?" she asked impatiently. "We will be there soon, Miss May. The sun is shining on you again. It might still be better if you went back to the cabin to rest," Gent, who was standing directly behind her, said. She didn't have to look back to know that at this moment he would have a pleasant smile across his entire face. And as she then turned around, she discovered that she had been right. "That is exactly what you've told me before. How can it still be soon? In the end, have you really ever been to Border Town before?" For a long time he only mumbled something unknown, then he scratched his head and embarrassingly said, "The last time I was there was already 10 years ago." 1 year is already long enough to change the Lord of Longsong's stronghold, so what do you think could have happened in a decade? May asked, annoyed, but there are always exceptions. "I only have to look at you. No matter if it was 10 years ago or yesterday, from the beginning to the end you've never stood on stage even once." Seeing that she had finally swept the smile from her counterpart's face, she was finally able to find some comfort in her heart. If it hadn't been for Irene's massage, she really would never have ever wanted to go with this group of fellow performers to perform at Border Town. As the female star of the theater in Longsong Stronghold, she was quite famous throughout the Western Territory. She had even received an invitation from the owner of the Tower Theatre to come to King's City and perform in Prince Seeking for Love. The show had been a great success, and even the master of drama, Mr. Cadinfaso, admired how she had played her role in The Prince Seeking for Love. Although she hadn't played the heroine, she had still left an impression that wasn't any less impressive than that of the female lead. But when she had excitedly come back to the Longsong Stronghold, she had discovered that the stronghold had undergone enormous changes. Duke Ryan had been defeated, and the territory had fallen into the hands of the fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon, who had handed over the task of governance to Petrov Hill of the Honeysuckle family. She had left the West for less than a year, but within that short period of time, it had become entirely unfamiliar to her. Fortunately, the turmoil in the political upper ranks only had a small effect over the theatre. If only this had been all, But when May had spoken with her sisters about the war during a meal, she had received the news that the first knight of the Western Territory, Morning Light, had also been captured. Hearing this, her heart immediately squeezed together. Afterward, May directly rushed to the theater, looking for Irene to ask her about the situation, only to discover that Irene had followed him 2 weeks ago and went to border town, probably to reunite with her husband. Hearing this news, May felt a little depressed, but at the same time, there was also a little envy mixed in with it. They both worked in the same theater, and she really deserved to play the leading figure, while Irene was the yet-to-rise newcomers, the flower of tomorrow. But the title only came from that group of inferiors actors who were flattering each other all the time. In regards to her appearance, May was confident that she would never lose to anyone. On the side of family background, although she was only from civilian's origin, Irene, however, was only an orphan adopted by the theater. So when comparing themselves, she had a lot stronger standing than Irene did. However, this hardly gave May any relief. Ferlin Eltek, the Morning Light, still developed feelings for Irene with her naive-looking face. Later, he even married her, even giving up his family inheritance for this. "Look, there is farmland in front of us," someone shouted. "We can't be too far from border town now." May looked to the left side of the ship. There she saw rows of knee-high wheat swaying in the wind, and farmers wearing straw hats were busying themselves in the fields as if they were standing within a green sea. In the clear river water, reflected wheat fields extended westwards, with no end in sight. "Such a beautiful scenery, Miss May." Roja walked over, nodding her head in greeting. "In such a remote place, I never expected that I would see such a vast farmland not inferior to the farmland around Longsong Stronghold. That's nothing compared with the farmland around King's City," May disagreed. "There, the wheat fields are so large that they even connect between two cities. Along the roads, the only thing you can see are wheat fields, so the people soon become bored of it." "Is that so?" She smiled awkwardly. "I've never been that far away." Well, this is the response ordinary people should show, May thought, in case it was Irene who had heard these words. "I am afraid she will just show an expression of envy and ask myself to tell her more. Rest assured, you will have the opportunity to get there one day." "I hope so," Roja patted her chest. "Thank you for your encouragement." "I mean, you only have to spend some silver royals. With that you can take the caravan to King's City." "I never meant that you would ever have the chance to go to King's City to perform," May rolled her eyes within her mind. But the other was still only one of Irene's friends, so May didn't want to bother herself to speak those words. Roja had joined the theater before herself, and her age also followed closely with her own, but because of her plain appearance and poor memory, she had never gotten the opportunity to officially perform on stage. In addition to Irene, there were only a few people who were willing to deal with her. "Irene knows that we are coming today?" May asked. "In my reply to her, I informed her of the date, so I'm sure that she will be meeting us at the docks." "Then it should be all right," she nodded. "I do not want to be alone in a strange town and have to look for lodging in an inn." "Can I ask you something, Miss May?" Roja asked hesitantly. "Why was it important for you to leave together with us for the town, moreover? Why did you also want to conceal this from the theater?" "Irene said that this was a small opportunity for those who won't be started elsewhere, but you are not someone who lacks such opportunities." "In case I had told them the truth, do you think the theater would ever let me come to this place?" May curled her lips in disdain. "As to why I want to come here, I merely want to see if my theater comrade is having a good life. After all, I do not know why I have made this impulse decision myself. The Longsong Stronghold's theater is performing a drama in the next 2 days, and now that I'm gone, I am afraid that the theater owner really have a headache. Although there are several backups who can play my part, without my name, the aristocracy may not be willing to accept it. They might even send a grave protest to the theater." Honestly, this wasn't a wise choice. May also knew this. Her own reputation relied heavily on the theater in Longsong Stronghold, and if she annoyed the theater owner, he could simply turn it into a cold environment for her and start promoting another actress. If it came to that, she would have no way of ever fighting back. It was important that she uncompromising acknowledged her mistake. Otherwise, she would have no choice than to leave right away and go to another theater and try to compete with their stars. "Or, I could also take the next ship back to the stronghold, the moment after I have met up with Ferlin, right?" May thought. "So that's how it was." Roja nodded in understanding. "Irene will certainly be very surprised to see you." The scenery along the riverbank gradually became richer. The closer they came to the impassable mountain ridge, the more tents and wooden houses that appeared. It was close to noon at this time, and the peasant women were all busy cooking porridge stew, covering the residential area with its smell, letting May also occasionally smell the floating over aromatic fragrance of wheat. Children had come together to the river to play, and those who were able to swim shed of their clothes, and surrounded by the cheers of their companions jumped headlong into the river, only to triumphantly climb back ashore afterward. Then May finally saw the pier. After the Swan had landed, Ghent and Sam volunteered to handle all of the ladies' baggage. And after a pedestrian had just left the ship, Roja excitedly shouted, "Irene!" May following the direction of her shout. On the pier she detected a woman wearing a white dress and weaving in their direction. And directly by her side stood a tall man. Even across the great distance, she could still make out his straight and vigorous body that was out of the ordinary. Ferlin Eltek, the morning light. The figure in May's memory became clear once more. Chapter 186, The Star of the Theatre, Part 2. Chapter 186, The Star of the Theatre, Part 2. The moment May spotted him, she immediately put away all thoughts of returning to the stronghold. "My God, May!" When May came over, Irene exclaimed in disbelief. Irene grabbed her hands and pulled her towards the knight. "Darling, do you know who she is? She is the most famous actress of the Longsong Theatre, Miss May. Whenever she performs, the people who want to see her play line up from the theatre's lobby and into the streets." Although the phrase "darling" caused May's heart jump, her perennial acting habits allowed her to reflexively smile and give a little nod. "Hello." "Ah, of course I know about her. You've even told me about her being one of the most famous actress in the West. There aren't any nobles who do not know the name for the star of theatre." He sighed, then spoke in an apologetic tone to May. "My wife is a little lacking in her some manners. I'm Ferlin, welcome." He didn't announce his name or his status and even concealed his family name. May's heart was filled with sadness, but on the surface she maintained her utmost elegant expression. "I'm familiar with you. Everyone in the West knows of the first night of the Western Territory, Morning Light, Sir Eltek. I must apologize because of the stress of theater work. I was unable to attend your and Irene's wedding." "That's a thing of the past," the knight said with a smile as he shook his head. "Nowadays, I'm just a teacher, and I no longer belong to the Eltek family, so you really don't have to be so polite to me." He then waved in the direction of the others and continued. "Let's go back. We can talk later, but first you have to finish your application for temporary residence." "Teacher." May was startled. "Does that mean he's now a court tutor?" "The town's lord is indeed a prince, but the prince would never lower himself to find a knight to take on such a role, ha? And what's all this about applying for temporary residence? Shouldn't Irene be taking the group of us to a local reliable and safe inn to stay at? I really did not expect you to come here. If you were to play Cinderella, it would certainly cause a sensation." "Is that so?" May had some doubt about that. She had never heard the name of that drama, which indicated that it had probably been written by a new playwright. Moreover, it wasn't like she had spare time for rehearsal. She'd only come here because she wanted to see how Morning Light was doing and if there was some way she could help him. After entering town, May realized that there was definitely something wrong in this place. The town was located on the border of the kingdom, and the only role it served was to be an outpost for the stronghold. So why did it now look like a newly built city? The road everyone was walking on was covered with dark grey gravel, and there was no mud to be seen anywhere on the whole road. Furthermore, the streets were too wide, practically allowing two carriages to pass each other side to side. "What kind of road is this?" Sam asked the question that was in her mind aloud. "It looks strangely flat." "Hee," Irene smirked. "When I first arrived here it was still made of mud, but now it's become like this. Furthermore, the road still isn't finished yet. The masons have said that this is only the foundation for the actual road." "Then they fooled you," Roja retorted. "Everyone knows only houses need a foundation. Things that are already lying on the ground can't collapse, so why should they need one tilde ah? Really? They mix a kind of fine, grayish powder together with stones, and then they spread it out. Afterward, they sprinkle water on it and compress it with a stone roller until the road has become flat and smooth. In the beginning, I also thought this was the new sort of road, but the mason said that this was a practice developed by His Highness. It seems to be called water whatever layers. In short, this is still only the foundation." Irene turned around and continued leading the way, allowing her long plate to swing with each step. In the future, when more people and carriages start using it, the ground will be paved with slate. Only then will the true road be finished, a paved roads. May coldly laughed inside her heart. Other than the inner city of King's City, which other city in this kingdom could cover its roads with slate? Having such a broad and flat road was already good enough. There were still many mud roads in Longsong Stronghold. Along the way through the town, she saw how many houses on both sides of the road were being demolished, regardless of whether it was a clay tile roofed house or a wooden house. Although they were clearly not new houses, they still a far cry from being called uninhabitable. Did the Lord drive them away because they were blocking the road? No, they've all moved to another district. District, May asked. It is the new residential area, where everyone gets exactly the same brick house to stay in, Irene explained. All the original residents had been assigned one. That means there will be no leaking or broken houses in town. Everyone can be allocated to a brick house. May could not believe her ears. This was even more exaggerated than paved streets. Does she have any idea how much such an idea will cost? But since she was in front of Ferlin, she still had to swallow her words. There were a lot of other pedestrians on the street, so they would occasionally be stopped by people who wanted to greet Irene or Ferlin. Thanks to this, May found out that Irene was also one of those so-called teachers. Aren't you going to perform in the play? She asked. Why do the townspeople call you a teacher, Irene? Because that is my job. I will only be performing part-time. After all, Border Town can't have a theater. Afterwards, Irene told the story of how had been summoned by His Highness. Although it will be an open-air performance and the audience will only consist of civilians, the pay will be still calculated according to that of the stronghold. I think this is a good chance. At least in this way I can still practice. You are right, you are right. As long as I can go on stage, I would be satisfied. Gent and Sam nodded again and again. And open-air performance for civilians. May simply didn't have the strength to retort. Compared with Irene, she could not understand why the prince came up with this idea or what his intentions were in the end. Could those people whose purpose every day was only to have enough to eat and stay alive really comprehend the romance and its twists and turns of a drama? In this manner, they finally came to a stop in front of a 2-story building. This is the teachers' building. Right now Border Town only has 9 teachers. Therefore, there are still many vacant rooms left. Ferlin had already applied for you to stay inside the house, and he'd also got the rights for you to temporarily stay in 2 rooms. So you will be living here during the show. Irene handed out 2 keys. Gent, Sam, this one is for you. Roja and Tina will get the other one, Miss Mays? I'll stay with you, May suddenly blurted. But I came here to see how the lives of my theater companions were, she said with a smile. After all, we have already been working together for such a long time, and you probably also will never return to the stronghold, so I want to talk some more with you. Are you going to hold this against me? Of course not. Irene happily took hold of her hands. I'm just worried that the room is too small for you to live in. There are also a lot of things I also want to ask you. Then she turned around to face the other 4. Let's first put away the luggage, then you can come over to my room and we can sit and read the script together. May climbed up to the 2nd floor and followed Irene and Ferlin into their new home. Stepping in, her last hope was shattered. Although she didn't want to admit it, this small room gave off a comfortable and clean feeling. The tablecloths and curtains were obviously new, recently purchased and made of a red and white thin cotton. The floor had been swept spotless. They had a linen carpet in the living room. In it, some strange cups had been placed on a low table, which attracted May at her first glance. Stepping forward, she picked them up to take a closer look. But even after a moment, she was still unable to identify its material or why it was so light. It was a bit like wood, but the surface of it was smooth and full of brilliant color. It was nothing like those cheap goods affordable by civilians. Depicted on top of the cup were also 2 people who were affectionately holding each other. It is a charming cup, right? Irene said as she leaned over. They are too expensive. They were sold for 5 silver royals at the convenience market, and the 4 of them made a set, containing all different postures of people. To celebrate our first payday, Ferlin insisted on buying them for me, which in the end resulted in us spending our whole salary. That fool, convenience market, May deliberately ignored the other part. Right, Irene said, nodding. The Lord has opened a market at the town square where they are selling some very fine daily necessities, but their prices aren't low either. If you want, I can take you there tomorrow and you can have a look. May had mixed feelings in her heart. The situation was completely different than she had expected it to be. She thought that, as a defeated captive, and a knight for whom no one had been willing to pay ransom, even if the Lord had released him, his life would still have been very difficult. And since Irene didn't perform regularly, she wouldn't have had any savings. Therefore, besides accompanying him during his hardship, she wouldn't be able to help him in any other way. At that time, Ferlin Eltek would have seen any assistance she gave as sending charcoal during snowy weather. Maybe even one step further, by relying on her influence, she could try to persuade the local lord to allow to her redeem the first knight. That way, she would have been able to completely reverse the knight's heart. But she found that all her ideas had come to nothing, and not only didn't he not need her help, furthermore, he was also leading a good life in Border Town. Should she go back? But if she now chose to leave, Ferlin and Border Town would from now on be forgotten forever. May fell into a swirl of confusion. Chapter 187, New Business Organization. Chapter 187, New Business Organization. As the summer came around, Margaret's river fleet arrived at Border Town. Roland had intentionally received the female merchant at the pier so that he could incidentally examine the goods she had brought with her. The most valuable goods were the 3 boats full of saltpeter. By now, Border Town's gunpowder reserves had basically been exhausted. Even the first army firing exercises had come to a stop. Although they had already started to equip the army with revolver rifles, they still had to stay in practice with reloading, gun maintenance, and replenishment of their ammunition. Now, with this batch of saltpeter, they could finally resume firing training. In addition to saltpeter, and in accordance with their agreement, she had also brought 2 ships with ore ingots. These were mainly iron and copper, as well as a portion of green vitriol ore. Just the unloading of these goods already needed 2 or 3 days' time. When Roland offered Margaret the opportunity to inspect the 2 steam engines, he had placed them in an eye-catching position in the yard. Furthermore, he followed his usual practice of covering them in red satin and wrapping them in a fancy pattern. In fact, during nearly the whole month, the West Industrial Company was only able to put 1 steam engine together while producing hundreds of scrap parts. Because of that, Roland had Anna process the defective parts that didn't deviate too much from the desired product, and had her fuse them together into a second steam engine to catch up with the delivery schedule. To Roland's surprise, Margaret had not come alone. This time she had also brought a group of merchants from King's City with her. When the delivery of the goods was organized, Margaret and her partner followed Roland back to the castle, where they enjoyed a sumptuous lunch in the reception hall. "Your Highness, this is Hogg, an old friend of mine. He owns one of the largest mining business in King's City." Margaret pointed at them one after another. "This is Gamia and Marlin. They belong to the Crescent Moon Bay caravan." They were very interested in learning more about these steam engines, and since I have known them for many years, I was too embarrassed to sell it to them myself. So I brought them with me so that I could introduce them to you. "I offer my regards to your honored highness," said Hogg, puffing out his large belly while his face glistened with grease. "Margaret told me that this machine can be used in the place of manpower, and that it can quickly pump water and transport ore out of a mine. Moreover, it doesn't have to take a break, and can run throughout the whole day. Would it be possible that I see it with my own eyes?" Of course. Roland sipped a mouthful of wine. At first, he had been completely unable to adapt to its sour taste, but he had gradually gotten used to it. "But if you want to make it carry ore, you also have to install the railroad system. After lunch, I can take you to the North Slope mine, where you can see it for yourself." "Your Royal Highness, I am also very curious about all the different uses of the steam engine that you've described. Can it really be installed on a sailboat and move it forward without sails?" Marlin began to ask, "In case it is possible, would it be possible for it to resemble a 3- or 4-masted seagoing ship? I'm afraid that it wouldn't be strong enough. In that regard, steam engines are just like horses. Some of them have a lot of force while others have less. It depends on the type of model it is. Of course, machines with a greater output are naturally more expensive. And when one isn't strong enough, you can also install more, like maybe 2 or 4 of them." Roland answered with a smile. "To use a steamer on board, Even if it's the most primitive paddler, it would also need a complex power transmission and handling system. In addition to Border Town, there isn't any other place in the Kingdom of Grey Castle that has the technology needed to modify a ship, but the installation cost would certainly be much higher than that of the steam engine itself. In that case, the Crescent Moon Bay Caravan also wants to order those machines from you. Gamir forked a steam bun that had just left the steam basket and stuffed it into his mouth, but its fresh juices were so hot that he narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, similar people always group together. The friend of rich people will always also be rich. Even without seeing the actual product, they finalized an order right away, as if thousands of gold royals were nothing in their eyes. Roland shook his head. Unfortunately, at the moment, Border Town lacks manpower. With the issue that the steam engine is very complicated to create, I am afraid it will be difficult to produce any additional machines before Margaret's order is completed. I can provide you with the needed manpower, Your Honored Highness, Gamir said, patting his chest. Both carpenters and blacksmiths, even shipbuilders if needed. I have a lot of them stationed at my dock, and they would all come free of charge. And then you'd have them learn the manufacturing method so that you can produce it yourself, Hogg interrupted. 10 years, Your Highness. Gamir opened his palms. I am willing to let them work for you for 10 years, and there will be only one requirement, that is that the first steam engine made by them will be offered to the Crescent Moon Bay Caravan. That is an attractive offer, Roland thought. It would be the same sort of technology partnerships later, where our side would only provide the technology and still make a significant profit, while they wouldn't only get the steam engine as soon as possible, but also get a number of skilled workers after a decade. In this way, the workers' salaries would be equivalent to the cost of purchasing the technology. I don't think we have to be so urgent to finalize a deal. We can take our time discussing the details after I have shown you the machine. Roland pushed his hands onto the table. Furthermore, the steam engine isn't the only product we have here that is worth buying. There are some other things you might also be interested in, for example, this. He snapped his fingers, and on his command, a group of guards took some objects out of a wooden box and placed them on the table. These are the newest creations of Border Town. No matter which of them you choose, they are all of the best quality but still at a reasonable price. For example, this simple mug. Roland pointed at a colorful cup on the table and said, "It is light, pleasing to the eye, and yet not as fragile as a crystal cup. The pattern above can also be customized. Furthermore, it won't get wet, so it is very easy to clean." It won't get wet. Margaret picked up a cup and took a carefully look at it. You can try it with some wine, the prince joked. And after you've drunk from it, you can pretend to be drunk and throw it on the ground to break it apart. It works. Gee, this really is very excellent. But I'm afraid you won't be able to guarantee that every cup will have such a quality, right? The big-bellied hog had already poured himself a cup full of wine and threw it back at this time. Hey, it's really still dry. Of course, it was still dry. It was essentially just an ordinary wooden cup merely coated with one of Soraya's paintings. The pattern on top of it was of her own design. It does not conflict with the usage of crystal cup. Those are for more of a formal court banquet, while my cups are more suited for the personal chambers of the daughters of wealthy houses. Roland said, "As far as I know, they like bright colors and can't resist things with such a beautiful appearance." "I believe it is as you've said," Margaret said while nodding in interest. "You seem to have a lot of experience in this field." "Keek," the prince coughed twice, "and now please fix your eyes on this one. The thickness of the breastplate is entirely uniform, and the back and front are made out of wrought iron. I don't think I even have to mention that it is lighter than a knight's plate armor, and it is possible to put it on without assistance. After it is closed, there doesn't exist even the smallest crack. It is perfectly suitable for the guards escorting caravans. But the most crucial point is that it is cheaper than plate armor." After the presentation of all the goods, the merchants began whispering to one another. To allow them some privacy, Roland offered them some time for discussion and left the hall, going over to the flower garden at a side corridor to get some fresh air. "Your Royal Highness, I was only away for a month and you already have a lot of new things here." Margaret had stood to come follow him. "Don't you want to exchange your opinions with them?" "No, the moment I set my eyes on something it's unnecessary for me to try and listen to other people's thoughts. When there is good merchandise to be had, whether other people see its worth or not, it's all the same to me." She smiled and shook her head. Our caravan will be staying here for 3 to 4 days, so could you let me see Lightning again? Although she does not recognize you, at least she didn't express any sentiment of dislike towards you, so I think that there won't be a problem. Thank you, Margaret said gratefully. If you're going to stay for so long, you might as well come see a play. 3 days from now, Border Town will hold its first theatrical performance. You were able to build a theater in 1 month, Margaret exclaimed, shocked at the idea. Of course not, it will be an open-air performance right in the middle of town square. I think it will be different than what you are used to. I will do so right away. Deference is no substitute for obedience, Your Highness. Margaret placed her hand on her chest and performed a low bow. Chapter 188, On with the show. Chapter 188, On with the show. 2 days later, after the visit to the North Slope mine, Roland agreed to a new trade contract with Hager and the Crescent Moon Bay caravan. Hager's eyeballs had nearly fallen out after he saw the smoothly operating railway transport mining system. He even put forth an application to build a factory in Border Town, which would specialize in the construction of rail lines and their supplementary equipment, while the profits he obtained would be split in half. But Roland refused his investment offer as it would need even more of his people. After all, right now Border Town wasn't lacking in money, but peoples. Hager, after all, was just a mining businessman, although he possessed several mines and managed an open-air silver mine for Count Canberra at Silver City. The men below him were only miners, which was on an entirely different scale compared with the strength of an entire island like Crescent Moon Bay. In the end, he put his name under a contract ordering 10 steam engines and a full set for the mine transportation system, including their track and tub, set to be delivered in 6 months from the date. The first half were to be delivered before the months of demons, and the second half around the start of the coming year. The contract with the Crescent Moon Bay caravan was of a much larger scale than his previous deals, including even a 10 years contract with them. Next time the caravan arrived, it would bring a team of 300 people with it, mainly composed of blacksmiths and carpenters. These people's salaries would be paid for by the Crescent Moon Bay, while Roland only had to provide for their food and accommodation. The steam engines produced by them would be sold with the highest priority given to Crescent Moon Bay, and then after the 10 years, the worker could decide for themselves if they wanted to stay or go back. This was a point that Roland had brought up several times during the negotiation. Without a doubt, the people sent with the next caravan would be some of their most trustworthy supporters. Even for the people shipped in later with the caravans, they were bound to try choosing people with the highest degree of loyalty to the Crescent Moon Bay. So when it then came for them to making their decision, it was unknown if even half of them would decide to stay. However, Roland could never have enough skilled workers, so even if only one of them decided to stay behind, he would still have made a profit. Something he always worried about was that, even though he had the technical advantage, he might not have enough people to bring the technology to reality. Apart from the steam engine, the second largest order was for the transformation of their vessels. Along with the 300 craftsmen, the Crescent Moon caravan would bring 2 inland sailing ships in the hope that Border Town would convert them into ships that could be driven by steam engine. Each ship's conversion would come with a fee of 1,800 gold royals, which meant that the 2 ships would come up to directly exceed Margaret's steam engine order. In contrast, despite that all 3 sides ordering the mugs, the total amount of the order was still less than 300 gold royals, even though Roland had already increased the price of the mugs to what it was in his convenience store by 10 times. This let him feel the gap in the profit between civilian merchandise and industrial products. If you are unable to mass produce, it would be better to only satisfy the requirements of Border Town's inhabitants. What surprised the prince a little was that his iron breastplates and the iron farming tools were completely disregarded. But later, during dinner, Margaret offered him the answer to his doubts. Although your breastplates are indeed cheaper, however its yield is too small if we want to resell it, we have to include the transportation cost together with the tax. So, in the end, we would only make a profit of 5 to 6 gold royals. Moreover, your armor is either forged with a hydraulic hammer or by using the steam engine. In either case, with that method, the price of the armor will stay fixed, and the majority of the expense will come from the quality of the material rather than the quality of its production. After a short pause, she continued, and buying them for our own usage is even more unnecessary. On the sea, whether it be the sailors or the guards, they rarely wear heavy armor, which would only make them sink more quickly in the case they were to fall into the water. Most of the time, they see armor as fetters and handcuffs, not as protection. It's the same with your farming tools. If you cannot obtain an enormous amount of cheaply priced iron, they will be cheaper but not by much when compared to similar local goods, which makes it difficult to make a profit off them. While the situation with those colorful cups it completely differently, their price isn't at a fixed number. It can't be said for sure that the nobility will fond of them, but it is still possible to earn several times our initial investment. After thinking about it for a while, Roland had to admit that this was indeed the case. The price for the armor and farm tools was stable, and since the material costs accounted for the bulk of the price, it was still difficult to force the price down by forging them with his more efficient steam engine instead of the hydraulic hammer. So, in the end, the difference was too small to attract the interest of a big merchant. In addition, these plate armors, which had Soraya's anti-stabbing coating on it, was actually a part of the First Army's armament upgrade. So until the iron production didn't go up, it would be impossible to sell in large amounts. Soon, it was time for the anticipated theater premiere. On this afternoon, even though Roland had demolished the surrounding buildings, which doubled the size of the former central square, the town square was still so tightly packed that not even a drop would be able to trickle through. To promote the play, Roland had already started informing people about it a week ahead of time. Moreover, he had specially requested the Ministry of Agriculture to send people to the outskirts of the town and mobilize the serfs to come watch the drama. Roland, as the town's lord, naturally had the best viewpoint. In the direction of the stage, directly facing the show, Carl had erected a temporary wooden platform. It was made up of 3 rows of wooden benches, which could accommodate about 100 people, and the place in the middle of the 3rd row was reserved for Roland. On one side were places for the members of the Witch Union, with Anna sitting next to him, while on the other side the merchant group had taken their place, with Margaret sitting as his direct neighbor. The 1st and 2nd rows were mostly filled with City Hall officials and their apprentices. In order to ensure their safety, the people surrounding the wooden platform were made up of members from the First Army, who could watch the drama while at the same time separated the location of the prince from the civilian population. Now, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun's burning heat had already faded, and together with a fresh breeze from time to time, which was produced by Wendy, everyone on the platform could enjoy a VIP-level treatment. Under the applause of the crowd, the actors stepped onto the stage one by one. To tell the truth, Roland was completely unsure of what kind of result the premiere would achieve in the end. After giving the script to Irene, he no longer intervened in the drama. The recruiting and rehearsal have been fully done by her and Ferlin. Now, in retrospect, how much experience could a theater newcomer, who had only appeared on stage once, have gathered? And the friends recruited by her were those people who had never gotten the chance to perform on stage in Longsong Stronghold. Only here in a small town could they become actors. In other words, this was a newly created team of new actors who planned to perform a new drama. Fortunately, Roland didn't mind if it became a failure. After all, this drama wasn't meant to sell tickets, and also not there to promote a good script. The only goal of the show was to remold the people's ideology and free them of their prejudices. For this to happen, it had to be performed more than once. So even if this time they didn't play out well, they would undoubtedly have improved by the time of the next performance. "Now I finally understand why you were so confident in this show," Margaret suddenly exclaimed. "You invited Miss May." Roland got startled. "Who? Do not tell me you do not know about it yourself, my God. Before I came here, I've also seen her show in King's City." Margaret smacked her lips. No matter if it is taking hold of her character or the build-up of emotions, she is the best. I do not know how many people she has already moved to tears with her performance in Prince Seeking for Love. Even Cadin Faso was full of praise for her. Who is Cadin Faso? Roland went through his memories bus. He couldn't find any impression of him within his head. Your Royal Highness, are you really a person from King's City? Margaret blinked with her eyes. Please give me the liberty to ask, who is the most famous person in King's City, apart from the people of the court? Yorko the Devil's Hand, Roland blurted out, but directly afterward he knew it was the wrong answer. Oh, the businesswoman gave him a meaningful glance. The most famous playboy. I heard that with one hand alone he could get a woman to never forget him. I understand. He relies only on one hand. Anna leaned over. What for? No, nothing. Roland slammed himself on the forehead. We had better earnestly follow along with the drama. Chapter 189, Stars and Flowers. Chapter 189, Stars and Flowers. The play didn't have a theater curtain, nor an introduction. Their preparation area was separated from the stage by a board. Their stage was simple and crude. And for most of the cast, it would be the first formal performance of their lives. This story takes place in the capital of a kingdom. Within the outer city, there lived a beautiful and kind-hearted girl. As accompanied by the sound of the narration, Irene slowly walked onto the stage. Her whole attire was a filthy grey gown, the hair on top of her head was a hideous mess, and her face was covered with dust. Swinging the broom in her hand, she was carefully cleaning the ground, from time to time even bending down to wipe the difficult-to-remove dirt using the end of her gown. After several days of rehearsal, Irene had thoroughly memorized the whole story's process in her heart. The story was quite simple. A civilian girl had lost her mother and was now constantly being bullied at her home, but because of the girl's kindness, she was then rescued by a witch, who used her magic power to give the girl the opportunity to participate in the prince's party, where the prince and she fell in love the first moment they saw each other. But since the witch's magic was only effective for a limited time, she was forced to leave the ball in a hurry, and in her panic she left behind a crystal shoe. In order to find the beautiful girl, the prince had the whole city be searched. Ultimately, he found her in the outer city, and from then on the two of them lived happily ever after. The story was simple and easy to understand, yet its plot completely broke away from the former description of a princess and a prince's love by allowing a common girl, who due to her kind nature gained the assistance of a witch, be able to win the prince's favor. As the Cinderella of this performance, the part where the character gathered up her courage to resist the oppression she had to face her whole life, would be the actress' greatest highlight of the performance. So Irene had never imagined that May would give the leading position to her. Irene was already euphoric enough that the star of the Western Territory was willing to share the stage with her. Moreover, as the pillar of the Stronghold's theater, May had enough pride and confidence to play the leading role in all kinds of theater stages. Yet in Cinderella, she took the initiative to play the supportive character of the half-sister. This was somewhat hard to believe for Irene, until the other side repeatedly emphasized that this was a performance of new kind of character, and that Irene had the talent needed to play Cinderella. In the next rehearsal, she gathered all of her strength, not only to repeatedly practice every scene, but also when lying in her bed, even after the candles had gone out, she would still be going through the acting skills taught to her by May, so as not to fail to live up to the other side's good intentions. Fortunately, Irene was not without experience, so being on stage while having the eyes of countless people on her, she relaxed her body and let the repeatedly practiced actions reappear one by one. Until now, she felt that she was in good shape and hadn't made any errors. She even encouraged Roja, playing the witch, with her eyes when the other had forgotten her lines. I split the wheat porridge in half, but do not eat too quickly. It is still very hot. Thank you for your kindness, young woman, I will surely repay you. When Roja bent her back and crookedly walked backstage, one after another, the masses began to applaud, making Irene feel relieved. After all, she knew that, when someone forgot their words during a formal performance at the Stronghold's theater, it would count as an utterly intolerable error. The nobility would immediately begin to boo and ridicule the actor, rather than trying to encourage the artist with applause. At this point, it was May's debut. This part of the story was about the conflict of the mean older sister and Cinderella. Under the bullying and humiliation of the older sister, Cinderella could only hide in the basement and begin to tearing up as she held the portrait of her birth mother in her arms. But now, as May stood before her, Irene suddenly felt that the atmosphere had completely changed. She was no longer the quiet and taciturn theater star she had been during the rehearsals. Instead, she had turned into the ruler of the stage. With her lofty manners, her just perfectly executed body movements and unhidden contempt in her eyes, She placed Irene under a strong feeling of oppression. "Oh, take a look at that. Who is this? Under what kind of delusion are you to think you don't have to work in broad daylight? You poor wretch shall return without delay and wash my dress. And you'd better be not clumsy. This is a formal banquet dress. You cannot afford to damage it by even a little." After her words, May ferociously pushed her back, and according to the plot, Irene was supposed to pretend to fall. But under the cold look in May's eyes, she couldn't stop herself from taking a few steps back, accidentally tripping over her own feet and falling to the ground without any buffer. Her elbow hit the stage floor and sent a burst of pain through her body. Truly just a useless waste. May's eyes were no longer set on her. Instead, she went to the center of the stage, facing the silent crowd on the square, and began her monologue. "That's worthy of Miss May," Margaret whispered, amazed. Just with a few simple words from her, she was able to attract the attention of everyone. Her character has already become alive. "Oh, indeed impressive," Roland nodded, but this person was also way too ferocious and overdid it. The loathe and disdain she showed toward Irene seems as if it was her real feelings. Even sitting back here, I could feel her ruthlessness. How infectious her emotional appeal was could be seen in the expression of the entire audience. However, she was not the protagonist. Irene's relatively good performance had been suddenly completely overshadowed. If this goes on, I'm afraid the leading role will be overtaken by a supporting character. Irene was stunned. She knew she had to stand up quickly. May's monologue, which was primarily about her longing for the prince, as well as the court ball, wouldn't last long. So before the end of the scene, she had to leave the stage. But her familiar feeling from the previous rehearsals had already left her, turning the stage into a complete and utter stranger to her. "Are you only on this level?" Only when May finished her act, and while passing by weaved her skirt so that its edge slapped against Irene's face, was she able to recover, even though the other didn't say a word. But by looking into the cold eyes of the star from the west, Irene could understand her meaning. May had wanted to say that Irene should pull herself together. Since their two characters' personalities were like fire and water, once May reached out her hand, the play would be ruined. She clenched her lips, spreading an iron taste through her mouth. When she saw May disappeared behind the board, she also wanted to get up and leave. However, Gent and Sam carrying props had already stepped on the stage. When Sam placed a bucket in front of her, he took the chance to say in a small voice, "The next scene is still yours, just stay here while we work. Come on, you can do it." Irene knew that this wasn't according to the script to be truth. She had already missed the opportunity to leave. Thus the audience saw an unusual change of scenery. Cinderella sat motionless on the stage, while her surrounding scene has been modified from the living room into the basement, changing the beautiful round table and wooden chairs into barrels and rattan baskets. While people who handled the props went back and forth, the girl maintained her position, as if she was frozen in time. In the next act, Cinderella was trapped in the basement, and the witch came back to rescue her, not only giving her beautiful clothes, but also summoning a carriage, which sent her directly to the castle. Remember, the spell will only last until midnight, so you must leave the palace before the last bell rings, or the clothes and the carriage will disappear. Hey. Yes, I've got it. Thank you. At this moment, Irene was still unable to shake off her daze. Hiding in the background, she secretly watched May's play. She only thought that the other actor seemed to be completely free. In front of more than 1,000 viewers, she still had a blossoming smile. What a powerful woman she was. Standing on the stage and having to face the bright star, only then did she thoroughly realize how amazing her counterpart's acting was. Is this the distance between stars and flowers? When Roja finished her dry lines, it was time for the first drama, the court ball. In order to achieve the effect of a grand ball, the scene needed the whole cast to go on stage in addition to her. And May, Gent, Sam, Roja, and Tina were dressed as other noble dancers that were wearing masks. And dressed as the prince was her lover Ferlin. Chapter 190 Victory and Defeat. Chapter 190 Victory and Defeat. The actor playing the prince is quite handsome, yet his facial expressions are very stiff. Unexpectedly he is. Roland was somewhat surprised. Morning Light, the first night in the Western Territories. At present, he holds the position as a teacher in Border Town. He can't be regarded as an actor. He isn't an actor, the businesswoman asked, flabbergasted. Then how can he go on stage? Because of limited staff. He laughed. Just take a look. There is no one besides those two who handled the previous change of setting. If the prince were to be played by one of them, it would truly be unlikely for Cinderella to fall in love at first sight with either of them, based on their appearances. You are right. While changing into her beautiful dress, Irene stood on the side and had to watch as May walked towards Ferlin's side. Irene saw how May placed her hand on his shoulder and began to dance. No, Ferlin wasn't dancing. He was merely being guided by May's exquisite dancing skills and following along with each of her steps. This dance wasn't part of the rehearsal. Irene was aware that this was May's improvisation. Her older sister tried to seduce the prince in every way possible, yet the prince remained unmoved, merely keeping his manners and talking, until Cinderella appeared in front of him. His eyes wandered over and took in the sight of the charming and delicate woman who had bright eyes and white teeth. Irene knew that as soon as she walked past him, according to the script, Ferlin was meant to throw May aside, thereby staging his and her tale of love at first sight. However, anyone who was able to see would likely ask, for what reason should the prince dump the beautiful and touching woman at his side, for the presently so muddle-headed Irene, who completely lacked any allure? At this moment, she saw Ferlin turn his gaze towards her at last. In his gaze, she saw helplessness, comfort, encouragement, and she also saw his love. Irene suddenly felt the stage become quiet. The people's laughter, their voices, and the sound of their arguments was gone. Her theater companions were also gone. Only May, Ferlin, and herself was left on the stage. Sure, my acting skills are a far cry from the Star of the West. So does that mean I should just give up and admit defeat? No, said a soft voice at the bottom of her heart. No, she wanted to act. To her, this was a rare opportunity, or more than likely, her last chance. If she were to give up now, she would probably never have the opportunity to stand on the same stage with such an outstanding actress ever again. She also wanted to become like May, able to lead the audience's emotions with her behavior, gathering everyone's attention on her alone. I'm sorry, May, she said in her heart. If the prince was played by just some random theater actor, it would already be difficult enough for her to gather the courage to compete. By relying on her acting skills alone, it would almost be impossible for her to beat the Star of the West. But he isn't just anyone. He is Morning Light. He is my lover, Irene thought. Please, forgive me for being so shameless. It's just that I never want to lose in front of him. The stage completely disappeared. Instead, a cornfield appeared in front of Irene's eyes. The heavy ears of wheat were already ripe and hanging heavily, gently swinging in the evening breeze, just waiting to be plucked. In the distance, the sun slowly disappeared behind the horizon, coating the slowly flowing Redwater River in many warm colors. This was the place where they had frequently met up for their tryst. In this red-orange sunset, the prince changed back into the night, turning back into the man with whom she had fallen in love with so many years ago. As long as it was in front of him, she could always let her most beautiful side bloom, making it impossible for him to move his view away from her. No longer acting, but instead showing off her true self, Irene lifted her robe, tied a knot in it, and walked towards Ferlin. Now, when her heart was full of confidence, everything seemed so natural. The moment she reached the knight's side, she smiled to May, and the latter unconsciously loosened the hand resting on his shoulders. May I have this dance? She asked. Ferlin's natural smiling expression reappeared within his eyes. Of course you can, my lady. Although she wasn't as skilled as May, under her guidance, the knight moved more naturally than his former jumping. The two people's tacit understanding in the scene infected the audience, which began to applauding and whistling, followed with their cheers. All the clamor brought Irene back to the stage. Stepping on her toes, she gently placed a kiss on the prince's cheek, before she pushed him away, turned around, and quickly ran offstage. At the same time, the deep and resounding sound of the bells rolled over the square and came back as a faint echo from the far-off mountains. Not much longer, and it would be the midnight. Soon the drama came to its end, but with it also came the end of the play. On his search, the prince went from house to house in the city, and he finally came to Cinderella's home. But this time, the young lady wore a dirty and grey robe and was holding a broom in her hands while being pushed to the side by her older sister. The sister was still beautiful, and she could also put on the crystal shoe. Your Highness, why are you still hesitating? I am the person you are looking for. No, she is not. Why you shut up? even though right now May's performance was no less perfect than before and was even more oppressing, but Irene no longer cringed away from her. Instead, she came out of her corner, slowly arriving at the central stage. There, she looked straight into the eyes of her counterpart with an unyielding look, full of resistance. Everyone watching this beautiful scene began to clap. At this moment, the witch suddenly appeared. She reached out with her hands and put the bull's dress on Cinderella once more. "Your Royal Highness, she is the person you are looking for." Roja forcefully tore off the grey robe on Irene, exposing her beautiful dress. Almost at the same time, she stroked through Cinderella's wild hairstyle, smoothing it out. And with this, the Cinderella who had snatched away the prince's heart appeared in front of everyone once again. The atmosphere of the audience immediately began to overflow. When the prince embraced Cinderella, everyone stood up, and a timely gun salute could be heard from outside the grounds, pushing the people's mood to the peak. The endless applause and cheering continued until the narration came to its conclusion, and the actors bowed and left. Only then did the audience stop. "This was incredible," Margaret clapped enthusiastically. "I thought that the young woman would be overwhelmed by May. I never expected the result, that she would be able to come back. Furthermore, I do not know whether or not it was an illusion, but her interaction with the prince felt even more natural than May's. It was as if she was meant to be together with the prince." It was indeed surprising, Roland nodded. Irene had changed her entire personality at the end, which must have been her inherited acting skills which arisen, as a result giving her the capacity to maintain her self-confidence even under May's overwhelming personality. In a short time, the prince had changed back into her husband, breaking away from the stocks and chains. This kind of ability was also very outstanding. In the future, in all likelihood, she will become a rising star. Furthermore, the ringing bells and salute created by Echo were equally perfect. Due to not having arranged any practice sessions, Roland had given her freedom at the beginning of the play, but he'd never expecting such a pleasant surprise. I lost. May closed her eyes. She had spent a lot effort in making sure that Ferlin Eltek would play the role of the prince so that he could see her at the task. She was the best at being on stage, and in this way she could leave a deep impression on him, ultimately defeating Irene with her acting. She could use this way to show him the gap there was between Irene and herself. For this, she had nearly stayed a week in the town. Even going through rehearsal with people, she would at normal times not even look at a part from a quick glance. After being delayed for so long, she was afraid that if she now went back to Longsong Stronghold, the theater boss wouldn't treat her as well as he had before. And the most ridiculous part was that she hadn't even been able to completely defeat Irene on stage. Even though she hadn't lost to her acting skills, she had lost to the others' love. That being the case, it was time to let go. May took a deep breath, changed her clothes, and left via the rear face. When she reached the end of the ladder, she was suddenly greeted by a man. He was also tall, he stood straight, was handsome, and dressed in shiny silver armor, and was probably one of Border Town's knights, but unlike Morning Light, who always wore a warm smile, he appeared to be arrogant and cold with his raised eyebrow, long and narrow eyes, and thin lips. "What's the matter?" May asked with a frown. "Hello, Miss May." The moment the other side opened his mouth, the cold air dispersed without a trace. "I'm His Highness Chief Knight Carter Lands. Your performance was so fascinating. May I ask if you would like a drink?" Chapter 191, The New King's Bared Teeth. Chapter 191, The New King's Bared Teeth. Petrov sipped the black tea, leaned against the soft lord chair, and let go of a long sigh of relief. 2 months had passed since the takeover of Longsong Stronghold, and by now he discovered that he liked the hall more and more. Its step-by-step ascending structure allowed him to overlook the lower-standing officials and attendants from the lord's seat. Having such power in his grip let him have a feeling of satisfaction. During the first month, some small aristocrats stepped out and openly questioned him or secretly planned riots and such things, of course. The people who provoked them from behind the scene came from Elk, Wolf, and several other big families. Following his father's advice, Petrov delivered the commoners who created trouble or belonged to the underground rats directly to the gallows, while the small nobles were imprisoned, and after their family paid the ransom were expelled from the Western Territory. When this method was put into practice and thunder-like struck down on them, the situation soon subsided. After all, with the exception of the Honeysuckle family, the knights of several other families had been arrested and brought to border town, making it impossible for them to build up any resistance against Petrov's policies. Afterward, he again guided the interest by announcing that the stronghold shall compensate the big families for their loss during the seizure, in this way forming a stable group of nobles who all shared a common interest. With the exception of the 30% which had been transferred to border town, the remaining 70% of the stronghold's income were split into three sections. 30% were used to keep the city operating, 20% were used to appease the other noble families, and the remaining 20% were invested into the Hull's territory. Nowadays, the old portrait of Duke Ryan that had hung behind the Lord's seat was exchanged with a picture of the fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon. But he already looked forward to the day when it was exchanged with one of himself, a portrait of Petrov Hull. In case he thoroughly took possession of Longsong stronghold, they could turn the tax used to operate the city and the one invested into their own territory into one, becoming truly worthy of the name of a dukedom. And the 50%, which were used to appease the other nobles, could also be saved. Instead, it could then be invested in the stronghold's trade, in exchange generating an even higher income for themselves. Of course, the premise for all of this was that Roland Wimbledon could conquer the throne and rule as king of the kingdom of Grey Castle. My lord, one of his guards entered the lord's hall and handed him a letter. It contains news from border town. When Petrov heard that the letter had come from border town, he immediately straightened the way he sat. He received the envelope and took a fragile piece of papyrus from it. From the poor quality of the letter, he could immediately recognize that it was from one of his eyes within the ranks of the serfs. The outcome of the battle 2 months ago could be said to be an outrageous result. Although Petrov hadn't personally taken part in it, he still had heard a fantastic story from his father. In order to find out the reasons for the Duke's failure, he had dispatched some of his confidants to border town. They would pretend to be artisans, herdsmen, or serfs, and send all the information they had gathered back to the stronghold. He firmly believed that the others' families had done the same. But so far, each month he had only gotten information from the two people disguised as serfs. Those who had pretended to be craftsmen or herders hadn't given any sound of their presence, as if they had vanished. In the end, had they betrayed him out of their own will, or were they discovered by the prince who totally removed them? He shook his head, instead focusing his attention on the letter. The content of the letter was written with charcoal and also crookedly written. In some places, it even had some traces of water, indicating that it had been written sneakingly while working. The first paragraph was about how they were building a tower with an unknown purpose at the shore of the Redwater River. At present, they had already erected 3 of these bases, which had a height close to that of the stronghold city walls, and on top of each of those bases, they had placed an enormous metal pot. It seemed that the blacksmiths had constructed the metal pot in town, afterward transporting it to the river as a whole piece. Then the first army would surround the iron tower and standing with their back to the iron pot, and on the next day, the tower was magically erected. Building. It's again this word, Petrov thought. It was also mentioned in the previous secret letter. Just looking at that information, it seems that the prince is always building something. Last time he had repaired the roads and constructed that bridge. This time he is building that iron tower. Could it be that His Highness is spending all of those gold royals he had plundered from Longsong stronghold in one go? Furthermore, the function of those towers is still unknown. Even though my scouts who are disguised as serfs are not real serfs, but in actuality are knowledgeable knights, so in case that those towers were watchtowers, they would able to see it by the first glance. Probably those towers are still not entirely built yet, making it difficult to judge their purpose. Petrov shook his head. I should wait until next month. Maybe I will get more detailed information then. He shifted his gaze to the next paragraph. There he read that for a week a large-scale merchant fleet of an unknown owner had stayed in the town's dock, and afterward left eastwards. During their stay, a lot of ore and saltpeter were also unloaded from the ships. The purchase of saltpeter is easy to understand. After all, the second month of the summer will usually become very hot, And because of this, the castle will consume a significant amount of saltpeter for cooling. Furthermore, it can also be used for cold drinks and fruit juice. As a royal aristocrat, the prince certainly doesn't want to sweat all day, like the peasants on the fields are. But the purchase of ingots totally surprised Petrov. After all, Border Town was a source for ore all on its own. I can still remember, prior to the months of demons, when I was sent as a messenger to Border Town, Prince Roland had exaggeratedly said that they would be able to double the amount of ore they could sell. But now, the result was that not only didn't they export ore, but now they are also importing ingots. This, together with those city wall high like iron towers, meant that Petrov himself was now more and more unable to understand what His Royal Highness wanted to accomplish. But when Petrov read the last paragraph of the secret letter, the contents immediately left Petrov stunned. In the last 2 weeks, Border Town had held several open-air theater performances at the town square. They didn't sell tickets, and the drama's name was also unheard of. Moreover, they were even encouraging the serfs to go watch. But the most surprisingly part was that one of the performers was the recently vanished star of the West, Miss May. What kind of situation is this? That Miss May had gone missing was the biggest news of recent times. Several of the dramas in which she should have played the leading role were now played by others. And because of this, the nobles had all left halfway through to express their protest. And when they demanded an answer, the theater claimed that Miss May had left without any explanation, and that her whereabouts were currently unknown. When the news had become public, it had caused an uproar among the drama-loving nobles of the Western Territory. In the end, she went to Border Town. They don't have there any theaters. Furthermore, to be playing in front of civilians and serfs, Petrov's had some difficulty imagining such a picture in his mind, since the impression he had gotten from Miss May was that she wasn't an amiable or an approachable actor. After carefully thinking about it, he decided to write a letter to His Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon, officially inquiring about this matter. As a theater enthusiast himself, in the past months, he had been unable to see the fantastic performance of the Star of the West, not to mention getting the chance to personally invite her. Since the drama was a public performance at the town square, it wouldn't be too surprising for it to be seen by a peddler who might have come from Longsong Stronghold. And this could be given as the reason for the news to have reached his ear. Doing it this way, he won't expose his knights who are disguised as serfs. As soon as Petrov was ready to have one of his attendants draft the text, a knight rushed into the hall and hurriedly said, "My lord, we have a message from the guards at the east gate. A team of knights are nearing the stronghold." Knights. Were they able to tell who must have sent them? He suddenly stood. "The other side is holding up a flag with a tower and 2 pikes on it, sir." The knight replied, "In case they aren't pretenders, they must be from the new king's forces." Chapter 192, Under the Curtain of the Night. Chapter 192, Under the Curtain of the Night, about 50 people had come. They were all dressed in armor which was sparkling in the sun. Standing in lines of 8 with flags on all sides, 3 of them displayed the insignia of the royal family, the grey tower with the 2 pikes. Additionally, on one side there was a flag with a tower and a horse's head on top. Carving through the memories at the back of his mind, he remembered that this was likely the symbol of the Hawes family of the northern border. One of the cavalrymen stepped out of the ranks and yelled, "I am Layman Hawes, the messenger of King Timothy. With me I have brought the resolution of the king. Pull down the drawbridge." "Your certificate?" Petrov stretched his head forward and asked loudly. Hearing his question, the cavalryman took a bow and arrow from his back, tied a piece of paper to the arrow, and shot it directly to on top of the city wall. One of his guards immediately went over and picked up the arrow for Petrov. When he unfolded the parchment, he saw some faint crisscrossing golden threads embedded at the bottom of the document, and there at the lower right corner was the seal of the royal family, which indicated that he was indeed the new king's messenger. Seeing this, Petrov took a deep breath and shouted, "Lower the bridge and open the gate." He could already roughly guess the content of the so-called resolution. It was undoubtedly related to Roland Wimbledon. Since the other party wasn't a fraud, they also had no reason to refuse the new king's envoy. Otherwise, it was equivalent to declaring the new king and the kingdom of Greycastle as their enemy. And in case this news were to spread out, the other families would certainly come to target the honeysuckle territory without any hesitation, and the currently suppressed undercurrent would instantly rebound. However, since Timothy had only sent 50 people to inquire about the situation in the Western Territory, One of the prince's speculation had been confirmed: the new king, at present, was unable to rule over the Western territory, since the prince, His Royal Highness, was able to repel the Duke's coalition, who had more than a 1,000 soldier. I'm afraid that these 50 people can only return without having any achievement. Of course, His Highness has to be informed about this development as soon as possible. Thinking until here, he called the knight from before. Westeros, take 3 short-tailed horses with you, interchange them during the ride, so that you can reach Border Town as early as possible. When you're there, tell His Highness that Timothy's men have come. As you bid, Westeros nodded. As the knight turned around and left, Petrov sighed. Let's go and meet the new king's envoy. When Petrov appeared at the city gate, with the exception of the 10 people riding at the front, whose spirits seemed to be trembling with excitement, the rest of the cavaliers all seemed a little sluggish. They were sitting with a crooked body on their horses, as if they could fall off any time. Welcome, Sir Layman. Petrov welcomed him with a nod. I'm the stronghold manager belonging to the Honeysuckle family, Petrov Hull. The word stronghold manager left a bad aftertaste in his mouth. If he had really been in charge of the western border, being the Duke of the Stronghold, he would never have had to salute towards an envoy. He wouldn't even need to greet him at the gates. Instead, he could just stay inside the Lord's castle, waiting for the other party to come to him. I have heard of your name at the Cold Wind Range, acting Duke. Layman dismounted and walked over with a smile. The western border is indeed a strange territory. Even after assembling a vast army, Duke Ryan actually couldn't conquer such a small town. Moreover, he even lost his own life, which is a rare circumstance for the kingdom of Grey Castle. Of course, for the Honeysuckle family, this must have been good news. Petrov automatically ignored the irony coming from his words. Are your men all right? They look to be a little unwell. Don't mind them. Layman glanced backward. They probably haven't acclimatized themselves after rushing through the whole journey. They will be better after some rest. To be honest, this region is just too hot. It's only because the north is too cold. Since the other person seemed to not to care about the matter, Petrov was too lazy to pay attention further to the subject. I'm wondering why Sir Envoy has come from the Cold Wind Range, rather than from King's City. That is because His Majesty Timothy Wimbledon is currently in the Northern Territory, Layman answered bluntly. Duke Essie had thought he could take advantage of the weakened state of the Northern Border Guards to instigate a rebellion. After being suspected of starting a revolution, King Timothy had no other choice than to put down the revolt. A rebellion. Perrault frowned. That does not meet with common sense. Although the border guards were put together of knights and mercenaries from all over the kingdom, most of the members were still the Duke's own men. So how could it be that he had substantial losses created by the rebellion? Remembering the letter within Duke Ryan had written about his plans to annex the north, Petrov created a bad image within his mind. Could it be that Timothy Wimbledon had the same kind of idea? That being the case, what is the king's current decision? He has issued a recall order, Layman stated. His Majesty sent me to see if the Western Territory has also sunken into a state of chaos caused by war. If I remember correctly, prior to the Months of Demons, the king had sent a recall order to Roland Wimbledon, but until today he still hasn't returned to King's City. The instruments should have been forwarded to the stronghold 5 months ago, but unlike the previous lords, Lord Roland didn't choose to return to the stronghold and take refuge here during the Months of Demons. Petrov paused. He decided to instead stay inside Border Town and lead his people against the demonic beasts. So, for that reason, he couldn't immediately set out to King's City and follow the king's orders. By now, the end of the Months of Demons had been almost 3 months ago. Layman didn't waver in his duty. The king has sent me to escort the prince back to King's City. When will you leave for Border Town? We will set out tomorrow morning. Traveling at a regular pace, they should arrive at Border Town in 3 days, while my knight will move through day and night, and should be able to deliver the message after only 1 night and day. This way, His Royal Highness should have enough time to prepare to deal with them. I, Petrov, can only do so much. When the group reached the stronghold's barracks, Petrov stopped. This is the place where the Duke's knights were stationed, so staying here you should get a good rest. Dinner will be sent later to you. As for Sir Layman, Petrov looked at Layman Hawes, there will be a hearty dinner prepared for you. Please be sure to attend. Thank you for your generosity, Sir Petrov, the latter laughed. After dinner, When Layman returned to camp and stepped into the central tent, he was immediately surrounded by several people. "What's the situation?" he asked. "We are surrounded on all sides by people who are keeping a close watch over us. They have also stationed around 100 troops at the gates, but most of them don't possess a whole armor, so they should belong to the city patrol," one of his men reported. "It seems that the Lord doesn't trust us. At least it appeared that our intelligence was correct. The information I gathered at the banquet also confirmed this point." Layman spoke in a hushed tone. "After the Duke was defeated, most of the knights were arrested and brought to Border Town, so there aren't many knights left for them to use in combat. Before he had arrived here, he had gathered detailed intelligence about the current situation in Longsong's stronghold. The task given by His Majesty was very simple, which was to discover the reasons for the Duke's loss, and then to take the appropriate measures to gain control over the Western Territory as quickly as possible." "What's with those who took that medicine?" They will soon reach their limit," said the other. "As long as we give them pills, they will do anything." The messenger group was also only a pretext of their team of 50. The numbers of real knights were only counted at 13, the other were mercenaries disguised as knights. Under the influence of the church's pills, they were more obedient than the loyalist of hounds, while at the same time being even more ferocious than demonic beasts. They were also the key to Layman's plan in capturing the gate. According to his plan, a 500 people strong militia were slowly nearing the stronghold, and as long as they opened the gates, the city would fall into their hands. Hand out the pills, then have 10 men stay behind to deal with the patrol and send the others to the east gate. Layman finally gave his orders. Chapter 193, Castle Bathroom. Chapter 193, Castle Bathroom. The theater performance was a great success. Within the last 2 weeks, Cinderella had been performed 3 times. Many of the citizens had even seen it more than once. If the first performance was the needed propaganda and announcement to attract so many people to come watch, the next 2 plays were completely self-sustaining. There were even citizens who came to the city hall and asked when the 4th performance would be held. Getting such a response, Roland was naturally overjoyed. They were also completely attracted to the story that almost no one raised any objections as to why Cinderella got help from a witch. Wait Until the Rooster Crows at Midnight gets played next month, which was almost a special performance for the impoverished commoners. It was still unknown how the serfs would view the treatment and assistance of the witches during the drama. Another thing that pleased Roland was that the crew had settled down in town and even accepted the existence of the witches after the 3rd performance. Irene took the initiative to find Roland and had asked him from where the unexpected sound accompaniment had come, so Roland then introduced Echo to her. With Nightingale's secret observation, they discovered that although Irene was clearly surprised, she didn't show any resentment or disgust. After she regained her composure, she seemed to be very curious and peppered Echo with many questions, even making her demonstrate her magical sound several times over. The result being that Echo soon joined the theater group, becoming the master of music who was orchestrating from behind the scenes in order to avoid the possibility of any accidents. Irene alone paired up with Echo when they did a sound rehearsal, withholding it from the knowledge of the cast. There was no doubt that the musical accompaniment would soon reach new heights at the upcoming performance. Another matter that made him jubilant was that the castle would soon step into the era of tap water. The towering water tower stood tall and upright in the castle backyard. Its body and framework was made out of welded iron, giving it a triangular shape. Attached to the top of the tower, with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 3 meters, was an iron bucket. The water valve within the bucket made it very convenient to control the water level. The tower was welded by Anna and afterward covered by a rust-proof coating by Soraya. And finally, with the help of Hummingbird's magic, they eliminated most of the weight in order to install it on the previous erected cement base. Due to the height of the castle, the water tower in the castle backyard was even higher than Redwater River's riverbank. With a height of 12 meters, it was almost level with the castle's peak. In order to prevent the tower from collapsing, Roland surrounded the tower by a wall and in this way connected the tower with the castle. The steam engine was set up outside the backyard and used to supply the water tower with water by pumping up water from the well in the castle's back garden. Taking a closer look, it could be seen that it was already the 3rd generation of the steam engine, with the biggest improvement being the great reduction of the working noise. At each connection point of the steam engine, a spacer was equipped. The light blue spacer was drawn with Soraya's sky coloring, making it soft while also being very though, significantly reducing the machine's vibrational noise. The inside of the cylinder and the piston's edge were covered with a grass coloring, which lessened the leakage while at the same time also improved the operational efficiency. Components that were prone to tremors, such as the exhaust pipe, had been entirely replaced with coated hoses. In order to prevent the steamer from getting scorched and drenched by sun and rain, as well as for further noise reduction, Roland built a small house around it and had Soraya coat all of the inner walls with a honeycomb design, which was used like a porous sound absorption material. The practical test showed that even during the night, the noise of the machine would be so faint that the people sleeping inside wouldn't be woken up. However, Roland's attempt to automatically feed the steam engine failed. He originally envisaged that the steam engine would be regulated by a fly ball which would control the valve in the wood box. As the steam pressure dropped, the fly ball was meant to open the valve so that the firewood in the wood box would roll into the furnace, but that way the regulator would have to do a lot of work. Otherwise, with the weight of the fly ball alone, it couldn't drive the valve. After a lot of deliberation, Roland finally decided to give up. At the beginning, the wood box would have to be filled to the maximum, and when it was used up, it had to be filled again by a workforce anyway. In that case, would be better to arrange for staff to just fill the water tank with water each day. The final step was to install the water system into the castle, which included faucets, showers, pipes, and the corresponding drain pipes. The castle wasn't like the brick houses of the newly constructed district. The holes, roofs, and walls built out of stone caused the transformation of the castle to be very inconvenient. So this step had taken nearly a week, but in order to live a happy life, Roland personally directed Carl to change one room on the second and the third floor into a bathroom. For this, Soraya's new ability once again played a vital role. After the drainage pipes on the ground were paved with cement, she painted a thin layer of grass over the ground, not only making it waterproof, but in this way walking in the bathroom was like also as comfortable as walking on grassland. When she'd done this, Roland directly permitted her to coat the whole room, turning the ceiling into a blue sky and clouds, while on the surrounding walls far-off valley and grassy areas could be seen, and the walls of the bathtub became crystal clear, just like a jewel. On the day at which the water system was working, the prince called all of the witches to the bathroom to let them finally experience for themselves this wondrous achievement. The water tank in the backyard was filled with water, so when he turned on the faucet, the water rushed out of the pipe. From now on, there is no longer the need to get the water from the well, Roland proudly proclaimed. It is not necessary to use the same bathwater for 3 days. You only have to stand under the shower and pull the lever. Where does the water come from? Lightning stuck out her tongue and tasted the water. It's sweet. From below lighting, Macy stretched out her head and followed her example. Very sweet goo. Seeing a third one trying to taste the water, Roland stopped Nana. Those who want to drink water can only do so after it has been boiled. The water from this can only be used for hand washing and bathing. This is the siphon principle, right? Anna looked to Roland, her lake-like blue eyes flashed with intelligence. What is that? Hummingbird asked as she raised her hand. Under Scroll's teaching, every witch in the class had gotten used to the habit of raising their hand whenever they had a question. Elementary physics says when the level in 2 containers is not equal, and if the 2 tanks are connected by a pipe, no matter what shape the pipe has, under the force of gravity the liquid will always level out. Anna explained what she remembered. Our current position is lower than the water tower, so the water will continue to flow to here. That's entirely correct, Roland praised. Being able to link the learned knowledge with the reality really was worthy of a talented person. What about this? Nightingale asked, curiously pointing to the shower. Why does it have so many holes in the bottom? Roland turned the valve open, letting thin water droplets spray out. It's for the purpose of making it easier for people to take a bath. Just by standing under the shower, an individual can easily clean their body. So that was the reason you were rolling around in the castle this whole week, to make it more comfortable to take a bath. Lily curled her lips and whispered, it's really worthy of the luxurious life of a lord. Lily, Scroll scolded with a frown. Never mind, Roland waved his hand, indicating that he did not mind her words. The pursuit of enjoyment is one of the biggest sources of human progress, and I am not an exception to that. Chapter 194, Lily. Chapter 194, Lily. Not long after the prince returned to his office, Scroll, following after him, also entered the room. Your Highness, I'm sorry, Lily, that child. It was not on purpose. I don't mind what she said, he smiled. After all, she is still a little girl. Only His Highness is so tolerant of us, Scroll sighed. At first, she wasn't like this, but after she was deceived, it is hard for her to believe in ordinary people again. Are you speaking about something that happened to her before she joined the Witch Cooperation Association? Roland asked. If I remember it correctly, it was 1 year ago that she had joined you. You already know that I can feel the existence of magic. The closer I come to the source, the more intense the feeling will become. Though it is not like Nightingale's sense, that allows her to directly see the shape and color of the magic, I can at least use it to detect new witches. So whenever we reached a new town, I will go to the local shelters or orphanages and pretend to be an aristocratic wife who wants to adopt a child, looking if I may be able to find an awakened sister. She paused. I found Lily in a shelter in a remote village, but when I expressed my intention of wanting to adopt her, I was rejected by the owner of the shelter, who declared that he would only sell the girls after they have become adults. Why? Roland already had his doubt. The last chance for a girl to awaken as a witch is on her day of adulthood. Is that the reason? We were also surprised at that time, so we had Nightingale sneak into the shelter and search for books, records, and related information. Fortunately, the shelter was far from town, so we could stay there for a long time. With Nightingale's ability, why didn't you just take Lily away? With her ability, it shouldn't have been too difficult, right? It wouldn't have been difficult, Scroll nodded in response. With the exception of the god's stone of retaliation that the operator wore, there was no other stone within the whole shelter, but we still couldn't do that after all. There was a precedent for that. What precedent? The prince filled a cup of tea and handed it to Scroll. Thank you, Scroll took the teacup. At first, as soon as we detected a witch, we would take her by force, but after what happened in the Seawind region, we had to change our way of thinking. They thought of us as evil. So when we brought them to the camp of our Witch Cooperation Association, they wouldn't listen to us or accept our explanation and would instead try to attack us. In the end, 2 of our sisters died. They were killed by Kara's magical snake, Death. And since then, we would always carefully observe the witch over a period of time and determine her situation and get to know her beliefs before we would take action. In case we were chased by the church and had to act urgently, we had no other choice than to give up on them. So, the meeting between Nightingale and Wendy wasn't by accident? Of course not. Scroll took another sip of her tea, smiled and shook her head. The interval of becoming aware of Nightingale's existence until Wendy made contact with her, more than 1 month's time had passed, during which we also recruited other sisters, such as Red Pepper and Windseeker. Speaking until here her expression turned blank. Unfortunately, they are now buried in the wild lands. At that time, if we had only chosen to settle in Border Town, they could still be alive today. Roland also felt quite sorry for them. If the Witch Cooperation Association had decided to settle down in Border Town and had brought their more than 40 witches with them, I think it is entirely possible that we would already have entered modern life by now. But right now we weren't speaking about them. Scroll took a deep breath. We were talking about Lily. During the search of the shelter as well as following the host's tracks, we discovered an astonishing fact. The small country house was neither a real shelter, nor was it an establishment to screen for witches. Then what was its purpose? Its only purpose was to satisfy the owner's selfish desire. Even for a person with a good self-control like Scroll, when speaking these words, her facial expression became somewhat dreary. Every week the owner would go to the slums of Redwater City, abducting those vagrant girls, and deceive them by saying that he was a kind and selfless aristocrat who had opened up a shelter in the suburb. Furthermore, his shelter would often be visited by powerful nobles who were looking for girls to be adopted as daughters. As long as they were selected, they would no longer need to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their life. Of course, not everyone would be deceived by his sweet words, but after 10 years of running, in addition to the 66 who still lived in the shelter, there were still several hundreds of names written in his books. So many, Roland frowned. But you said that it was not such a big shelter. Hundreds of them now only remain as names in those books. Most of them were already dead, she whispered. During the last 10 years, he had discovered 3 witches who were all sold to the church, while the other girls who had better appearance got dressed up nicely and then sold to people who had a need of them. However, those who no one had any interest in were killed and buried in the woods behind the shelter. Hearing her story, the prince didn't know how to respond. At that moment, he suddenly felt from his back someone gently place their hands on his shoulders. The chances that a girl awakens to become a witch is not high, so after reducing the living cost within all the years, he hadn't earned more than 20 gold royals, based on the data we were able to gather from his accounting book. Because of those 20 gold royals, more than 300 women had lost their life in the woods, filling the pit in the woods with corpses. When Kara had interrogated him why he did this, he'd said that it had never been his intention to earn gold royals, that was only to keep the shelter running. Because of this, he only sold them when they became adults. After all, a witch could be sold at a much higher price than an ordinary woman. His only goal was to enjoy the power to decide about life and death and to feel the pleasure of forcefully taking it away, giving him the feeling as if he had become their king. Afterwards, Kara killed him in anger, and when we later wanted to dispel the girls from their belief, most of them only glared at us as if we had taken away their chance of being adopted by a noble. At first, the same was true for Lily, and only after Kara took her to the grove behind the building, where she then saw her friend was buried a month ago, the owner had lied, and said that she was one of those lucky girls who were selected by a noble, and with that could leave the shelter. Soon after seeing the several corpses in the already stinking pit, Lily threw up and turned into a total mess, fainting and falling into Kara's arms. Later, when she awoke, her look had become stupefied, without any trace of spirit left in her eyes. She was only later under Wendy's care that she was slowly able to recover. Since then, Lily is full of vigilance and distrust to ordinary people, especially the aristocracy. Scroll explained, but I believe that she will be able to slowly change her point of view. After all, you are also a member of the nobility. So that's the reason, in his heart Roland secretly sighed, after experiencing this kind of event, being able to once more cheer up, her spirit must be considerably tough. Scroll went over to the kettle and filled up their 2 cups. Afterward, the room was silent for a long time until she said, "Your Highness, I have a question I want to ask you." "What question?" Seeing the serious expression on Scroll's face, Roland got started. "Nightingale, are you there?" "Well," Nightingale said, "do you need me to leave?" "No. You already know about it anyway," Scroll shook her head, "so you can accompany me this time and be my witness. You previously said that you are willing to take a witch as your wife and marry her, but I do not know if you know that a witch is unable to conceive a child." She paused, and after a moment she finally asked, "Your Highness, even if it is like this, is there still no change to your original intention?" Chapter 195, Answer. Chapter 195, Answer. Roland doubted if what he had heard was right, so after a while he was only able to say, "What?" Scroll bit her lip and repeated what she'd said once more. This time he was convinced that this wasn't the result of a hearing problem, was that also the reason why the witches initially cared so much about the marriage. "Are you certain that witches cannot have children? Does it come from that specified source which lead to the known mistake? For example, the same as what lead to the holy mountain previously?" "I would have hoped so too," she sighed. "Unfortunately, many cases have already confirmed this point. Whether it was between an ordinary man and a witch who got along well or forced intercourse, there has been no time that the Witch Cooperation Association had heard of where a witch has become pregnant." Reproductive isolation was the first word which emerged in Roland's mind. Can it be that the witches have really completely exceeded the ordinary, becoming a new kind of human species, which is unable to give birth to a descendant with our old humankind? Or can it be because of the magic power gathered within their body, which results in this phenomenon? But now isn't the time to get to the heart of the problem, he thought. The important part is what this implies. Will this knowledge be a hindrance for myself if I want to marry a witch? The first person Roland thought of was Anna. Although he couldn't deny that he would regret it if he couldn't have children with Anna, his wish to raise a child with Anna was based on his affection for her, so not being able to have a child with her wouldn't reduce his affection. For a person with a modern soul And for him, having blood relation with his descendants is of far less importance than it was to the people of the past. As a separate living individual, he does not regard his child as the continuation of his life. The latter could neither inherit his thoughts nor inherit his memories. Instead, they were an entirely independent person. So, looking at it from an emotional point of view, he could accept that a witch cannot have a child. Then only the real obstacle would be the need for an heir. However, looking at the history, this was still not a thorny matter. He just has to establish an empire that doesn't need an heir. And how to achieve this, there were options he could choose from, but which one he would pick he could slowly decide on later. Looking at the big picture, Roland surprisingly discovered that this was good news for him. He and Nightingale had already spoken several nights and pondered on this question: how to build a social framework which allows witches and ordinary people to peacefully coexistence and progress together. Right now, even with the God's Stone of Retaliation, as long as they had enough time, witches and their offspring would always form a more powerful community, even in the case where science and technology allowed an ordinary person to use magic. Even then, it couldn't make up for the witches' increased intelligence, memory, comprehensive speed, and their overall leading edge. But now he was told that witches are unable to give birth. This significantly avoided the problem of forming witch clans, closing the gap between witches and ordinary people, giving him the hope to one day see people and witches work together and advance hand in hand. Perhaps the time he had been lost in his thoughts was too long. No matter what, Nightingale couldn't bear it any longer and squeezed his arm. When Roland returned from within his thoughts, he reassuringly patted the back of her hand and cleared his throat and said, "The way I have thought before is still the way I think now." For a moment, Scroll was frozen. What? The hand on top of his arm also instantly grasped firmly. Seeing their reactions, Roland couldn't suppress his laughter. Previous, it was he who had thought that he had misheard them, and now it was them who thought so. He coughed twice, and then reassuring said, "I still think the same. I'm willing to marry a witch and take her as my wife." When Scroll left the room, she wore a very strange expression. It looked as if she was perfectly contented, and yet she was also carrying a somewhat sad look, leaving behind a confused Roland. Needing an explanation, he turned around. He asked, "Is she okay?" The one he spoke to didn't answer. She only looked at him with a smile, which together with the outside sunshine shining upon her white face, gave her a gentle, bright and beautiful appearance, causing others' hearts to beat faster. "All right," Roland moved his line of sight away from her. "It seems you are in a pretty good mood." At this moment, the voice from outside the door traveled over. "Your Highness, one of Longsong's stronghold's knights has arrived. He claims to have crucial news for you. Take him to the reception hall. I will meet him there." When the prince walked into the hall, the knight immediately stepped over and then went down on his knees. "Lord Petrov has sent me to tell you that an envoy sent by Timothy Wimbledon has arrived at Longsong stronghold." "Envoy?" Roland mused. "How many people have arrived?" "Altogether, there are about 50 people. It seems that they are just a group which wants to persuade us to give up," he thought, "simply a diplomatic strategy. Nothing which should be painful or itching for me. When did they come?" "Yesterday morning," the knight lowered his voice. "Lord Petrov gave me the order to inform you as soon as possible." "Merely a day and a night? I'm afraid he had hurried all through the night while holding up a torch. Thank you. I have put you to a lot of trouble. Rest for a day before you return." Roland looked to the guards and told them, first give him a gold royal as reward, and then take him to the inn. When the knight had left the hall, Roland wanted to put the matter aside. After all, a team of just 50 people could never become a threat to Border Town. In case they wanted to negotiate, he would merely allow the single leader to enter. However, since Petrov treated this situation so carefully, it might be better to grasp the situation himself and to know the whereabouts of the envoy. Thinking until here, he called for Lightning and Maggie, giving them the order to fly together to the stronghold and examine the situation. A double hour later, the two witches had completed their investigation and returned to the castle. "There was nothing to see," Lightning reported. "We didn't see a group of 50 knights on the road. Actually, we didn't see even one lone knight." "Haven't seen anyone go," Maggie confirmed. It seems after they had reached a big city, traveling such a long distance, they were in need to first have some fun for themselves and to ease their tired body. "Before the envoy arrive here," Roland ordered, "every day you two will fly along the way and check if you can discover anything." He paused. Oh, that's right, how far are you with the map? Probably she has already put together several hundred pieces. They are enough to almost fill Soria's whole room, Lightning explained. By now she had moved the map to the backyard. Do you want to take a look? It's all right, Roland laughed. The castle's backyard had been turned into a botanical garden. Ever since Sean had brought back the seeds from Port of Clearwater, Leaves had created even more fantastic oddities of every description. In order to save the land and place for flower beds, Leaves had put up a wooden frame in the sky, so that many plants grew and twisted around the frame like a grapevine. Some of them even climbed half of the castle wall. This was the reason why the wall behind the castle hung full with grapes, apples, wheat, and sugar cane. And whenever the witches had some free time, they would gather in the backyard and picked up some fruit and sugar cane from the wall to eat. Unfortunately, these crops could only grow with the help of Leaves' magic, and with this, could only be regarded as an unsuccessful test. The map, which was a mosaic, pieced together by many parchments, was placed at the center of the yard, reaching a size of 5 to 6 square meters. Here we are, Lightning announced, and then put an arm around Roland's waist, beginning to slowly float into the sky until they were hovering over the map. Do you see the palm-sized brown square? From high up in the air, Border Town looks exactly like that. The blue pieces east and south. Are they the sea? Yes, but you have to climb over the mountains to reach there. Roland felt a cold shiver running through his heart. If we say that it was still normal if the wildlands were 10 times more vast than the Kingdom of Greycastle, he still hadn't expected that when he had the complete map in front of him, the Western Territory would actually seem so small. In front of them was the impassable mountain range, and behind them the sea, just like they were sandwiched between a natural barrier and the marginal zone. No, not only the Western Territory, when he completed the undrawn parts of the map with his mind. In the case where he thought of the impassable mountain range as a wall splitting of the mainland, then the Kingdom of Greycastle, no, the whole mainland itself, would be nothing more than a small piece of land behind the wall. Chapter 196, The Calamity of the Church. Chapter 196, The Calamity of the Church. Layman and his knights rode their horses through the streets of Longsong Stronghold. Now, after the fighting had come to an end, the city's residents were all hiding in their houses and keeping their doors shut. Not even half a shadow could be seen on the streets, making a cold and cheerless image. Sir Layman, I hope that your hand is all right, the shield knight Sir Levin asked. It's not a problem, Layman Hawes shrugged his shoulders. At least I can still move it. However, that small movement was already enough to make him wrinkle his brows. Last night's seizure of the gate had went smoothly. Only 20 guards had been stationed at the east gate. They never expected that the enemy's attack would come from the inside. Even though they were able to sound the horn, the reinforcements had still needed a quarter of an hour to arrive. By then, the 15 mercenaries, enhanced with the pills, had already reached the top of the gate, killing one guard after another, and thus allowing Layman with this knights to open the gate. Under the darkness of night, Layman hadn't noticed the side door in the city wall from which 2 knights had suddenly appeared, the one armed with a hammer immediately throwing himself at Layman. In order to lessen the swinging power of the hammer, he had to take the hammer's blow before it reached his waist. Under such a hasty situation, Layman was merely able to use his arm to resist, and almost at the same time using his sword with his other hand to pierce into the guard's waist. Affected by the impact of the fatal blow, the incoming hammer lost a lot of its strength, but it was still strong enough to leave behind a noticeable dent on his arm's armor piece. At first, Layman hadn't felt much pain, however. After they had conquered the gate, he noticed that he had problems with lifting his arm. When he unlocked the armor, he discovered that his forearm had already swollen up like a rolling pin. I hope there's an analgesic herb in the church, Levin said. They often prepare some strange things, like those pills, for example. Dwayne, another knight who happens to be near, said. Soon, the knights reached the church's gate, and a team of around 100 militia could already be seen waiting for them, showing off a look full of desire. Hand out some pills to them, Layman dismounted from his horse. When he saw that everyone had taken the pills, he turned around, climbed the stairs, and led his team to the main hall. Halt, the 2 gatekeepers shouted. This is holy land, no one is allowed to bring their weapons inside. Levin pulled out his weapon and placed it in both his hands to hand it over. We are aware of that, this should be given to you, right? When the believer stretched out his hands, ready to receive the weapon, Levin suddenly and masterfully grasped the sword's hilt, then slashed his sword upwards, sending the believer's two hands falling to the ground. Even before the believer's sorrowful cry could fully emerge from his throat, the knight had already pierced the tip of his sword through it, even though Levin's nickname was Shield. His quick sword draw was truly unmatched. After the other believer's throat was cut open by Dwayne, Layman kicked open the door and expressionless entered the hall. "Who are you?" A middle-aged man wearing a blue and white ritual gown walked up to them, not showing a trace of fear as he faced the bloody sword which was pointed at him. Daring to have the impertinence to break into the church. "Children, grab them." Layman sneered. Right now, most people were at home, so there were no more than 20-30 believers inside the church. Having to face his battle-hardened knights, their rebellion would only be a doomed cause. Not waiting for his order, with a devilish laugh, Dwayne pulled his sword, cutting down one of the believers that was rushing over. Other people also quickly joined the battle, turning the church into a scene of chaos. Seeing the situation, the priest shouted, "Children, take the holy medicine so that God will give you the power to defeat the mob." His Majesty Timothy's guess was right, Layman thought. They really did have pills stored in here. Merely to see how the believer's eyes suddenly turn red through and through, and on the believer's face blue veins were blossoming. With those drugs, an ordinary person could break through the human body's limit of strength and speed. Furthermore, the narrower the terrain, the more challenging it would be to deal with them. Unfortunately for them, they aren't the only ones who possess those things, he thought. Now have a taste of your own medicine. "Get out," he yelled, "make the militia fight against them." Hearing his shout, the militia behind him couldn't wait to swallow those two colored pills and madly rush forward to fight against the believer. Seeing all this, the priest's face finally lost his color. "Why do you also have the holy medicine?" Holding his sword in his hand, Layman bypassed the group of fighting people, closing in towards his counterpart. "They were a present from your church, and if we hadn't to face your obstacles, His Majesty Timothy would have already unified the kingdom of Grey Castle." "His Majesty?" The priest's eyes became wide. "You are Timo." With a grunting sound his voice stopped. The knight's sword pierced the man's chest, penetrating his heart and lung. Soon after, the unequal fight ended, and there were more than 20 believers slaughtered with their bodies spread all over the ground. The further the drug efficacy vanished, the heavier the soldiers began to breathe, so when they were finally able to sit down, they were so satisfied that they didn't mind to sit in the blood, which was endlessly flowing over the ground. Layman's arm also became heavier. Just his previous sword stroke was enough to make him experience a tearing pain. Sometimes he also wanted to swallow that black pill, let himself ignore the physical fatigue and suffering, but whenever he saw the pill's ugly side effects, this idea would immediately vanish. Layman had a profound understanding of the two pills that were sold by the church. For a healthy person, the pill would only be effective for 3 times. While the first time it was still effective for a quarter hour, the duration would decrease with every following dose, at the same time forming a heavy dependence on it. If you were unable to take the medicine for a long time, the body would gradually decline until finally, death. Taking advantage of this characteristic, he let every one of the soldiers eat a pill to unify the militia, in this way forcing them to obey his orders. The craving for the drug could turn even the weakest farmer into a bloodthirsty beast. Now, after the 100 people had taken the pill for the second time, they could only be used one more time. But even if the drug is taken after the 3rd dosage, it will only slow the process. It still cannot reverse its damage. In other words, as soon as one takes the first pill, it is equivalent to setting their first foot into the coffin. Of course, this was something he would never explain to them. There is no doubt that the two-color secret medicine is a conspiracy of the church. His Majesty Timothy is apparently aware of this, and because of this, he prohibited all of the knights from taking it. However, it is also a weapon which can be used to unify the kingdom, or rather must be used. Without it, His Majesty cannot overcome Garcia Wimbledon, who also has those pills with her. When His Majesty mentioned this matter to him for the first time, Layman couldn't believe it. He just couldn't understand why the church would support 2 members of the royal family who were competing against each other for the throne. But after a series of unforeseen events, he had to acknowledge His Majesty's judgment. And now, with the church in the Western Territory also in possession of the pills, he no longer had any doubt the church doesn't intend to help any of the princes or princess to the throne. No, they want the entire kingdom of Grey Castle for themselves. We found the pills in the basement. There are 4 large boxes with thousands in all of them. After thoroughly plundering the church, Levin excitedly came back to report. There were also gold royals, jewelry, and many silk fabrics, all of which should be the donations given by believers. What can be taken, take away, and what can't be taken, burn, Layman instructed. In case someone asks, Roland Wimbledon was the one who did all of this. We're just helping the church to suppress his rebellion. Because we still have to rely on the church to get the secret medicine, so, for now, we can't burn all of our bridges with them. It is better if we blame the prince for it, since he can already be considered dead. In order to prevent the church from becoming suspicious, His Majesty himself had stayed in the north, pretending to comply with their fake instruction. He'd only secretly sent out a small number of knights, who recruited a large number of militia to capture the Western Territory. Nowadays, all the forces of the church are concentrated in the Wolfshart Kingdom, so we have to unite the kingdom of Grey Castle as soon as possible. Only then will we have the strength to resist an attack of the church. His Majesty Timothy believes that it is only a matter of time before the church attacks the kingdom of Grey Castle. So until then, we have to store and collect as many pills as possible. At the same time, he has also ordered King's City Alchemy Association to research its ingredients so that they could become able to imitate it. Now that we have the pills in our hand, there is only one task left: completely eliminating Roland Wimbledon. Chapter 197, Preparing for the Enemy. Chapter 197, Preparing for the Enemy. On the next morning, Roland was informed that Lightning, on one of her routine patrols, had discovered that there was a large force slowly closing in on them. What, they have more than 1,000 people? Hearing such a large number startled Roland. Wasn't I told that it was only a 50 people strong envoy? Goo, Maggie added, there aren't many people that are riding on horses, only 6. The people who are walking, how are they dressed and equipped? They seem ordinary, most of them don't possess a helmet or armor. They're wearing normal linen clothes instead, Lightning reported. Furthermore, they all have different kinds of weapons, but there are hundreds of people who are carrying short spears on their back. With such a poor level of equipment, does that mean they are civilians or serfs who were forced into serving? Roland questioned this. During this era they had no specialized militia training. This was also the reason why the militia usually only belonged to the logistic team and handled the food and supplies of the knights, while they were also sometimes used as cannon fodder, as a target for the enemy's arrows. If Timothy wants to use military force to dispose of me, it should be impossible that he doesn't know about the explosive fight between Border Town and Longsong Stronghold. That time, Duke Ryan's coalition of more than 200 knights could not even touch the town's edge, not to mention that crowd of mercenaries who would have to run on both of their legs. Knowing about the fight's process and eventual result, yet still wanting to attack Border Town, this can only mean that they have confidence that they can break through the intensive row of gunfire. Roland could not help but think of the church's pills. Previous, he had already guessed that the church was supporting Garcia and himself at the same time, but whether they also favored Timothy was still unknown. If that troop was in possession of those pills, the situation would be entirely different. For a short time, they would be able to reach the speed of a running horse, while also not being afraid of pain, meaning the gun line would actually face an impact of more than 1,000 knights. And as long as one person managed to rush into the lines, they could cause significant casualties to the First Army. Fortunately, the First Army now was no longer the First Army of 2 months ago. With the revolving rifle, although until now only 100 had been replaced, the firepower they could deliver went far beyond that of the previous Flintlock Army, especially after he'd provided the gunners with a special ammunition loader. As soon as they enter into a scope of 300 meters, the enemy would have to face a constant stream of attacks. Furthermore, after the fight with the stronghold, the artillery force has also been expanded. From its original size of 4 to its current size 20 groups, each was equipped with a modified version of the 12-pounder field cannon, doubling its range. Its effective range was increased to over 1 kilometer. However, Roland soon thought of another problem. Have you noticed if any one of those soldiers that were walking was wearing a god's stone of retaliation? I didn't dare to get so close, Lightning said, then pointed at Maggie. But this fellow, after she had turned into her eagle form, she could see them many times better than I could. But the latter also shook her head. Haven't seen, they might have hidden it in their clothes, goo. If it's like this. For a moment Roland pondered about it. How about you take Nightingale with you? If you only carry one person while flying, you can still reach a height of 10 meters, right? You will follow the Redwater River. Maggie will fly in front of you and take responsible of being on guard. As for the possibility of coming across a ship, Nightingale will step into her world of fog. He said. Then he looked at Nightingale. When you are close enough to the enemy, you will observe them from distance. Find out if the troops are carrying God's Stone of Retaliations. However, without my permission, you will not attack. Yes, Nightingale and Lightning said simultaneously. When the three were ready to go, Roland stopped them one more time. Remember, safety first. The most important thing is that you protect yourself. No problem, Nightingale said with a wink and smile. When the witches had left, Roland felt a little uneasy. Wasn't the last sentence too much like raising a flag? But he also became aware of a major mistake he had made, which was that his intelligence control within the Longsong stronghold was too weak if it weren't for the messenger sent by Petrov. He would only become aware of the enemy after it had already hit his door. Once a street fight broke out, the First Army would lose its advantage of firepower, and it would be difficult to get the advantage back. I'm too young, too simple, Roland thought. After the war, this has to be changed, not only our intelligence system. Petrov should also be placed in my own staff. In the following time, Roland sat restlessly at his table. Even when it was time for lunch, he wasn't in the mood to eat. Only when Lightning, carrying Nightingale, flew in a fairy-like manner into his room, was he able to breathe out in relief. Maggie closed her wings, dropped on Nightingale's shoulders and chirped in a high voice. Doesn't exist goo, doesn't exist goo. They have no God's Stone of Retaliation. Most of them don't possess them, Nightingale said, taking off her hood, freeing her golden flood. I have observed them from the front to the end, and I could only detect 3 to 4 black holes from the ranks of the militia. Very well, Roland said, immediately forming a preliminary battle plan. You all should be hungry by now. In that case, go to the dining hall and order whatever you want to eat from the chef. Honey sauce barbecue goo, Maggie chirped, spread her wing and flew ahead. East of Border Town. Vanner glanced at the stone masons and workers who were busying themselves at both sides of the road. In the end, what is it that they are building? In the beginning, hundreds of people had dug out several huge pits in the ground, and they then built a brick wall at the edge of the pits. He thought that the walls would be connected, cutting off the road this way, so he never expected that they would actually be built around the pit. Don't worry about it. I only know that there is finally another enemy we can beat, Jop said excitedly while setting up the cannon on the right spot. Indeed, how satisfying that would be. Last time, when we had defeated the Duke's coalition, His Royal Highness had personally awarded us members of the artillery group with a bronze emblem. No, that's wrong, it was a medal. The Longsong stronghold's wall was depicted on the front of the medal, while the back was engraved with the year and their accomplishment. It was an exquisite production, and had led to a lot of envy from the others within the firearm squadron. And as if that wasn't already enough honor, they had also been promoted. Vanner was now an artillery captain, and was in charge of 10 artillery groups. The Rodney brothers, Cat Claws and Jop, were promoted to team captains, with 3 of them transferred to newly formed groups, where they were in charge to teaching the newly enlisted gunners how to operate the cannon. However, the most inspiring was that the prince, His Highness, has honored his promise, and had assigned a piece of land, which laid east of the town at the foot of the impassable mountain range, to him. Even though it was only a forest for now, but on the ground there now stood a stele, symbolizing that this piece and the rights to its use belonged to him. So when they had learned that an enemy wanted to invade Border Town, the First Army suddenly began to boil. Everyone was fully motivated and hoped to gain some merits within the battle. When the evening came and the day's drill finally came to its end, Vanner wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down on the shelves to take a little rest. During the whole afternoon, he had gone from one artillery group to another, checking whether the new recruits were following the rules and execution steps when firing. He had yelled so much that his throat was nearly on fire. Drink something, Jop handed him a leather flask. Thank you, Vanner twisted open the lid, drinking thirstily. I think I know what they are going to build, said the former, raising his lips proudly. Is that so? He gave the leather bag back to Jop. By now, the brick wall has been piled up to half a person's height, roughly surrounding the pit in a hexagon. However, on each side of the wall, 30–40 centimeters over the ground, they had left open a long and narrow cross, which slightly resembled a window but appeared to be a bit smaller. It won't be a house. Calling it a house wouldn't be wrong. I just went and asked a mason, Job nodded. He told me that this was something His Royal Highness, the Prince, had come up with when the firearm team hides themselves within they can fire while being half buried in the ground, not having to worry about anything. But they also have a unique name. His Royal Highness called it a bunker. Chapter 198, The Sudden Opening. Chapter 198, The Sudden Opening. 3 days passed quickly, and the construction of the defense line had finally ended. Roland stood on a stage far behind the front line, the same way he had done when they repelled the demonic beast during the months of demons. Today, he once again went to the battlefield in person in order to inspire all of the officers and soldiers of the First Army. Due to having a special task, Nightingale had already snuck onto the battlefield and took Echo along with her. Because of this, it was Anna who stood at his side this time and took over Nightingale's protection duty. Roland himself wore a coated armor together with 2 revolvers fastened at his waist. However, as long as the defensive line didn't totally fall apart, allowing a rushing enemy to pass through like a fish that was escaping the net, it would be awfully difficult for the enemy to pose a threat to him. Currently, the enemy is about 10 kilometers away from here. Goo. A giant pigeon informed him as it descended from the sky and landed on his shoulder. Well done, keep watching. Roland took a piece of beef jerky from his pocket and passed it to Maggie's mouth. Within 2 or 3 pecks, she had swallowed down the whole jerky, then once more opened her wings and rose into the sky, flying eastwards. With Lightning and Maggie taking turns investigating, Roland had a clear picture of the enemy's movements this whole time, allowing him to set the battlefield comfortably to his liking. When dealing with crazy drugged warriors, confronting them in a line formation wasn't safe. He was especially taking extra care after Lightning's report that several hundreds of them were wearing short spears. If he wasn't wrong, then it was likely that the spears would be used as preemptive weapons. The range of throwing weapons shouldn't be longer than 50 meters. However, this was only the case for ordinary people. But how far they could throw them after taking the pills, Roland wasn't sure of either. If they could reach further than 100 meters, they would become a threat to the firearm team. Because of that, he had chosen to put down a number of bunkers and implementing urban tactics by constructing a barricade, letting the guns stopping them from coming closer, and an artillery barrage as support. He had built an insurmountable line of defense. Under the current situation of having a sufficient amount of cement, it was easier to quickly construct some bunkers than construct the city wall. Furthermore, the bunkers were only a building with a monolayer of bricks, making it somewhat fragile, but for the militia who weren't using heavy siege equipment, that should still be an unbreakable fortification. 10 bunkers forming a rhombus were built on each side of the road, forming a crossfire zone. Each bunker was stationed with 24 soldiers, half of whom were veterans with the other half being recruits. The experienced veterans were responsible for shooting, while the recruits were responsible for loading ammunition. Lastly, Soraya had also drawn an optical camouflage for the bunker, so that as long as someone was looking from a distance, the bunker would become interspersed into the surrounding environment, making it difficult to distinguish the difference between the two. Behind the front line, there stood the artillery unit. The 20 cannons were lined up and would follow the same firing sequence as last time, adjusting the firing angle and filling the corresponding ammunition according to Lightning's signals. At the side of artillery positions, there also stood an emergency force with about 100 people equipped with flintlock guns, whose only task was to protect the artillery unit and the prince, His Royal Highness, who was standing behind them. Watching the line of defense and seeing the soldiers with their high morale and their spirits trembling with excitement, within his heart, Roland was deeply moved. The army, at first extremely weak and fragile, built out of people who only enrolled into the military with the purpose of having an egg to eat. After going through the baptism of the months of demons and the defense battle, now stood side by side, proudly wearing on their shoulders the responsibility of defending their home. Your Highness, right now the enemy is only 2 kilometers away from us, lightning, reported as she returned. Very well, the surveillance task will be fully handed over to Maggie. You instead will have to go into the woods and issue the signals for the artillery. Roland nodded, then turned to the chief knight and said, "Pass my order, all members of the First Army should enter their alert position and prepare to welcome the enemy." "Yes," Carter saluted. Layman felt it as his hand became harder and harder to move. 2 days ago he had constantly felt a burning pain, but by now he had almost lost all feelings in his arm. He could no longer put his armor over his swollen greenish-blue arm. At the place where the iron hammer had hit his arm, it had left behind a blackish-red mark. At first glance it looked like a somewhat transparent, yet shiny layer was laid over his skin. The bone must be broken, he thought. If I don't treat it soon, this arm won't be preserved. The analgesic drugs we found in the church can alleviate the pain, but they cannot regenerate a broken bone. He decided to wait until the end of the battle before he would immediately return to King's City, where he would go find the best pharmacists and alchemists in the whole kingdom of Grey Castle. They ought to be able to cure this damned internal injury I have. "Sir Layman, your hand. Is it really all right?" Levin asked, concerned. "It just looks a bit scary." He pretended to be indifferent. "Let's put it off until after we've attacked Border Town. For now, the town still isn't in our hands, so we should keep our concentration focused on that task." "I hope the pain in your arm didn't make you head muzzy, sir," Dwayne sneered. "How do you want to attack the town?" The tone the other knight spoke with made Layman frown, but now wasn't the time to care about such a small matter. "According to the news we were able to gather from the nobles of the wolf and elk family, they mainly relied on a long-range offensive weapon to curb the knights. This kind of weapon could attack the knights before their charge reached them. Furthermore, when used they are accompanied by a flame and a loud noise. All in all, they are similar to a huge ballista, which can throw objects at a much faster speed than a crossbow arrow. In other words, despite its power, it cannot continuously fire, right?" Levin quickly seized the key point. "Yes, the faster we are able to reach their defense, the fewer attacks we will have to face." Layman nodded. "In addition, the number of people is also crucial. As far as I know, Duke Ryan and his coalition of nobles altogether only had 200 knights, and in the end, they only missed the chance to break through by a final step. However, we possess more than 1,500 people, who, after taking the pills, aren't any slower than a running horse, so our result will be entirely differently than the last attempt. Or all that will never happen." Dwayne thought otherwise. Perhaps Roland Wimbledon is still sitting in his castle, waiting for the arrival of the envoy. So as long as we relaxedly enter the castle, we can just go and chop off his head. "No, by now he definitely has noticed us." Layman categorically denied this option. "Didn't you discover that within the last 3 days we hadn't come across any caravan? That the merchants in Longsong Stronghold, after seeing our large unit, chose to either stay or return to the stronghold isn't strange, but that we hadn't seen any caravan coming from Border Town is unusual. The only explanation for this is that the prince must have sealed Border Town off. Do you finally understand why His Majesty chose Sir Layman to be captain instead of you?" Levin asked mockingly. "Well, it looks like you have no problem with your head." Dwayne just shrugged his shoulders. "This way it's quite good. Compared with merely killing the prince by myself, it will be more interesting to kill all of those outcasts who dare to rebel against His Majesty Timothy." "Sir Layman, we have discovered soldiers and horses in front of Border Town," the investigating cavalier reported. "All right, let's go and have a look." Layman pushed his horse forward. At this point, the castle's outline had become faintly visible, and at the end of the road, he could see some shadows busy walking. Pulling out his observation mirror, he carefully observed the arrangement of the enemy's defensive line. Those things with the wheels, according to our intelligence, they should be the long-range attack weapons, but their number seemed to be much greater than was reported. "Should we have everyone rush madly at them?" Levin asked. "This road is a bit narrow. I am afraid that it can't accommodate the whole militia." He looked at the woods to the right of him. "We should branch off some people and let them circle around, even though they will be slower, but that won't matter. As long as we are able to start a flank attack, their defensive line won't be able to last for long." The moment Layman was preparing to give his commands to adjust his army, he suddenly caught a touch of white from the corner of his eyes. Being startled, he stared blankly. "Is this A hallucination caused by my broken arm. Impossible, it actually is a woman. The woman was wearing a hood, her whole body was covered with a white robe, and even faster than he was able to open his mouth to shout, a flame suddenly appeared from her hands. Layman only felt how his head suddenly got hit by a force similar to the hammer, before the world began to spin and he fell into darkness. Chapter 199, Chaos of War. Chapter 199, Chaos of War. Everyone charge. Almost at the same time, Layman's voice sounded out loudly. Levin stared disbelievingly at Manhwas, who had suddenly fallen from his horse. The back of his head was completely blown away, revealing a red and white sticky paste from within. His helmet laid broken to the side, blooming with a big hole at its top, showing that it had not had any protective effect. Charge everyone to me. Then Levin's voice also rang out. No, they both hadn't spoken. Levin covered his mouth. Looking behind him, he saw the militia wasn't waiting. They immediately swallowed the pills and began to rush, just like a flood of people coming towards him. It's a witch. He realized that a witch had imitated his voice. Do not charge, cease, he shouted out as loudly as he could. However, within the excited crowd, his voice didn't spread very far. The few people who had heard his cry stopped, but even more continued charging forward. Hurry, quickly attack, try to break through the center of the enemy's defense line. Everyone who reaches the town is allowed to plunder. It wasn't just his voice. Dwayne's and the voices of the other knights also sounded out, one after another, as if all of this was by prior arrangement. Moreover, the witch's voice overshadowed all the other noises, as if it was being directly created next to his ear. Within the militia, there were also many voices bursting out. As if in line with their commands, the crowd began to shout out looting slogans. Levin didn't know who had started it, but soon the slogans rang throughout all of the ranks. The situation had completely gone beyond his control. Levin didn't try to shout any more commands. They would just be drowned in the excited roars of the crowd anyway. Instead, he had to fully concentrate on controlling his horse, in order to avoid getting himself pulled away by the mighty current. And as if they have lost all reason, the militia rushed towards the center of the road. No, that wasn't right. From the very beginning, they had already lost all reason, especially in the case of someone else guiding them. After they took the drugs, they became totally euphoric, and with the thought of killing and looting, they got even further stimulated. In the beginning, the first people had still tried to avoid stepping on the fallen layman, but the people after didn't care any longer and directly stepped onto the corpse. Levin wanted to meet up with Dwayne and the other knights, only to discover that they had been scattered all over the place by the flood of people. Under these compelling circumstances, he would first have to go along with the stream of people and gradually try to lead his horse to the woods at the side. In case he decided to turn his horse directly, it was only a matter of time before he would be knocked down by the strength-enforced militia, and if he then wanted to get up again, it would be nearly impossible. From within the ranks, Levin was looking all over the place, trying to find the witch responsible for causing the chaos, wanting to chop her in 1,000 pieces. In his view, this definitely had to be the doing of a witch. The 1,500 people who had eaten the pill are rushing into the direction of the prince's defense line. For the prince, this wave has to be a deadly attack. Even if the other side had now more of the new weapons, it still won't be enough to go against so many people at once. For that guy, the result of this won't be much better. A situation where both sides have to suffer a loss is obviously something the witches will be jubilant about. This was also the reason why they had infiltrated our ranks and caused so much trouble, luring our army to advance forward of their own initiative. The witch who killed Layman and the witch who created the chaos can't be the same person. Levin let his gaze wander over the few people who still stood at his side. They had previously stood at the front and had witnessed the fall of Layman. Furthermore, later they had also heard him calling for a stop. But they couldn't be compared with the huge army of before. Even if they gathered, they still couldn't reach 30 people. One of the witches has the ability to hide her body, and the other one can manipulate her voice. After all, a witch cannot have two abilities. Go and find the latter. I want to tear out her throat. Through the shooting window, Brian could see how the enemy steadily came closer. From the bunkers at the forefront, even the first gunfire could be heard. His defensive position was at the middle of the diamond. Because of this, he had to wait until the enemy passed the purple marks at the side of the road. Having to wait so long before he can fire made him very anxious. To do something else, he went to the window on the other side. There Brian could look at the defense line further behind. From the artillery positions, white smoke was unceasingly rising up, and with it, a thunder-like roar rolled over the battlefield. They are once again the first to become busy. With their 12-pounder, they can almost cover the entire battlefield. As long as he listened carefully, he could even hear the screams of the shells as they flew through the air. Oh my God, they are running so fast. Look at that fellow, his hand was torn off by a shell, yet he is still running forward. What His Highness said was true. Can they still be called human? They are simply the same as demonic beasts. Because the First Army was already informed during the pre-battle mobilization of the enemy having taken the church's berserker pills, they didn't become scared when they saw the enemy's continued attack even under a hail of bullets. Instead, they were full of fighting spirit. After all, they were the First Army, who got forged under the flames of demonic beasts. "Captain, they are coming," someone warned. Hearing the call, Brian quickly returned to his position, took a revolver rifle next to the window, and began loading it. Compared to the old weapons, His Highness' new version had a simple improvement. Now, within a breath, he could already fire off 5 rounds of bullets. Then he could just throw the cartridge towards the recruit standing behind him, take the 5 extra rounds and fire them off, while the recruit would have reloaded his previous cartridge. However, during the training, His Highness had stressed that only when the enemy had stepped into the range of 100 to 50 meters were they allowed to use this kind of shooting. While for long-range shooting they had to aim to be as accurate as possible, because the manufacturing the bullets of revolver rifles was very troublesome, everyone's amount of rounds were limited. Brian deeply believed that the shells which contained the gunpowder with their slender front and thick back, and their almost always similar form absolutely couldn't have been created by a blacksmith. He knew that such a fine and delicate work had to have come from the hands of a witch. Usually, after the shooting exercise, they would collect all their cartridge cases and hand them over to Iron Axe. Shooting practice was generally followed with a reloading exercise, during which they would sit as a group in the center of the camp. To assemble the used cartridges into a new bullet, they had to follow strict operating guidelines. First, they had to push the primer to the bottom, followed by filling it up with gunpowder, then finally inserting the projectile. Due to the exercises, he was reluctant to consume his ammunition carelessly, in case the target was too hard to hit. The moment the enemy crossed the purple marker, Brian took a deep breath, then finally shouted, "Fire at will." The soldier that had been waiting for this order for a very long time enthusiastically aimed at an easy target and started pulling the trigger. Suddenly, the bunker became flooded with the sound of the gunfire. The first enemy to cross the line was hit by bullets from both sides, which caused blood to splash from his waist. After staggering 2 steps forward, he fell to the ground. It was obviously that they could suffer through more pain than ordinary people, but in the face of heavy-caliber bullets, this still didn't matter. Brian noticed that several people had jumped on the top of the frontmost bunkers, wanting to sneak attack the soldiers who were inside from the back, but they were blocked out by a thick iron gate. Not hesitating, he pulled the trigger, killing off the madmen who were exposing their bodies to him one after the other. The reason why the bunkers were arranged in a diamond formation was so that they could help with defending one another. Enemies who wanted to bypass the first row and attack from behind would be shot to death by the rearmost bunkers. "Be careful, they've thrown out their spears," someone suddenly shouted. Brian noticed how a dense shadow rose up from the center of the enemy's army. After passing its apex, they began to fall upon the bunkers that were on both sides of the road. At such a distance, they have to cover 200 or 300 meters. He subconsciously lowered his head into the pit, only to hear the sound of a series of cracking sounds from the top. After this wave of attacks had come to its end, he stood up straight and discovered that not one of those spears had been able to penetrate the bunker. Looking at the bunkers in front, he saw that their situation was similar. Only a few spears had been able to insert themselves into the wall like some lonely feathers. Even if it looks very scary, it is still useless. Everyone began to roaring with laughter. At this moment, Brain saw one enemy who disregarded all dangers and threw up several splashes of earth in his forward charge towards their bunker. Then the enemy bent over and threw his spear in a flat curve, and at the very moment the spear left his arm, he was nailed down by an intense hail of bullets. Down! Even before his warning shout could entirely leave his throat, the thrown spear already passed through the shooting window and pierced the chest of a shooter. The latter issued a stuffy groan and then fell face up towards the ground. Chapter 200 Hunters and Prey. Chapter 200 Hunters and Prey. Freckle! Someone shouted, "He's injured." "Do not move him," Brian roared. "I'll go and take a look at his injury, you continue shooting." He put his rifle in the hands of the recruit at his side, the one who was responsible for loading, and lowered his waist to approach the injured soldier. The wounded, who still hadn't lost his consciousness, asked in a trembling voice, "Captain, am I going to die?" The short spear had pierced him at the lower pit of the stomach. It was unclear if it had gone through, however, seeing that his breath still seemed to be flowing freely. The spear must not have punctured his lung. During culture class, His Royal Highness had briefly described the various organs of the human body and which measures were to be taken in the case of an injury. The best solution Brian could think of at the moment was to remain here and wait until the end of the fight, then allow for Miss Nana to come over and treat him. "Does it hurt?" Brian asked. Freckles nodded with difficulty. "Since you can still feel pain, it means you won't die." To reassure the knight, he put his hand on Freckles' forehead. "You should know about Miss Nana's ability, right?" With difficulty, Freckles was able to show a smile. "During times of peace, everyone wants to go see her, putting it that way. I can finally see her now." "That's right. Therefore you have to persevere." When Brian returned to his shooting window, the recruit turned towards him and asked concerned, "Why didn't you pull the spear out?" "By pulling it out, it is likely that instead of helping, it could cause massive bleeding. Later in class you will also learn about this, and then everything will become clear." He paused. "The best we can now do for him is to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible." Standing on his heightened stage, Roland could clearly see the enemy rushing like a tide towards the town. The moment they crossed the first row of bunkers, their speed slowed down a lot. By the time they reached the third row of bunkers, the enemy's flanks were fully exposed to riflemen's crossfire. Echo's task was quite obvious. Even though the enemy's force was stretched into a long line, most of them still acted in accordance with her unceasingly issued, concentrated charge command, rushing along the road. Every moment there were a lot of their people falling, and they couldn't do anything about it. Having to face up against a fortification they couldn't destroy with their spears and swords, Timothy's militia force could do nothing except endure the casualties they faced and continue pushing forward. After they passed the third row of bunkers, they crossed the 300 meters mark, which meant that now the cannons would now be loaded with canister shells. Among the gunners, stepping into this area was also known as entering into the death zone. In the sky, Lightning had replaced her flag with one in bright red. The angle of the 20 cannons were lying flat, their fronts spit out flames and thick smoke. Roland had roughly estimated that the most skilled artillery group would be able to release one shrapnel shot every 20 seconds, while the slowest would needed around 30 seconds. At first glance, it seemed that they came close to the rate of fire of the best artillery groups during the American Civil War, but the latter's 3 shots per minute were performed with solid shells, for which they had to clean the cannon repeatedly and aim it at the target once more. However, canister shells could be fired without aiming, and the cannon also didn't need to be wiped, so it was only natural that the rate of fire would be fast. For the enemy, such a rate of fire was terrible news. Furthermore, the canister shell's kill and injure rate without even aiming was especially astonishing. Almost every iron bullet would penetrate 2 to 3 people. Although after taking the pill they could withstand a great deal of pain, the pills couldn't also suppress fear. When seeing how the people around them were slaughtered one after another, even if they were totally excited and thirsted after massacre, they were unable to suppress their bodies' instinctual fear of death. Even more, they originally hadn't been an iron-willed force. Without their pills, these people were just a group of untrained civilians lacking in true practical combat experience. When half of their force laid out on the road, the enemy began to flee. Like a plague, the fear quickly spread. What began with one person was soon followed by a second, then a third, until the forefront eventually completely stopped with its assault, and instead wholly started to turn around and flee. Once again, the artillery regiment changed their ammunition to solid bullets, aiming at the center of the road, while the whole time the bunkers had never ceased in their shooting, creating a pile of corpses laid on top of the road. As Levin's raging heart gradually cooled down, a feeling of fear began to grow within him. In the beginning, more than 20 people had set out and discovered the witch wearing strange clothes, who created the chaos, hiding within the forest, almost perfectly integrating with the surrounding scenery. If she hadn't moved forward along with the main force, always guiding the people to cram themselves together at the middle of the road, it would have been almost impossible for them to detect her. Even after they had discovered her, she still caused considerable trouble to Levin. He found out that she didn't need her mouth to imitate the voices, and even more the sound drifted around without an anchored source. Sometimes it was coming from the left, other times it would come from the right, and at times even came from behind him. The content was also varied, such as imitating his accent and giving orders, or sending out a distressed call for help from a fellow militiaman. But when they wanted to close in and seize her, the woman dressed in white appeared again. Seeing her, Levin recalled the shocking scene of her killing manhwas. In her hand she was grasping a silver-white light crossbow, and the moment she sent out a spark, with a loud bang, another person would fall. The surrounding encirclement was instantaneously torn into shreds, all of them suddenly turning into frightened birds. My armor doesn't offer any protection, and using a shield also doesn't work. The iron shield tied to Levin's arm had been broken in half. Seeing the hole in the metal told him how powerful that weapon really was. I'm afraid the only weapon that can match up with this power is a heavy crossbow. If he hadn't subconsciously lowered his head, he would have already become a corpse by now. But a heavy crossbow can't be fired off in succession. With her hiding ability and her unrivaled weapon, Levin realized that they stood no chance of winning. The moment he became aware of this, it felt as if he had met with a cold wind. His burning rage was quickly extinguished. Take the pills and kill her the moment she appears. Even though his mouth called to attack, Levin himself retreated, planning on running into the woods the moment she put her focus on the militia. No, it should be even safer to stay within the large group. She will never dare attack me when I'm inside the crowd. Furthermore, this forest seemed to have grown very strange, the thick weeds almost reaching to my knees, covering the vines below as if they want to trip me. When he finally was able to stumble out of the woods, Levin looked toward the front, wanting to hide within the large group, yet the scene in front of him left him stunned. The drug efficacy shouldn't have come to its end, so why are they retreating? No, that's not right. It should be said that they are running away. Those who move too slow or haven't responded have been mercilessly pushed to the ground and later trampled on. Previous during the charge, they ran as fast as horses, but now with the escape it was the same. During their raging flight, they were throwing dust into the sky. Seeing such a situation, he did not dare to come close to in the attempt to stop them. In the end, what happened? Levin was unable to process the situation in such a short time. How was it possible to entirely defeat the 1,500 people? Even more, since all of them had taken those pills. Are the prince's men actually monsters? At this moment, from behind him, the sound of someone stepping on weeds could be heard. Gritting his teeth, Levin suddenly drew his sword and stabbed with it behind himself. At this critical moment of life and death, his quick drawing technique was faster than ever before, like a flash of lightning. Nevertheless, he was still greeted by a dazzling flame. His blade was hit by something, sending sparks flying and stabbing into his hand, instantly erasing the feelings from his fingertips. When he moved his line of sight towards his arm, Levin saw that half of his arm was missing, exposing red and white muscles and bones, like a flower in full bloom. The woman in white looked at him with a blank expression. Unable to confront her, he couldn't help but back up several steps, tripping over a weed. The moment he laid still, the witch placed her foot on his shoulder and pressed her cold weapon against his forehead. From his perspective on the ground, Levin could see the face hidden under the hood. "So beautiful," was his final thought as the gunshot rang out. Chapter 200. One back to the stronghold. Chapter 200. One back to the stronghold. Keeping the power of the pills in mind, Roland didn't immediately order the first army to chase the fleeing enemy. Instead, he sent Lightning and Maggie to monitor the situation. Those who had been injured in the line of duty immediately received treatment. During the whole battle, only 5 soldiers had been injured. They had all been hit by spears, and from the 5 injured people, 4 belonged to the artillery. He was pleased to see that when the enemy's wave reached its striking distance of 150 meters, his artillery group didn't disperse in confusion. Instead, they only lowered their bodies and hid behind the cannons, so that they could resume the attack as soon as possible after the end of the spear shower. From the beginning, Nana had been standing behind the defense line waiting on standby, but the most remarkable part was when the enemy turned around and fled, she ignored the rumbling sound of ongoing gunfire and ran together with the old Viscount towards the position of the artillery soldiers, making sure to rescue and give medical treatment to those victims of short spears. After seeing her actions, it was hard to believe that only 6 months ago, this little girl had become dizzy at the sight of blood. In the end, the 5 injured managed to survive, and under the cheers and the salutes of the watching soldiers, Nana left the battlefield. In fact, this battle was much easier than the last time when they had to deal with the Duke's coalition. Without the drugs, the addicted militia had entered an extremely vulnerable state. Some of them even ran 2 to 3 kilometers, only to throw themselves onto the ground, no longer able to move. Soon after, Roland's pursuing troops had caught them all and began to escort them back to the Longsong stronghold. During the chase, the First Army was also able to capture 2 knights. Although they did not swallow the pills, they had still lost every thought of putting up a resistance. When confronted with the continuous pursuit, they simply chose to surrender, asking for the opportunity to send a letter to their family and giving a plea for redemption. 4 days later, they reached Longsong stronghold. Thanks to the intelligence gathered from the surrendered knights, Nightingale easily disintegrated all the troops left in the stronghold's castle. After killing the captain on the spot, more than 100 militiamen fled in panic, blindly running into an ambush the First Army had set up at the gate. Later, Roland's men found the captive Petrov in the castle's dungeons. He looked haggard, probably caused by his worry and anxiety, but because of his identity as a noble of the honeysuckle family, he hadn't suffered through inhumane treatment. After nearly 3 months, the prince saw the acting duke once again. "Being able to see you safe and sound is truly good news, Your Royal Highness." Petrov's uneasiness finally relaxed. Then he went through his experiences of the last days. "I did not know that Timothy's envoy. They all died." Roland leaned relaxed against his chair and said indifferent, "Most of the 1,500 people they brought to Border Town have died, and the rest are currently locked in the stronghold's prison." When Petrov heard about the complete annihilation of the envoys, he somehow looked a bit surprised. "Your Royal Highness, with this, I am afraid that the new king. No, your brother will see you as a thorn in the eye." "So, do you mean I should have deliberately lost the fight and obediently went with them to King's City, begging for his mercy?" While asking, Roland looked him directly into the eyes. Not able to face his view, the latter involuntarily lowered his head. "No, your Royal Highness. The moment he set foot in the Western Territory, he became my enemy," the prince declared in a calm voice. "It seems that in order to seize power, Timothy Wimbledon is becoming more and more desperate. He is urgently in need of land and titles to divide between the other nobles to ensure their support. In case all you wanted was to live a life in pleasure, why would you want to manage the stronghold for me? You should already be aware of the point. Only when I become the King of Grey Castle will your position as the Lord of the Western Territory be set in stone." Roland paused for a moment and then said, "To prevent this from happening for a second time, I need to form an army to guard the stronghold." "Army?" Petrov asked, shocked. "Yes, without any knights, only built out of civilians, a permanent army." Roland slowly explained his plans. "You have to pick out 300 people who live inside the stronghold, who will be trained by my subordinates on how to fight. The requirement for the 300 people is: they have to be civilians, they must not be guilty of any crime, they aren't allowed to be followers of the church. And lastly, they have to be between the age of 16 and 30 and without any physical disability. During the training, they will be living in Border Town, and I will provide them with weapons. From now on, your knights and patrols will only be responsible for urban security. I have written down further details on the parchment." With this, he handed a piece of paper to Petrov. "You can announce a recruitment order and follow through with the screening according to the previous terms." If he wanted to have the control of the city garrison in his own hand, it was evident that stationing his own army here was the most appropriate approach. But the scale of the first army was too small. They weren't even large enough to defend Border Town. So not even mentioning splitting the force to guard Longsong's stronghold and Border Town. The only possibility and best compromise was to let the other side provide the manpower, while he would carry out the training. With Nightingale's ability to detect lies, he could guarantee the loyalty of the group. And together with new military training methods and ideological education, it should be possible to form a fighting force soon. As for their weapons, he would equip them with the rapidly outdated flintlocks, so even if they got captured by the enemy, it wouldn't be a problem for him. Moreover, the army could also take over the task of information gathering and transmission. So as long as someone tried to attack the stronghold, Roland would be the first to receive the message. I understand, Petrov nodded. I will review the people you select, so I can only encourage you to not try placing spies among them, because it would be a meaningless act. Roland warned, you have already sent spies, and by now they all have gone to the mines. If there is ever something similar again. No, Your Highness, the other wiped off the sweat on his forehead. I promise that won't happen. Then there's the matter of the church, the prince said while once more leaning back in his chair. You probably do not know that the Stronghold's church has been burned down by Timothy's men, and that they even killed the high priest. There is only a ruin left now. They have burned the church. Petrov became startled by the news. I have to report it to Hermes as soon as possible. The church's law states that the king and the lords are obligated to protect the local church's facilities from any harm. If they cannot prevent it from happening, it has to be reported to the new holy city immediately. As the former ambassador who was proficient in the law, Petrov's reaction could be seen as normal. And furthermore, such a matter cannot be concealed anyway. I am afraid that the church's follower living in the stronghold have already sent a message to the holy city on the same day it happened. It is true that we should report the matter, but the letter's contents needs to be adjusted appropriately, Roland said with a smile. You only have to write in the message that the attackers belonged to Timothy Wimbledon, and that after they looted and burned the church down, they left the stronghold, disappearing without a trace. In addition, you will put this thing into the letter. He took a pill out of his pocket and handed it to Petrov. Just state that you had picked it up near the church. They will understand. What is this? They are the secret medicine of the church. Furthermore, it is also the object Timothy desired. It allows ordinary people to get a burst of strength in short time, but when the effect of the drug subsides, their organs will slowly stop to function, and they will die, Roland explained. Timothy wants to rely on the drug to strengthen his army, allowing him to secure his precious throne. So when the churches seize the pill, they will naturally understand his intention. As to whether or not they will take measures is an entirely different question. I will follow your order, Your Highness, Petrov said, putting the pill into his pocket. Chapter 202, The Road to Development. Chapter 202, The Road to Development. Roland took a sip of his tea, then said, in addition, I intend to set up a primary education system in Longsong Stronghold, which will be the examination project that decides whether you will continue serving as the administrator or not. Hearing the word examination, Petrov's ears immediately stood up. Primary education system? Yes, Roland nodded with a smile. Now, after the church had been destroyed, the high priest killed, and the church's forces weakened by more than half, it was a good time to start the fight over ideological positions. He didn't expect to transform all believers into potential workers who met with his standards. He only hoped to weaken the church's influence even further. In case the holy city wanted to meddle in Longsong Stronghold again, Roland had thought about many ways to keep them away. They shouldn't even think about building a new church here. The primary education should be attainable for all of Longsong Stronghold's residents under the age of 40, regardless of whether they are men or women. The training will include reading and writing, simple calculation, the spread of natural knowledge, and also ideological education. Roland waved his hand, holding off the others' questions. Rest assured, the cost will be deducted from the tax paid to Border Town. From the beginning of the next month, you only have to pay 20% of the tax. The remaining 10% will be used as special education fee. With it, can you recruit a few scholars from King's City, or hire local nobles, knights, or squires? but these people won't need so much money. 10% of the tax are at least 1,000 gold royals, so you have to do much more than just hire people with it. After thinking for a moment, Petrov opened his mouth and said, "Your Highness, do you mean to say that I should use the money to motivate the civilians to attend the education courses?" "This guy's mind is indeed very sharp," Roland laughed. "That's right, with the exception of the children. Most people have to earn their livelihood during the day, so their education courses have to be held in the evening, allowing them to carry out their work during the day. And after being busy the whole day, instead of resting, no one wants to come round only to hear other people's nagging them, not to mention using their brain to learn how to read and write. Because of this, you have to lure them with some means to learn, such as providing them a dinner that has meat, or if they are able to speed up the learning process, they can also get a monetary reward, etc. And of course, a bright and spacious classroom is also essential." He paused. "In short, you must try every means to popularize attending the education courses to all the residents of the stronghold. As I said, this is also your examination. After 1 year, more than 50% of the stronghold's population needs to have reached literacy. But Your Royal Highness," Petrov hesitated. "No matter if they are scholars or belong to the nobility, they fundamentally have no experience with teaching civilians how to read and write, even less teaching them natural knowledge and ideological education." He had to read the hard-to-pronounce noun of the parchment. "In fact, even I do not quite understand the words myself. By employing these people, I am afraid you cannot achieve your desired result. Do not worry, I have already taken all that into account." Roland paused. "I'll send a group of officials from Bordertown City Hall to help you realize it. Furthermore, all the books you need for the education will be provided by Border Town. They have a wealth of experience in how to teach, so they can show the people you recruit how to teach. And then, your personnel will have to start to educate the residents. At that time, you and they will have comprehended all the necessary details. The specific arrangements will be done when they arrive." This way, as long as Petrov wanted to keep in control of Longsong Stronghold, it was inevitable that he worked together with the prince's staff, and by placing his aides at critical positions within the Ministry of Education, news reaching or happening in Longsong Stronghold could also be passed on to Border Town in the first moments. Seeing that Petrov didn't show any objections, Roland began to explain his final command. "Thirdly, I plan to build a road between Longsong Stronghold and Border Town to shorten the traveling time between the two locations for pedestrians and caravans." "Your Royal Highness, don't we already have a way between those two?" Petrov asked in surprise. "A mud path created by people walking over it can be counted as a road, with a width less than 2 meters, filled with mud by the rain, and furthermore, with all its holes, it will never be suitable for high-speed carriages." Roland shook his head. "I want to build a road that can accommodate at least 2 carriages side by side. A road that is flat and straight and won't be covered with water during rain, exactly like the road in Border Town." "You mean a macadam road?" The acting duke looked a little surprised. The costs of such a road isn't low. It requires the mason to cut the stones, and then they have to pick out the stones with the right sizes which can be used together. A gravel road to Border Town would at least cost 5,000 gold royals, and with all due respect, Your Highness, we will never get so much money without a tax increase. The stronghold only needs to provide the workforce." The prince stated bluntly, "You will issue a recruitment notice throughout the whole Western Territory, not just Longsong Stronghold, including all of the other nobles' territories. The monthly salary will be 6 silver royals. With that sum, I believe there should be plenty of applicants." "For laborer, 6 silver royals are quite a high salary," Petrov nodded. "May you tell me how many people you want to recruit?" "At least 2,000 people," Roland replied. The monthly cost for such an amount of handymen wasn't a small sum, together with masons and gravel workers. In the eyes of others, it would definitely regard as a ridiculously high costs. Very few lords would be willing to put their money into building something which seemingly wouldn't provide and return. This thought process could also be seen in Petrov's expression. But now, with Border Town being able to sell steam engines, and to maintain the balance between income and expenditure, putting the remaining money into upgrading the infrastructure was undoubtedly the best choice to make. After all, Roland never intended to store all the gold royals in a vault, which was often the desire of many of the newly rich. The construction of a high-quality road connecting the stronghold and Border Town was of the highest importance, not only to facilitate the trade between both places, but was also a prerequisite for the rapid deployment of the armed forces. If the trip is an inconvenience, even if I received the news of an attack on the stronghold at the earliest possible moment, I would only be able to reach the stronghold in 3 days. I am afraid that by that time, the enemy's banner will already be flying over the highest tower. I understand, Petrov said. Now that you have so much to do, I will soon return to Border Town. Do a good job, Mr. Ambassador, don't let me down. What do you plan to do with the people held in jail, Your Highness? Petrov asked after a moment's pause. For the first time, Roland didn't know what to answer, and after a moment of silence he spoke. Contain them, they won't be able to live for long anyway. Climbing onto Little Town, the prince embarked on his homeward journey. You do not seem to be in a good mood, said Nightingale after appearing next to him. Is it because of the civilians? They were all forced by Timothy, Roland sighed. If they hadn't taken those pills, they would not act like his minions at all and wouldn't have to die on an unfamiliar land. This is not your fault. The Nightingale reached out and held his arm. Of course not, Roland said without hesitation. If I hadn't stopped them, Border Town would have become the victim of Timothy's desire for power. And of course, the church that made those pills is also one of the culprits. That's the reason why you will wreck the church to end the dispute, so that people no longer have to kill each other for such senseless reasons, right? Nightingale asked with a smile. No matter if they are ordinary people or witches, under your rule, they will all live a happy life. Roland looked into Nightingale's shiny eyes and gently nodded. Ah, that's a promise. Chapter 203 Home. Chapter 203 Home. The sea was like a blue earth, only more flat. If Maggie had been here, she would be constantly chirping, and she could also ask her about how far it still was to the island. Nowadays, the only sound she heard were the sea's waves crashing against the sides of the ship. Although hearing that for a long time became tedious, for the crew, it was actually a lucky beat. It meant that today was a day good for sailing. Oh, now there is another one, Ash's thought. Under the pressure of a foot, the old teak board issued a slight squeak sound, telling her that someone was coming. I did not expect that you actually lived in a place like the Sleeping Island. A white-haired old man stepped to her side, his hands resting on the railing. That place, although it looks great, once the tide comes, most of the land will be flooded by the sea. It's not suitable for a settlement. Why not live in Crescent Moon Bay? It is the second largest island of the fjords. There are still many uninhabited spaces there. One-Eye Jack, the captain of the Charming Beauty, as his name suggested, he had a blindfold on his face which completely concealed his left eye. He was also one of the few captains that were willing to transport goods for the witches. Even though the people in the fjords didn't hate witches, unlike the inhabitants on the mainland, but they also didn't love dealing with outsiders. Not everyone is willing to deal with witches like you are. Ashes smiled. The sea will indeed flood Sleeping Island, but it is precisely because of this that as the third largest island of the fjords is still a deserted island. The third largest island doesn't mean that it also offers the third largest amount of living area. Captain Jack just shrugged his shoulders. If you cannot live on it, its size doesn't matter. For example, the Searing Flame Island. What the witches are best at is altering nature, she said earnestly. Moreover, now where the island has become our home, as long as we don't have to face the suppression of the church, we can create an entirely different world there. A new world. She paused for a moment. How long has it been since the last time you were on Sleeping Island? The captain took off his hat and scratched the back of his head. It's been almost a month now. Last time I had to deliver a batch of witches and a warehouse full of pearl rice. To tell you the truth, when they saw the group of young women frolicking on the ship, the expression on the faces of my sailors was only too foolish. You know how difficult it is for a stripling to sail over the sea. They are similar to a volcano that can erupt at any time. But fortunately, I stopped them from drinking. Otherwise, my beloved ship may have met with a disaster. Ashes automatically ignored the latter half of his words. A month is enough time to make radical changes, Captain. I bet that when you see Sleeping Island again, it will be quite differently than from the island you remember. Is that so? Jack whistled. Then I will look forward to it. Wait a minute, what's that? He leaned over the side of the ship, trying to look ahead. Monkey. There is something in front of the mast. The sailor, known as Monkey, used his hands and feet to nimbly climb to the crow's nest at the top of the mast, and then lifted the observation mirror. Captain, that should be an island. Island? What nonsense are you speaking? Captain took out his compass and glanced at it. We still aren't near Sleeping Island, but except for it, what other island could it be? But it really is an island, Captain, I swear. To me, your vow is as useful as a fart. Let me take a look, Jack said, taking off his hat. No, Captain, do not you come up here, the wind is very strong. After observing for a while, Monkey continued, by the three gods. He shouted incredulously, I know what it is, it really is Sleeping Island. It's become taller. The charming beauty slowly approached the pier of the Sleeping Island, and the boatman could scarcely believe his eyes. The towering island was similar to a small mountain which stood out above the sea level. The mountain wall was perfectly straight and precipitous, distancing the top of it by at least several feet from the sea level. Ashes, who arrived at the island for the first time, showed a much calmer reaction than most of the other people, which was in the eyes of Captain Jack, were the very symbol of calm and self-confidence. You win, he sighed. I never expected that you would be able to make an island rise. It is not surprising that the bunch of madmen in the church hate your witches after all. Your abilities make you almost comparable to the gods. Uncle Jack, it's not like you said, that the island has risen up. A young girl that stood at the pier to welcome them laughingly said, We just built a wall around Sleeping Island. If you wait for a moment, you can come with us and take a look to understand it. Finished speaking, she turned to Ashes and bowed her head in salute. You have finally come back. Lady Tilly has been talking about you for a long time. Ashes touched her. Head, you don't need to be so polite, Marley. I will have to trouble you with carrying my stuff. Leave it to me, said the girl, patting her chest. After the sailors had moved the grain from the cargo hold to the pier, Molly summoned her magic servant, a light blue sphere with 2 arms that could be transformed at will. It took hold of a dozen bags of grain with its arm. Soon after, the arm turned into a net and was firmly grabbed by the other arm while the sphere floated in the air. Then she proudly said, Let's go. Oh, that's truly a convenient ability. The captain slapped his fist in his palm. Men, have you seen it? A work for which so many of you are needed was done by a little girl. The constructed pier of the island reached to half the wall's height. If they ever wanted to step on the top and enter the island, the entire group of people would have to climb the flight of steps which circled along the wall. Ashes instantly understood the idea behind building a wall circling the island. Instead of raising the island, they had rather raised the outline of the island, turning the entire Sleeping Island into a basin surrounded by a thick edge. And this edge, which circled the island, was the so-called wall Marley had spoken of. At the inner side of the wall, there were many stairs leading down it, and nestled below them laid Sleeping Island. This is incredible, Captain Jack smacked his lips. You have turned this island into a city. Just imagine how it would look like at high tide, my God. You would be living below sea level. It's indeed as you have said. Marley was unable to mask her grin. Because of this, we also have 2 docks, one at the bottom of the ocean and one at sea level. Of course, you can also say that one is at sea level and the other is in midair. Coming to the center of the island, they came across of all kinds of houses. Unlike those traditional wood or brick houses, these buildings seemed like the wall as if they had just grown out of the ground, fusing the body of the house together with the ground. There is no doubt that, together with the wall, they count as a lotus masterpieces. Sister Ashes, the house at the most northern end is Lady Tilly's palace. I will take the captain with me to complete the delivery. You don't need to come along for this. It would be for the best if you first went to go see the lady. The little girl waved in the direction of the path. Ashes nodded and said goodbye to the 2, quickly following the path to the north. Along the way she saw a lot of familiar faces. They all either bowed in greeting or waved at her with a smile. The homeland of the witches, the word grew brighter and brighter within Ash's heart, filling her whole body with strength. The founder of the homeland was Tilly Wimbledon, the Queen of Witches. And contrary to the royal palace, her spacious house had no guards in it, and there were also no locks on the doors, allowing Ashes to walk through the vestibule and directly step into the hall, only to see a familiar back in front of her. She quietly walked on tiptoe to behind her counterpart and blindfolding the gray-haired woman's eyes with her hands. I perceived you as soon as you reached the door, the other laughed. Do not forget how I picked you out of the crowd to begin with. The extraordinary had the ability to sense the magic in others, and between 2 extraordinaries, this feeling was even stronger. This was because their magic was connected with one another, like an invisible fetter, firmly connecting Tilly and her together. "I'm back," Ashes said softly. Tilly replied cheerfully, "Welcome home." Chapter 200, for Tilly Wimbledon. Chapter 200, for Tilly Wimbledon. For a moment, the two of them enjoyed the warm atmosphere, until Ash's attention was drawn to a bunch of jewel-like gadgets in front of her. Curiously, she asked, "What are these?" "Come," Tilly patted the place next to her body. "I'll show you something interesting." Ashes followed her suggestion and sat cross-legged next to Tilly, seeing how she put a white silk glove over her hand, which had a crystal ruby embedded on the back of the hand. "This is a tracking stone." Tilly didn't give her an answer. Instead, she just smiled and reached into the open air. Suddenly, a flash of lightning jumped from her fingertips, hitting the ground, issuing a crackling sound, followed by smoke rising from the ground, finally leaving behind a palm-sized black mark. Ashes couldn't believe her eyes. "You have a new ability." Tilly Wimbledon was an extraordinary. Her magic was only usable on herself, manifesting in her unsurpassed intelligence, making it impossible for her to have her magic manifest like typical witches' abilities would. The lightning flash just now meant that she now possessed a whole new ability, something which should have been impossible. A witch could never have two kinds of primary abilities. This was common sense that all witches were aware of. Tilly took the glove off and handed it to Ashes. "It is not that I have a new ability, rather it is because of this stone." She smiled. "It has the power to change how your magic works, and make your magic to even show an effect totally opposite to your current one." When Ashes rubbed the jewel on top of the glove, she became shocked to her core. She immediately knew that Tilly hadn't lied to her, which meant that from now on, non-combat witches would also have the ability to fight, significantly enhancing the witch's ability to resist the against enemy. "How many of these stones do we have?" There's only one." It seemed that Tilly already understood Ash's thought process. In addition, it's also not that easy to use. You have to accept magic as something that actually exists, then you have to fill the stone with this magic, and only then you can release it. For a long time, Ashes, painstakingly meditative, wished for it, but no trace of light could be seen. "Do you believe me now?" Tilly said teasingly. "We extraordinary have it better than others. We can sense magic. For other witches it is much more challenging. It's taking our imagination and comprehension to its limits. As a matter of fact, I have already tested a lot of witches, but only 2 to 3 out of 100 were able to comprehend it and release the lightning early enough." "Are you mocking me for being slow-witted?" Ashes took off the glove and threw it to the side. "Pretty much." Tilly raised her eyebrow. "At that time I merely used." To stop her, Ashes kissed her, only permitting her to croon for a bit. When they finally separated, the latter took in a long breath. "Well, not so stupid after all. And what is with those other stones?" As if wishing to continue, Ashes licked her lips. Only in the presence of the fifth princess was she able to fully relax. Could it be that they all possess a different kind of capabilities? "Yes, they show a different result," Tilly confirmed. A blush had still not gone from her cheeks. "However, they still won't allow the ordinary person to possess witch-like abilities. Only people with magic power can arouse it." She paused, which left me with a question. "What is your question? What exactly is magic?" Tilly said slowly, one word at a time. "For a long time now, the witch's abilities were manifold and varied widely, showing a high degree of uncertainty to it, and in the perception of an extraordinary, witches were also different. But with this strange stones, magic becomes completely be the same. Through it, any witch can release the exact the same ability. Therefore, I might have been following the wrong lead previously. Magic itself is perhaps one type of omnipotent power, but us witches can merely manifest one of its forms." "Then these magic stones?" Ashes asked. "They can only release, but they cannot gather magic. It is not clear whether they are human-made or formed from nature," Tilly said regretfully. "According to legend, they were unearthed from within the relics. At present, the greater part of them have already spread within the folk. I only managed to collect this much. I heard that an ancient ruin lies in the eastern part of the Seawind region. I really want to go and take a look for myself. Maybe I could find more information about magic and some intelligence on the forgotten history there." Several of the words Tilly had used left Ashes unable to make sense of what she was hearing, and furthermore, Ashes also reluctantly had the thought, in the end, as long as we are able to live, who cares about what had happened 400 years ago? It is better you don't. Right now, the Seawind region is the most dangerous region in all of the Kingdom of Grey Castle. Why? Before I set off from Port of Clearwater, I've heard the sailors chatting about that Garcia Wimbledon's Black Sail fleet being dispatched, with the Seawind region, which belongs to Timothy, as its destination, directly hitting his camps from behind the front lines. Ashes explained, when the martial law had finally been lifted, I took the next opportunity to leave the harbor. If my information is correct, I am afraid that the Seawind region has already been turned into a sea of flames. They are still fighting each other. Tilly looked a little worried. This way, the church will take advantage of it and start an invasion. If we cannot unite, Greycastle will fall. The same as had happened to the kingdom of Endless Winter, we will be swallowed by the church. This sentence started Ashes and was instantly noticed by the fifth princess. What is it? Nothing, she sent her a wink. You look somewhat similar to Roland Wimbledon. Furthermore, he even said the same thing to me. Oh, did you see him? Tilly's interest was piqued. By the way, you didn't tell me anything about the trip to the west. I had heard news that the Witch Cooperation Association was in Border Town, but Shadow should have already told you of this. Ashes embraced her counterpart. The results that I had discovered was that the so-called Holy Mountain they had supposedly found was a hoax created by Roland. He took over the Witch Cooperation Association and was secretly recruiting the witches. Afterward, she told Tilly what she had heard and seen during the week she had stayed in Border Town. And at the end, he also said to me that we have to unite if we want to resist the church. If they ever attacked us here in the fjords and we could no longer stay, we are always welcomed in Border Town. Well, Tilly thought for a moment and then suddenly said, this man is not Roland Wimbledon. He has been replaced by someone. What? You said he had gathered a great number of witches around him, right? What I guess is that among them was a witch who took control of him, or simply changed her appearance to match his. Tilly said bluntly, I've grown up with Roland. It is clear that compared with my two other brothers and my third sister, the thing he was always the worst at was to cover up the truth. Even if he were to tell a lie, the lies would still be full of 100 loopholes. It is impossible for him to disguise as another person. As for the weapons you said they could use to fight against the gods' punishment army, they are only proving it. An individual may hide his true character, but he cannot fake scholarly knowledge. The court mentors never taught him those things, so how can he know it? Tilly stated, the people that are born into the world aren't born with knowledge, so he is certainly not my stupid and annoying brother. It's like that, Ashes frowned. Nevertheless, it is still necessary for me to get in contact with them, Tilly sighed. After all, Roland Wimbledon is still my brother. Even though he might be ignorant and incompetent, that doesn't mean that he is hopeless. Compared with the others, he was the most harmless. So I hope that the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association haven't already buried him in the earth. I do not think they do that. Ashley thought of Wendy. I also left Maggie with him. At the end of the month, she should come back and bring us news from Border Town. That it the only way, after all, our current focus doesn't lay here, speaking until here. The fifth princess freed herself from the embrace and went to the garden and said, with open arms, now that you are back, the cleaning program can finally be implemented. I want no traces of the church to be left in the fjords. Only then will the fjords truly become the home of the witches. The sun shone from behind Tilly's body, making it appear as if she was covered by a layer of gold. Her long grey hair caressed her cheeks like golden threads. Her face was full of confidence, as if there didn't exist any difficulty that could strike her down. I wish to devote my life to you, honored queen of mine, Ashes vowed with a smile. Chapter 205, Microscopes. Chapter 205, Microscopes. After Timothy's armed forces had been repulsed, Border Town became calm once again. Roland selected 3 people from the City Hall's Ministry of Education and added another 2 teachers to form a team, which he then sent, together with some of Soraya's books, to Longsong Stronghold. No matter how much effect they could achieve, he finally took the first step for the assimilation of the stronghold. Petrov, although he did not excel at commanding a battle, his performance in administration was outstanding. In just 1 week, 2,000 recruited road workers, escorted by cavalrymen, came to Border Town one after the other. If not for the second batch of 10 blast furnaces he'd already put into production, Roland would also never have dared to make the firm resolution to establish a hard road between the 2 locations. But now, he finally had the opportunity to extravagantly spend a lot of money. Roland named the road the Kingdom Main Street, and Carl, the head of the Ministry of Construction, was fully responsible for its construction. Its structure and the streets in the town were exactly the same, a cement-stabilized gravel layer. During this era, where there existed no heavy vehicles, this kind of pavement was already sufficient to undertake every transportation tasks. Moreover, with a good drainage performance, if the circumstances ever demanded, later on, and concrete or even an asphalt pavement could always be added. To always have enough construction material, 4 steam-driven milling machine replaced the labor power that was required to crush the stones, producing dozens of tons of gravel and material each day. It was the too small transportation capacity, which hindered the further rise of the output. So many stones needed hundreds of people to send the stones with carriages to the construction site during the day. For the later generation of roads, one single muck car would have been enough to complete the whole shipment. With the exception of the 4 furnaces which maintained the clay brick firing, the rest of the blast furnaces had been put into the production of cement powder. After going through repeated component tests, as well as making sure that the mine provided enough iron powder, border towns' cement production, whether it be its quality or quantity, they were both far better than the original batches. However, the mass transport of gravel and cement powder also brought a large negative impact to the town, of which the most severe problem was the dust. Until the afternoon, there had only been little wind, so that a dense cloud of dust could be seen flying in the sky, turning the street into a light yellow. Although most of the town people did not mind such a situation, for Roland, there was nothing worse than having to shut all of the doors and windows during the hot summer. Therefore, the carriages for transporting the cement powder and gravel had been fitted with a cover plate as quickly as possible, to reduce the dispersion during the transportation. At the same time, he also used it as a chance to promote Leaves' ability. Within a few days, the inside of the town was covered with shade-providing trees. They were symmetrical parasol trees, which Leaves had grown one branch of after another, creating the impression that the scenery appeared to be full of green for as far as the eye could see. With Roland's additional appeal to all of the people that they should take the initiative and sprinkle water over the dust, the situation had quickly been improved. The straight distance between the two places was less than 70 kilometers, but considering that the road had to avoid the extensions of the impassable mountain range, the total length of the road would be around 100 kilometers, and its expected construction duration would be 1 year. With roads of such excellent quality, some modern kinds of vehicles could also come in handy, such as bicycles and steam-powered cars. In his vision for the future, the development of education and the upgrading of the road were necessary steps to fuse the two cities together. Just like the cities of the later generations would energetically carry out urban integration. After the land between these two places was fully opened up, Border Town and Longsong Stronghold would slowly merge into one huge city. And in case he could even integrate the southern hill into the city, he could then open up a path through the edge of the mountains and even get an outgoing seaport for himself. Of course, being able to develop so much land would require an even larger population. And in response to the possibility of future wars, the city would need to be self-sufficient with its food production, while also providing a significant number of workers for the industrial production. From his preliminary calculations, he would need around 100,000 residents, while Grey Castle's largest city, King City, had only around 20 to 30,000 people. When thinking about this issue, Roland remembered that the north and south of the Kingdom of Grey Castle are both places that have recently experienced a war. So, when the winter comes, it is likely that there will be a large number of refugees coming who would be deprived of food and clothing. By offering them food and a warm shelter, they can all be absorbed into Border Town. Furthermore, I also have to take into consideration that there should also be many refugees within the Kingdom of Endless Winter and the Wolfshart Kingdom. For that reason, it would be better to write Margaret a letter and ask her to help me to find out how the situation is within those two countries. After he had finished writing down the recent development program, the prince folded the paper and placed it into the drawer. Afterward, he stretched out his tensed-up body and decided to go to Anna's room to take a look at how much progress she had made with creating a lens. Ever since he learned about the reasons for Soraya's magical evolution, he was intent on making a microscope which would allow the witches to observe the structure of cells. If they could examine the unusual microscopic world with their own eyes, it might lead even more witches to evolve a new ability. The worst case being, he will at least arouse their interest in learning about it. For the production of microscopes, creating the convex lens responsible for enlarging the object wasn't difficult. The difficulty part laid in the problem that the focal length was differently for every hand-polished lens. Therefore, matching the eyepiece to the objective was a delicate operation, needing to adjust the distance between the two lenses repeatedly. He had described the principle behind the convex lens only once, and then given Anna a few pieces of crystals that had a fine quality, letting her cut the lenses and measure their focal length. Now, after 3 days, Roland's heart was full of curiosity as to what extent Anna had been able to realize it. When he came to the door of Anna's room, Nightingale sent him a smile, standing against the wall. She seemed to be saying that she wasn't going to follow him in, since she had reduced her stealth time. Roland no longer had to guess her whereabouts, and whenever he and Anna wanted to be alone, she would always choose to stand at a distant location. When he opened the door, he saw Anna sitting at the table, playing with a metal tube. "How is it?" he asked, stepping forward. The moment after the question left his lips, he became shocked. There on the table laid several instruments which resembled an actual microscope, coming very close to the sketches he had drawn for her. "With the few test products I made according to your blueprints, I can indeed see a lot of details which are usually very difficult to discover." She looked up, letting her slender bangs slide down from one side of her face. "I used it to look at paper, leaves, and stagnant water, and found out that they look very different from their usual appearance since their experience during the hot air balloon trip when they had both been alone." Anna no longer used any titles, which also made him feel very more relaxed. "How did you do it?" Roland exclaimed. "The sketch was only a rough outline." "The outline was enough," Anna laughed. "You see, as long as the eyepiece and the objective lens are fixed at the appropriate distance, they can play the role of the amplifier. Afterward, they only needed to be fixed to an iron pipe, and with this, the microscope's body is completed. As I was testing the magnification of the lens, I found out that the objective and observation target had to maintain a particular distance within which I could see a distinct image. Whenever my hands shook, the image would become blurred. From your diagram, I could see that you needed a frame to which to attach the lens to, and a platform which could be moved up and down to get to the best distance to the object." She paused. "But it is harder to figure out for what the bottom piece is. Can you tell what it is for?" Roland swept his eyes over the drawing and discovered that this issue was his own mistake. It was a mirror which was used to increase the light falling onto the object, but during this era, they had yet to invent the mercury mirror. The typical aristocrats still used a bronze mirror or an iron mirror to arrange their appearance, while they had a glass frame that was covered with a thin silver layer within the imperial palace to get a better reflection effect. Even without this mirror, as long as the sunlight was strong enough, the microscope could still be used. After explaining the mirror in detail, he couldn't help being amazed by Anna's comprehension. Even by solely relying on a rough drawing of an outline, she had created a product which came close to the finished goods, something which would be absolutely impossible for him to have done. Seeing that when Anna had bowed her head to examine a new lens, she was exposing her fair neck, Roland couldn't stop from stepping forward and wanting to kiss, but she merely placed her hand on his face and gently pushed him back. "Later, Your Royal Highness, I'm busy now." "Fine." Chapter 206, Insect Swarm. Chapter 206, Insect Swarm. In the end, the problem of the mirror was solved by Soraya. According to her, she had went and fetched some mercury from the laboratory and spread it directly on top of the glass, afterward painting a shiny coated layer on top of it. In this way, she achieved a similar effect to that of a mercury mirror, but also eliminating the risk associated with mercury vapor poisoning. Compared to a pasted silver mirror, the overall coated mirror offered much better reflection. Afterward, Roland simply set aside a number of crystal glassware so that each witch could get a small hand mirror. The small gift, which allowed the witches to clearly see their appearance, made them all very happy. Even Scroll, who was usually always exposing a neutral expression, revealed a rare smile. Seeing all this let Roland sigh in regret, Although the witches weren't fertility, they were still women at nature. Unfortunately, this useful commodity could temporarily not be sold to the public at a low price. After all, its base was made out of the highly priced crystal glass. Furthermore, the laboratory had also consumed a lot of crystal glass to create this colorless, transparent container. Kyle Sitchai, contrary to what one might expect, knew how to create crystal glass, but the laboratory had been burdened with other tasks so that there were seldom any empty hands. Most of the apprentices were busy with refining the two acids, soaking the cotton fire, while the chief alchemist took 2 or 3 disciplines and concentrated entirely on solving the barrier to the creation of mercury fulminate. Until the industrial acid method was thoroughly researched, they still didn't want to make anything else for the time being. Apart from the reflecting mirror, Roland also suggested that instead of manually moving the stage to control the distance to the object, it could also be done by turning a small knob on the side. He only needed to describe the two alternation with a few words before Anna understood what he meant. Summoning her black flame, the new stabilizing framework was quickly constructed. Afterward, she picked the 2 set of lenses with the highest degree of magnification, in this way creating the very first optical microscope. Taking advantage of the sufficient afternoon sun, Roland called all of the members of the Witch Union into the castle's backyard, thereby starting the first ever fundamental biology class. When Lily came to the backyard, she discovered that the plants had become more lush and flourishing. The grapes on the wooden frame had turned into a bright red-purple hue. A foggy memory told her that they were less than a week from turning ripe. From time to time, Lighting would fly up and pick a bunch of ripe grapes for everyone, and that big and silly bird which had recently joined Border Town bluntly sat on top of the shelf, raising its head to peck at the grapes and swallow them down. In the backyard under the shade sat His Royal Highness and Anna. They were happily chatting with each other, looking just like an intimate couple, but Lily knew they were definitely not telling each other words of affection. In case she was to approach them to listen, she would definitely hear a bunch of unfathomable mysterious nouns belonging to a debate that she was unable to make any sense of. For example, about how the small balls looked like, how a cat could be living and dead at same time, matter turned into a wave, and so on. This was probably also the reason why Nightingale would always keep a distance of 5 meters away from them. After all, when listening to them for a long time, any person would definitely become drowsy. AI. Wendy was always waiting with Scroll. Whenever she met her, Wendy would show a gentle and soft smiling expression. Sometimes, she even felt that from the other's point of view she was seen as a child. Lily helplessly sighed, first looking at Wendy's chest, then bowed her head to look at her own. There was indeed worlds between them. When can they turn into that? Maybe then I won't be regarded as a child anymore. After all the witches had arrived, Lord Roland put 2 grey-black metal utensils on the table, claiming that they made it that with them, it would be possible to see the tiny world of microscopy. Lily thought maybe the object won't look the same after magnification, but that everything in the world is made up out of small balls. This had always been hard for her to believe. After all, how could rolling balls form a solid rock? His Royal Highness sent a guard to get a bucket of water, then took a few drops and placed them under the microscope, which was different from what Lily had expected. The water in the bucket was neither muddy nor was it dirty. Instead, it was so clear that she could see the sunshine reflecting on the bottom, as if there wasn't anything there at all. Is it really possible that you can see the flowing balls from under the microscope? Something is moving in the water. To her surprise, a sister shrieked, and the moment her voice fell, she shrieked again. It ran away. More than one, there seems to be a lot more. Good gracious, these are bugs. None of them look the same at all. This looks more like a transparent crab. Lily's heart suddenly suspended, not the small balls but bugs. His Royal Highness had indeed lied. However, that there are insects is also very strange. Just look at the water, there is clearly nothing in it. When it was her turn, the little girl could no longer pretend to be indifferent. She headed toward the microscope and impatiently narrowed her eyes to take a look for herself. And then she saw an incredible scenery. Just in the narrow illuminated area, she saw many bizarre objects recklessly moving about. Some had a square shapes, while others' whole bodies were covered with hairs. Some looked like a mixed species of bugs and crabs, and others looked somewhat similar to the base of a grain of wheat. No matter which kind of strange shape they had, they were all mostly transparent, as if they had no skin or shell around them in general, allowing to see the internal body structure clearly. Of course, these insects' stomach was almost just as empty as their surroundings. "Your Royal Highness, are the seas really insects?" Scroll asked. "What you are seeing should be some primitive organism or single-celled algae. Calling them insects is not really appropriate. They should be assigned to the class of microorganisms." The prince explained. "Microorganism? Yeah, they're also an independent life form, but their shape is much smaller. Apart from the two you are seeing, there are also even smaller bacteria and viruses. At present, the magnification of the microscope is not enough to permit you to see those two microorganisms. They are also the reason for food spoilage and a variety of other illnesses." The more His Highness Roland explained, the more spirited he became. "These infinitesimally small life forms are everywhere, and there are many different kinds. Fortunately, the majority of them is vulnerable to high temperature, and that is the reason why we boil the water before drinking, cook the fish before we eat it, and do not reuse our bathwater." Although it was difficult for her to imagine that there were even smaller creatures, when she thought about that with drinking she will also swallow a lot of insects into her belly, Lily felt goosebumps all over her body. "Hasn't His Royal Highness said that these humble little things are the culprits of food spoilage? If I can keep the bread and meat porridge fresh, that water should also be passable." Thinking until here, she couldn't help herself as she released her magic, covering the droplets under the microscope, causing unexpected changes to be born. She saw how the insects began to tremble, then began to quickly change their appearance. Their skin was no longer transparent, but seemed as if they had put on a purple armor. Then long tentacles began to grow on their whole body, and soon after, they started to swallow the insects in their surrounding which have not changed. No, that wasn't right. Instead of swallowing, Lily saw that they were assimilating each other at an alarming rate. Like a sharp sword, the tentacles stabbed into the body of other microorganisms, which then assumed the same appearance as them. Not knowing whether it was an illusion or not, she still felt that these transformed organisms were still changing the invisible creatures, and it didn't take long until a little purple spot appeared within the water. After a few breaths, more and more of these purple spots appeared, gradually fusing into one piece, as if her field of vision was slowly being covered with a lavender-colored carpet. One by one, the tentacle insects arranged themselves into rows, like a neatly organized army. As if they could feel her attention, they all raised their tentacles up, as if in salute. This was the first time that she saw the true face of her ability. Chapter 207, Mothers and Replicates. Chapter 207, Mothers, and replicates within her world of fog. Nightingale waited for the witch's magic power to change. Within this black and white world, she rarely had the opportunity to see so many brilliant colors. Compared to the memory of the time when they were in the search for the Holy Mountain, the magic power within them had increased a lot. The unceasing practice each day not only allowed them to better control their ability, it also increased their magical reservoir. But Nightingale was most deeply moved by the expressions on their faces. With the Witch Cooperation Association, although Wendy was always gently encouraging them and Kara would always remain steadfast, but even with that, during the days they were in hiding, no one would get a restful sleep. Any wind that moved the grass was enough to rouse the sisters from their dreams. Under the constant chase of the church and the suspicion of the masses, they were never able to breathe easy. Even after entering the impassable mountain range, this stress hadn't been reduced by much. No one among them knew if they could really reach the Holy Mountain and obtaining their longed-for place to call home. Back then, the atmosphere within the camp was often very gloomy, and most of the sisters had shown vacant and apathetic expression. But now, no longer needing to starve, and no longer having to worry about the church's witch hunt, all of their faces had become filled with an unprecedented spirit. Seeing that everyone was relaxed and smiling naturally, Nightingale Heart also felt happy at the thought of their comfort. In the end, the Holy Mountain was not in the wilderness, but in this small border town. At that time, she felt a thread of magic shaking. A cloud out of a purple mist began to rotate, unceasingly surrounding and being drawn to a magical source, like a miniature storm. This shocking scene could only be seen by Nightingale. After recovering from her initial shock, She stared with wide-open eyes and held her breath, not wanting to miss any details like the time with Anna and Soraya. Today would be her first time to seeing the condensation of magic with her own eyes. At the center of this storm, Lily was standing. She was completely immersed in the microscopic world beneath the microscope, never noticing that the magic within her body had underwent a drastically change. The cloud of mist became more and more vigorous, steadily accelerating its rotational speed, appearing to become an entity on its own. But at the same time, this silhouette also began to fluctuate, no longer appearing in its original vortex shape. Finally, the magic was drawn inwards, condensing into a ball, and then gradually came to a stop. Her newborn magic power neither resembled Anna's solid and smooth cube, nor was it like Soraya's soft silk. It was only the size of a fist. Its main body was round, but on top of it there existed 8 pairs of wriggling tentacles, 4 pairs at the bottom, 4 at the top. At first glance it looked like an insect. Roland never expected that he would receive such immediate results with the first fundamental biology lesson, and even less that the first witch to evolve her magic would be Lily. Because her ability was to preserve the freshness of food, in addition to the daily practice, Roland hadn't given her any other tasks. Her understanding of her ability also wasn't deep. After listening to Nightingale's full report, Roland remained calm and collected and just nodded, waiting until the end of the lesson so that he could ask Lily to stay behind. "What, you said that my ability has evolved?" Lily was also utterly astonished. "I didn't see those balls you had mentioned." "Of course not," Roland laughingly shook his head. "Those balls are thousands of times smaller than the microbes. Even granted that we bring the optical microscope to its limit, you will still be unable to see the balls which form all of matter." "Is that so? I thought that by understanding the ball theory it becomes possible to evolve our ability," Lily muttered. "I do not believe that everything in the world is formed out of small balls, something as hard as rocks and steel. If they were really made out of a lot of piled-up balls, they would have collapsed into a puddle of sand." So that's the reason, he thought. It seems that comprehending the microparticle theory is not the only way to promote the evolution of their ability. "In that case, what did you see?" Lily thought to herself. "Just several purple insects. I believe that they were summoned by my magic, and it could turn all of the organisms you spoke of into something with the same appearance." "Insects?" He slightly stunned for a moment, "and they were as big as a microorganism." "Almost," she said, nodding. "Anyway, afterward I once again used only my eye to look at the water drop, and it was still as transparent and colorless as before." Then, next we should come to the real test. Because Lily's ability was not directly visible to the naked eye, unlike Anna's and Soraya's, it was also much harder to test. When seeing the neatly arranged microbes under the microscope, for the first time Roland became startled. It seemed as if they all had a collective consciousness, showing an incredible amount of synergy and consistency. Next were the sub-experiments, including its impact on the duration time of the magic, and which influence the God's Stone of Retaliation had. The testing continued for 3 days. Although the little girl was fond of bickering under normal circumstances, she still meticulously carried out Roland's instructions, regardless of her complaints. Through a large number of sample comparison, as well as discussion with Anna, he roughly figured out how Lily's new ability worked. Her purple variation was clearly divided into 2 major categories: mother and replica. After releasing her magic, the microorganism who changed on their own were the mothers. The characteristic of the mother organism was similar to Anna's black flame. As long as they were supplied with magic, they would continue to exist. Furthermore, the caster also wasn't allowed to distance themselves further than 5 meters. Otherwise, they would disappear on their own. Just like any other summon, they were also affected by the God's Stone of Retaliation. Within the suppressing area of the stone, the mothers would instantly disperse. When the mother was in existence, the surrounding microorganisms would be assimilated into replicas in a short time. What made Roland feel incredible was that the replicas, which were the results of Lily's ability, were just like Soraya's coding, no longer vulnerable to the suppression of the God's Stone of Retaliation. In simple terms, the creations that were transformed by Lily's mother organisms had become an entirely new life form, and this life form existed in reality. The replicated organism were assimilated by the mothers, and would take the initiative to transform other organism on their own, Yet some of the results made Roland feel very confused. It seemed that the assimilation process didn't go on endlessly. In some of the samples, into all of them were the equal number of replicas added, all of the microorganisms got transformed, while in some other samples, he could see the replicas and the non-variation of microorganisms live in peaceful coexistence. Due to the lack of more sophisticated observation instruments, this part apparently could only be guessed at. After discussing it with Anna, Roland got the tentative idea that the number of assimilation a replica could perform was related to its size. Lily's ability clearly did not distinguish between the different types of microorganisms. Thus, a large number of replica produced by the mothers were created out of the too small to see viruses and bacteria, and also the with the microscope visible protist and single-celled algae. The former body of these replicas determined its assimilation ability. The larger the previous organism was, the more assimilation the replica could perform. However, a replica of a replica was unable to continue to live by further assimilate others. When the number of assimilation was exhausted, the last batch of replicas was only able to survive a day or so. Boiling the water would also kill most of the replica. In this regard, they were no different than another microorganism. But the interesting thing was that whenever there was a mother around, these replicas would gather like a swarm of insects gathered around their queen and arrange themselves in a neat queue, just like soldiers waiting for their orders. Limited by means of observation, there were still many aspects of Lily's ability which were unknown. For example, whether the mothers and the replicas resembled bacteria and viruses in the regard that they had a variety of effects on other life forms, or if they could take the place of fungi and be used for the chemical industry and food production. It was a pity that currently the little girl was unable to make any sense out of these ideas, even less able to carry out his orders. Even though the replicas had shown an immense development potential in the area of medical treatment, even if they were unable to do anything else, as long as they were able to assimilate deadly bacteria or viruses, they could still play a significant part in the rapid anti-inflammatory and disinfection. This so-called medicament could pave the road for an entirely new era of medical developments. Chapter 208, I'm Truly a Fool. Chapter 208, I'm Truly a Fool. After wrapping her wet hair into a towel, Lily went back to her room. Although she had previously accused the prince of excessively pursuing pleasure, she had to admit this bathroom thing was indeed fantastic. Standing underneath the shower, and enjoying the ice-cold well water that was washing over her body, sweeping away the sticky and hot feeling of the scorching sun, gave the body a sense of being reborn after a busy day. However, being so carefree after the shower, she felt a hint of a guilty conscience. During the whole day, she had never restrained herself. Instead, she had given her sharp tongue free rein. But she now had to ask herself whether or not she should go to His Highness and apologize. Traitor or what? Lily lifted the hair glued to her front head. You obviously do not believe in that bull theory, but now you are the first to evolve your ability. Mystery Moon kneeled on the bed, with her upper body upright and her hand pointing at Lily. You are a huge liar. Lily rolled her eyes. I still do not believe that everything is formed out of small balls. How could that be? But Nightingale's sister had said that your magic has condensed. That has nothing to do with those balls. She shrugged her shoulders and climbed into the bed, grasping Mystery Moon's hand. His Royal Highness said that to evolve your magic you don't have to accept the theory of the balls. As long as you are able to understand your own magic deeply, it is possible that a fundamental change can happen to your magic. Really? Mystery Moon pouted. Anyway, that is what he'd said. In the Witch Cooperation Association, Mystery Moon had never been taken seriously, which resulting in her constant lack of self-confidence was what Lily thought, which was the complete opposite to how they treated me. After all, in times of food shortage, having the ability to preserve food is very important. But now I can finally understand your feelings, because since we've entered Border Town, my ability had become like chicken ribs, completely useless. She had constantly been afraid of being kicked out of the town, but the result was contrary to her concerns. His Royal Highness, the Prince, although he never assigned any additional task to her, his attitude to her and the other witches wasn't much different. Perhaps that was also the reason why Mystery Moon had changed, from being cautious out of a feeling of inferiority to now becoming more and more daring. More than half of her cowering was because Kara had never actually paid any attention to her, even going so far as banning her from using her ability in the camp. That, the Mystery Moon frowned. How will I ever be able to understand my ability? His Highness had said that the magnetic fields are invisible, even the microscope aren't help with it. Don't ask me. I also don't understand mine, Lily yawned. In fact, I only know how my ability looks like, but what His Royal Highness said about those cells, bacteria, fungi, I don't understand any of that. He also said that he would write a textbook for me, she confessed helplessly. Spare me, I can't even read the words. I also want to become more powerful. Mystery Moon rolled over the bed. I also want to do more things for His Royal Highness. Lily sighed. You're obviously older, but you're behaving as if you're even younger than I am, really now. Maybe you should go and ask Sister Anna. Ask her. She suddenly stopped rolling. Yes, you are afraid to even waste the tiniest bit of His Highness' time, so the next best thing would be to go ask Sister Anna, said Lily. Within the whole town, with the exception of His Highness Roland, she is the one who will know the most. But Anna is very busy too. I heard that all the machines in the town are manufactured by her, Mystery Moon said hesitatingly. So you have to find her and ask during her free time, like after dinner, or ask her to help with heating up the bath water, or even just invite her to take a bath. Don't you have plenty time to ask? The little girl made some suggestions. What you said seems to be quite reasonable. Mystery Moon's eyes lit up. Then let's get some sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. Lily finally untied the towel around her hair and wiped away the hairs that have fallen into her face. Then finally, she laid her head on the pillow. You're the one who's going to blow the candle. Well, okay. Mystery Moon climbed to the end of the bed and blew the candle out. Good night. The next day, Lily did not go as she usually did to the kitchen or wheat warehouse to practice her ability, but instead sat down at the table and began to learn how to use the microscope. This was the new task given to her by His Highness. Before the arrival of the textbook, she should fully understand the types and shapes of the various kinds of cells and fungi and record their differences. It didn't matter if she couldn't write, painting pictures would also be sufficient. And according to His Royal Highness, Anna was also trying to enlarge the microscope's magnification. In case she could achieve a magnification effect of 400 times, then she could see even the smaller microorganism and bacteria. In the future, her practice content was no longer to keep food fresh, but to try to diversify the body of the mothers and their replicas. Regarding this point, Lily had some problems with comprehending it. Fortunately, His Highness had given her some ideas on what to practice, such as commanding them to mimic the appearance of a single cell, or to use her consciousness to destroy or improve the cells. Of course, this would only be possible if she had a full understanding of all kind of the microscopic life forms. Although Lily did not know if she could achieve this, she at least had to try. What's more, exploring the unknown world was an interesting thing in itself. She'd worked on it until the evening, at which time Mystery Moon returned with a dejected expression. What happened? Lily asked curiously. What did Anna say? She had said a lot. Mystery Moon threw herself onto the bed, but I could not understand a word of it. She said that the magnetic field is everywhere, and that the reason the compass can indicate direction was because we are inside of a huge magnetic field. Does that mean that my ability is of no use at all? Not to mention the principle of the magnetic field and the interdependence between moving charged balls and magnetic forces, and that the magnetic field can produce electricity. Does all this mean that if I cannot understand the ball theory, I also cannot progress? She mumbled softly. Say, am I too stupid? Somewhat, Lily bluntly answered. Traitor. Wendy was delighted that another sister of the Witch Union had gained a new ability, and Lily's evolution also increased the enthusiasm of the other witches. This evening after the end of the course, several people stayed behind and constantly pestered Scroll with questions. Even Maggie, after hearing that she could increase her ability by learning, just squatted down on the chandelier and listened honestly. There was only one person who was exception. When she went to the back of the room, with her Natural Science Theoretical Foundation book under the arm, she saw Nightingale lying on the table, focusing on something else. Wendy knew that whatever it was had nothing to do with learning. So she asked, "What are you doing?" "Distributing fish. Do you want one to eat?" said the Nightingale while letting a fish dangling out of her mouth. "I just got them from the kitchen." "So many?" Wendy was surprised to see the table piled up with golden brown grilled fish, from where a delicious honey odor assaulted her nostrils. Well, the chef saw that I came every day, so he just baked all the rest. Anyway, this food can be contained for a long time. She took out a small bag and put the fish into it. On top of the table already laid 5 or 6 similar bags, each of them stuffed to the state of bulging. Wendy suddenly understood what Nightingale was doing. She was preparing rations. The Witch Cooperation Association always had to be prepared to leave the town at a moment's notice, so they always had to have enough rations and to distribute among themselves, and they would carry their rations within those bags. Along the way, no matter how hungry they became, they could only eat their provisioned rations, in order to avoid a situation where their amount of food became insufficient. But since their arrival at Border Town, with its stable supply of regular meals, together with regular afternoon tea, none of the sisters had continued with it. Of course, for Nightingale, rather than preparing food, it would be more appropriate to call it preparing snacks. Do not you read the book? I wouldn't understand it anyway. Just alone from hearing those theories and theorems my head already becomes dizzy. Nightingale swallowed the dried fish, then laughingly said, "Moreover, my ability is already enough. It doesn't matter to me if I won't be able to further evolve it." So, it was like that. Compared to her former self, at present Nightingale's eyes are sparkling. Within them there is no reluctance or hesitation, only her incomparable nature. Lost people cannot make such an expression, Wendy thought. Nightingale must have found her goal. Whenever Nightingale has decided on her goal, her firm side, which came from her noble background, would show itself. This was also the case when she had faced Kara, but Wendy did not ask about it, because she truly believed that she would one day see the answer with her own eyes. Chapter 209, Convenience Market. Chapter 209, Convenience Market. Stop. At May's shout, Irene stopped her downward slash at the vitals with the dagger. You don't have to look so ferocious. Although he is scum wicked beyond redemption, but he is still playing the role of your foster father. So you have to show some hesitation together within your determination. And in the end, you have to show an expression of both relief and peace. Come on, let's do it one more time. Yes, Irene answered seriously. Since the first performance on the town square, already half a month had passed. She herself did not know why she still hasn't left, and instead even took part in the second drama. Today, the cast and crew were rehearsing their third show, The Diary of a Witch. Merely looking at the script of the play, this stage drama was destined to become something incomparable. Even when reading it for a second time, it was still such a wonderful and captivating story. It was a story that entirely forsook the romance between prince and princess, had a plot about the intrigues of the court, at the same time was full of praise for the courage, friendship and faith of the common people and the witches. Even though she had only read the script, she couldn't help but want to applaud the story. This play was also the reason May had claimed that she decided to stay in town for the time. But the real reason, even she did not know. Irene grabbed the dagger and ferocious stabbed downward. Sam, who was playing the role of her foster father, released a miserable cry, "You actually..." Then his head fell to the side at a crooked angle, pretending to be gasping for air. A little exaggerated, May shook her head. The position she had stabbed you is your chest. How can you have the time to scream and then raise your hand to catch Irene? You will become weak at once. This is the most common form of death, so don't tell me you had never heard anything about it in drama class. Sam's cheeks flushed red. So sorry. Again, May stated expressionlessly. But Irene's performance was somewhat differently than May had expected. As long as she mentioned particular problems once, Irene would soon correct them. Whether it was her professional attitude towards the theater or her acting talent, both could be regarded as belong to the top-notch category. It seemed that the title Flower of the Theater was not entirely based on the mutual flattery of the actors at the lowest rung. This time it was superb. With this, today's practice will end here. When the content of this scene was finally expressed smoothly and clear, May clapped her hands. Ferlin Eltek should soon end his lecture, right? You should also go home and prepare the supper. After all, that's something water. Tap water, Irene added with a smile. That tap water will be installed before dusk, so if you eat too late, then there will no longer be any water to take a bath with. May coughed twice. Miss May, isn't the main point we end the rehearsal because Sir Knight does want to meet with you? Roja covered her mouth to hide her chuckle. Currently it is still at least 1 hour until evening. I heard that Sir Carter is the prince's trusted subordinate. He is often within the castle and also frequently accompanies the prince. Tina also shouted, "Ah, ah." But as West Border's most dazzling star, you do not lose. Wherever you are, you attracts all eyes. That's enough. Irene beckoned them with her hand to stop. Miss May has not accepted Sir Carter yet. May raised her brow. Could it be that I wasn't harsh enough in the recent performances? In the beginning, these two people didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of me, but now they unexpectedly dare to play a joke on me. It seems that during the following day's next rehearsal, I will need to provide them with some bitterness to swallow. Otherwise, if it goes on like this, they really won't match my acting on stage. I will go first. Many thanks for your instruction. Irene and the rest of the group lowered their heads in salute. Originally, only a theatrical instructor was eligible to enjoy such a courtesy, but May did not care. She only nodded in response, then left the rehearsal room, suddenly feeling the scalding hot outdoor air surrounding her. After going over to the tree at the community center, she sat in its shade and waited. It didn't take long before a man quickly walked towards her. It was Carter Lannies, the chief knight of the Lord of Border Town. I hope you didn't wait for long, Carter sighed, touching the back of his head. It wasn't long, May smiled faintly. Let's go. At the first time when he had invited me out and I rejected him, he not only did not give up, but instead pensively paid me visits, which was completely inconsistent with the arrogance and indifference he displayed. In the end, he had me confused so much that I stayed. What the other's interest was, May knew very clearly in her heart, but the thought to settle down in this strange land confused and frightened her at the same time. Even when she had first come to Border Town for morning light, she had never had the intention to live here with him for a long time. In the stronghold, she was the moon that all the other drama stars surrounded, but here, there was no difference between her and the other members of the crew. Quite the contrary, as Irene, also a teacher, was even more famous than she was. Following the broad street covered in shade, the two walked into the direction of the convenience market in the town center. This town, within 1 week, had completely changed its appearance. Last week, the outside of the district was still bare, but nowadays it is verdant and lush. As long as it does not rain, they are building almost every day. If they aren't repairing the roads, they are building those houses. Normally, they are even building both at the same time. Even in King's City, it would be difficult to come across such a lively scene. The convenience market was located in the northern part of the square, which itself was also divided into two regions. It was separated in the middle by a line of parasol trees. On the right was the inexpensive area, with a layout similar to that of other markets, and there were wooden sheds open on all sides, only offering a wooden roof. They were selling some affordable iron tools and agricultural products. The former were things like farm tools, hammers, drills, and nails, while the later were things like eggs, beef, grapes, and other food she couldn't name. They were ordered in different categories. These goods were put in front of the stalls, and each booth had a person appointed for looking after it. On the left side was the boutique area. Its sides were surrounded by brick walls, appearing more like a one-story house. There they sold all kinds of goods, but the prices were much higher, so there were fewer people frequenting this area. On her second day at Border Town, she was dragged around by Irene once. If the knight had not said that today there was a new rare product sale, she would rather have gone to the pub to drink 2 cups of iced wine. After their identity registration finished, the two of them stepped into the boutique area. Here the way of sale was also very strange. The whole market had only one entrance, and all the goods were placed on shelves from where you could freely choose them for yourself. They didn't accept bargaining, and no one tried to boast about the products. Instead, the prices and commodity introductions were written down on a parchment stuck to their side. After picking their favored items, they had to pay at the door. May noted that the first row on the left had dozens of colored cups, which had the same pattern as she had seen last time, indicating that within 1 month these cups have not been sold at all. In case they were ordinary businessmen, they would be make a loss. So she asked, was this market truly opened by His Royal Highness? Yes, Carter nodded. Because of this you can see some incredible merchandises. While speaking, he went to the third row of shelves such as this. This was the new rare commodity you were speaking about. May followed the knight and came to a stop at his side, only to see 5 or 6 light yellow boxes on top of the shelf. Each was about palm-sized, and she couldn't see what use they had at this time. This, however, is something His Highness had created himself, and now the castle's witches' cough, attendants and personal guards, are all using it. Using it during the bath, you can easily remove the difficult-to-clean grease. After washing with it, you will experience a new kind of freshness. Furthermore, it will also give you a body the fragrance of roses. I dare to swear that when taking a shower, there is nothing more magical than this. The knight solemnly vowed. May turned her eyes aside to look at the parchment, only to see that on top of the tag stood 2 words: perfumed soap. Chapter 210, Go or Stay. Chapter 210, Go or Stay, perfumed soap. She picked one block up and placed it near her nose to smell it, and indeed, she could make out the fragrance of roses. Yes, it is tough to imagine that to manufacture it, you begin with a thick paste, into which His Royal Highness also added perfume, to make it full of fragrance. May once more subconsciously glanced at the price written on the parchment. With a selling price of 25 silver royals for 1 block, it could be seen as a luxury product, but compared to even more expensive perfumes, the price was clearly set too low. Are you sure that it's perfume? When I'd performed in King's City, there was once a powerful nobleman who gave me 3 bottles of perfume. Each of those bottles of perfume was only the size of the thumb, but their price was still more than 5 gold royals. For such a large piece of soap, you have at least add half a bottle of it, right? Is that so? Carter got startled. Perfume is actually so expensive. Of course, May gave him a look. It is one of King's City Alchemy Association proudest products. Except for crystal glass, perfume is their best-selling product. I'd heard from other people that besides the tribute they paid the royal family, they were able to let nearly 1,000 bottles flow into the market each year. Individuals who can afford such a luxury belong to the upper nobility or are wealthy merchants. In case I hadn't gotten it as present, it would be absolutely unlikely that I would ever purchase a bottle of perfume which costing as much as my salary from several plays. But I have seen how His Royal Highness has used the perfume, and it didn't seem to be a rare material. Listening to him, it appeared to be made out of sugar cane. Seeing the puzzled look on May's face, Carter added, A sugar cane is just like a sweet stick. It is a typical crop of the fjords which looks like a stick. When you bite into it, you get a mouthful of sweet water. Currently, it is only planted in the castle's backyard, but next time when I see His Royal Highness, I will ask him if I can take one out. Once again, it was His Highness the Prince. Since May had come to this town, the name she had heard the most of was Ronald Wimbledon. Whether it was Irene or Kata, whenever they talked about the changes happening in Border Town, they would always mention him. It seemed that His Highness was omniscient, and there was nothing he didn't know. Furthermore, all of these new things had been created by him. Does there really exist such a learned person in the world? She couldn't believe it, after all. Even if they were smart, learning all this knowledge would still require time. Whether it was in King's City or Longsong Stronghold, the people that were recognized as scholars were all old men with white hair. The folk of the Western Territory even had the phrase, the longer the beard, the broader the knowledge. But the prince was only 20 years old, so how could it be that he knew all these things? Even when thinking this way, May's face still showed her usual expression. No, if it could be used to make perfume, it has to be a very rare crop. Especially the perfume formula, that could be sold to any alchemic workshop for an incredibly high price. You must never make discreet inquiries about this to His Highness. Even in case you see it, you shouldn't speak about it. All right, Carter said and took a handkerchief, putting 4 pieces of soap into it. Will you really buy so many of them? The most a person can buy are 2 of these. So we will pretend to buy them separately, and when we leave I will give them all to you. Let's first leave before you start disagreeing. The knight raised his hand to interrupt May, who wanted to say something. When I use mine up, I can still go to His Highness to ask for new ones, but when they are sold out here, you never know when they will get new goods. So by taking these 4, you can use them for a very long time. When May saw her counterpart's serious expression, it seemed as if her heart suddenly started burning. And for a long time, she just pursed her lips, not saying another word, just silently watched how the knight wrap up the perfume soup. Since we are already here, let's look at some other commodities. he laughingly said as he held the bundle. When she returned to her home in Border Town, the outside skies had already become dim. The last light of the day falling through the curtain decorated the room with a touch of orange. Since she had stayed to perform the second drama, May had received the same set of rooms as Irene. Although it wasn't very large, it was still fully furnished. After placing the novelty goods she'd bought from the convention market one by one on the table, there was in addition to the 4 perfumed soaps, along with a bottle of wine. This bottle of wine and the common wine found in pubs were different. It had almost no color and was instead pure and transparent with no difference to water. She remembered that according to the product's description, it was called white liquor, having a higher concentration of alcohol. It wasn't suitable to be ingested in larger amounts. White liquor, she smiled, looking at it from its outer appearance. It really suited its name. Pulling out the wooden cork, May poured herself a cup. Raising the cup, a burst of flavor hit her face and entered her nose directly, making her frown. However, after the first strong scent, a bouquet of delicious flavors entered her nose. They were sweet and mellow, not like the inferior watered wine from the taverns. As a result of devoting herself to acting and the high amount of attention that gathered, May seldom went to the pubs. When a play became a great success and the theater collective went to celebrate, only then would she follow them to go drink 2 cups of wine, making sure that she never reached the state of becoming drunk, where she'd be unable to speak, as she had witnessed numerous actors who got so drunk that they forgot all sense of self-control. Instead, she was always controlling her drinking so that it would never affect her mind. However, today May had a strong impulse to want to get drunk. Otherwise, she would have never bought such expensive liquor against Carter's advice. Wanting to try the story she had heard from other actors, that when they got drunk, they would be able to shield of all distraction and concerns, seeing the true answer that lay at the bottom of their heart. May closed his eyes, raised the cup to her head, and poured the drink into her mouth. Immediately, a hot, spicy sensation exploded in her throat, causing her to directly spurt out the liquor again, and to cough out until tears arose. Hell, is this thing really wine? Waiting until the burning sensation had completely faded, she bit her lip and tried once more this round. She only dared to take a sip of the liquor. Once again, a spicy flavor appeared, but this time it was followed by an intense richness and mellowness when those 2 flavors mixed together. She actually couldn't say if it was a good drink, but it brought a kind of strange sensation with it. Around a quarter of an hour later, May felt a dizzy feeling overlaying her mind. She took a fist-sized box from her pocket and opened its lid and saw herself in a bright mirror. This mirror was different from her previous bronze mirrors or the thin silver mirrors. Its surface was smooth without a scratch, and her reflection was very clear, presumably making it very valuable. Within this mirror, May could see her flushed cheeks and her confused eyes. It was a gift given by the night as they parted. She'd wanted to refuse, but the other side had turned away so fast that he hadn't given her the opportunity to give it back. As he walked away, he once more turned around and waved goodbye to her. Speaking earnestly, when Carter Lannies shut his mouth, his appearance can absolutely be regarded as being impeccable. But if he wasn't such a chatterbox, I might not have stayed behind. So should she really take root here, far away from the bustling city, starting once more in this remote town, where beside the few people in the crew, no one else knew her identity. The fear of the unknown only made it harder for her to make up her mind. May put the letter on the table she had received several days ago, and spread it out. It had been forwarded to her by the prince and Irene. The writer was Longsong manager Petrov. From the letter, she learned that the Stronghold Theater had announced that her current whereabouts were unknown, and that Petrov hoped that she would soon return to Longsong Stronghold to continue her performance. His Highness the Prince hadn't concealed this news, and instead given her the right to choose. After draining the rest of the cup, May's vision gradually became dizzy. She staggered to the desk, spread out a piece of paper, and began writing a reply. Within her overlapping, surging train of thoughts, she saw the Stronghold Theater, Irene, Ferlin Eltek, the thundering cheer of the crowd in the town square, and those third-rate actors who lost their self-control after performing together with her. Eventually, these images all slowly faded, leaving only the memory of Carter Lannies behind, as he invited her with a grin. "Hello, Miss May, may I have a drink with you?" Chapter 211 Light Industry. Chapter 211 Light Industry. Roland sat at his desk and was reading with great interest through the recent report of the First Army from his chief knight. Compared to his meticulous appearance from several months ago, nowadays Carter's iceberg-like face often carried some other emotions, letting him appear much less calm, and instead giving him an aura of expectation and eagerness. Most probably this has something to do with the Star of the West, Roland thought. About the event of Carter's and May's recent stroll, Roland had also heard about it. After all, as one of the top members of the First Army, he also represented the army, so every movement would naturally be noticed. Not to mention May, the woman walking at his side, belonged to the kind that would draw the attention of all men to herself. When they had appeared side by side on the streets of Border Town for the first time, his guards had immediately passed along the news to his ears. Regarding this kind of matter, Roland didn't really mind it. Carter was roughly 2 to 3 years older than he was, so it was reasonable to say that it was strange that he still wasn't married. And if he could actually find his other half in the Western Territory, it wasn't that bad, as long as it didn't interfere with his work. According to the Knight's report, the First Army had been equipped with about 200 revolving rifles, adding almost a dozen with every day. In fact, if the raw materials were sufficient, Anna's production capacity could be increased by several times. But at the same time, she was also in charge of the refining pig iron into steel and manufacturing the steam engine, which was slowing her down. However, this speed was still acceptable. After all, the First Army was only 600 people strong, so another 1.5 months would be enough to entirely replace all their weapons. Furthermore, before the next expansion of the population, the military's size couldn't be further expanded anyway. Another point of the report was the formation of the Second Army. In order to make the training convenient, as well as maintain their secrecy, Roland had the people recruited from Longsong Stronghold all incorporated into the Second Army. Currently, they were all undergoing disciplinary training, which followed the same pattern as the military's training. Then it would be time for ideological education in the evening, in the attempt to let these people as soon as possible think of themselves as the protector of the Western Territory, implanting in them the belief that their loved one's safety needed to be protected by them. At present, the training of the Second Army is progressing well. The current estimation is that they should be ready to start with the shooting practice in a week. By that time, enough weapons should have been replaced, making it possible to have a flintlock to match every hand. Carter concluded. This was the advantage of guns. To train a cold weapons soldier, at least 1 year's time was needed. To teach a knight, 5 or 6 years had to be spent on training, while soldiers equipped with guns could already be dispatched on military missions after only a month of training. Furthermore, the longer a battle lasted, the bigger advantage of firearms became. After all, pulling a trigger was much safer than fighting with a sword. During the shooting practice, the supervisors have to pay attention to the number of guns, how many have been given away, and how many of them come back. The same applied to the gunpowder. When it was distributed for the training, the veterans of the First Arm would be responsible for its supervision. Yes, he nodded. Very well, Roland dismissed him with a wave. That was all. You must be busy now as well. Your Highness, Carter hesitated. Last time you said that the perfume mixed with the soap was made out of sugar cane. Was that true? Yes, the prince said, sitting up in his chair. What's the matter? That sugar cane, is it expensive? No, they are just some common crops. I've heard people say that a thumb-sized bottle of perfume could be sold for 5 gold royals in King City. Carter scratched his head. If this is the case, shouldn't manufacturing the sugarcane perfume bring a huge income to the town? 5 gold royals. Roland got startled. He had never considered this point. Recalling the previous life in the palace, the fourth prince had never cared about the price of commodities. It was even more the case with perfume. Something with which he had less contact. Only women would prefer a trinket that only delivered a nice fragrance. His initial motivation to make perfume was his wish for fine perfumed soap. Otherwise, by only having running water and no bathroom soap, it felt like there was something that was missing. The sensation of having his whole body covered with bubbles. If a small bottle of perfume could be sold for several gold royals, it was indeed a pretty good business idea. Unlike coated mirrors, the raw material of sugarcane and flowers were much cheaper than crystal glass was. Thinking it through, Roland laughed. This idea isn't bad, I will consider it. His Royal Highness the Sugar Cane, can I take one out of the castle with me? Asked the knight with a look full of expectation. It won't hurt. Hearing him speak in this manner, Roland could immediately guess as to what he wanted to do with it. After all, this was the western border. Unlike the port of Clearwater, the crops of the fjords relatively rare here. So it was a good choice as a gift when asking a lady from the west out. They are growing on a wall in the backyard. Just pick some for yourself. Thank you, Your Highness. Carter saluted. Afterward, Roland called for Barov. Still calling him assistant minister wasn't quite appropriate anymore. As City Hall's #1 figure, he was already regarded as Border Town's premier minister. After Barov took his place, Roland roughly described the perfume business plan. Do you think this could be something we can earn large sums of gold with? He did not reply immediately, but later asked with wide open eyes, Your Highness, are you sure that perfume is produced out of the sweet crops? Don't you also use the perfumed soap? The reason for its fragrance is that I had mixed the perfume inside. Roland spread his hands out. It is indeed true that these raw materials are of little value, but I never knew that the perfume in King City was so expensive until Carter brought it up. Far more than that, Your Highness, Barov said excitedly. Perfume is King City Alchemist Workshop's top-secret product. Every year there are approximately 1,000 bottles. Only a small part of it is sold in King City. The rest is sold to the other cities in Greycastle. There they can raise the price by 20 to 30%, but in case they sell it to the fjords or other kingdoms, the price would almost be doubled. To prevent the merchants from making a profit out of the difference in prices, the association not only firmly controls the perfume prices in other places, they even assign all the merchants by themselves. So in case you could produce perfume, even if you only sold it to Redwater City or Fallen Dragon Ridge, you would definitely obtain a generous payback. So that's how it was. Your 20 years serving as an assistant of the finance minister wasn't for nothing, Roland thought. Regarding the commodity prices and current market situation, Barov is indeed magnificent. With this information, Roland formed a preliminary plan in his mind. There were many ways to make perfume. The simplest method was to mash the petals or herbs with unique flavors and let them soak inside alcohol, letting the alcohol dissolve the plants and leaving an aromatic oil remaining. Lastly, the remaining remnants will be filtered out and diluted with water. The alcohol came from the juice of the sugar cane, while for the aromatic oil they could use roses or the more commonly rosemary and vanilla. However, since it was necessary to achieve mass production, the best choice would be to let leaves use her magic to transform a plant to directly secreting this fragrant oil. In addition to perfume, the industry could also produce white sugar and liquor. Also, a lot of consumables would be needed, and their profit would be less than what was gained from the perfume. But if sold to the townspeople at a low price, it would enrich their diet, which could be regarded as a significant step forward for the people's welfare. Roland's main reason for the slow development of the light industry was due to the shortage of a workforce, and the difficult to earn high profits with a small-scale production of daily necessities. Because of this, a limited population investing into heavy industry production would be the most cost-effective approach. Since the manufacture of perfume was incredibly profitable, maybe he could take advantage of this opportunity to make up for the shortcoming in environment. Chapter 212, Caravan and New Information. Chapter 212, Caravan and New Information. It was already the second month of summer, and as scheduled, Margaret arrived on the day of midsummer. This time, the amount of ships brought by the business group was far more than the pier could accommodate. So many boats now had to dock by the river and wait for the other ships that were in front of them to finish unloading and allow them to access the pier for themselves. This caused Roland to realize that the town's pier would have to be expanded. This month, Greycastle Industrial Company has finally completed their task. By reducing the scrapping rate to 40%, they had successfully produced 3 steam engines for the day of delivery. Although compared to the current third generation used in Border Town, the ones the factory produced for foreign trade were lacking in power, leaked air, were noisy, rattled, and had other aspects that made them of a much lower quality. But compared to the former number of produced machines, it was still a great deal of progress. The Crescent Moon Bay caravan brought an artisan team of 300, as had been arranged. Roland placed all of them in the industrial park at the southern side of the Redwater River. In addition to building a new wooden factory besides the original plant, he also ordered Carl to build an employee dormitory near the river. So that they could finish these facilities within a month, all the huge logs needed were transported to the scene and then cut by Anna along with Carl's technical guidance. Like this, the originally most time-consuming task of processing the wood was completed in just 2 days. When teacher Carl saw Anna's new ability, he was stunned. In just 6 months, this weak and quiet girl had become so self-confident and seemed to always be in high spirits. At the castle, Roland held a sumptuous dinner, welcoming the arrival of the business group. At the same time, it was also the first time that white liquor appeared in their line of sight. "Every time we come here you will have developed new stuff. Margaret really did not lie to me," Hogg yelled. "Even the wine is so out of the ordinary." "This white liquor," Margaret reminded.